Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What's up, Lubman? What's up, Spadone? He's got a smile on him. Something's happening back there. Shasky's in the building. Oh, baby, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. All the overnight dancers, all the janitors, all the teachers, all the students, all the cops. I saw a cop pull somebody over. This van thought he was slick. Maybe, hopefully he's not a roaster and he's not listening, but I got off the freeway.
That's gone too far.
The van started running early, right? The light would be red, it turned green, but he decided he wanted to get a head start on everybody. Well, out of nowhere, I see lights. I'm like, I hope that's not for me. Nope, the van got pulled over right there on Market, Mission and 3rd Street. Trying to run the red just a little too early, so hopefully his day only goes up from here because he's getting a fat ticket. Did it for like 3 straight blocks, and the cop just bloop, 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 came out of nowhere. Gotta have that Waze on, buddy. Gotta have the Waze. All right, anyway, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Bring the color to the roast. You better bring it because you don't. If you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Look, we got a lot going on here. We're getting to Niners and Patriots, and replacing Bill Belichick New England's project right now. We'll get into all of that. Caitlin Clark, first year's done in the WNBA. I think she's a special, special player. She's going to win many championships, many MVPs. She's box office. She really is. And I don't get the dialogue that happens online about her and Angel Reeves. They're just ballers, and they're different, but Caitlin Clark is one of one. Obviously, the A's have their final game in Oakland today, and I heard Spinoni on the way in discussing that. And now I get it's bittersweet for a lot of Oakland A's fans because this is it, the finality of it. I think, it may be refreshing for some A's fans to finally get this done and say, you know what, we've been dealing with this for 3 years, the last game. But today at 12:30 against the Texas Rangers, it will be the last game. And, I am a little worried about what may happen in Oakland. Now everybody's civilized, and A's fans are great. They're going to be on their best behavior, but ripping out the seats and
there's always going to be a select few of knuckleheads.
There's going to be, I get it. I get it. John Fisher comes out with that letter, and we could get the Larry Beal sound, and I've heard Trevor May. I seen Trevor May online talking about him and, saying how the players never met John Fisher. He never even came down to meet the players. And it's just a debacle that they're going to Sacramento. Like, I was thinking about it when Spinoni was talking. I was like, they're going to Sacramento. What the hell are other away teams are going to be like, what the hell do we do up here? Wait till the players poll next year. What's the worst place to go play? And Sacramento's at the top of the list. And it's not no shade at the city of Sacramento. It's more so the ballpark and the amenities that they have up there. But today's it, Shasky, the final regular season game in Oakland, California. Maybe the last baseball game, Major League Baseball game ever played in Oakland, California.
I was talking with Spadoni, and I kind of want to get into this with you. Like, the older I get, the more I understand, like, a family's traditions, right? Yeah. And depending on how big your family is or who you are or where you live in the country, in contrast to where your family lives, your traditions are evolving or changing, or maybe you're creating new ones, right? Like, every year, what are we doing for Thanksgiving? What are we doing for Christmas? What are we doing for Easter, Mother's Day? Like, the big holidays, those things are kind of locked in on our family. It's a big deal, it's a big deal. And I call it the gauntlet come every Christmas. We do Christmas Eve on my mom's side, and then, we usually do Christmas Day with Michelle's family. And these are things that, like, now that we've got a family, we've got kids, it's like, hey, it's really important that we pass these traditions along. And I'm trying to create new ones. And we had a big family party in the summer, and it's second summer in a row that we've done it. And I want to turn that into a tradition. And I was thinking about, like, what are the smaller traditions that, like, we have? And one of them that we've had, and I've spoken to you this with my grandfather and my dad and my brother and me, is going to games.
Yeah.
Going to games. And it may not be what everyone else considers like a normal tradition. And I was thinking, like, Carmela in Sopranos, if you've watched Sopranos, she says to Meadow, let's go into town. Every year on this day, we get dolled up and we go into town. Some people, it's going into downtown San Francisco or downtown Oakland and getting dressed up during Christmas and maybe going and seeing a play or just having a meal with the girls or whatever. I know the Porter side of the family, all the girls get dolled up and they go downtown and they have like a girls' luncheon, and everyone's got their traditions. But going to sports games, for my family, was one of our traditions. Whether it's going to the Niner games on Sundays, going to Giants games with my dad during the week on Wednesdays when I was a little kid. That was Wednesdays were his day off when he was doing plumbing because he used to work on Saturdays. And it's like, how many people out there right now their tradition that they were hoping to pass on to their family or to share with their family as they got older was going to A's games. You know, and it freaking sucks. It sucks that this particular owner is ripping that tradition away from you. And I know it's a business, and I'm Mr. Wall Street, and you always make fun of me on the money stuff. And it's real. Like that, money. It's real. Like that's what it is. This is business. There's also a civic duty to the community, I believe, that these teams have. I'm not saying that every move they make has to be with, what does Johnny and Ingleside think? Or, what does Joe Spadoni and Lake Merritt think? Like, that's not what I'm saying. But there's a civic duty to represent your community. And for far too long, the Oakland A's have had Oakland across their chest and have not represented the community. No. And it's like travesty is a word that we throw around. No, this is a legitimate travesty, what they've done, because they're ripping away a tradition and they're selling short on a community that has loved them back, and the A's have never loved them back in return. And it's just an absolute joke. Yeah,
well said. It is a joke. I mean, the owner's never visible. He doesn't stick around for games. You don't even know if he goes to games. And you think about the Raiders after losing the Raiders. Now, a lot of Raider fans have followed the Las Vegas, and they still represent the Raiders. But that whole scene where it kind of played out like the A's, where you didn't know when their last game was. You thought it was a Monday night game. Then it wasn't a Monday night game. Then it was a Jaguar game. Then it was. It was just a mess. And so for this, I think the finality and the realization that, hey, this is it. This is it. We're going to be sad. And this will be the last time you see the Athletics on the field in Oakland, California at the Coliseum. And then what do you do at the Coliseum? There's no pro sports teams in Oakland anymore. It's really a travesty. And I thought, we've argued back and forth with this, but I truly believe this could be a 2 baseball market. I truly believe that this could be a 2 NFL team market. And I'm going to miss the fact that I don't get to go to a professional game every single week or have the option of going to a pro game every week. And just the community itself, and who knows about the politics and everything. It just seems so easy. Not easy, but if John Fisher had all this money, and he has all these good friends who have a lot of money, and the fact that you tried to stick it to the city and suck them dry for every penny to get you a stadium, because that's what he's doing in Sacramento, is just getting a handout. And he's going to be looking for a handout in Las Vegas. The fact that you try to run that city dry, knowing their history, knowing what's going on economically in that city, in Oakland, California, and you still try to stick it to them. You still try to act like you're in Silicon Valley. No. You're in Oakland, California. We got to pony up. And your Q rating, like John Fisher botched this so bad. He builds a stadium and he fronts most of the money. He's a god out there. You're a god. You own the entire market. You're getting 35,000 fans a night, I guarantee you, with a new stadium.
If you say the name Peter McGowan, what do people think?
Save the Giants.
I mean,
save the Giants.
Not only did he save the Giants, Bonte.
Save baseball in San Francisco, man.
And I would take it a step further. I think he created an entire neighborhood that's robust. Yeah. I mean, think of Mission Bay and China Basin and what it is today and what it was 25 years ago.
There was nothing down there.
30 years ago.
Warehouses. It was nothing. There was no reason to drive down into that area of San Francisco. And no reason at all.
To your point about, like, the Raiders, I think, so, like, football's football, right? And it's crazy. And, like, football is always going to be, like, as a sport, it's just going to be a fervor. And it can take over a town. I'm not saying it can't. Of course it can. It's the top sport for a reason. The passion's through the roof. There's nothing like when a baseball team is good and it's captured the heart of a city and the day-to-day, in and out, the beat, the heartbeat. We felt it here in the city. Yeah. When the Giants took over this town in the 2010s, like, it was different. Wasn't there a buzz around that ballpark?
Orange and black everywhere in the city. You had to be down there. Even if you didn't have tickets for the game, you just wanted to be down there. You just wanted to be around it. You wanted to be around it, whether it was food trucks out there, whether it's popping firecrackers, smoking your weed. You just wanted to be in the vicinity of the ballpark to feel the buzz, to feel the energy, try to get a shot on TV after the game, do whatever you got to do, go to the bars, party all night. It was contagious. It was contagious. And the A's, when they were humming, it was contagious. Yep. But the owner failed them tremendously. Dave Cavill talked all that talk, failed that community tremendously. And how many different sites did they have?
5.
I mean, San Jose, Fremont, Howard Terminal, Lady College, the Coliseum. I mean, it was an absolute nightmare.
But you have to actually put your money where your mouth is and deal in good faith. And I think that at the end of the day, it's pretty obvious. I mean, Ponte, they had no intentions of ever actually, putting a shovel in the ground.
No,
this is one of those classic, you have an open house and people just come in to just check stuff out. They have no intentions of buying, which is fine. That's what an open house is.
Right.
But you can kind of sniff it out from a mile away where you're walking around and they're not buyers.
No.
Right. And so I look at Fisher and it's like, he was that guy at the open house that walked around and just wanted to snoop around and waste everyone's time. And then he's over there talking to the realtor, soaking things up, standing in the way of people who were really actually trying to buy a home and asking legitimate questions while they have a face-to-face. And he's just wasting everyone's time and money.
Yep.
And it's just an absolute joke. And I don't know. I feel for A's fans. I think that their last 20 years has been one of the most cruel 20 years a sports fan can go through in terms of the yo-yoing of talent, in terms of the heartbreak that they've had in the playoffs. They have been successful. They have found a way. I'm talking about business side. I mean, the baseball side, not the business side. They have been able to find talent. And they just keep pulling the carpet out from underneath their own fans.
They may have been ahead of the game. They had to find different ways to be innovative and evolve and do things with a small budget. And you give, a lot of people give Billy Beane heat, but he found a way to keep that team competitive. They laid the model out that the Tampa Bay Rays use right now.
Yeah.
They stole their model. A lot of teams have tried to run the model of the Oakland A's and try to find cheap talent and try to maximize, talent that has flown under the radar for so long and maximize that talent. And then, obviously they're a breeding ground for other teams or whatnot, but I thought the A's were innovative. They were ahead of the curve in the 2000s, the early 2000s and 10s or whatnot. So it is terrible when you think about that history, that rich tradition. You bring up the last 20 years. I'm a couple Raider fans with that. The last 20 years of Raider football in Oakland, California, what was it, one playoff appearance? One playoff appearance? And so then you got that, and then you got the Oakland A's. It's been a gut punch for Raider and A's fans in Oakland, California, as a sports fan, and not to mention the Warriors, who, look, the Warriors still do a lot of things in the community in Oakland, California. They still have a lot of roots in Oakland, California. Business sometimes matters. And the Warriors' business model is you had to do what you had to do to get that waterfront stadium at Chase Center. You had to do it. It wasn't going to happen in Oakland. It wasn't. So it's a sad day. It's a sad day at 12:30. I know A's fans are going to be shedding tears. The shots of the fans in that crowd, it's going to be sad. It's going to be very, very sad that a tradition is officially over around 3:30, 4 p.m. in Oakland, California when it comes to their baseball team.
Well, and I look at it that, this individual doesn't deserve it. I'm talking about John Fisher. He doesn't deserve anything that he's getting over the next couple of years, which is all these handouts. And, Vivek is coming for that team. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like he's trying to, which is a smart move on his behalf. He's just waiting for the cookies to crumble, and he'll be left with his hands out, getting all the crumbs. And at some point, a big chunk of that cookie's going to fall right into his hands. I have a hard time believing that anything's going to get done in Vegas.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I mean, the Vegas, when we were in Vegas for the Super Bowl, I was in an Uber car, and it was a big-time sports fan. He was a Cowboy fan, so I started grilling him about the baseball and stuff like that. He goes, dude, the Tropicana, yeah, sure, we're tearing it down, but nobody's paying for that stadium. No, we're not. And not everybody's on board in Nevada with the Oakland A's moving over there to Las Vegas. So that in itself, you're moving out of Oakland just to move out of Oakland. Now you're going to Sacramento, you still have no home. You still have no home.
All right, if I were to bet you right now, we're having these same conversations 2 years from now, what do you think? Regarding Sacramento, Vegas.
Oh, I think Portland's still in play for the A's. I think Salt Lake City's still in play for the A's. Honest to God, okay. I don't even know if Vegas is going to happen.
I don't either. If Vegas happens, to me, it's an expansion, and they charge an arm and a leg for an expansion fee. If you're the league, it feels like MLB wants to get to 32 teams. I think Nashville, Portland, Utah, those are all obviously places that want to get it. It just sucks. And here's the other part of this, and I know how these things work. If you look at market share, and people have been kind of talking about this in athletic articles and in Wall Street Journal and Business Journal, the Yankees have a huge market share, but they also split because that Eastern Seaboard is very compacted in terms of geography.
Yep.
And there are a lot of transient Phillies fans and Nats fans and Oriole fans and Mets fans. And so you've got a lot of different teams. It's a very populated area.
Yeah.
And they have a huge market share of the Yankees. Don't get me wrong. But if you look at market share and if they move out of Sacramento and eventually leave, the Giants are sitting on a gold mine of money. Look at the Southern California population and look at how the pie is divided amongst the Dodgers, the Angels, and the Padres. And yes, the Dodgers are big. They're behemoths. I'm not denying that. Now look at the geography and look at the map and look at the television markets. If the Giants end up getting Northern California all to themselves.
Well, they are getting Northern California basically all to themselves.
I mean, Bonte, this is...
are. I mean, for them, and I don't want to make it about the Giants.
No,
because,
I'm not. But what I'm saying is I think the Giants are like, get out of here.
Well, look at the Niners, the whole faithful to the Bay slogan. And the Niners are slowly but surely taking over this marketplace. And soon there's going to be kids in Oakland. There's going to be kids in the entire East Bay. They say, we're going to be a Niner fan. That's our pro football team here in the Bay Area. We're going to be a 49er fan. And so there'll be a lot to be, but this isn't about the Giants and them controlling the market share. I want to give A's fans their due. I don't want to kick them while they're down. This is about them and a lot of fans that I've gotten to meet over the years. We all know a lot of A's fans that are losing their baseball team. I hope to never experience one of my teams. Hell, I almost jumped off the shit with what the Niners would have said at Clara. I was irate about that. Irate. These guys are moving to a whole different zip code, whole different region, different area code, possibly a different state. So, sure, the Giants will have all the market share. It's something we'll get into later in the offseason. There's no doubt about that. But today, if we do speak about the A's, it's about their fans. And if A's fans want to call today, it's your show, 888-957-9570, if you want to share some of your fondest memories of going over to the Oakland Coliseum. If you want to share some memories about going over there to the Oakland Coliseum, about all the great baseball you watched, all the great players you watched, whether it's Reggie Jackson and Vida Blue and Catfish Hunter, all the way down to the Bass Brothers and Ricky Henderson and Dave Stewart, to the Giambis and Tejadas and Chavez's and the Big Three with Mulder and Hudson and Zito. You want to share some memories about going to Oakland A's games? Today's your day as you get ready to go watch them play their last regular season game in Oakland, California against the Texas Rangers. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get into the Niners and Patriots. We got a lot there. Shanahan at the podium. Kind of hilarious yesterday. I found it very, very humorous, that press conference yesterday down in Santa Clara. So we'll do all that coming up here. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and
19-game winning streak on the line here for the A's. The front runners in the American League West right now 3 up on the Angels. Swung on, fly ball, deep right field. They've done it again.
You're from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Dan Schulman on the call there. Scott Hatterberg, one of his many iconic home runs with the Oakland Athletics and the A's getting ready for their final game in the regular season in Oakland, California. And, of course, if you want to share your memories and discuss some of your favorite moments at the Coliseum, 888-957-9570. And, of course, this comes a couple days after John Fisher, the owner of the Oakland A's, who has not been around at all, wrote a letter to A's fans stating this upcoming series with the Rangers will be the final games of the A's' storied 57 years in Oakland. And while the A's previously played in Philly and Kansas City, Oakland has been home for the greatest era in the franchise's more than 123-year history. 4 World Series, we know about the 6 pennants, 17 division titles, 7 Hall of Famers, blah, 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 blah. The A's are part of the fabric in Oakland. The East Bay, the entire Bay Area. When Lou Wolf and I bought the team in 2005, our dream was to win world championships and build a new ballpark in Oakland. Over the next 18 years, we did our very best to make that happen. We proposed and pursued 5 different locations in the Bay Area. Despite mutual and ongoing efforts to get a deal done for the Howard Terminal project, we came up short. Only in 2021, after 16 years of working exclusively on developing a home in the Bay Area, faced with a binding MLB agreement to find a new home by 2024, did we begin to explore taking the team to Las Vegas. There are millions of dedicated and passionate A's fans in Oakland and around the world. Countless dedicated staff members and Oakland Coliseum employees have poured their hearts into this team, and their efforts have meant so much to our community. I know there is a great disappointment, even bitterness, though I wish I could speak to each one of you individually, which is funny. I can tell you this from the heart. We tried. Staying in Oakland was our goal. It was our mission, and we failed to achieve it. And for that, I am genuinely sorry. Looking ahead, I hope you enjoyed our beloved A's as we move forward on this amazing journey. I hope I will see you again sporting the green and gold, and I hope we will make you proud. That is John Fisher's letter to A's fans a couple days ago, and nobody buys the fact that he tried.
He's a high-level loser, bro.
Nobody buys the fact that he wishes he could talk to every single fan individually and explain what happened, because you don't go to the games. You had an abundance of opportunities, Shasky, to go speak to the public. When he did speak to the public in Sacramento, he didn't answer any questions. He has more than enough opportunities and chances to reach this fan base, and he failed. He didn't try, and he didn't put his heart into it. So this letter that he wrote the other day, and Larry Beal just eviscerated him. We could play that a little bit later. We'll play it a little bit later. It's 4 minutes long. The fact that he disrespected A's fans once again on the way out. It's just the amount of tone deaf, the lack of accountability. I'm trying to find the words here that he has. It's just appalling. It's actually amazing that he could actually put a letter out and believe this. Maybe he doesn't believe it. Maybe he's just trying to save face. I don't know.
He doesn't care. I mean, he just doesn't care. I mean, the guy's a liar. And, what's interesting is, look, if you have one person who doesn't like you, that's one thing. If there are a bunch of people that don't like you, well, maybe the problem is you, right? And I look at his, trying to negotiate with Oakland. He's going to keep pointing the finger at the community, at the politicians, et cetera. We know politicians suck. I don't care whether it's Oakland, Salt Lake City, Portland, Vegas, pick whatever city you want. Walnut Creek. Like, I don't trust any politicians. That's just my setting, personally. But, dude, you struggled in Fremont. You struggled, obviously the San Jose thing was out of his control. You struggled in Las Vegas. You struggled in Oakland. I don't know what the hell's going on with Sacramento. I'm not even going to pretend to know. But clearly it tells me that the problem is you, John Fisher.
Yep.
It's not anyone else. And I would ask this. How many other competent owners that we know across the sports in just the state of California who have been able to figure out their stadium problem?
Oh, Kroenke, Ballmer, Lacob, the Yorks. Am I missing one? Am I missing it? Oh, Vivek Ranadive.
I was
go
just
to
going
one
to say
center.
them. So, obviously the Giants. So, this is this is what you get. I mean, this is what you get right here is you get this individual who is a lackey, and there's no other way.
It's just, let's hear from A's fans. 888-957-9570. If you want to share some of your memories. We had Brody Brazil on about a month ago, and he shared his memories, and his time is coming to an end in NBC Sports California. And he had one hell of a run over there at the company. And just to watch this go down in your own backyard is just, it's wild to me how this could happen. It is absolutely wild. 49er Tone in Brentwood, and then we'll get to Oscar in Stockton. 49ers Tone, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, brothers? Long time no talk. I'm always listening every day, roaster for life, man.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate
I wanted to call you guys, we can talk about the John Fisher and what he's done, quadrupling my A's season tickets a couple years ago, insult to the fan base trying to hand out replica Matt Olson jerseys after Olson was already gone. Just all kinds of stuff. I tell you this, though. I won't be there today. But I was there last Tuesday, and I'm sorry, man.
Nah, go ahead.
I got to take my daughter. I got to take my daughter, man, on Tuesday. And it's very emotional, I grew up at that Coliseum, I had great memories with my dad. And I got to take my daughter, she's 4, and she had a great time. And this is what he's doing to our community, man. We always been there to support, and this fan base has always got treated like dog, you know what. We always have. All the players that all the good players that had to go because we didn't pay them. I mean, we're talking about the biggest contract was Eric Chavez, and this was almost 20 years ago. He has never invested in this team. He has never wanted to keep a team here, treated the fans like crap, have quadruple season tickets, the cost of season tickets. My Niners season tickets was cheaper than my 24 game pack for 2 tickets for the A's.
Wow.
It went from $400 to $1,600. Wow. And that was after he got rid of everybody, after Chapman left, after Olsen left, and then wanted us to come in to sign up again early to give us a replica Olsen jersey after Olsen already left. Fisher's a pal. But I want today to be a remembrance of our home, of a great fan base. It might not be the biggest fan base, but it's a great fan base. And we have been there through thick and thin. And I want the memories out there for everybody to have the fond memories of, going there with their families. And I just appreciate you guys just giving us the airwaves to talk about this. And this is like a therapy for all of us. So shout out to all the A's fans. Shout out to the roasters. I love you guys, Bonte, Shansky. I love you guys, man. And I'll call back and we'll get into the Niners. I got a lot of thoughts about that. But today, I want the A's fans to embrace the moment and just keep the fond memories going. And John Fisher, he can kiss. You know what?
Hell of a call, 49er Tone. That was powerful.
Hugging you, buddy.
That was powerful. I mean, that.
How do you
I felt everything. I felt everything about that. I mean, somebody here on the YouTube chat, that's 49er Tone was just waxing poetic, and the guy took his daughter, and he can't even contain his emotions, man, thinking about it. And that's what's today's going to be about for a lot of those fans. And somebody mentioned that, boy, we don't even get a battle with a Bay. And I heard you guys as I was coming in, and, I heard Spinoni all hour. I never got to attend for whatever reason, I never attended a battle with a Bay in Oakland. I never did. It was kind of wild.
Yeah,
it's surprising, right? Just never did. But been to countless A's games over the years. But it is that battle with a Bay and having 2 teams in the Bay Area, there was pride there because when the A's did go to the playoffs, I know a lot of Giants fans like myself, we didn't root against the A's. We jumped on board. Hey, go win one. Go get that. Go beat the Yankees. Go beat the Twins. Go beat the Red Sox. I didn't have it in me when they did get eliminated from playoff runs over the last 20 years to be like, you're choked now. You may use it back and forth, trash talk in the barbershop or whatnot. But just not having that baseball team here, knowing that you're driving by the Coliseum and there's going to be nothing. Like, I take my daughter to Disney on Ice at Oracle Arena. And you park in that lot and you see what's around there. And it gets depressing every time I go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just literally like signs are falling off, screws are popping out, rust is building all over the place. There's spider webs everywhere. It's just like, man, what was the state-of-the-art facility for so long is now this just dump. It's just a dump. And they allowed it to happen. John Fisher allowed it to happen. So shout out to 49ers Old Shasky. That was really, really powerful right there.
Yeah, I was thinking about all their different playoff runs and all the different moments. And, you know, I walked into the studio today and Spadoni and I were talking and we're just like, close your eyes and think about moments. And like one of the many moments that I think about is Josh Hamilton missing that ball. I'm like, Josh Hamilton was one of the best players on the planet, and the A's had this magic, and they caught them, and to have that happen in that situation on that day in the sun, and how beautiful the stadium looked, and how vibrant the crowd was, and how raucous it was, and it was like a perfect encapsulation of what could have been had they actually invested in everything, and no that particular run of Giants. I remember when they went up against the Twins and Zito had that monster playoff series, and it was like, as a Giants fan, I was like, I want Zito, because he was going to be a free agent. And I remember how awesome that team was that they knocked out the Minnesota Twins. They had Joe Mauer and Torrey Hunter, and I mean, that was a sick team, and the A's just dismantled them.
Yep. No, they were sick. There's a lot of memories here. If you want to share them, 888-957-9570. We got a good guest list today. Jermaine Wiggins from WEEI, the Greg Hill Show. We know Jermaine. We've gone back and forth with him for a couple years now. We'll discuss the Patriots with him, what they're looking like defensively, offensively. Matt Lively, who had a smashing debut on the Morning Roast a week ago. He'll join us here. He's going to bring the heat at 9:20. Jermaine Wiggins will be 8:30. Matt Lively, 9:20 on the River Islands guest line. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Oscar and Stockton on the other side. And then we'll keep it moving here with the A's. If you want to share memories all throughout the day, go ahead and give us a call, 888-957-9570. The floor is yours, because I can't imagine what a lot of diehard A's fans are going through this morning, knowing that their last game is going to be at 12:30 against the Texas Rangers today. Against another AL West rival. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Metallica in the
center field. Hamilton started back, now comes on. Oh, way up there, and Hamilton drops the ball. In to score is Chris. In to score is Drew. Cespedes puts the brakes on at second, and the A's take a 7-5 lead on a dropped fly ball by Josh Hamilton.
Well, during a day game, there's a lot of sun up there. Hard to say how the sun affected Josh on that play. It looked like he had it under control.
Hey, it's Verducci from EDH, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Sprinkle me, man.
Fox Sports Texas, down there in Dallas. Yeah, they didn't sound too happy there as Josh Hamilton dropped that pop-up in the sun. Day game and the A's rally to win the AL West and advance to the playoffs, man. What a season that was for the Oakland Athletics. Josh Hamilton had a run. It's like a meteor, man. Just came through, boom. 3-4 years and kind of fell off again with the Angels, but a lot of tradition, a lot of good memories in Oakland, California as they get ready to play their last regular season game. We will shift the 49ers Patriots next couple minutes here, but let's get some calls, Shasky. Let's get the calls here as the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's get to Oscar in Stockton, then we'll get to Nick in San Jose. Oscar, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Oscar?
Oh, man, I was just reminiscing about the A's, man. Back in the day, I grew up in Oakland playing Little League Baseball sponsored by the A's. I remember my mom taking me and all my 4 brothers to the championship games, watching Burt Cup and Nears, Rudy, Joe Rudy, you understand me? Joe Green. My thing is that the new owner, he never invested in the community. And one thing about me and the rest of my fellas that grew up in Oakland playing Little League Baseball, I couldn't grasp of the players because every year we have a winning team, he get rid of everybody. And it just fell off that, I can't continue to watch and support an owner who just doesn't care about the fans. I mean, fans have been around for many years watching. I grew up on Ricky Henderson. You understand me? Sal Bando. You understand me? This how, and now just to fathom no A's at the Coliseum. Oakland is just, it's sad. It's a sad day, and for the baseball world not to step up and do something about it. Sacramento don't have no stadium. I live in Stockton. I go by that little stadium. That is nothing. That's not a baseball stadium. This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. They don't care nothing about the fans, man. That's sad, man.
Will you still root on the Oakland A's, or are you done? Are you done with baseball?
No, I can't be done with baseball. I can't give up on the players. The players didn't do it.
Yeah.
It's the owners. I'm not going to. Financially, it's going to be hard for me to go watch them play. But I have lost interest in baseball. Because like you say, the Giants, they're not doing anything. You know what I'm saying? They go back and forth now, and it's like baseball in the Bay Area. It's always been there. It's sad. I grew up playing with Brian Johnson. He played for the Giants.
Yeah,
we all
Skyline Titans. Yeah,
exactly. So baseball in the Bay Area was rich. It was rich from Little League all the way up. And, and I got nephews playing baseball now. It's sad. You know what I mean? Like my brother said, we can't go to the games no more. This is the last day. It's like ridiculous, bro. It's like ridiculous. Coliseum, no Raiders, no Warriors. It's like, wow, man.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, it's tough. That's tough.
I don't know what to say. Like, you were talking about Candlestick, and I remember, the whole build up to Candlestick, and pictures on my phone come up all the time. When you go do Google Photos, they'll be like, memories on this date, 9 years ago, 15 years ago. And that's why I started the show with the whole tradition thing. It's like, you underrate sports and the traditions, and maybe it's not like your normal traditions, but like it is a tradition to a degree of things that you do with your family. It's part of the bonding and your friends, and you really don't realize how much of an effect it has on your life and your positivity and your feel good until those things get ripped away. And I know they call it the toy department of life, like sports, just in general. It's more than that, though. Right? It's more than that. Like, to me, it's the commonality, the common bond. What other places in society, Bonte, do you show up 60 50, 40,000 deep and high five strangers.
Yeah.
Like, when you tell me where you're all dressed up, ready to go, like in your gear, and whether your team wins or loses in baseball, the whole flow out of the stadium, there's nothing like it.
Nothing like it.
And like, there was nothing like outside of New York and some other places. Philly has this, but like the whole BART walk, over the ramp. Iconic. The smells. Like, all I think of is the smells. The barbecue smells, the weed smells, sometimes the urine smells, the smells coming out, people, hawking stuff and hustling stuff, and just the whole vibrance of that parking lot. And it's one of the last great big parking lots. In sports, as we try to like eliminate tailgating, which sucks. And so I really do feel for everybody in that community. And to your point about that area, it's like that was the seminal piece of that area, that stadium and that parking lot.
Yeah, you make a good point about the traditions of high-fiving people and going. And one thing that's underrated, not only just walking out together, whether it's a loss or a win, and you're chanting, you're talking trash after a win, or it's dead silent after a loss, and you're trying to figure out what happened, but also just getting ready for a game. All these fans who have been attending these baseball games for many, many years, when you get ready for a game, the anxiousness, the anxiety of driving to a yard and you're waiting for that stadium to get into your view, right? You're driving, you're like, man, where are we going to get here? I can hear my daughter now saying, Papa, are we there yet? Are we there yet? And then that stadium pops up. They're like, all right, we're going to a game, baby. And it's game time. You're going to meet some friends there. You're going to see first pitch. You're going to see the first dribble tip off. You're going to see kickoff. That anxiousness of getting ready for a game. When you throw on your gear, when you take your shower, you're like, all right, what jersey am I wearing? What T-shirt am I wearing? What hat am I wearing? That's now being eliminated. The little things when you get ready for a game, because sometimes that's better than the actual game.
No doubt. You're now making me get real nostalgic, because like, one of my favorite things, my dad and I used to bring our gloves. This is a Candlestick. And, like Oakland, I see a lot of people bring their gloves, and they're playing catch out in front. You see this at Levi Stadium now, where kids are playing football catch. And I'm the guy, and I know you do this too, because you're like me. Hey, I'm open. And you're like, throw me one.
Random kids.
Random kids.
And
always it's my favorite thing in the world. And the next thing you know, you and your boy are lining up, and you're doing routes, or you're playing catch, and it gets a little more serious than it should as you're in your jeans. Yeah, all that's going away. And to your point about like just the vibe heading in, there's nothing like the endorphin kick-in of walking through a lit parking lot. And when I mean lit, I mean like everybody is cranked up. There's just no feeling like it.
You get in there, you walk through the turnstiles, you walk through the gates, you get your brew, you get your soda, you get your nachos, you get your whatever it is. And when you first get to your seats, and you look onto a field, whether it's football, basketball, or of course, obviously, and there's about 35 minutes till first pitch, or 35 minutes until kickoff, or there's 30 minutes until tip-off, and you're watching all the warm-ups. So you see the video board, and you see the stadium fill up slowly but surely. You're like, all right, we're starting to rock and roll, baby. It's starting to get going. That's all being taken away. It's all being taken away. So every little thing, whether it's the game, getting ready for the game, leaving the game, meeting new friends, maybe some people met their wives there, some people met their husbands there. It's just a lot going down the drain that you cannot create anymore unless you become a Giants fan. Today's not the day to be like, hey, fans, become a Giants fan. I'm not doing that. You fan how you want to fan, but the fact that all those traditions are going away today, and by 4 o'clock, an A's fan will not be able to get ready for a game in Oakland, California.
I always think of like the trumpet or whatever the heck that thing is.
Vuvuzela that they use in the World Cup in South Africa.
2010 for South Africa, the Vuvuzelas, that's what they started doing in like 2012.
It was incredible. And then you'd get the "Let's go Oakland," whether you're walking across the bridge, whether you're in the bleachers, whether you're behind the dugout, or my other favorite part is after a game, I don't care win or lose, packed BART platform when everybody's waiting to get on the BART to just get out, go, just leave, and you're scrammed in like a sardine in a can in that BART. There's just nothing like it.
No, there's nothing like it.
The whole vibe when you see people as you're going to the game, and you see people in A's jerseys, or you see people in the team's union, and you just look over like, yep, we're going to the game. I don't know. There's just something about it.
You just look at somebody, you know it's on.
And you kind of give them like the little head nod.
You give them a little head nod, and you got your game
head nod.
and you got your game face on, and it's like you're your official game face. It's like we're wearing eye black and we're not even playing.
And you're like 9 stops away. Like, so you know what I mean? You're not even like close to the stadium. There's just nothing like it.
Let's get to Nick, and then we'll get to MC and Trucker George. Nick in San Jose. Not the Nick we know, a different Nick. What's up, Nick?
Morning, gentlemen. First-time caller, long-time listener. You guys are speaking my language this morning with the Oakland A's. I've been going to the Coliseum with my family. My dad really is the one who got me into baseball since Bash Brothers in like the late 80s. And, you know, we're going to the game today, me and my dad, and, you know, obviously got to send off the team in style and enjoy one last game out there in Oakland. You know, you guys, all these callers are, you know, I was jazzed up this morning when I woke up because I'm excited. I'm going to the game. Now I'm listening to all these memories flood back into my mind, and just based on, you know, all the calls and everything you guys are talking about, it's amazing and sad all at once. And, you know, I'm just looking forward to going out there today. And again, you know, Joe, you said tradition, hanging out with the family. Me and my dad, like I said, this is something we bond over, and he got me into baseball. And, you know, it's sad to see the owners make the decisions they made to, you know, move the team. Ironically, I moved up to Rockland just a couple years ago, but I commute back and forth to the Bay, so that's why I'm making San Jose. But it's bittersweet because, like, they're coming close to me, but am I going to go support them? You know, John Fisher giving my money when he's up there. So it's just a lot of emotions going through my mind right now. So, but I was there to the game where they beat Texas on the last game of the season with my dad. It was freaking electric. It was amazing. One of the just craziest times I've ever experienced in sports, you know? So,
you know, you're not alone in this. I coach a lot of baseball, and there's a lot of some kids, their dads or moms don't like baseball at all, but they come to all the games or whatever. Other ones, they're diehards, whether it's Yankees, Giants, whatever, like depending on where they're from. There's this one family who I'm thinking about real hard today, Leo Kaufman and his dad, and they're actually San Franciscans that are diehard A's fans.
Right.
Okay, this is going back because when he always tells me, when I was growing up, the A's were the best team. And his kid loves baseball. Great ball player.
Right.
And they've gone to so many games, and he's tweeted at me, and he's just seen the tradition, because I know he takes his kids to all these games and how much it means to them. Seeing it through their lens has just like, it's hit me hard. And I'm holding my little guy, and I'm talking to him, and he's telling me about how he used to take little Leo when he was my son's age, and that's how he became obsessed with baseball. He's a great ball player. He's 13 years old. He's going to be in high school soon. And I'm thinking about that bond amongst him and his dad, and how that was forged through A's games. And now his dad is at every one of our games. He's sitting, you know, front row.
Right.
He does what's called game changer. He does all the balls and strikes and everything. And I'm thinking, dude, this tradition is getting ripped away from them. And they've supported them at every single turn. I mean, these are the most loyal, diehard fans I can think of. And there are so many more of people out there like that. I'm getting emotional thinking about it. I love you guys, the Kaufmans.
Yeah, no, I think
people.
I think about guys, honestly, Dr. Elliot Schwartz, rest in peace, who was a longtime A's team doctor. He wore that green and gold like it was no tomorrow, man. He'd wear that thing at Warriors games, decked out in A's gear. I think about Uncle Townie, Chris Townsend, and what he tried to do to help Roxy Bernstein. You know, Ken Korak. This Contronio is done after the season.
It's crazy.
Done. Rick Tittle, you mentioned it. Rick Tittle. Guys who rode hard for the A's. Whether it's A's Fan Fest, whether it's the A's post-game show here on 95.7 Game, they rode hard for the Oakland A's. Hard. And I remember working with Rick Tittle when I first started here at 95.7 Game, and we were trying to talk Giants, and he knew nothing about the Giants. And I was like, damn, like, really? He doesn't know about... He was embedded in green and gold.
Of course.
Every example was Oakland A. And I was like, you know what? I respect that.
Well, I mean, you know, Greg Papa. And when I think of Greg Papa, I think of the A's and the Raiders.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know, I like, we don't have to pretend like he doesn't exist. Pepsi knows Coke exists.
Right.
So we know he exists. And so, no, like, your point is well taken. And, like, you know, I worked with Townie a lot. The guy loves the A's.
Yep.
Loves the A's. Yep. Rick Tittle loves the A's.
Yep.
I know I worked with him a long time, and to see them turn their back on a lot of those kinds of diehard people, it's a tough one to swallow.
It is. It is. It really is. You're listening to 95.7 Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You never know where the show will go. You know, you have a plan for a show, and then you get on the microphones, you say one thing, you start doing another thing, and next thing you know, there's a lot of A's fans who do want to call. And you know what? Who am I to turn my back on them? Who are we to turn our back on A's fans today? And you know, I know a lot of people, and I don't want to get into the business and the details of it all, but you know, as a station, we tried to support the Oakland A's. You know, unfortunately, business happens, right? And the radio station has to make a decision, and the relationship didn't go great. But I got to say, from my end of it, I love being part of a station because it was different for me. I'm a city kid. So for me to come over to the station, it was A's and Raiders.
Fonte.
The adjustment I had to make, and you know what? It was a lot of fun, man. I had a lot of fun at Raider and A's games, breaking them down and being able to watch them and being able to lock in on them and kind of being along for the ride there. I was sad when they left this station. I miss going to those games in the afternoon, getting preempted. Now we got a day off of work, but go over there to the Businessman Special, go see some great American League baseball. It's awesome.
Not to put too many things out there, but I got my start because somebody dropped the ball on a post game for the A's. All right. And I got in and we did some shifts and this, that, and the other. And the next thing you know, I'm working at night with Townie, and he brought me on. And, you know, I will love Townie forever for that. And the whole crew was A's fans at night. Yeah. It was Wes. Remember Wes? Worldwide Wes, diehard A's fan. Spadoni. I think Cole Reese was an A's fan as well back here, right? And obviously Townie every single day. I mean, I tell you, these A's. And if I hear about Puck and Lazardo one more time, my head was going to explode.
I've got the greatest Jesus Lazardo stat that not even Ray Fosse knows. That's coming up next.
I remember Papa and I, Jarrell Cotton had dealt in Kansas City.
Cotton.
And he looked like Pedro Martinez in that started Kansas City Kauffman Stadium. And we came on the show yesterday and said, are we watching the next Pedro Martinez? We had all these insiders on. It was like Jarrell Cotton's the next best thing.
Him and Franklin Barreto.
Franklin Barreto, man.
I was going to go Frankie Montas. That's where I thought you were going.
No, he's actually good.
There's been so many of them. And look, as a guy that I keep coming back. I get nostalgic because I go through with cards, baseball cards. I got all these baseball cards, right? And I'm a Giants fan. I always kept the A's ones. You know why? Because they had Ricky Henderson and Dave Stewart and Bob Welch and Gallegos and Steinbach, and it's the white cleats. They were iconic. The yellow with the green stripes, not the stirrups that were just white. No, the yellow sock with the green stripes. You know exactly what I'm talking about, with the white shoes.
Well, my mom, we didn't have a lot of money growing up, right? And we would always go to the Safeway on Church Street, and we have a book of food stamps. We go to Safeway food stamps, and when it was time to pay, I tried to walk away because I was so embarrassed about the food stamps, right? Because everybody would stop and look, and you're taking out the food stamps in a book or whatnot. It is what it is, right? But my first ever baseball sticker book, Jose Canseco was on the cover. And it was 40-40.
Oh, yeah.
And he's swinging so hard. And it was like this cartoon character.
He's a monster.
And so when A's games would come on Crown 4, they would come on the local telecast. I remember like it was yesterday when he hit that home run in the Sky Dome in Toronto in the fifth deck. I remember watching that live, and you hear Bob Costas on the call, and the baseball was like, damn, he hit it to the fifth deck. It was like, wow. Jose Canseco was like larger-than-life character. But my first ever sticker book, Jose Canseco was on the cover of it. And it was like, when I grew up as a Giant, growing up as a Giants fan, I always looked at the A's like, they're our big brothers.
No question.
We can't stay. They own the Giants.
You and I have talked about this probably 1,000 times. Best closer in the game, who was super unique, that no one had ever seen dominate the way he did in Dennis Eckersley. Also had 150 wins to go with 150 saves. And his numbers are video game-esque. They had Dave Stewart, the only man to shove Roger Clemens into a locker every single postseason, okay? They had Jose Canseco and Mark McGwire, and Mark McGwire was super young, and they was unbelievable. They got back Ricky Henderson. They had Hendu. They brought him back. They had so many great players. It's crazy. I mean, we haven't even brought up Carney Lansford.
I know.
Who's one of the
great third baseman.
Crazy man.
Mike Gallego.
Crazy man.
Mike Gallego, Walt Wise.
And then you had the manager who was out of his mind in Tony La Russa, but also propelled the game forward with evolutionary thinking about how to use a bullpen. And think of just how iconic. They should have won 3 in a row.
They should have.
They should have won 3 in a row.
Yeah, they should have beat the Dodgers.
88, 89,
they got smoked by the Reds. Got swept. Jose Rio in the blister. That's all I can remember about that series. But the Reds swept the A's. They were sick, though. The Nasty Boys, Norm Charlton, Rob Dibble.
They were sick? Of course they were sick.
Lou Piniella managing that team. Let's squeeze in a couple calls before the break. And we got a lot of people here. We'll get to everybody.
Incredible.
MC in the command center. MC, what's happening?
MC.
Hello?
What's up,
man?
MC?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
a very long time listener, and I haven't called in years. And you guys started tugging at my heartstrings because the Bay Area owes the A's a debt of gratitude because this station, 95.7, was the wolf. And the only time they stopped broadcasting music was to play the A's games. And a lot of names you guys mentioned a couple minutes before were all here for that.
Mm-hmm.
And all I got to say is a lot of us remember Dollar Wednesdays. You guys have a good day.
Dollar Wednesdays, Rupert Float Wednesdays. Real quick, let's get RJ at the Coliseum. RJ at the Coliseum. Then we get to the other lines here, the other calls on the other side. RJ, what's happening?
Is that me?
That's you,
My
RJ.
name is Andre. No, my name is Andre. But
Andre, okay, Andre, my bad.
So I'm on my way to the Coliseum now. I'm a worker, and I've been here 8 years, and it's real sad to see it go. I'm not the biggest baseball fan in the world, but I grew up in Oakland. I grew up right with the stadium, right next to the stadium, and so I went to some games. I've taken my current girlfriend on many dates, including one last night. I actually went on a double date with a friend of mine, and it's sad to see everything go. As far as us working there, it's like a lot of people are going to lose their jobs, but it's a lot of memories. My favorite memory is not even from the A's, it's from working at Raiders game and just seeing everybody come in. And we beat the Denver Broncos 2016, right after they won the Super Bowl. We knew that we were going to the playoffs, and we're losing out on a lot of things like that. So the city of Oakland it's just a sad day.
It is.
No doubt, RJ. No doubt. We'll break here. We'll take the calls. We'll shift the Niners and Patriots, but all throughout the show, we'll take your A's calls, man, because it is the last day in the regular season, and it just feels appropriate. It just feels appropriate to share your memories and to share how you feel today. It's a tough day for A's fans. We get it. It's a tough day, to be a citizen of Oakland knowing that you're losing another team here. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats?
possession. He's got it. Throw to first. He did it. He did it. Dallas Braden has thrown a perfect game. Holy cow, he did it.
Unbelievable. What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Glenn Kuiper, Ray Fosse. Ray Fosse, rest in peace. He lived and breathed Oakland A's baseball, green and gold, all through his veins. Ray Fosse, I miss that guy. I used to love seeing him at the studio at NBC Sports. You know, it's one of those figures. And obviously, Dallas Braden, perfect game. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Grandma in attendance. He told a story at the Positive Coaches Alliance this past, what was it, in March, I think? Maybe May. But anyway, he told the story, and he still gets you emotional about it to this day. But when I think about Ray Fosse, and I'm not going to lie, there's people you meet in this business, right, that you're like, wow, that's really him.
Yeah.
Right? And we all had those moments to this day. And when I ran into Ray Fosse at the studio, he goes, what's up, Bonte? And I'm like, wait, you know my name? Obviously, I'm on television or whatnot, but you don't think about it. I'm like, man, Fosse, what's up? This guy's been in my living room my whole life. Because as baseball fans, if the Giants game was early on the East Coast and the A's are playing at night, well, guess what? We want to watch baseball. It's live action. It's live action. I don't care if I have a rooting interest or not. We all watch the games. And so when Ray Fosse just chopping it up with him about baseball and shaking his head and everything, I was like, wow, that's Ray Fosse, dude. And I remember going to see, I was like, man, you know, oh, yo, you talking to Fosse? You like that? I was like, man, that's Ray Fosse, dude. But then he's a larger-than-life figure to me when it comes to Bay Area sports.
Absolutely.
Like him and Papa in that booth and Fosse throughout the times in Oakland, California.
He's Mr. A.
Yeah.
I mean, when I thought about, I mean, just for me, like the voice of the A's and obviously played for the A's. And when you are an iconic player who is also then goes on to have an iconic broadcasting career that overshadows how good your baseball career. I mean, he had a great baseball career. You know how many guys would die to have his career? And he was an even better broadcaster.
Yep.
And there was like this almost, Gary St. Jean has this quality too. You just can't not like the guy.
Right.
You know, when you see him and you see his smile and his whole character, it's like a cartoon. He's so lovable.
Yep.
Kruko has this about him, especially now that he's got the wizard glasses on and the beard. But like there's something about our baseball broadcasters that go into our living room every single day where they feel like they're a part of the family.
Yep.
And Bay Area has been so blessed with just tremendous broadcasters. Like just both Kuipers and I, obviously we know what happened with Glenn and stuff like that, but him and Fosse were so damn good, and I know how good Kruk and Kuiper are and the rest are like that, but I think of Ray Fosse, I think of him right there at the end of that call, just saying unbelievable, right? He used to say that all the time after a walk-off. He just laughed during a walk-off sometimes. And him getting so upset about poor catching is what I remember most.
Yep.
Hated the one knee, Joe Shasky. Hated because he prided himself on defensive catching.
100%.
That's what he hung his hat on, was that. Obviously, the play that he's most remembered for was the play that ended his career, basically, was Pete Rose running into him at the All-Star game.
His hands were huge.
Massive mitts.
Almost broke my head. He had mittens.
That's like what town he calls. He's got mittens.
He's got mittens, dude. It's just, he shakes your hand. He's shaking. I remember we were joking about Matt Chapman. He goes, boy, you better get together, man. He's not going to get that $300 million. I was like, Fosse, you're kind of cool. And he didn't pick my brain about the Warriors or whatnot. But, you know, I think about Fosse on this day, man. Like, he's up in heaven right now thinking, what are you doing? And the position that he was in, the position that Dallas Braden has been in, that's not an easy job right now to broadcast. Knowing what's going on around you, trying to keep it together and keep your team focused. Mark Cotte is a manager. He walked the field yesterday with his lovely wife, walked the outfield grass just one more time. I just, that's a tough position to be in if you're Dallas Braden in the Fosses of the world. You know what I mean?
Well, look at the most decorated organizations in baseball, right? Everyone's going to start with the Yankees. I mean, the A's are, if you just look at the history of winning, the A's are in the top 3 or 4, depending on how you look at the metrics, right? Whether it's division championships, World Series, you do the measurements however you want, okay? Amount of Hall of Famers, iconic players. And I think about this all the time, like how they don't have a stadium shrine to their legacy as an organization is just the most befuddling thing of all time. The Giants, like, I love Orlando Cepeda and Juan
Marichal
and all those guys. I was going to go Cepeda and I was going to go Gaylord Perry.
Yep.
But these guys also had a bulk of their career in somewhere else, right? Mays and Marichal and McCovey were lifelong Giants.
Yep.
For the most part.
Cepeda went over to St. Louis.
Yeah,
won a World
some
Series.
of his best years were in another jersey, but whatever. Needless to say. Bro, think of the statues. Now I know Reggie went on to go to the Yankees.
Yep.
You could have a Reggie Jackson, a Ricky Henderson, a Mark McGuire. You could have a Catfish Hunter. I mean, go right down the list.
Joe Rudy, Sal Bando, Bert Campaneris. I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
We could go on. Vida Blue, one of the greatest. I think he's the last guy to get a base hit in the American League as a pitcher. Like so many different people that you could choose over the history of time. Dennis Eckersley. I mean, it's sad that they're not able to have a place to represent their rich Oakland tradition, because that's like the 70s and 80s, they dominated sports.
Oh, dominated. I mean, dominated. They were the team in the Bay Area with that beautiful, iconic view of the Oakland Hills. And you just looking over there, it was just beautiful, picturesque. You had the grass in the outfield, perfect bleachers. The fact that they don't have an 8, because that's one thing that is cool about going to other stadiums. I always like San Diego Petco Park. It's a small Hall of Fame, but they got the statue in center field, Mr. Padre, Tony Gwynn, but they got their little small Hall of Fame. So you walk through there and you get the history of the San Diego Padres. One of the favorite things I do at stadiums is, where's the Hall of Fame? Where's the statues? What's what? Where's the plaques? Who's who? You look when we go to the Warriors practice facility, whether it's at down here at Chase Center or in Oakland at the Rackton Performance Center. You see Wilt Chamberlain, you see Al Adams, you see Rick Barry, you see Bully, you see Rub TMC, then you see the Currys and the Clays and the Draymonds and the KDs and the Livingstons. You're right. They dropped the ball on that for so many years, not having anything. Just Ricky Henderson field on the grass. That's it. Holy Toledo, when all the lights don't even light up on the side.
It's sad. It's sad. And it's an indictment of them never reinvesting in their past, current, or future.
They faked it. They tried to fake it.
Fake it? I don't even think they tried to fake it.
Well, they did. The whole Rooted in Oakland.
I don't think they even tried. Like, it's one thing. Like, I always joke around. I always, when I used to try to, not do homework, I would do this big faking thing about pretending about how I never did homework, right? So I would fake
you
about
and I
how
both.
if I just put a little bit of the effort into faking it to actually doing it, I would have accomplished the project. They didn't even fake it. They didn't even put enough energy into faking it. That's the part that bugs me.
My guy, Marquise Gillette, still gets on me to this day. Shout out to Marquise out there selling the retro gear. I one time wrote an essay 30 minutes before a class on paper. It got a B+. He worked all night on it, got a C-. And I love you, Marquise, but he kind of was like, this soggy-ass paper, he got a B+ on it. He didn't even try. I was like, yeah, actually, I did try. I did it 30 minutes before a class. But to your point about not doing homework and just putting a little effort into it, it's like, wow, I got a B+ and I put a little effort into it.
32 minutes of effort.
32 minutes
for
of
a project I had 12 weeks to work on.
Exactly.
That's always my classic.
Shout out to Ms. Brewer for giving me that B+ on that paper.
I have a feeling we were all very good in English class because it's all essay driven and a lot of it is BSing something you might not have a good handle on the subject. So I have a feeling for that. If it was a Scantron and you had the E option, we probably weren't doing very well. But just some of the A stuff you guys were mentioning, last month, they were honoring Miguel Tejada in his MVP season, right?
One of the sickest players of that generation that everyone forgets about.
2 decades. And they even promote it. I didn't even know that was happening. It was during the Babe Ruth series. That was the last game I ended up going to at the Coliseum. I wanted to have that memory just because it was just a great game. It was Birdsong versus, I don't even remember the guy's name who was pitching for the A's.
The lefty.
He was dealing he had 6 perfect innings.
Who was the lefty?
Exactly.
Yeah,
I don't even know his name. 888-957-9570. Osvaldo Bedell, thank you.
Oh, Bedell.
Bedell. Yeah, he was really good. But I didn't even know they were retiring. And they had everyone out there, right? They had Canseco. They had all the guys just doing their speeches about Miguel Tejada. I didn't even know what was happening. So that's just goes to show you, right? They don't even care.
They had Tejada, Chavez, and Giambi.
Unreal.
With the big 3.
Yeah.
I don't want to, that's the biggest misnomer about Moneyball, and Sam and I were arguing about it. I go, look, you can find a Scott Hatterberg. Scott Hatterberg had if we were talking the impact, they had Tejada, Chavez, Giambi, with the big 3.
Yes, but obviously they weren't all making as much as that was the whole point.
No,
the
I get it.
I understand what you're saying.
Later on, Jermaine died, but remember Jason Giambi had to walk off home run against the Yankees, and they swept the Yankees on a weekend series. Giambi had to walk off in the bottom of the ninth. Then he goes like, wow, the A's are legit.
Giambino.
And to their credit, like what they would do is they would take the David Justice, the Frank Thomas, and they'd shine him up. And like I was thinking about Frank Thomas in that playoff series. He was sick. He was great all year.
What about Jermaine Dye?
I loved Frank Thomas with the A's. He was a fantasy stud.
Jermaine Dye was an underrated Oakland Athletic. Very underrated. Jermaine Dye was underrated with the A's. Get to the calls in just a second. Most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. It's Hip Hop Made the Bay. Hip Hop Made the Bay, starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Both Thugs, and DJ Quick. Friday, November 1st at the SAP Center. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Let's go to Christmas Tree. Then we'll get to Jacob, Mike, Birds. Got a lot of people want to talk here. Christmas Tree, what's happening? Christmas Tree.
Are you there?
Jacob in San Jose. What's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? First time caller. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Oakland A's. One last time before they get out of here. My parents took me to the stadium when I was young. I think my first time there was about 2007. Raiders versus Browns. They won off of a blocked extra point. Ever since then, I fell in love with it. I used to go watch Josh Donaldson, Manny Machado go at it. I remember him hitting a couple walk-offs. Those games were sick, man. So I'll always keep those memories alive. It sucks that they're leaving. I still have hope that maybe that Vegas deal falls through and they stay. So you guys never know.
The 2006 Frank Thomas, first year away from the White Sox. 39 jacks, 114 RBIs, 81 walks, 81 strikeouts, batted to 270, and was fourth in MVP voting. Are you kidding me?
So, true story here about that season. Fantasy baseball. I'm bringing to fantasy baseball. So I had Frank Thomas, and he was struggling. Remember, he got off to a terrible start.
Well, he was washed in Chicago.
He was washed with the A's the first part of the season. I dropped him. It's like, you know what? He's done. I'm a big hurt. It's been fun. That same week, I think they either went back to Chicago or they played the Yankees. And he started going crazy. I mean, I swear to God, Shasky, I dropped him. I was like, he's done. And he got red hot and was like, oh, Big Hurt's back. And I'm sitting there kicking myself thinking, wow, I'm a dumbass. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I remember that year like it was nothing.
Listen
like it was
to
yesterday.
This team on the 06, and this is going to bring back memories. Dan Johnson at first, Mark Ellis at second, Bobby Crosby shortstop.
Wasn't he rookie of the year, Bobby Crosby?
Yeah.
True story. That second year, not to cut you off, Harold Reynolds, Baseball Tonight, I'll never forget, they were giving their AL MVP picks. Harold Reynolds was like, I got Bobby Crosby winning the AL MVP award. He was that good.
He was a video game stud in 05, the Albert Pujols MLB game. Swisher, Kotze, Milton Bradley with Frank Thomas. And here's who on the bench. This is great. The bench is, Jay Payton, that's a name, Mets fans. Yep. Marco Scutero. Here's the rotation. Dan Herron, Esteban Loaiza, Joe Blanton, Zary Zito. Santiago Casillas on this team. Yep. That 06 team was sweet.
It was nice. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Mike in Santa Clara, what's happening?
Hey guys, sad day. Just so I grew up a Giants fan, but it's a sad day because my dad would always take me to A's games just to also learn and just teach me more about baseball. Plus, he also had a soft spot for the A's as well, but he was just a passionate baseball fan. But some of the best memories I had was also going there with him or my buddies, just tailgating with the fans. And I got to say, the A's have some of the most passionate fan base. And going with that, just some of my favorite fond memories were just going and seeing the Balfour Rage. The I Believe in Stephen vote, just how rhythmic that was. It just I even got into it. Even as a Giants fan, I would just start doing the Balfour Rage or just chanting the I Believe in Stephen vote. But I think the best memory that I had was actually I was there for the Dallas Braden perfect game on for the Mother's Day thing. And at the time, my dad was dealing with dementia, and I asked my mom, what do you want to do? And she said that I want to take your dad to one more A's game before he doesn't remember anything. And so I took my mom and my dad there, and my dad was still not too far into the illness yet. and he was able to finally see a perfect game before he lost it. And so, and my mom was just like, she was so happy seeing him cheer and everything, tears going down. I'm not going to lie, I shed a couple as well, just watching my dad and watching that perfect game. So It's going to be a really sad moment for me just seeing, the A's leave. And like the last caller said, hopefully this Vegas thing falls through and they can just stay in Oakland. But thanks, guys. Thanks for letting me share.
It's a great call, and I think that goes back to the theme that we've had all day, which is like, and I'm not trying to turn it into religion. This is not what I'm doing, but like, for some families, sports is life. It's so intertwined.
I thought you were going to say sports is church.
No.
It's my church.
No, but sports is life, right? Like it's a lifestyle. It's, it's a communal bond that you share with strangers, but more importantly, it's something that you pass on to your family. And I go back to the traditions, and it's like sharing these moments with family members. Like a great example. This picture always pops up on my phone all the time. It's the photo you guys used when my dad used to call in, and it's him leaning back over at a Giants game in his Giants gear with his Deadhead hat on, and it's an image that I'll never forget. I get teary-eyed thinking about it. And there's a lot of people that have that image that's not a photo on their phone of someone in their family etched in their head out at the Coliseum.
Let's go to Trey in the East Bay. Trey in the East Bay, what's happening?
Fellas, good morning, man.
What's up, Trey?
Hey, man, this is kind of difficult for me, man. Keep it real with y'all. I moved to California when I was 11 years old, 91. And I went to my first A's game with my grandfather, who passed away not too long ago. And I instantly fell in love with the A's, man. Watching Dennis Eckersley pitch, I've never seen nothing like that in my life coming from the East Coast. And I instantly fell in love with the A's, man. I played baseball as a kid, and I played baseball right down the street at Greenman Field off of Havens Court. And our backdrop was the Oakland Coliseum, man. So being a kid growing up in Oakland and seeing the A's right behind us while we're playing baseball was everything, man. And growing up, going to college, I ended up working at the Coliseum and ended up meeting my wife there. She worked there as well. And, we end up, having kids and having my kids come to the games growing up, and all they know was the A's. And, it's just sad, man. There's so many memories. Being down there 4th of July, watching fireworks on the field, just a lot, man. And people don't understand what this team really means to people from Oakland, and it's hurts a lot, man, for fans like me. And just wanted to share my memories with y'all, man. And just know we're gonna miss the A's, man. We really, really are.
Yeah. Hang in there, brother. Hang in there, brother. Let's go to Charles in Castro Valley. You can hear the emotion, man. I don't know what it's like to lose a team. I hopefully never experienced that, but you're a diehard A's fan. You're a diehard, you're leaving out of Oakland, California. Your team's leaving? Again, I almost jumped off the Niners ship for just moving to Santa Clara. They're going 40 miles away. I was hot, irate. I still drive by Candlestick thinking, what the hell is going on here? Now you think about what the A's are doing and how they've just slowly but surely just gutted out. They invested nothing in his team over the last 4 years. It's the modern-day Major League movie.
But his point about seeing the stadium in the neighborhood and playing ball. Like, we used to play ball at Gilman, me and my little brother at Gilman Park. We would play with St. Mary's Park, would play Gilman all the time. You felt like you were in Candlestick because it was right there in the backdrop. And now, as an adult, I used to always drive in the neighborhood. There's the stadium. There's the stadium. And when you don't see the stadium there, it is still weird to this day. When I take 101 and I'm coming up north from Brisbane and I don't see Candlestick, it bugs me.
Oh, it does.
It bugs me. And I know it sucked and a lot of people hate it or whatever. So for these people that live in the neighborhood, and when that stadium does get knocked down at some point, they're going to go what we've been going through, which is you look over and it's like, damn.
What's there?
It was the centerpiece of the neighborhood.
You know what bugged me was when they first tore down Candlestick and they just left it.
Oh, the ruins.
And it was just the ruins just out there. It was just... That's what we're going to do to Candlestick Park, really? Right there in that area? It's just, it was
like
nasty.
Leaving a dead body on the floor. You know what I mean? For a long time. Yes, I totally agree with you.
Let's go to, we get to Charles? Or no, we all right, Charles. Charles in Castro Valley. I saw you was on the line. What's up, Charles?
Good morning, Rose, fellas. Good morning, Rose.
What's up?
Listen, before I talk about 88 real quick, I got to go back and give props to that three-peat in the 70s for the A's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Haven't been done since, the Yankees in the early 2000s or whatnot, right? So got to give props up top to the A's for doing that big three-peat back in the 70s. It was before my time. But look,
'88 year, I remember they had that 25, 26, whatever game winning streak or whatnot. It was you guys triggered some old school nostalgia for me as a kid. We used to catch the bus, fellas and I, to the A's game, and just being able to have these opportunities to have these kind of memories of just watching history unfold at the Coliseum has always been near and dear to my heart, right? So, the lineup that, you guys have mentioned throughout this morning, with Ricky Henderson, Carney Lansford, Jose Canseco, Mark McGuire, Terry Steinbach, Ron Hassey, old school catcher off the bench. He used to be the smoothest hitting dude or whatnot. I just love the history of the A's, and it sucks that they're no longer going to be a part of that history in Oakland. But I appreciate you guys for giving A's fans the opportunity this morning to tap in and talk about just everything that meant something to somebody as far as a specific game or just the journey through BART or bus or car or whatever through, the Coliseum and just celebrate with the other A's fans. So, you guys are doing something really, really special this morning, and I want to acknowledge that. And before, I go, I got to tell you both that a lot of times, when we have like radio stations like this and what you guys are doing, the energy you guys are giving is triggering us to either call in, send text messages or whatnot. And again, I want to thank you both for creating a platform where we can be able to come in and talk about it in a safe space and just enjoy the memories that we always have. So, Morning Rose, I appreciate y'all.
Hey, before you go, when I think of the 88 A's, I know this is random because I used to collect cards. It's the Donruss green practice jersey, bat in hand over the shoulder, Dave Parker card. I don't know why. It always, like when I think of the 88 team, I think of Dave Parker. I don't know why.
And rest in peace, Dave Henderson. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, come on, Shasky. You got that, bro. And I don't know if I still had that, but I know I got the rookie Mark McGuire card, and I love Terry Steinbach, man. Like, and I got a chance, us fellas sneaking in to the bottom level and just before the game started or whatnot. And I remember Carney Lansford just came in and, shook our hand or whatnot. And it was, man, come on, man. Those memories are epic, man. But yeah, Dave Parker, come on, Shasky, that's legendary.
I knew you'd like that.
Dave Parker, Dave Stewart, Bob Welch, Storm Davis, Kurt Young, Dennis Eckersley. I mean, they had dudes in Oakland. They had dudes. They had our boy Stan Javier for a second. Yep. Remember that?
Don
Stan
Baylor.
The Man Javier. Don Baylor was there.
I mean, I'm talking like randoms.
Don Baylor, true story, Don Baylor, the first autographed baseball I've ever gotten.
Really?
So he was managing.
He the Rocky? Yeah,
he was with the Rockies.
Yeah.
And I was waiting there.
Most hit by pitches ever.
Waiting there. And then Don Baylor stopped and goes, hurry up, man, let's go.
I love
and he had
Don
this
Baylor.
fat ring on. I was like, what? Who is that? He signed Don Baylor. I didn't even know who it was. And I did some research. It's like, oh, that was his ALCS ring, Don Baylor. And then Robbie Thompson stopped. He signed the baseball. Barry Bonds just drove right by, of course. But that's Barry B, man. He got things to do. Don Baylor, wow, what a pull.
I mean, Tony Phillips, Glenn Hubbard. There's so many names from that A's team. Because, again, I would collect cards, and because they were the local team, you always kept them.
You always, no doubt. Always had A's cards. I was jealous of the A's growing up.
Oh.
They had all the good players. All the good players. Burns and Fremont. What's happening? And even then, with the A's being better than Giants, their high schools were better than high schools in San Francisco. And they took that pride of being Oakland, like, yo, we're coming to the city and we're kicking your ass. And they dominated Trans-Bay Series for so many years when it came to baseball. It wasn't even funny because Skyline had a great program. Let's go to Burns and Fremont. What's happening, Burns?
Today, I am the greatest. I mean, come on, fellas. Ricky Henderson, today I am the greatest.
Man of Steel.
Hey, listen, like that other caller said, thank you for this platform, man. I'm 53 years old. Born and bred in Fremont. My parents in the summertime would either want me to get out of the house or something, but would let me go with my friends. We'd hit BART and we'd go up to the Oakland games all the time. Man, it hurts a little bit, but I can remember one of the greatest two times I'll tell you guys about. One, me and my buddy. This is back in the day when the Coliseum sold Coca-Cola in plastic or paper cups.
Wow.
We tore out the bottom of the paper cups, and we were in right field. And the whole game, me and my buddy would just go, Dusty, 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 through paper cups. You think that this would drive Dusty crazy. Nope. Dusty came over, threw us a ball, man. And I don't know if that was just for us to shut up or what, but that's the kind of stuff growing up. I'd go to A's games. We'd go all over the stadium. I mean, all over the stadium. Access. I remember going into an elevator, right? An A's elevator up to the broadcast booth. You know, we're not supposed to be there. The doors open. Who is it? Bill King. Wow. You think Bill King's all, hey, you guys ain't supposed to be here? No. He jumps in the elevator. We go down, talking to us the whole time. He jumps into an orange Vega and takes off, man. One of the nicest guys. I mean, I can't. There's so many times A's. I mean, I know you guys hit the big players, but I remember like Mike Norris and all these guys. There's so many memories, you know. Yep. It is a shame, but honestly, Bay Area, listen to me, Bay Area. If you know an A's fan, and I'm going to throw in a Raiders fan or a Warriors fan, we have lost all our teams. You show me another city anywhere in this country that has lost all 3 teams from one city. That hurts, man. That really, really hurts. But I love you. I love all the A's fans. We're going to make it. We're going to make it out of it, man. Just everybody. Just think about those good times, man.
There it is. Think about the good times.
I was going to say the random players, it feels like, you know, like the Kurt Suzuki year. You know what I mean? Like it's those random guys. Brandon Inge. You know, those
Brandon Moss.
Yeah, exactly.
Brandon Moss
right?
had a year.
You're an A's fan.
Scott Kazmir. Yeah.
Scott Kazmir.
I mean, the great players they're obvious, right? They're great players, but there's always the random ones that catch your heart. Coco Crisp with the hair. There was something about Coco.
Well, Coco, before he got on base, Seth Smith had to get on base for him to do that. And Seth Smith had the game-winning one to send it to Game 5 in 2012 ALDS, and obviously Justin Verlander shoved. But Burns, the last caller, how can we not play the speech if he just mentioned it?
That's
Ricky Henderson,
one of the all-time.
One of the all-time great speeches in sports history.
By the way, he did this at 31 years old in the middle of his career like Jerry Rice. He shattered Lou Brock's record in the middle of his career.
Yep.
Not the end.
No big bases either back then.
Yeah.
Lou Brock was a symbol of great base stealing. But today, I am the greatest of all time. Thank you.
Dude, you know.
Stop the game. Middle of the game. It's great. I love it.
Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Guru and I got to meet Ricky. We took a picture with Ricky, and Ricky was being Ricky. He was unbelievable. Running material, left and right. He was hella cool.
How tall is he?
He was shorter than us. I mean, he's a lot older, so I'd have to ask Guru. He looked like he was 5'10", maybe 5'11", but he's still as fit as possible.
So there's still hope for us short people, huh?
Well, the guy's legs were also tree trunks.
Right.
I'm convinced he would have been a Hall of Fame running back if he didn't choose baseball. I'm convinced.
He would have been. He would have been. And he had the shades on indoors because Ricky could get away with doing that.
Of course.
Ricky's being Ricky. But I'm getting a lot of random names here. Terrence Long. And unfortunately,
was sick.
Unfortunately, my memory of T. Long was getting thrown out by Ichiro.
Yeah.
No, getting thrown out by Ichiro. When we didn't know who Ichiro was, and he threw out Terrence Long from right field, it's like, oh, this guy might be legit.
Who did Terrence Long crash into in the outfield? Or was that his ball that he hit that the Boston Red Sox guys crashed into each other?
I think it may have been that. It may have been that. Ben Grieve. Todd Van Poppel. Todd Van Poppel was supposed to be legit. Ariel Prieto. Remember him?
Yeah.
Remember him? Travis Buck. Wow, there's some great names here. Let's go
Travis Buck.
There's some great names here. Jack Cust.
Hey, 32, he hit tanks, though.
He was a lumberjack.
If you say Jack Cust, I immediately go to Matt Stairs.
Jack Cust is like one of the ultimate, sorry to cut you off, Ponte. He's one of the ultimate born in the wrong eras player.
100%.
If Jack Cust came around 10 years later, he would have been one of the most sought after players in baseball.
Farhan would have loved him.
He would have. Farhan would have given him so many player options.
The original Darren Ruff.
He was the OG 3 true outcomes player, man. Jack Cust.
Speaking of Farhan.
Sam getting so excited and aroused.
The Jack Cust era of A's baseball. That was right when I was in middle school, and it was just such a wild time.
Old Station, we used to have his bobblehead. We used to have all his bobbleheads. We had a Jack Cust one.
Him and Johnny Gomes.
Yeah, Johnny
Gomes. Petaluma's finest.
Speaking of Farhan.
Started with his career with the A's.
Are we T-4 days away from him being let go?
I have a feeling. Well, I'm not going to say it on there. I wouldn't be surprised if today's the day.
To overshadow the A's last day in Oakland.
Knowing how the Giants operate, I would not be surprised if today's the day.
That'd be so cold-blooded.
That would be cold-blooded. Let's go to the
multiple layers.
It's be unbelievable.
By the way, on Ricky Henderson, though, it is to be an Oakland boy, to play for the Oakland A's multiple times. And if you ask me, if I'm starting a team, the history of baseball, and I need a leadoff guy, there's not a doubt in my mind I'm going Ricky Henderson as the ultimate all-time. Every player, any league, whatever you're doing, all-time. There's not a question in my mind. Ricky Henderson's the leadoff batter. Think about that. This is an Oakland-born boy.
Well,
played for the Yankees and the A's multiple times. Both was the greatest base stealer ever. He's the greatest leadoff hitter as well.
Well, what about a postseason pitcher? And you got to give the ball to somebody. Why not Oakland's own Dave Stewart?
Oh, he's on
Think
the
about
list.
Dave Stewart going to the Dodgers,
Absolutely.
learning the game from some veterans, Dusty Baker taking him under his wing, and then becoming an Oakland Athletic and becoming a dominant postseason pitcher. You want to start lead off with Ricky Henderson? That's fine. I got no problems with that.
I mean, who's even second?
But in my postseason staff, if I got 5 guys in the postseason I need to give the ball to, well, Dave Stewart's one of those guys.
No question.
He's one of those 5 guys. Let's go back out to the lines here. Derek in Arizona. Derek, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for the time. Love the show. Love all the memories. I'm 46. Grew up in the 80s going to A's games, taking Bart, getting Togos with the family and going up there and hanging out and tailgating. But I got 2 quick memories and 1 quick story to tell you guys. I know you have a lot of callers. So 2 of my favorite memories from A's games is we would go to the bleachers because we couldn't afford the good seats before Mount Davis was there. And we would stomp on the bleachers, stomp on the metal. And they would always play the Giants every year, the Bay Bridge series in spring training. And I'll never forget, whenever the Giants were on defense and Brett Butler was in the outfield, they would chant, "Butler is a loser." All the bleachers in that area in center field, "Butler is a loser, Butler is a loser." And then Dave Henderson was out there when the A's were on defense, and they would chant, "Hendu is a bad boy." And this went on all game, fellas. And towards the 7th inning, towards the end of the game, Brett Butler finally turned and flipped the guys off in the bleachers under his glove. It was hilarious.
Oh, that's great.
So I'll never forget that. That was fantastic. And another great story, not to bring you guys down, but so my brother passed away 6 years ago, but we went to A's games all the time as kids, and we went for my birthday. My mom took us for my birthday, and it was a great game. A ton of home runs. I think they played the Indians. Great game, but during BP, we would always get there early and want a foul ball or a home run ball. So Mike Bordick was out there warming up, and my brother was like, "Hey, it's my brother's birthday. It's my brother's birthday." And Bordick tossed him a ball. My brother kept the ball. He didn't even give it to me. I was like, "What? Dude, it's my birthday."
Yep.
So that was a good story.
Classic brothers.
Oh, classic, dude, classic. And then I currently work for Gilbert Fire Department, and I work with Clay Bellinger. I'm not sure if you guys recognize the name. Cody's dad, but Clay played for the Yankees in the early 2000s and all that. And he has 3 or 4 rings.
Wow.
But anyway, Clay was at that game where Jeter did the old overthrow, caught the ball, flipped it over. Giambi should have slid, would have been safe. So I always give Clay a hard time. Hey, dude, if Giambi would have slid, he would have been safe. He's like, nah, no way. But fast forward, we played in a Gilbert PD, Gilbert Fire Department charity softball game when Field of Dreams first opened out here in Gilbert.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll never guess who the celebrity guest was for the game.
Let me guess. Jose Canseco.
Jeremy.
Jeremy. I was trying to pull.
Giambi. And I wanted to go back. I wanted to go so bad up to him and say, "Jeremy, why didn't you slide, bro?"
He has to hear that. Well, he passed away.
Oh, man. Brutal. But hey, thanks for the call. Thanks for taking the calls, fellas. Yeah, sad day, but looking back at the memories, great times.
You know what I want to hear from? If we can get Shooty Babbitt or Bit Roberts on. Shooty or Bit.
I love Shooty.
Because they've been representing on NBC Sports California alongside Brody Brazil and Dave Stewart. I just ran into Shooty at the studio a month and a half ago when we did the Al Attles special, remembering Al Attles, another legend that we lost here in the Bay Area. But I was talking to Shooty, and Shooty's just a breath of fresh air. He's a breath of fresh air, man. And he was Oakland, too. Now, he didn't have the career that Ricky Henderson had. He didn't have the career that Dave Stewart had. But he is Oakland through and through. So maybe we could get Shooty Babbitt on here a little bit later. But let's go out to the guest line here. We're going to get to Jose, Corey, Christmas Tree, Todd, everybody out there. We're going to let you on the lines here before we get to Jermaine Wiggins. But let's go to Hillary, who was at the game. Hillary from Boxer and Gerson, who I found out has a mutual friend in the same fantasy league. So hopefully, I'll just say her name, Teacher Jacqueline. Hopefully she's kicking your ass in the fantasy league, Hillary.
Well, if she has Raiders players, then she's kicking ass. But She's got Niners players. She's got a full injury report there.
Oh, well, Gardner Minshew, shout out to him.
Well, I'm calling live from the Coliseum parking lot. Been here since 6 a.m. We're out here at A3 broadcasting this call live to the entire A's lot.
Wow.
I went to the game last night. It was a celebration of life. It was fun. It was lighthearted. We shared great memories. Today's the funeral. Today is very emotional. I'd like to give a quick eulogy if you'll indulge me.
Absolutely.
All right. Today is a real tough day for A's fans. I'm talking about the fans who've grown up coming to the Coliseum. The ones who came for $2 tickets, $1 hot dogs on Wednesdays. The fans who remember the Bash Brothers, the 20-game streak, Balfour Rage, Bernie Lean. The people who know and love Banjo Man and Hal the Hot Dog Guy. Every person who is blacked out at a fireworks game at some point. The OGs who bought that $5 mixtape on their walk across the Coliseum Bridge, knowing full well they will never listen to it, or that $10 bootleg shirt with the A's logo that is slightly off-center. The green collar family who knows that the Coliseum parking lot is always 10 degrees warmer in the summer during tailgates. The fans that walk into their first game of every season and spend the game getting acquainted with new players' names, trying to commit them to memory before they get traded away. Today is for every one of us that hears Kool and the Gang celebration and immediately associates it with an A's win. If you're a real A's fan, today is tough, and we're hurting, and we are all mourning together. And if you're not one of us, today is not about you. We do not want to hear about how you also grew up loving the A's and going to their games. We don't want to look at pictures of you wearing a split hat to prove your dual Bay fandom, and we definitely don't want your pity. We want you to shut up, give us a big hug, and stop shopping at the goddamn Gap. Oakland forever, baby.
Wow.
Might be the best call she's ever had.
Mic drop. Hillary, good stuff. Always good to hear from you, Hillary. That's a hell of a call.
Wow.
Hell of a eulogy. Don't shop at the Gap.
I might cut that up and put that on social. It's so good.
Send it over to Boxer and Gershwin. That's pretty
incredible.
damn good. That is good right there. We got a lot of calls here. We're going to get
I've
everybody
never shopped
out
at the Gap personally. Just saying.
Well, I can't go into what I used to do at the Gap. Those who went to high school with me.
Don't talk about that.
Shout out to the front office. Shout out to Big Dog City.
Stop it.
Shout out to Da Vinci. Shout out to some of you who know about our stories at the Gap. Shout out to Six of Gary Gap.
Did you go to
one of a kind.
the final game at Candlestick?
I was not able to attend that game.
Okay, how about the final game at Oracle?
I was at the final game at Oracle.
Yeah.
Obviously in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And I watched Steph Curry and his entire entourage take a photo in the bleachers after the game.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson obviously sitting there. I was at the last game at Candlestick when Navarro Bowman had to pick at the stick, the pick six, heard around the world with Mike Tirico on the call. I was actually at that game. It was fascinating. Wasn't at the last game at Candlestick. Went to a game that season at Candlestick. But the Niners are still playing there, so it didn't hit me the same. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It didn't hit me the same because I knew the Niners would still be playing there, and the Giants had this new, beautiful ballpark. And it's like, yeah, about time they have a ballpark.
For the Warrior one, was there a lot of people crying in the stands?
A lot of people were
that
sad.
They lost a finals game, so it was so different.
Yeah, a lot of people were sad, but knowing that Klay Thompson had gotten hurt, knowing that Kevin Durant had tore Achilles, Warrior fans, I think, were just proud of the effort from that basketball team. They showed championship spirit, championship grit. But it was different. Like a lot of the ushers and a lot of the custodians would take pictures on the court. I remember Ramon, who we know, and Imani and all those guys, Grady and everybody, were taking photos saying, boy, we grew up here.
Yeah.
We grew up here. And so now there was a lot of tears, now that I think about it. There was a lot of emotions knowing that that could be the final game. And we knew that it was the final series at Oracle Arena.
Yeah, at Candlestick. For the Giants, it was very emotional. But for the Niners, it was way over the top. Because to your point, we knew it was the end of the stadium. It's going to be very emotional for A's fans today. Very emotional. And
how about this?
My heart goes out to them.
How about this? Terry Steinbach's going to call in about 5 minutes here on the Morning Roast. Terry Steinbach.
Fantastic.
Said some injury. So we'll get Terry Steinbach, longtime A's catcher, on the Morning Roast. Pardon me. We'll get to all the calls before we get to Jermaine Wiggins at 8:30 here on the Roast. But first, we got to get to the Boxer and Gershwin injury report. All right, some good news and bad news when it comes to the 49ers. The bad news is George Kittle was limited in practice yesterday as he continues to battle a hamstring injury. He is officially questionable for Sunday's game against the Patriots. But the good news is that Brock Purdy was a full participant in practice after being listed as day-to-day with back soreness. There's no doubt that Brock is on track to suit up against the New England Patriots this weekend as the Niners try to get back on track and snap a 2-game losing streak. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. The great Terry Steinbach, he'll join us on the other side of the River Islands guest line, plus your phone calls here on The Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line of Levi's Stadium.
sweep, but the Giants have certainly not made life easy for them tonight. It's a ground ball to the right side, speared by Phillips, flips to Eckersley. Yes, he's there in time, and the A's are the world champions.
Al Michaels on the call for ABC, the Bay Bridge series in 1989, where the Oakland Athletics swept the San Francisco Giants 4-0. Of course, the series was marred by the earthquake there, October the 17th, which delayed the World Series for 9 to 10 days there. But a member of that squad, which was legit, there's no doubt how good that team was, and they're probably going to win the World Series anyway. Terry Steinbach, he joins us here on the River Islands guest line. Do not forget that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And Terry, good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us on such short notice. But we're going through memories here with the Oakland A's, and obviously the last game at the Oakland Coliseum for the Oakland Athletics is today at 12:30 against the Texas Rangers. And a lot of people are sharing their memories, and a lot of people bring up your name. Terry Steinbach at catcher alongside the Bass brothers, and Carney Lansford and Tony La Russa, Ricky Henderson, a who's who of characters and a loaded roster. Terry, thanks so much for joining us today.
Oh, you bet. Thanks for having me this morning.
When I bring up the Oakland A's, obviously that moment right there is probably one of your fondest memories of winning a World Series. Obviously, you're a 3-time All-Star. But what else comes to mind when you think of the Oakland Coliseum and the Oakland Athletics?
I just think, in the era that we played, during my 11-year span out there with the Haas family, with Tony La Russa, with Sandy Allison, our GM, and all that, what I remember was just the great atmosphere that the Oakland Coliseum carried, the fans that came out there, the energy that they brought. And I was talking this past weekend, for a alumni event, and I'll never. I tell the story all the time when I went to Minnesota, and then we're going back out to Oakland to play, and my Minnesota teammates are going, "Oh, those fans are nasty out there," and I'm like, "What? The Oakland A's fans nasty? No way, But then when you go out there as a visitor, all right, and you're taking BP and you're shaking, and I can hear how intense and how enthused our fans were, and then I could go back to my Minnesota teammates at that time. Yeah, okay, I guess I know what you're talking about. But when we were playing out here, the fans were fantastic.
So, you're drafted by the A's, and your 88, 89, 90 teams were just, they were unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. And when I think about those teams, it was like star-studded. I was a Giants fan growing up, and it's like, wow, you got Mark McGwire, and you got Jose Canseco, and Ricky Henderson, and yourself, and I believe you were an All-Star Game MVP. It's like Dennis Eckersley, Tony La Russa. To say that you guys were star-studded and at the top of the sport is an understatement. What was it like being a part of those teams?
It was fantastic. That's probably as close to a rock star status that I've ever been with the cast of characters that you mentioned. You got to throw Dave Stewart and Ricky Henderson in there as well. Some local boys, but it was a real cool time to be playing. And it's you don't realize that while you're playing. Tony did a great job of trying to keep everybody focused on what our mission was, and our mission was very simple. It was just win. Tony didn't have a lot of rules. He didn't really care a lot. He said, look, just go out there and win. Play hard, try hard, and care about what you do. So we just went out there and we're having a good time. Defense is doing what they're supposed to do. Our pitchers are doing what they're supposed to do. The offense, is doing what they're supposed to do, whether it's move a guy over or get a guy in. We were just out this weekend with Carney and Ricky, and we used to laugh, how Ricky would get on first, Carney would take a pitch or two, he would steal second, Carney would hit him over to third, and then Dave Henderson would come in and drive him in, and we're winning 1-0. And it's not till this many years after we've been gone, and with what's happening to the Coliseum, that you really get a great chance to reflect, on we were pretty good. We did do a lot of good things, and you look at some of the numbers and home runs and defense, and it's like, yeah, that was a fun time to be out there playing.
No doubt. We're talking to Terry Steinbach, an All-Star Game MVP, 3-time All-Star, and of course a World Series champ with the A's in 1989. So I don't want to leave yourself short because you caught a lot of those great pitchers. You brought up Dave Stewart, one of the greatest postseason pitchers in my history, in my lifetime, for sure. You caught Bob Welch, who won 27 games one season. Dennis Eckersley, who I think walked like 12 dudes in 4 years. So for you being behind a backstop, what was it like catching these great pitchers? Storm Davis was on his staff at one point. What was it like for you to catch these legends that Dave Stewart, Eckersley, Welch, and they're on and on and on? You guys had great pitching to go alongside that great lineup.
Yeah, we got to throw Mike Moore out there, too. Him and Stu were game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4 winners in 89. Mm-hmm. But it was fun. I mean, I guess, and for me personally, my timing getting into the big leagues couldn't have been better. So here I'm a 1 to 2 to 3 year rookie, catcher, and I'm catching a staff like that. And they were gracious enough to work with me. Dave Duncan, our pitching coach, Renee Latchman, our catching coach. And we spent a lot of time, learning the art of game calling, learning how to run a staff, learning when to go out there and kick a guy in the butt, and learning when to go out there and calm a guy down. And, I give tons of credit to my 14-year career based on having those veteran pitchers, those fun guys that taught me, hey, this is how the game is played. This is what you have to do. And it doesn't mean there was a controversy. There was a couple of times I'd go out to talk to Stu on the mound, Dunk and Tony saying, hey, go talk to him. And I'd go out there and Stu would be like, Steiny, what the hell are you doing out here? I go, well, dang it, Stu, if you'd be getting guys out, I wouldn't have to come out here. And they go, turn around and go back there and catch it. So no, we had a lot of fun. And it was a fantastic staff to catch.
Yeah, Terry, you said you saw a bunch of the guys before, and just what's the sentiment? What's the sentiment from people that spent a big chunk of their primes as baseball players at that stadium in this community? Some of them, like Dave Stewart, Ricky Henderson, from the community originally. What's the sentiment about just what's happening right now?
It really sunk in this past weekend. I mean, I was out there a month and a half ago for the A's Hall of Fame induction and playing the Giants, and that was very, very hectic. Yeah, it's the last season. Yeah, okay. But, there's still like a month and a half left. But when we went out there on Sunday for the last alumni weekend, it happened to be a home game with the Yankees, and you're walking around the field and you're seeing, hey, this is it. We're talking to so many A's employees that we knew, security guards and parking lot attendants and front office people. And a lot of them, October 31st is it. And we're like, what? I mean, some of these guys have been here 30, 40 years. We knew our kids grew up in that ballpark. So when we went out to this weekend, it was very sentimental. It kind of hits you that this is it. I mean, our careers, what we did, big part of our family upbringing, was all took place in that stadium. And now, without getting into the political aspect or whatever, right. But this is it. It's today at 2:30. That's the last time games will be played out there.
Terry, you brought up the Haas family and you brought up Sandy Alderson, and obviously that front office, that ownership group were very involved, and they were really intense about winning, and they wanted to win at the highest level. When you look at what's happened over the last decade with this ownership group, John Fisher and Dave Kaval, what comes to your mind? Because it is really sad that you have an owner who's been basically absent throughout this entire stretch and is kind of hid there. What is it like as a player to know that you got an absentee owner? I'm sure you never played for one because you went to the Twins afterwards and they have a great ownership group. But what is it like from afar to watch an owner not give a damn about his organization?
See, it's hard to comment because you're not there. I read what people are writing and you listen to things that are being said. And for us, experiencing what we did with the Haas family was just through the roof. I mean, we had Mr. Haas would ask Tony, hey, do you think the players would mind if I come on the field and stand behind the backstop and watch guys take BP? I don't want to bother anybody. We're like, well, Mr. Haas, you're the owner. I mean, yeah, absolutely, come on down. And he was very, very approachable. He was very friendly. He was obviously very engaged with the fans. And if we needed a player, I'll never forget in '89 when we picked up Ricky halfway through the season. I mean, it was like, hey, Tony goes to Sandy goes to Mr. Haas. Hey, if we can get Ricky, we think we can win that World Series championship. And it was, yep, let's do it. So for me to go through here in Oakland and in Minnesota with the Polat family that are engaged, that are in tune with what the fans are saying and want to win, and then to hear what is being reported out of the Bay Area, that it just seems that there's a extreme disconnect. And I agree with you. I think it'd be very, very difficult to be in that position with a professional franchise and not realize or not know or understand what your fans, what the people that come and support you, what they're going through.
Terry, I understand this is a difficult question, and I admit it on the front end, but as a guy who was a part of some great teams, and you're one of the proud alumni of this organization, and the fans want to see you guys. Do you feel like they've done a good enough job, this ownership group, kind of, celebrating their past and making people like yourself feel welcome and a part of not just the present, but the future, and indoctrinating the new generation of fans to what their old legacies were?
I'm going to say, yeah. I mean, we've had our reunion teams. We've had our, I was fortunate to be on the top 50 player celebration that they had. I've been out there for a few of the other things they incorporated, like I said, myself in with the alumni weekend. So I think, I can comfortably say that for me, that in the last 10 years, ownership has not forgotten about the history of the A's. I mean, Cardinal Lancer is a good friend of Joe Rudy. I got to know Joe real well, and I know those 72, 73, 74 teams, I think, have been honored and recognized out there as well. I guess the question would be, where do we go from here? Yeah. What happens to that rich history? What happens to that winning tradition? What happens to the legacy that, 30 years of A's baseball? How do you blend that forward? How do you move that forward? I mean, does anything happen in Sacramento and if and when that stadium gets built in Vegas, what carries over, and I guess those are questions that, time's going to tell. We don't have the answer to that yet. And I'm not saying it's going to be bad. I'm not saying it's going to be great. It's just, we don't know. There's so many directions that the Athletics, I guess, moving forward after today, there's so many directions that they could go with that.
So before we let you go, what would your message be to the A's fans that are lined up right now at the Coliseum listening to the show? They're getting ready for this last regular season game. Yeah. What would your message be to them, Terry?
We got that question a lot this weekend, and my message to the fans would be thank you. I mean, the era that we played, we wouldn't have won our championships. We wouldn't have been as successful as we were if it weren't for our fans. I'm going to tell you a quick story here. I do a lot with ALS here in Minnesota. Kent Herbeck's dad died of ALS, and I told him that, hey, I got to catch an early flight Sunday to get out to the Coliseum for the last Sunday day game there. And he goes, man, he said, I just want to tell you one thing. He said, your stadium, Oakland A's Coliseum, had the best music, had the greatest fans, and he said when we stepped in there as a visiting team, that place was rocking. And, to me, coming from a non-biased guy, a guy who went out there back in our era, twice a year, we had the East, and the West. Mm-hmm. And he would make that comment about our fans and about our stadium. To me, that said a lot about the work that the ownership did and the support that our fans gave us for all those years. So I would, my quick message would be a giant thank you, to all of them that are going to be out there today.
Well, a lot of A's fans are thanking you for joining us today, and they bring you up all the time. We bring up those 88, 89, 90 teams. And sometimes we always talk about, man, they only ended up with one World Series, but one is better than none. And you guys had some legendary teams. But Terry Steinbach, you're a legend in a lot of A's fans' minds. And as a Giants fan as well, we knew who you were. You threw out a lot of guys, and you made life a living hell for a lot of American League base runners there. So, Terry, thanks so much for the time today, man.
Well, thank you, and thank you guys for all your support as well. I know you're in the Bay Area, but I mean, to me, there was both sides always promoted baseball. So again, thank you guys for what you've done.
Absolutely, Terry Steinbach here on the River Islands guest line. A lot of good stuff there. His message to the fans there. He's right, because when he started talking about the music at the Coliseum, I instantly thought about Oracle Arena. And one thing your favorite player, LeBron James, says, Shasky, I'm joking there, but LeBron will say, boy, it's always a vibe in Oakland. It's like a concert before the game. And they're trying to do that at Chase Center. But in Oakland, when you get to Oracle Arena, they got the bands playing, they got the music. It's just a vibe. And that's Oakland, California. And we're going to miss that in pro sports. That vibe. There's no tailgate like a Raider tailgate. I'll fully admit it. I first went to an Oakland Raider tailgate. I was like, wow. I mean, it was lit. You want to talk about lit? And the Niners do their thing. There's no doubt about it. The Niner Empire as well. But Oakland was a vibe. And we're going to miss that in pro sports. It's very, very unique and underrated. Unless you experience it, you wouldn't know.
No, you're 100% correct. And it's just the old school way of going to games feels like it's going out the window. You know,
you're gonna get the paper tickets, Shasky.
Well, I still collect tickets, but they're all digital.
They're all digital. Exactly.
You can't do anything. I'm talking about, like, I have a book of all my tickets that I have from back in the day. You're right about the vibe, man. Nothing's gonna capture that. There's a party atmosphere where there's so many different cultures vibing as one as you're walking into those games. I mean, is there a better stretch walking in than getting off of BART, going over that bridge, and feeling, smelling, sensing the aromas that are out?
Man.
It's its own little thing. I don't know how else to describe it.
Just as a fan of the game, Big Dog City has season tickets at the Coliseum for Raider Cave. So Big Dog is he's one of my best friends, my brother. And he's one of the most frugal individuals I know. He will try to cut costs and all. I mean, the guy, I will be to put his business out there.
Slap the guy.
Yeah, I don't mean to put his business out there.
When he's going to like Baltimore Ravens games every other week.
Well, when you take Spirit Airlines, you can go do that.
I know Spirit flied that far.
So no,
he's holding the door shut as it's landing off to save $3.
Big Dog will get to point A to point B without a problem, no matter what. But we would, obviously you don't want to park in the Coliseum, so we'd have to walk that bridge, and walking in there, you hear Raiders. And you'd be like, oh, here we go again. I'll wear my Niner beanie to let them know, like, hey, I'm a Niner fan, but I'm just enjoying the NFL. But there's a lot of fun games we watched there, man. And the vibe, I'm telling you, man, the vibe there, watching LT score touchdowns and Raider fans walking out disappointed, then they start instantly talking trash to you. They won some big games there. I think they had a game against the Lions, and they thought they were back. The Raider fans thought they were back. The Lions did something stupid at the goal line. You remember what I'm talking?
Yeah. Matt Stafford, I don't think they could get it in at the end of the game. Yep. And then Hunter Renfrow had the game-winning touchdown as a rookie, I think.
Yep.
Let me guess. Brandon Pettigrew was blocking for a Matt Stafford team.
Probably.
Pettigrew always available in fantasy to get you either 2 points or 9.
Oh,
nothing more, nothing less.
Oh, man.
I don't think Bandon Bosch was there anymore.
Who was the running back for the? This is gonna drive me nuts.
Joik Bell.
Joik Bell was sick.
I was going.
Joik Bell had a run.
Where I was going.
Just one of those random ones.
He was good though.
Him and Reggie Bush. They were splitting carries. Joik Bell had a year. He had a run.
He had a year.
Joik Bell had a run in Detroit.
He had a year. He did.
Joik Bell had a run. No, he had a couple years. Joik Bell was sick.
He had a year. He did not have a couple.
Oh man. So hopefully the vibe, Oakland A's fans could just recreate that vibe one last time today at the Coliseum as they shed tears, as they get emotion over the last game at the Coliseum. Hopefully they could feel that vibe one more time in that parking lot there at the Oakland Coliseum. Let's squeeze in a couple calls before the break.
Had 1 year of 800 yards.
He was sick. He was truck dudes.
6 starts that year.
Christmas tree. Let's get back to Christmas tree. Let's get to Jose in San Jose. Squeeze in a couple calls here before the break. What's up, Christmas tree?
Hey, guys. Hey, just wanted to say, I was going to those A's games when we were in the bleachers, when they had the old green uniform, and they had A's baseball, Billy baseball. Remember that little chant they used to have? I remember seeing MC Hammer out there as a bat boy.
Wow.
And he had Hammer on his back with his name because they said that he looked like Hank Aaron. So, used to go out there, the fireworks on the field. I'm out there on the field watching the fireworks. I said, man, the Raiders played out here in the Invaders. I don't know if y'all remember.
Oh, yeah, Oakland Invaders. Hey, Christmas tree, Bobby Hebert, Anthony Carter.
There you go. And one time I was in downtown Oakland when Dave Stewart had his Wendy's. He was in there when he first opened it up. I had to buy me a single with cheese because I didn't want to feel bad, not buying nothing, coming up and saying hey to him. We used to sneak by Joe Morgan's house up there in the hills by Skyline High School. used to walk up there and try to see if we could see Joe Morgan. We used to try to ring the bell to see if he would come out. I met Tony Phillips when he was a rookie and signed my hat. I was leaning on Ricky Henderson's Mercedes. He said, "Man, get off my car!" And I was kind of saying, "Come on, Ricky!" And he slammed the door and drove off. But it was all good. I remember all those days. Eating the nachos in the bleachers. I think every summer I went to every game. They was giving out baseball bats, hat day, all that type of stuff. I would catch the 57. Now I work for AC Transit, but yeah, I catch the 57 over there, and all that time is gone now. I just went when they played Detroit, tried to get those memories back, and it's going to be a sad day. But I'm going to drive myself up there to Sac.
Christmas Street. You said you still drive for AC Transit?
No, I'm a manager there now. I've been there tonight.
My little brother used to drive for AC Transit, Brioni, and Damon Britton was up there at AC Transit.
I know Damon Britton.
Oh,
yeah. I've been there 19 years.
Oh, yeah. So you definitely
getting ready to hang it up.
You definitely knew my little brother there, Brioni.
I'm jealous.
But
I'm
David
ready to
Britton,
hang it up.
But David Britton, man, tell him to be on schedule, man. He's always late on his routes.
Hey, man. Sometimes it ain't his fault, man.
I know.
In the words of Max Ray, never on time, always late, on the Bay Bridge or the Golden Gate.
Hey, like I said, I was out there last night. I drove by the Haas Street. They got their street in San Leandro named after the Haas family, and that kind of brought back some memories. I said, man, they used to own the team, and now they gone. But that's all right. I'm still a fan. I listen to you guys all the time. Y'all see me down there at the summit, Walnut Creek and San Ramon. And me and my wife was down there, walked up on y'all. Y'all very, very nice and nice to her. Appreciate that. I know she's listening right now on her way to work. And but anyway, love y'all show. Just wanted to call in. You probably hear from me again when it get close to Christmas when I tell you about these 5 Christmas trees.
Let's go.
You're Christmas. Christmas tree. Oh no, yeah, I remember you. Oh man. I can't believe you got 5 Christmas trees. We got to go through that again.
There is something about,
Do you already have a Christmas tree, Shasky?
It just the Oakland A's and what they meant to the community, and then the generations of baseball talent coming out of the East Bay, and in particular, black baseball talent.
Yeah.
Black baseball talent. I think that's one of the things that's really powerful. As I go to Twin Creeks and Fremont for baseball tournaments and stuff, you don't see a lot of young black kids playing ball, right? You just don't like you used to. And to think that now an entire generation of East Bay fans, there's going to be even less of them. I don't know, man. It doesn't sit well with me.
No, it doesn't. We'll take everybody's calls here. We're going to punt on Jermaine Wiggins. Doesn't feel appropriate today. Jermaine Wiggins is a good friend of the program, but no, it's the A's day, man. If we're going to do it, we got to do it today. It's the last regular season game at Oakland, California. This was not planned. This was not planned to go in depth with this. I just thought we'd bring it up. And you never know where the show may go. And people want to talk about their memories. So let's celebrate the rich history of the Oakland Athletics in Oakland, California, man. Let's do that on the other side. We'll continue to do that. Everybody's got something to say. Jose, you're on deck. Corey and Castlemont. We'll get to everybody here on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Safeway Northern California Division.
Head to Safeway this week for these.
Chris will send it into right field, a base hit. Seth Smith's coming around, and the Oakland A's will live another day. Game 5 is tomorrow.
Hey, yo, it's Zuski, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
That was a 2012 ALDS. Dan Orsillo, who's now the voice of the Padres. I was on TNT as they broadcast playoff games, and Coco Chris, a legendary A with the afro, center field. He embraced it. What about Ramon Laureano? I mean, some of the throws he's had in the outfield.
Cespedes?
Yeah. Eric Sogard. The face of baseball.
Nerd power. Yeah. You know, it is interesting to me because, like, I think about the Bay Area and just how diverse everything is here, you know, and I want to go back to this topic because you're a black guy that loves baseball, right? Yeah. And people go, oh, you got to bring about race because it matters. It does matter. And, like, I'm a big believer in, like, sports is the great equalizer. Okay? Tall, short, can you play?
Yeah.
Right? You know, whether you're rich or poor, can you play?
Yeah.
Whether you're black or white, can you play? Whether you're Latin or Asian or whatever you are, like, can you play? Boy or girl, can you play? Right? And it's the great equalizer. And I think about just Oakland and the Oakland A's and the Oakland fans and the players that represented those organizations. And it's just, I keep coming back to, like, they were such an inclusionary organization and such an evolutionary step forward for just what you see. Jimmy Rollins, CeCe Sabathia, you know,
Dontrelle Willis,
exactly. And I think about, like, Ricky Henderson and Dave Stewart, who you constantly are referencing, and I'm glad you are. Shooty Babbitt, Bip Roberts, and like I think about all the baseball that I played growing up, and all the teams that I had, and all my coaches were black, and I was one of 2 or 3 white boys on a St. Mary's Park team that everybody was black. And now I go to all these tournaments and I see this, and there's just very few young black men playing baseball, and it freaking sucks, you know.
It's been like that for a while.
And but I think there are people that are trying to bring it back, and I don't want to make it sound like it's like we have to have this or that. My point being is that when you take a team out of a community that is as diverse as the Oakland A's, as the Oakland community is, and the East Bay in general, you are losing that. And now you're seeing less people have an opportunity to go to affordable games, to see players that look like them, to go to these, big league spots. And it just sucks. I mean, it really, 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 really sucks. And I know we have a ton of Dominican players and Cuban players, and there's a lot of, black players you see now, but they're not American. You know, and not that you have to be. It's just I would like to see more inclusion. And I go to these tournaments, I just don't see enough of it.
Well, and I don't know if you're ever going to see enough of it because of basketball and the AAU and the Flash. And, you know, you can make a lot of money in baseball, but think about how hard it is to make the major leagues. You got to go through single A, double A, triple A. You're playing in towns that are not friendly towards other ethnicities. You know, you're going to towns that may not be so kind to you. You're getting called words left and right. I'm wearing a Birmingham jersey, and we all remember what Reggie Jackson said at Rickwood Field this year about playing in Birmingham. Willie Mays had to go through this. And so, there's so many other sports that are exploding. You got soccer exploding. I'm seeing black people play hockey, for crying out loud. People forget. So I don't know if we're ever going to see that. And I don't know if baseball is down. Like, I know a lot of youth are playing it, but I still see the high schools, and I still see some of the minors, and I still hear people talking about it. And it's just, I don't know if it's resonating anymore. I don't know. But it is sad because I played baseball. It was honestly my first love. It was 1A, 1B with the 49ers and the Giants. And basketball was 1C. It was a big gap between basketball and baseball and football.
Yeah.
And we played every day. Marty Lurie's got this documentary coming out, and I was just in my old neighborhood a couple of weeks ago filming a little spot for that documentary, and where we played baseball, and I was explaining, like, look, that garage right there was our home plate.
Yeah.
This gate, which is about 30 feet away, was our home run fence. And we, every morning, all the kids who lived in this apartment complex that I was living in, get up in the morning, we go to Walgreens, we shoplift a wiffle bat, we go get a ball, and we go play baseball all damn day, and the cars are our bases. But we loved it to the point where my grandmother, to get me out of the neighborhood, would say, just go to the Giants game. I was 11 years old going to Giants games by myself, and would just meet people, talk to people, bring a newspaper, have my sardines and Ritz crackers because my grandma would do it, had me with this cooler and whatnot. And that's because we love baseball. She goes, I know you love baseball. You cried. I cried over baseball when I was a kid. So, I don't know whether or not black players are going to play it more or, you can't really do nothing about that.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is that when you rip a team from a community in the way that they have, it leaves up a big hole, a void. There's a void to fill. And I just think about soccer is one thing because 22 kids essentially can play with one ball.
Yep.
And you can play with turf shoes or tennis shoes or whatever. In baseball, everyone's got to have a glove, right? And you got to have bats, and then you got to have helmets, and then, you got to play in these tournaments. The price point is just through the roof, and it's not like it was when we were growing up. And I know it's never going to turn back around, but the point that I'm getting at is that a team like the Oakland A's, with the fan base that they had, it represented a part of the community and the culture that is underrepresented nationally. Yeah. And when you go to a tailgate at an Oakland A's game, it sounds and feels and is different for a reason, because that team represented that community to a T. And it just sucks that it feels like everything's being homogenized in the sports world, all for $1.
That was the beauty of both Bay Area teams. And we'll get to the calls in just a second here. We'll get to Jose, who's been on hold for over an hour. Both baseball teams in the Bay Area represented all ethnicities, the diversity of the Bay Area. Asian players, Latin players, black players. And I think the Giants, not to make this about the Giants, but I think the Giants have lost a lot of their luster, a lot of their swagger, because look at their players. Look at the team and how it's represented. It doesn't represent what San Francisco or the Bay Area used to be in terms of a diverse community. You got a lot of white players, and that's fine. I don't care, but we look at the representation. You don't have a lot of black players on the Giants. You didn't have a lot of Latins on the Giants. You didn't have a lot of Asians on the Giants. That's why I'm so excited. Like, I hope Jung-Hoo Lee pans out. He could be a rock star out here. He represents a different community here in the Bay Area.
Part of the appeal of Shohei Ohtani is he's a Japanese-born player.
Exactly.
He represented in multiple, not just Japan, but just that ethnicity as a whole.
Well, look at the Dodgers. They represent L.A., a diverse city. Got the Latin players, you got the black players, you got white players, you got everything.
I think Fernando Mania was so big.
Exactly. But that's where the Giants have kind of missed the boat there, having that. Go ahead, I want you to get in here. But I think the Giants, for over the last decade, part of the problem is they haven't been as diverse, so they don't appeal to everybody out here.
Well, it's a good point. You and Chasky bringing up just the black player in Oakland, because right now they have one of the young studs in the game this year, Lawrence Butler. Born and raised, he's an African-American. He was the A's 6th-round pick a couple years ago. You don't think keeping a guy like that in this community, the way he plays, the bravado in which he plays, kids growing up could see him being the face of your franchise. Him and Brent Rooker, by the way, they've been like the best tandem outside of Juan Soto and Aaron Judge in baseball since the All-Star break. They've been that legit, and watching him play with that flair, a young player, and you're removing him from this, like that's the thing that annoys me too as an A's fan. Like, you're actually getting talent now this year. Like, I know a lot of people haven't been watching the actual A's team, but they're actually they were going to have 70 wins this year.
I know.
Like, Mark Kotsay deserves some like manager of the year votes because of that. Like, they decimated this team. They tried to be major league, and they've been one of the best teams in baseball the last couple months. So it's frustrating from that perspective when you have a guy like Lawrence Butler that can tap into a community like Oakland, and now you're just snatching that away.
I agree. I totally agree. And like Butler's a kid, if you look with the stuff he wears, it's the drip the 13-year-olds want to wear.
Swag.
It's the yellow Bruce Bolts with the yellow elbow band with the
sunglasses.
Yeah, the big Oakleys. All the kids want to dress like him. He has an aura about him. He just needs to be somewhat decent, and he will connect and he'll resonate.
Let's go to the lines, because I could already know where this conversation could potentially lead to, and I don't want to go down that road on a day like today. So let's go to Jose in San Jose. Jose, what's happening?
Jose.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on it today. I appreciate everything you guys are doing and giving us a platform to speak.
No problem.
So it's more of a personal story for me. Growing up as a young Latino in the East Bay during the 80s was pretty tough. Family life was not that great. So I would scrounge up money, take the 72 to the BART, take the BART to the stadium, get the little round trip ticket, and sit there for 3 hours and forget. We don't have that no more, man. This hurts. This hurts bad. Oh, thank you guys, and I hope Mr. Fisher is listening, because you're crushing us, man. you're hurting us bad. And you just don't know it. So I pray they stay. But I know it's a long shot. But thanks, fellas. I appreciate it. Have
Big
a good
hug,
day.
bro. Big hug, bro.
You know, he brought up that he had 3 hours to forget about his reality. And that's what sports did for me as a kid. And I relate to Jose in so many different ways because I had a hard time growing up. We couldn't even afford a movie for $4. It was tough in our household. And everything happening around the community, drugs, violence, it was a lot. It was an absolute lot. But as Jose in San Jose said, whenever there was a game on, I knew that was my escape. When the paper got released in the morning, in the San Francisco Chronicle or the Examiner, I'd buy both of those bad boys, the afternoon edition of the Examiner, the Chronicle, and I would escape the harsh reality. And that's what a lot of A's fans are going through right now. A lot of people like Jose in San Jose who didn't have a lot growing up, they had Ricky Henderson. They had Ruben Sierra when he got traded for Jose Canseco. They had the big three. They had 3 hours to escape. And so for some young man who's out there in Oakland, California, or some young lady who is struggling, who is a diehard A's fan, and they're leaving, they may not have that escape anymore for 3 hours, for 4 hours. And so that I felt that from Jose. His childhood memories of escaping whatever his reality was, the hardships of his life, that's all gone now. And that doesn't get talked about enough. It doesn't get discussed enough when it comes to ripping a sports team away from your town, ripping a sports team away from your city. And so guys like Jose in San Jose, I feel for those guys. I feel for big Tom 49er Tone who called the first call of the day. Took his daughter to a game last week, and she's never going to go see the A's in person unless he drives up to Sacramento. That's going to be a harsh reality saying, this team was in my backyard, and now they don't represent my community, and they've gone to the 916. And, you know, I'm not mad at Sacramento fans for loving getting the Oakland A's. They get pro baseball, and I would be excited, too, if I was getting pro baseball and I lived in Sacramento. But guys like Jose in San Jose, thinking about the dark times and what got him through the dark times was Oakland A's baseball, and he no longer has that, Shasky.
Yeah, and you know, I was just thinking, like, when people wear the jerseys, you know, Oakland across the chest, there's a civic pride attached to it, you know, and you feel like, you know, your team is representing you and people in the community, and it's just to see that ripped away when it's really not their choice at all. It's just, I keep coming back to, there is a small civic duty that a sports franchise owes its community. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all to care about every little nook and cranny, but part of being in the community is caring about the community.
Yeah.
And it just feels like the A's have not truly cared about their community and their consumer and their fan base. I'm talking about the owner, for years. For years. These people love them, and they don't love them back.
Nope, not at all. Let's go to Corey in Castlemont. Corey, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, buddy? What's up, Vontae and Shasky? You guys are the best of the best over the history of sports talk shows, and there have been some great ones here. But we needed to hear from Jose. You guys treated him like you treat the rest of us, family, like one big family. That's why we'll stay on for an hour waiting, because we know we're going to get a chance to speak. Wow. Now, Vontae, I was with you and Stuart Perelliot and Donald Foyle and Man to Man at the Warriors practice facility months ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we got a chance to talk. Yeah, and I was TLC 76 champions, Castlemont. We set the table in 75 for Treetop Robinson, Donnie Martin, Gary McCoy, Donald Seals, and others. And I'm going to show my age now, because in 68, my dad took me to a baseball game. Cesar Tovar, Minnesota Twins leadoff hitter, Rod Carew second, Tony Oliva third, Harmon Killebrew fourth, Rich Reese batting fifth, fouled the ball up into the third deck. I was 11 years old. And balls rarely come up there. I stood up, reached out, dropped my popcorn, ball hit me in the middle of the hands, fell out, rolled under the seat. Everybody dove for the ball, and here comes the ball rolling out to my feet. I picked it up and waved it to the crowd, and never looked back from them. But here's the thing: my brother Clay, our friend Timmy Miles, we used to walk from 101st and East Street along the train track to 66 to go to the Coliseum before BART was built. We'd be eating those blackberries along the train tracks, and while everybody else was doing the seventh inning stretch, we'd be doing the seventh inning stretch of a different kind in the bathroom from eating them damn berries all day. we were original members of Reggie's regiment in right field. He hit 47 home runs his second year. The A's brought him up briefly in '67 before they left Kansas City, but he played enough time where they considered him not a rookie the second year, or he would have had the record. He hit 47 home runs that year. Wow. Now, in my lifetime, there were I've seen 6 professional sports teams. We've seen the Oakland Seals. We've seen the ABA Oakland Oaks. Connie Hawkins was a good friend of my dad's. He used to come by the house when they played the Pittsburgh Pipers. That's where my family's from, Pittsburgh. Highway 80 here goes all the way across to Ocean City, Maryland, 3,079 miles. Wow. Straight across Highway 80. There was the Oakland Raiders. We went to our first Raiders game at Laney College at Frank Ewell Field. Wow. Before the Coliseum was built. Then you had the Warriors, the A's, the Raiders, the Warriors, the Seals, the Oakland Stompers. Yep. And now, in my lifetime, there's not going to be a professional major league sports franchise here in the Bay Area, and it's really atrocity. The ball girl who stayed up the street from me, Sally, 17 years old, wearing those hot pants. Charlie Finley was an innovator. Sally was Sally Fields, Miss Fields Cookies. The Miss Fields Cookies lady was the ball girl for the A's back then. I went to Skyline in the 10th. Rupert Jones played Major League Baseball, was at Berkeley High then. Then I got in trouble at Skyline, came down the hill to Castlemont. That's why I wound up playing basketball at Castlemont. Dave Stewart played against him. He played at St. Elizabeth. I'm glad he stuck to baseball because he played basketball like Clifford Ray used to play for the Warriors. If you drove that lane, he put a pork chop on you. Gary Pettis played for me. He was at Castlemont with me. Played against Ricky Henderson. He played football, baseball, and basketball at Oakland Tech. Oakland had and then we used to play at Greenman Field, which is Beta Pinson Field at Havens Court. We used to play Little League Baseball with Mr. Morgan. Joe Morgan's dad was a baseball coach then. The history of sports in the Bay Area was just unprecedented. Football, baseball, basketball, and now everybody. I was talking to Mike Norris. We work on some programs together in the community and stuff. He was telling me some things that both of you guys touched on about why you don't see as many blacks in Major League Baseball. At one time, there was over 60% of Major League Baseball was black in the 70s. I remember the All-Star game in Detroit where Reggie Jackson hit that ball off the, off the lighting
Tiger
system.
Stadium.
Yeah. And earlier that year, I got 2 balls in one game. Willie Horton threw us one at batting practice that I caught. And then Mickey Stanley, I think, hit a home run, and I got 2 balls in one game. Of course, we went and played ball with those baseballs and hit them over the fence and lost them. We didn't even realize the value of holding on to things and stuff like that then. We used to go to Candlestick Park back when before they closed it up. You could see the ocean behind the bleachers in right field, And they used to have this Croy the Stick thing where you get a pin if you stayed for late inning, because it got cold as hell out there, pardon the French. And me and my brother, we were raised with both parents. We had the best of everything, man. And we had a baby sister. We had the unmitigated gall to eat up all of our money. So we were stuck at Candlestick, having to get back to East Oakland, but me with my bright ideas, we said, let's just catch a cab. We caught a cab from Candlestick to my dad's club in Oakland. And if he didn't used to be a policeman, he would have probably put us on West MacArthur, if you know what the whole story. We would have had to make that money back up that we blew. We just popped up and said, Dad, there's a cab outside waiting to get paid. He said, paid for what? We said, oh, we got stuck out of Candlestick. We didn't have any money. He looked at us like we had lost our mind. Wow. All of those memories, though, man. We were at Three River Stadium in '71 when Bob Gibson no-hit the Pittsburgh Pirates 11-0.
Wow.
Can I ask you a question? You know, you sound like a guy that you've lived a little, in the words of Radnich, and I appreciate it. And like a lot of your experiences, I think a lot of people listening, myself included, we feel it and share it. You know, I think about what this owner did and the amount of money. Forget the money that he was trying to get from the community to help basically his private entity, okay? Think of how much money he wasted dragging his feet and faking trying to work out a deal. Had a fraction of the money this community used to negotiate with him over the years been put to our parks and recs and our communities, because I had gym directors, it sounds like you had gym directors, Reggie Gage and Reggie Milligan and Racer and all these guys that would, hundreds of kids would go play there. If a fraction of the money this guy, John Fisher, wasted from our community went to those parks to help the thousands of kids like you, me, Bonte, and all the people listening, imagine how many kids would have had experiences like we had, because it's all gone now. And I think about the wasted money that this owner, John Fisher, not caring about our community, faking it for a decade. Like all of that could have gone to schools and to parks. And it's just, honestly, it makes me sick.
You hit the nail on the head, because in college sports, when the University of Texas or these schools, they get tons of money for these bowl games. When they build a new stadium, they use their money. The money that gets used to appease these owners, we don't get any return on. Yep. They tax us. A lot of people who pay taxes into these things don't even watch sports. They take money out of the education system, the public schools. I work with Contra Costa County public schools. There's so much politics in the schools and stuff. But when they'll steal money that's predicated for education and stuff, if the team stays, a lot of times it costs the community, because the people who invest in it are you and I. We don't get any return on that money. They get to keep all that profit. And at the end of the day, Fisher knew at the end of the day that it's a profit for him no matter how it goes. And I heard that the only thing that might save us is the fact that when they go to Sacramento, when they go up there, playing on that, they're going to have to make AstroTurf. There's so many games, that field will be beat up. So they're trying to figure out how to put AstroTurf down. If they put AstroTurf down, what's going to wind up happening is it'll be 80 degrees is 130 degrees on the AstroTurf field.
Great call, Corey. Great call, Corey. And remember, man to man, that was a hell of a night. Donald Foyle and I and Stewart, who runs man to man, that program. We're only supposed to speak for like 30 minutes. We ended up doing like an hour and a half because the stories were just riveting. And there's a lot of young men a lot of older guys too, who have been in jail and they're single fathers trying to figure out their lives or whatnot. Mm-hmm. Just some powerful, powerful stories. That was a night I'll never forget over there at the Racketeer Performance Center. Let's go back out to the lines, man. It was really cool, man. Great call from Corey. A lot of good calls here. Let's go to Christian in Oakland. Christian, what's happening?
What's up, Morning Roast? I appreciate you guys, what you guys are doing, the platform and everything. God bless you all. But let's get three things straight. I got to raise awareness about everything. John Fisher, Libby Schaff, and our most recent mayor in Oakland are the reason why we were gone. I went to college outside the state, but like I said, I grew up in Oakland. I'm a 90s baby, so just missed the 80s and 70s, all that good winning. But, of course, grew up in that Coliseum, Raiders, A's, Warriors, all that good stuff. But when I went out to college, started hearing the rumblings about Raiders possibly move in. So for over a decade, it's been torture just reading all these articles and trying to see, like, is my city actually going to fumble this, And all of our valuable assets, the Raiders, the A's, the Warriors, like, it's not it's a privilege to have a sports team in your city. You know what I mean? There's so many cities across the world. There's only 32 NFL teams. So I know Oakland didn't take it as serious as they needed to. And the pride and the economy was at stake. And how can the town thrive now? Everybody knows what's going on in our city now. The energy is just not there because they treat us like they don't care. Like, they give us no respect in our city. And while I was away, I was just keeping tabs on everything, just seeing all the stadium proposals, all the flaws in it. They wanted something with Howard Terminal that they knew darn well was not going to happen. And they lied about it, the mayors and, of course, John Fisher. And in my worst nightmares, I could never imagine a city losing a team, especially in the modern day. Like, this isn't the 40s or 50s where we're just figuring out these leagues, you know what I mean? And we know that these that they mean so much to the community. And like you guys said, all these generational players. I mean, I was there as a young kid seeing, like, when literally my second game, I believe, as a baby. I don't remember it, but Ricky Henderson broke the record for stolen bases. And, you know, that brings the community together. And I feel they're trying to tear down Oakland. You know what I mean? And, like I said, this is one of the loudest sports towns, and every sports city deserves a new stadium after a certain while. You know what I mean? I was there at the Candlestick. My cousin was a diehard Niner fan, and I remember being in that parking lot and him not wanting to leave Candlestick. So, like, and being, you know, a Raider in an A, like, I know all of the Bay Area, NorCal wins when we're together. Like, our market was good enough to have multiple teams like in New York and Chicago. And before the Raiders left, we were the fourth biggest sports market, and now we dropped below 10, which affects you guys on the radio too. You know what I mean? It doesn't help at all. And I'm getting emotional like this a long time. My grandparents came here from Louisiana. They first went out to Hunters Point and got pushed out by redlining to Oakland in the 50s. And back then, before the Coliseum was built, there was at least a vote to pay a small tax to bring these to build this Coliseum. And you know, other cities have had the chance, like Buffalo with the Bills, Nashville with the Titans, Oklahoma City with the Thunder. They had the chance to vote and have an opportunity. Even San Diego had a chance to vote to keep the Chargers. They didn't vote in favor, but at least they had the chance.
But I think
Libby Schaaf did not give it. Go ahead.
No, I hear you, but here's where I fall down on this, and we can disagree, agree, whatever. My personal belief, when it's a private entity, whether it's Salesforce, Joe's Liquor Store, the San Francisco Giants, whatever, like, I don't think it's the community's. I don't think it's the community's duty to subsidize private entities to make a ton of money. Now, is there going to be some give and take on infrastructure costs and things like that? Absolutely. If you look at all the deals that have been presented over the time, it was never enough. Meaning, it was never enough free money and free infrastructure and free subsidies for John Fisher to ever meet them halfway with his own money. Money talks. And look. I have a lot of thoughts on Mark Benioff and Salesforce. You know why that building's there? Because he put the money down at some point. Now, the city bent over for a variety of reasons. They did the same thing for Twitter. I didn't love all of that stuff. We could argue about whether you like it, hate it, whatever. Point being, those owners for those businesses, those private businesses, put the money down. The reason Joe Lacob has a stadium now is he put the money down. Yes, the city of San Francisco did work with him, but he also met them halfway. To make a deal, you got to put a little money down. And Fisher's never been willing to put money down. I'm not saying Libby Schaaf and whoever the different mayors aren't culpable to a degree, but I will defend them. John Fisher has never been dealing in good faith.
Never.
I mean,
never, ever. Joe Lacob bought the land for Chase and Joe Lacob, a company. He bought that land from the Salesforce people. But, you know, he brought up, like, you know, these other cities, and they've lost teams, like, Houston had lost the Oilers. Cleveland lost the Browns.
Is it Bud Adams?
Bud Adams. The Adams family moved to Nashville. You know, Art Modell moved in Cleveland.
Modell, yes.
Jim Irsay's father had moved the Colts from Baltimore to Indianapolis in the middle of the night. And Baltimore lost a team.
Seattle Supersonics
left to Oklahoma City.
I still can't believe that.
Yeah, right? And those cities, though, and Seattle is probably going to get a team in the NBA. That's in the works.
Yeah. And that owner just wanted to leave.
Right. He just wanted. Houston got another football team, the Texans. The Browns were reborn in Cleveland. Obviously, Baltimore has the Ravens. Indianapolis has the Colts. The sad part of what's happening to Oakland is there is no talk whatsoever about pro sports returning to Oakland, California.
It's
not even on the radar. When those other cities, they was like, hey man, this city making a team. Oakland's not even on the radar.
Well, here's what I would say to you. I never thought Oklahoma City could get a team, and an owner was like, I am going to Oklahoma City because that's where I want to be or whatever. Maybe it could happen. I'm not going to say never.
I'm not going to say never, but
you never know.
There's no chatter about it whatsoever.
Of course there's no chatter about it because all of these other people in Major League Baseball, for whatever reason, are like, John Fisher's going to do what he does because I don't want anyone looking into my business. I mean, the Arizona Diamondbacks were trying to fleece the city of Phoenix and Scottsdale and all those different places for a new stadium. This is nothing new.
No, this is what they do. This is what they do.
Here's just my personal opinion. is that if you're going to have, and I don't even like the Santa Clara setup. The Niners don't own the stadium. The Santa Clara Joint Authority owns the stadium, okay?
Right.
The Giants got a bunch of good land, free land that was completely devalued. And really, if you look back on it, like the city kind of whiffed on the valuation of it because they didn't know what it would become after 30 years or whatever. But I'll ask you this. The amount that the city of San Francisco gave up to the Giants has actually helped them in the long run, even though on the front end, they probably gave them a sweetheart deal.
No doubt.
The whole city was revitalized in that part of the town.
That town looks completely. It's like a different city.
Exactly.
It's like a little mini city down there now.
But
down
the Giants had the money to put down and put shovels in the ground.
They fronted it. No doubt about it.
And the city of San Francisco also did infrastructure. I'm not saying that I don't love politicians at all, any of them. But to say it's Libby Schaff's fault or this person's fault, okay, to a degree. But it's more the people. If you want a deal done, you put money down. It costs to play.
You reinvest. And John Fisher has never reinvested to the Oakland A's. This is why we're at this point today where the A's are playing their last regular season game at the Oakland Coliseum. I'm seeing photos from all these A's fans. Just look at the seats. Look at spider webs crawling all over your cup holders. Look at the outfield. Look at the concession stands, the parking lot, the scoreboards, the video boards, everything about it. This guy's let that stadium just die. And I remember doing it. So when the Raiders, they had the Thursday night game against the Kansas City Chiefs, where they wore their all whites and they won, where there was like a bunch of penalties there. And I'm doing a show with Greg Papa. And it's during the break. And we're sitting there, and we're kind of looking around, and Pop just goes, look at what they've done to the stadium. Look at what they've let happen to the stadium. Look at this. Look at this. One elevator for press and media and all that stuff, and it takes all day. The ice machine doesn't work. The popcorn is stale. But he just looked around and he goes, my God, look at what they've let the stadium become.
It's a rundown.
It was a
Think
crown
of
jewel.
whatever home in your neighborhood is the most rundown, and they haven't touched the paint. They have cracked the foundation. They just don't care. There's 5 cars in the driveway, all on boxes. Yeah. They've allowed it to just completely die on the vine. And it's a business strategy to prove how bad it is.
Yep.
It's not because, they're literally doing it on purpose. That's the part that's it's sadistic. It is. It's a play to get out.
No doubt about it.
And then they're like, see, now fans aren't coming. It's like, why would they come?
Well, why would they come? And the A's fans have done right by not going to support that product. Why would you? Now, it's not fair to the players. They're playing in front of nobody, but the players understand. They understand. But here's the crazy part about John Fisher. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. He doesn't even give a damn about his reputation. Like, this guy does not.
No.
I guarantee he cannot walk the streets of the Bay Area at all without somebody throwing something at him or calling him a bad name or whatnot. But the guy literally doesn't care, because if he did care, John Fisher could be a god. We could have been talking about him like we talk about Joe Lacob, right? Wow, he built the stadium in Oakland. He's got the fans back in Oakland. He reinvested. All he had to do was reinvest into their organization. And he would have been a god out there in Oakland, California. He would have been eating for free in Oakland for the rest of his life. And he just did not care. Like, you got an owner who just does not care. This is literally Major League Baseball, the movie. It's literally the movie.
Bonte, the skyline views, pick wherever they want to put it.
Right.
You want to go at the Oakland Coliseum, fine. You want to go downtown, fine. Like, wherever, okay? The weather's better. In and out is easier. We all agree, right? Like,
the
freeway access, bar access easier, and you're tapping in to the gobs of money in the Oakland Hills and in Walnut Creek and in Danville and all those other surrounding suburbs. Like,
Livermore.
It's just significantly easier if you're already on the East Bay to go to a game in that area, and the conditions around it are better. It's inarguable.
We had Terry Steinbach on, and we'll get back out to the lines in just a second.
And I'm saying this as a city guy.
We had Terry Steinbach on, and I was looking at the attendance from the 89 team, or the 90 team, the year after the World Series.
Well, they have 4 million fans?
2.9 million came through those turnstiles. So that's why we would always argue about whether or not this could be a two baseball team market. And I look at what the White Sox and Cubs are doing. White Sox don't get fans. There's 2 teams in Chicago. You got 2 teams in New York. You got 2 teams in LA. The Angels stink. There's not a doubt in my mind that 2 baseball teams could work in the Bay Area if you had a legit owner who's committed to his own damn product. There's no doubt that East Bay, Oh, they would have got 32,000 easy a night. Easy.
I believe competition breeds excellence.
Yep.
Like, that's just what I believe. In the hardball way, iron sharpens iron.
So, now the Giants haven't taken advantage, really, of the situation the A's are going in, because look at the way Farhan Zaidi's run the team, which is another whiff. But today's not about the Giants. It's all about the Oakland Athletics and what's going on with A's fans. Let's squeeze in a call before the break. Let's go to Eddie and Hayward. Eddie, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, this is Eddie and Hayward. Just wanted to check in about the A's. Yeah, it's super emotional. I remember going to the game as a kid. Me and my uncle, my brother, every weekend. I grew up in the 80s, so I remember the 86, 87, 88, Rookie of the Year, Canseco, McGuire, Walt Weiss.
Wow.
89 World Series championship. I remember that whole starting lineup. Terry Steinbach catching, Dave Stewart throwing to him, McGuire at first, Mike Gallego at second, Walt Weiss at short, Carney Lansford at third, and we had Dave Parker, Dave Henderson, and Ricky in the outfield. Those are just great times. A's are the team that got me hooked on sports. I'm a diehard Niner fan, diehard A's fan, but it's going to be tough. But, man, I'm at work right now over at Golden State Material Handling. My boss, nice enough to let me clock out in a few minutes. About to go meet up with my brother and do the whole BART experience one last time.
Wow.
Take the train over to the game.
Soak it in.
Soak it in.
Tough.
Eddie, keep your chin up, man. I know it's tough out there. I'm hugging you through the phone right now. Let's go to Brian and Martinez before we break. By the way, Shooty Babbitt's going to join us at 9:30. Shooty Babbitt, NBC Sports California, longtime Major League Baseball scout, played with the Oakland A's. I love Shooty. We love Shooty. He's a roaster as well, so we'll get him on at 9:30. Brian and Martinez, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky?
What's up, man?
I'm calling because I signed up for this game to get the Coliseum little giveaway, and the way they're doing it, they're saying you got to leave the game to get the replica.
It's always something.
They don't want us angry fans in the stadium after the game.
It's unbelievable.
This guy is unreal. Is that serious?
Keep cooking.
You have to leave this.
It's one last afternoon from John Fisher.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm back.
Is he going to be there today?
There's absolutely no chance. There's absolutely no chance
what a
he's
coward.
This is the biggest coward in sports history.
Remember when we had Dave Cavill on?
Oh,
Where's
I'll
that
never
guy
forget
been?
that. I'll never forget that
Where's
interview.
that weasel at?
Hey, Dave, I asked him, hey, Dave, is there any chance John Fisher come out and speak? Well, I got to tell you guys, man, there's this great promotion rooted in Oakland. I was just like, this guy. But you know what, though? I'm not going to say their names. But the year North Carolina won a championship against Gonzaga in the Final Four, I remember watching it with a group of friends. Very dear to my heart. I'm not even going to put their business out there like that. But that weekend, they had told me, I think this is like 2018, maybe 2017, whatever it was. They brought up Dave Cavill. And they had business with Dave Cavill. And business plan went down the drain because Dave Cavill did some Weasley type of thing. Like, just like, and these are the nicest people in the world. It's like, Dave Cavill, they don't say a bad word about anybody. So the fact that they went out of their way to bring up Dave Cavill and how much and this is a business that had nothing to do with sports. And they think about the earthquakes deal, and they're begging for a stadium already, begging for suites and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even want to hear it.
Dave Cavill, so when he became this A's guy, the spokesman, and he starts dumping Giants hats to get an A's hat, we got 9 championships in there, 8. And he's talking this stuff. And then we had him on, and I was like, this guy is what my friends told me he was.
A weasel.
7 years ago.
Yeah.
An absolute weasel. So, yeah, he's ducked. Where's he been at?
Has anyone heard from him in months?
By the way, the A's are so phony, their organization. Haven't they cut off all the replies to their tweets this season?
All year?
You can still quote tweet it. You just can't reply.
You can't reply.
They just did a goodbye video, I think, too, recently. We can talk about it on the other side. Shooty Babbitt 9:30.
No way.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's terrible, man. Mike, Nishi, Dylan, Tom, John, we're going to get to you before we get to Shooty Babbitt at 9:30. This is your show. We didn't know we were going to do this. We're going to talk Patriots and Niners. We'll push that back to tomorrow. We're going to get in Steve Kerr's conversation with Tim Kawakami, but it's your day. It's your day, A's fans, and I wish we did this a lot more. We should have discussed you a lot more, but it's your day, and we're all hugged you through the phone because today is going to be heartbreaking for a lot of A's fans out there. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals.
No matter what happens today, I'm sure Kool and the Gang will be blaring loud over those speakers after the final pitch at the Coliseum and what may be the last Major League Baseball game ever in Oakland, California. Today they'll host the Texas Rangers, but the result, the win, loss, doesn't even matter. Just want A's fans to go down memory lane one last time, and hopefully you get to enjoy it. I know there'll be a lot of tears shed. There'll be a lot of seats ripped out the concrete. There's going to be sell the team chants. There's going to be F.U. Fisher chants, F.U. Cavill chants. There's going to be all that stuff. But hopefully you're able to – I can't even tell A's fans how to – who the hell am I to tell A's fans how to feel after today, man? I feel – I see a text right here from the Xfinity Mobile text line, and I shouldn't read it, but I will. Because you get fans like this who are bitter at the wrong people. Vontae Shasky, please stop acting like you care about the A's. All you guys have done is laughed at them over the years. We don't need your sympathy now. Well, I'm giving you your sympathy because you do need it. And I know when I first came to the station, we were an A's and Raiders station. And I embraced that. And I cared to provide coverage to A's and Raiders fans. Unfortunately, there's bosses ahead of us who look at the business model and they look at numbers. And unfortunately, it didn't generate a lot of numbers. It is what it is. So upper management made a decision to pivot. I had to pivot with them. I want to work. I want to make a living for my family. I want to make some money. I want to be in this business. So unfortunately, we had to pivot. But don't come down our road today when we've given this platform when, look, I'm telling you right now, I bet you upper management, not Nahegan, but upper management will probably be like, what are they doing? Talking A's, this and that. Niners and Patriots, and they're 1-2, and Shanahan's spoken. Well, I don't give a damn about that because I understand, what's going on in Oakland, California. You're losing a team. You're losing a team that was rooted in Oakland, coming over from Kansas City, coming over from Philadelphia with the great history and the great players that played at the local Coliseum. So, I do care about the psyche of a sports fan. I do care about what's going on in the city of Oakland. So, Rufus, that's an out-of-pocket text, man. That's an out-of-pocket text.
I would just say this, that this show, any show, we talk about what we think the audience wants to hear, and we get feedback, and we do different algorithms. If the audience wanted to hear about Stanford lacrosse, we would be talking about Stanford lacrosse for 4 hours every single day, okay? You know what the audience does not want to hear about? Stanford lacrosse. I don't even know if Stanford has a lacrosse team. I'm just saying that. Like, we don't talk a lot of Sharks on this show because the audience, the greater whole, doesn't want to talk a lot of Sharks on a day-to-day basis. Believe me when I say this. We tried to talk A's. We did. And we tried to fulfill our end of that deal, that partnership. Yeah. And part of being a partner is there's got to be reciprocation. Mm-hmm. And let's just say that the Oakland A's themselves didn't reciprocate back.
No.
And the business model is real, and there's a business aspect to this. If there was a juice to the squeeze, we would absolutely be talking about that on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
Today it's relevant, and you're an A's fan.
Well, no, and to your point, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Joe. It's a great point. It goes back to the owner, though, reinvesting in the team and then keeping players. Yep. You keep the players, you pay to keep them. Guess what? You get more fans, and fans stick around, and then you build a fan base, and then they tune in, and then you get ratings. But if you continually bring up these guys to sell them, less and less fans get interested. Yeah. It's like, why should I do this again? Why should I do this again? So it's actually a trickle-down thing. Like, so people can get mad at you and the station all you want. It goes back to the ownership. I know you guys don't.
I was in the midst of it. I was in the midst of it. I was in the studio when they took out the equipment, and it came out with a tweet. It came out with a tweet 5 hours later saying, it's not us, it's you. No, it wasn't us. Because I remember I was working with Papa in the Afternoon Delight. We get preempted by A's games. And the boss man would be like, it's better if you guys are on air because the ratings are so damn low. They're not registering. They're not. They're just not. And we tried. We tried with the Raiders. We tried. I ran, spring training Giants games. We're getting 18 shares at one point. And A's regular season games were getting 1.5 shares. You know what I'm saying? So at some point, you got to make money. As a radio station, you don't want to be out of business. You got to pivot at some point. And once the station pivoted, that's when the station really became successful. But I'm not trying to slander A's fans or the A's themselves. We tried. We tried. And so don't come at us with this crap, Rufus, about, oh, man, you guys are showing fake love. Nah, this is genuine, man. Well, I hear from Jose in San Jose and those tears, and I hear from Corey in Castlemont, and I hear from 49er Tone and those tears. I empathize for those people, man. I empathize for A's fans. Kyle Mack, Joe Spadoni right here today's fan.
My buddy texting me right now, Art Tillis, who I played so much ball against for years. He says, I'm going to the game right now, and he's a huge A's fan, him and his daughters, and he's bringing his buddy Jay Rice, a great shortstop, already thinking about taking seats in dirt. I mean, these are diehard guys I played tons of ball against forever. But Art's a great guy. And this is part of our community. There's an obligation on today to talk about it. And I would say today is one of, Joe, you've been working at this station since about the time I have. We used to do Oakland A's post games, you, me, and Townie, all of us as a crew. We've had more calls on the A's today than maybe at any point during the 2018 season, for example.
Yeah, no, it's true.
And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm giving you the honest truth.
Again, it goes back to ownership wanting to give a damn about the team and the fan base. And the fan base finally got fed up to the point where you'd have the 5, 6, 7, 8 callers calling in after every single game, and that was it.
Yep.
And it's unfortunate, and there's only so much we can do about the station, and that's fine. If fans want to find something to blame and get angry at, you know what? I'll be the punching bag here at the station. We'll be the punching bag. If that's what makes you feel better, that's fine. But it's so much deeper than that, and it always goes back to ownership just giving a damn about the team. And if they gave a damn about the team, maybe have a new stadium, and then, yes, because I do believe if they gave a damn about it, maybe you would get a bigger fan base and ratings would be okay, because the Giants have been such dog poo the last 5, 6, 7 years.
I want more things to talk about.
Yes.
Spadoni, every day, you, me, Bonte, and Sam, we come in here. You know what we say? Every single day. Okay, how can we talk about Purdy and the Niners? Because that's what you, the audience, wants to hear in a unique way today, right? If there were other topics, please believe me. I swear to God, I swear to you, to my dad in heaven, I would bring you up if there were elements that were compelling.
We talked about Antonio Brown and the Raiders for 2 straight weeks during that whole saga.
I actually couldn't get enough of that.
No doubt. But when I first came here, obviously I was working with the voice of the Raiders. I was a diehard Niner fan. And 2 years in, I watched so many. I was missing Niner games. So it's like, first of all, it's my job, but I got immersed into the Raider Nation. So I remember walking to Black Hole. Dude, I swear to God. I remember walking.
Kennedy and Bonte Hill.
Well, I was walking out there. Lick Kennedy's my guy, bro. He used to bear hug me all the time.
That guy.
I miss Big Link.
Large man.
I would always ask him every interview, all right, what stogie do you got this week? And he would break down the Monte Cristo or Cuban, whatever. That's my thing. Kind of what I do with Baldy Flim. All right, where you at this weekend? Where you broadcasting from? That's my little thing. But I would walk around and do videos before the game with Elena, who got to see at Stephen Langster's wedding later by Zorkis. It was great to see her. And we walk over here to Black Hole. They'd be like, Bonte, Niner fan. And like the gorilla would choke me. They'd beat me up a little bit. I was like, all right, you good now. You good. You work with Pop. You good. You show us love or whatnot. So don't come at us with this crap about, oh, man, you don't care about this and don't care about that. Because we tried, man. We really tried. And the owner, be mad at him for not investing into the organization. We all did Liners for A's baseball. I was walking to Coliseum doing Liners there. Here, my Liner. Hey, man, you're listening to Oakland A's baseball.
Saturday and Sunday mornings when I got my start, it was Kozimor on Saturday and either Rick Tittle or Michael Urban on Sunday, right? And then I'd work during the week with Townie at night. And those guys loved the A's. And I would talk more A's than I would anything Giants because the Giants weren't that good. And the A's were. And they were compelling. And we were partners. And look, I'm curious on this one, though, because I was thinking about this long and hard the last couple of days. Part of why the Raiders aren't here is the, like, I call it the good, the bad, the ugly stare down of who could use the land at the Oakland Coliseum.
Yeah.
As an A's and Raider fan, knowing everything we know now, do you feel like John Fisher actually screwed both teams and forced the Raiders' hand to move? Because I feel that way. I'm not a fan.
Did you hear Mark Davis last year?
Said that exact.
Mark Davis, when we down in Vegas last year, when they were trying to make the A's, Mark Davis came out and said, "Do not do business with this guy. He's the reason why we're here." Like, remember that?
Mark Davis obviously is no saint in all this. He's got his problems, obviously, but. Yeah, in hindsight, it feels like Mark Davis was speaking the truth when they were both here and Fisher was trying to squeeze them for everything. And I get it. From the Oakland side, though, there's more home games. Like baseball in general, it's just a lot. So like I understood that, and then obviously the Raiders had already left to LA, then they came back, and then the Mount Davis screwing them for all that money. Like, I get it. The relationship was already torn more than the A's were, but in hindsight, it feels like we should have the
Here's
Raiders
the bad guy.
at the very least.
John's the bad guy.
John's the bad guy.
John's the bad guy. Like, there's no other way. It's guys at the end of Scooby-Doo when they rip the mask off of the villain. I'm like, oh my God, it's you, and I'm gonna get you. It's John Fisher. It's always been
Mark
John Fisher.
Davis is Darth Vader in this. John Fisher's the Emperor.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Let's get Nishi in the South Bay real quick before we get to Shooty Babbitt. Nishi, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, how you doing, bud?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, just calling in to talk a little bit about the A's leaving town. Longtime Bay Area resident, used to go to games back in 2000. Clearly, I'm mad at management as well. John Fisher has done a horrible job since he bought the team. But, hey, I got to keep it real with everyone today. I think A's fans got to blame themselves, too, They didn't show up to games. They didn't buy the tickets. So everyone, they're calling and everyone's sad today. But, hey, nobody showed up. So, hey, A's fans are leaving. That's good for the Giants. Better luck next year.
Really?
It's always a douchebag.
It's just there's always
got to be a douchebag. Let's go to.
Sorry, A's fans.
Yeah, that call wasn't good, man. That wasn't on us. I don't celebrate that. Call was not good. Need to contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net.
We haven't had one of those since Philadelphia.
I mean, but not only that, though, as a Giant fan. Who the hell am I to brag about anything?
No,
look at our roster.
Exactly.
Look at our roster. Our roster stinks.
I would trade rosters with the A's.
Excuse me, it doesn't stink. They've got some talent.
No, but I would trade rosters with them.
Who the hell are we? We're not going to the playoffs.
Mason Miller makes Camilo Duvall look so minuscule.
The season ticket holder base is diminishing by the second. Let's pick it up. Let's go to Elizabeth in Oakland. Elizabeth, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
I have been listening to this station since it was country, so original listener, and I listen every single day.
Thank you.
Huge A's fan. I am 45. I moved into Lafayette when I was 6, and the lady across the street had 6 boys, and she was so excited to have me. And we would cook and paint T-shirts, and she taught me to love the A's. We would watch it on one of those big projection TVs in their garage. I would try and stand bow-legged like Dave Stewart and pitch. And she just really instilled the love of the A's in me since I was 6. And I'm really, really sad today. When I was in my late, 10, 11 years old, my dad used to give my brother and I $20 each, tell us to take part, go to the game, buy tickets in the bleachers. This was late 80s, early 90s. It was an absolute wild time out there. Super annoyed at the ownership. Dave Cavell is, in fact, a weasel. We would go if there was something to watch.
Yep.
Super sad.
I'm really sorry.
Dave Stewart just tweeted out DSmoke34 on Twitter, and he's had to check some people over the last year about coming at him. But Smoke tweeted, I appreciate you, my friend. This day is here, and I'll be honest, I don't know what to do with it, how to think. What I feel is hurt. A huge piece of my life is being transplanted to someplace else. This is not your fault, but it sure hurts to my core. I hope it's not the end of our relationship, just our relationship as Oakland Athletics. I love you, Oakland Coliseum, and A's baseball. And so those tweets are going to come out. Those emotions are going to come out. And today's going to be a hard day. There's no doubt it's going to be a hard day. You can start to feel it right now as we get closer and closer to first pitch. And as fans have been lined up at the Coliseum since 6 in the morning, and all the news stations are out there with cameras. This is a huge, huge story right here in our market, right here in our backyard. And you can start to feel the emotion. It's coming, and the tension is getting thick, and the anger is starting to rise, and the emotions are starting to thicken here, and the tears are starting to flow. It is going to be one hell of a day in Oakland, California, man, and it sucks. It really does suck. You can start to feel it, man. Dylan in Oakland. Dylan, what's happening?
Hey, y'all. Appreciate you catching strays from A's fans to do this segment. I understand the whole history, but appreciate you doing this. The thing I wanted to say is the biggest thing for me going to a game is just that first sight of the green. And, we just have a famously good field. Even Bruce Bochy shouted it out when someone asked him about the last stand here. And I know that the head groundskeeper, Clay Wood, never did a lot of designs or anything, but when he burned that "Thank You Oakland" in, and I saw that last night, it just it's a shame. And I know they made some noise about, they're going to take care of employees. I would wonder if you guys could research and found out what kind of severance they got. I know that the Aramark employees are currently getting completely shafted. And that's just a huge community of people who work so hard out there who are just out of a job and they're going to turf. I don't think Clay Wood's going up to Sacto. I don't think he's going to Vegas.
Damn. So, your point about the grass at Oakland, I'm a sick individual when it comes to these things. I love specific grasses. Like certain turfs just look a certain way to me, and I live for
grass.
There's just the Giants never mow any designs in their grass, which is fine. That's their prerogative.
Right.
The way the Oakland grass has always looked, with all the lines and the infield and the outfield sometimes would have one design or three designs, and it would have different insignias and it always looked like the best grass in baseball. Always.
Candlestick would have the different grass, and I love the way they did it at Candlestick Park, but that was something in baseball where you look at all the fields. What was the patterns in the grass? What did their grass look like?
Yes.
That goes with the stadium. Same thing with football fields. We think about the grass, and you guys always laugh at me when I say, eat the grass, eat the grass. But I'm a sucker for good fields. I'm a sucker for good turfs, good designs on the field. That's why the red paint in the end zones during the playoffs or 49er games, it means a lot to me.
100%.
The saloon font with the red paint. It's like, oh my God, the red end zones. And people are like, you're a sicko. What is wrong with you? It's like, I love good manicured fields. I do. It means something. So the Oakland Coliseum grass is always on point. Always on point. Let's go to.
I don't know what's going on with the employees. A
lot of people are going to lose their jobs.
What do you think's going to happen?
A lot of people are going to lose their jobs.
Stomped.
A lot of people are going to lose their jobs.
I know, it sucks.
I see 925 here, and I think this is true. It's in the mobile text line. A's employees are going to get no severance or get no health care package. They're not getting any opportunities. Just going to Sacramento. So a lot of people are losing jobs. That's the other part. The economy around that area. It's just unbelievable what John Fisher's done.
For an area that's already struggling, this isn't helping.
No.
You think he cares?
Not at all. John Fisher doesn't give a damn. He just wrote that letter to A's fans. By the way, we haven't played this at all. Before we get down to the lines, Larry Beal on the reality of John Fisher's lame-ass statement.
You heard Fisher's statement. Let me tell you what reality is, okay? John, you tried 5 different, extremely flawed stadium proposals. You never got even close to a shovel in the ground. Yes, Oakland politics is often a mess. I will give you that. But, John, you surround yourself with incompetent yes men, and because you were born into a billionaire family, apparently never learned you have to spend money to make money. See Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors, your buddy, who still wants to buy the team. John, you're a serial penny pincher. You've destroyed your family's great name and legacy because of your cheapness. As for the statement about loyal A's fans, quote, I wish I could speak to each and every one of you individually, end quote. Seriously? John, we've been trying to interview you for years, but you always choose to remain invisible unless you're begging politicians for public funding. And then you're out in front in Las Vegas.
All right, so that's Larry Beal, ABC 7, longtime sports anchor at ABC 7. He's Larry. I love Larry, man. Of course, he was at ESPN for a little bit. Here's Larry Beal, though. He's saying there may be a glimmer of hope for A's fans.
There's one glimmer of hope. They're going to supposedly play 3 years in Sacramento.
Right.
If other owners and the Players Association had any spine at all, they would say, no, we're not doing that. Mm-hmm. We have yet to see a real financing plan for the A's stadium in Las Vegas.
Right.
We're still waiting. Vegas is still waiting. They don't have one. Yes, 18 years they've tried, and they've screwed it up every time. I don't know that that's going to change. I would love to see another massive failure by this ownership group, and then maybe Major League Baseball would force a sale to somebody locally. And there's a bunch of groups. Don't listen to anybody that says there's no fan base or there's no money in Oakland. That's total nonsense. I can go call 3 billionaires right now that would buy the team. Okay.
Well, that's a flex. I don't think that's a flex. Larry said I could call, and I believe Larry. He probably could call 3 billionaires.
748 billionaires in America currently.
But
how
you know
many
what?
are in Northern California? Probably
I don't know.
chunk.
That's a great question.
Probably a big chunk.
Benny Hoff.
We got one right down the street in Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
You know,
Larry
Joe
Ellison.
Lacob, to his point about Joe Lacob buying the team, we've had Joe Lacob in the studio many times.
He's got standing offers for multiple teams.
But even last year, Media Day, we're talking.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
And he won't sugarcoat the fact that, yes, he was interested in buying the Oakland Athletics. And his imagination was running wild on the things he could do with the Oakland Athletics. I mean, John Fisher really, again, I go back to, he could have been, if he just got the damn stadium done, like Larry said, invested and spend money to make money. We're talking about John Fisher in a totally different way. All A's fans wanted was their own home and to keep their own players and keep a jersey for a couple years with the same player name on the back of the jersey. Instead, you got to get a blank jersey because you never know who's in and out.
Think about where we were 15, 20 years ago and how everyone felt about the DeBartolos, the Yorks, Chris Cohan. John Fisher, unequivocally, worst owner in Northern California history, right?
It's not even close. He may be the worst owner in pro sports history.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about the history of sports. There's some bad owners.
That's what I'm saying.
John Fisher's on that list.
Yes, I know.
The Bay Area, hands down, not even close. Not even close.
And again, when you contextualize it with, it does feel like because of him, the Raiders were forced. And then there's a variety of reasons, but he had a big part in that.
No doubt he had a big part of that. Let's go to the lines here. We'll get to everybody. Shooty's not picking up, so maybe okay. Shooty could join Steiny Guru or something.
Yeah.
Let's get to the lines.
I love that you allow them to have
you know, I am the king around here. John in Castro Valley, what's happening? Like that? Mr. Bonte? John,
Bonte.
What's up, John?
What's up, John?
John going once, going twice. He's gone. Let's go to Danny in Oakland. Danny, what's happening?
Hey, Danny.
Hey, what's up, brothers? I appreciate y'all talking a little bit about the business and how 95.7 shifted away because that's been kind of an untalked about thing. But what I wanted to say to y'all is I grew up in the city like y'all around the same time. I think I'm maybe a couple of years older than y'all. And I moved to Oakland about 8-10 years ago. And I went to games at the Coliseum as a kid because it was the nicest stadium in the Bay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You go out there, it'd be warm. There's the Bash Brothers. It was beautiful. It was great. It was a nice experience. It was the bougie experience. Candlestick was cold and nasty. When I moved over here, and I'd always go to games, but when I moved over here, started raising my kids here, the Oakland Coliseum, I know that they've disinvested, but the experience as a human being of community, you look around and you can talk to anyone. It's where Oakland meets. Everyone, it's the friendliest place in Oakland. When they play, Feeling Myself, or Blow the Whistle, and the whole stadium, it bumps. That sound system bumps like no other system. And last night I was at the game, and I looked around, and I thought, man, their society is telling us that we're not good enough. This isn't good enough, that this has no value, market value. And I'm like, there's a lot of fans. I talk to Oakland natives all the time that have protested they're not going back, so on and so forth, and I completely respect that. But for the people who have still been coming out, despite everything, there is no better experience in Major League Baseball where it's like the 80s and 90s. You wake up, oh, it's a nice day. I'll text my brother, you want to roll to the game? Cool. Grab my son, 15 minutes, park in the bar parking lot. People are out there. There's music bumping. You want a beer? You go into the stadium. You could probably sneak in a beer if you know how to do it. And then you're in this place that it's diverse. It's the last old school Bay Area mega location.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the thing that is killing me, is that there's still not space for something like that in the Bay. Because I know y'all can relate to that.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't really exist in San Francisco anymore. It doesn't exist at Chase. That doesn't exist at whatever it's called, Pac Bell or whatever.
No.
And so that I just hope people, San Franciscans especially, know, like, there's joy, there's love in the Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate y'all.
Well, it's a great point. And one of our buddies who's an Oakland resident, our buddy Bram, This is his. I think this is a great quote.
Warriors
here.
Huddle. Bram, host of Warriors Huddle. I gotta get Bram on,
We
man.
do.
I've been my bad, Bram.
John Fisher not being willing to build a stadium in Oakland is like somebody in the middle of the gold rush not willing to pick up gold. He's surrounded by money and extremely passionate fans who want to pour their heart into this team, but he's not willing to put in the work to collect it.
Nope.
And then there's another part of it I can't say on air, but it's really well said.
Now, Bram lives in Oakland, went to Skyline High School, and, he takes me to Giants games. He's taking you to Giants games. Bram knows all about Oakland, and, Bram's a smart individual.
He really
I won't
is.
say that on his podcast on the Warriors Huddle. I'll just tell him, like, Bram, you stink. But no, he's a smart individual, so he knows the ins and outs of the business and everything like that, and he's absolutely spot on. He's absolutely spot on. How John Fisher, think about that. He's moving the team out of the Bay Area. You're really going to believe the 4th, 5th largest market in terms of media. And they're going to, like, no disrespect to Sacramento, but you're leaving the Bay Area? You're leaving? That's your answer? Unbelievable.
He wants a welfare check.
No doubt he wants a handout.
This is all about.
A billionaire who wants another handout. Wants a handout. And like Larry said, he's tried to get him on. No, a lot of people, like Raj Mathai was lucky to get him on. And I bet you, and Raj won't admit it, and I don't know anything about it, but I bet you John Fisher probably had a PR director say, okay, he's going to answer these and whatnot, because that's who he is. That's who he is.
I would assume, not because Raj is...
No, Raj isn't like that.
No, Raj is 100% journalism, but to get an interview like that, I'm sure there's some curation going on on Fisher's behalf. Absolutely.
No doubt. Let's go to Will Marin. Will, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I just... growing up as a kid, I was more of a baseball fan in general. Like, I didn't really have a team, and I had a single mom growing up. And so what she would do is she would take me to see my favorite players. She would save up money, and for like birthday presents or Christmas or something cool like that, she would save up money, get us some like really good tickets and to go see like my favorite players. And it was really awesome because the difference between, even at Candlestick, the difference between like the Candlesticks and the AT&Ts and stuff, like, yeah, they were great venues, lots of history in them. I'm not hating on that. It was just the A's for me, like even from as a kid to even recently, it was just more of like an intimate kind of experience. Like, you can get a little bit closer to the players. The staff isn't, like if certain people don't show up in a section, they're not going to bark at you for getting a little bit closer. Certain things like that. And it was just awesome. And it's never going to be like that. Like, and I know what you guys were talking about. What made me call in was you hit it right, Bonte. It's the vibe. The vibe is so different. It's I've never been to a venue where you have a section of people banging on legit drummer line drums. There's people passing joints throughout the stadium. It's just a different vibe. It's like a very family culture, and it's going to be missed. I'm going to miss just being bored on a Sunday, walking down to Hayward South Bart, hopping on, buying a ticket for $8 at the nosebleeds, waiting for people to leave, and just walking down, talking to players. I'm going to miss it. It's an experience that I'll never forget, and I'm grateful for. And I know that we're talking A's. I just want to give a shout out to the Raiders fans as well, because as a Ravens fan, I've been to multiple Raiders tailgates just walking through, and I tell you what, man, it's such a myth of how they're disrespectful and rude. You can start at the parking lot and end at the other side, and by the time you're at the other side, you've had a plate of ribs. You've been smoked out 5 different times. You've been told, hey, good luck and all of that. And all I'm saying is, like, I am going to miss that rich culture. So shout out to all the fans that are losing something. I don't know. My heart goes out to you guys. Thank you for making experiences for me as a different sports guy and a connoisseur, like just having a great time. Like, thank you guys for just giving me great, awesome memories. Like, I love it, and I will miss it. So shout out to the A's and Raiders fans. Thank you guys for the hospitality, the awesome tree, and the great plates of ribs. You guys are awesome, and you'll always be missed. So shout out to the Oakland fan base. That's my heart really is going out for today. Shout out to you guys. You guys are the best. Thank you.
Well said, Will. Well said. And you talk about that vibe. I know we're going to get to Malcolm in South City before we end the show. At one point, Javier, Big Dog City, we're out there at the Raiders game, and I was smiling ear to ear, Shasky. It was a Chiefs-Raiders game. Damian Hewitt was playing quarterback for the Chiefs. They won like 13-12. He threw a bomb.
Was kicking in?
Dude, no sticky icky that day. But I was smiling ear to ear because I was just like, honestly, what Will said, I was blown away by the vibe and the atmosphere at that game because at that point, the Niners were struggling. And Candlestick was, it was whatever. And then the beginning of Levi's Stadium, we're like, what's the vibe down here? Now it's gotten a lot better at Levi's. There's no doubt. Levi's rocks right now. But they were joking with me. It's like, I think Bonte's becoming a Raider fan. I'm like, no. I'm just embracing, like I'm appreciating the vibe out here. But to Will's point, the tailgate, they were doing a couple Cupid Shuffle out there. And they were gigging. And then the game itself. And then all the costumes and the Raiders and all that stuff. And then you get to the A's and what happened there. It's fascinating that this is all ending today. That vibe is gone. Gone. Will they ever be able to recreate that? Will they? I don't know. I don't know, man. And at this point, I don't think anybody cares. Let's go to Malcolm in South City. Malcolm, what's happening?
Hi, guys. Oh, my God. It's a very sad day. I just wanted to talk about the time when I went to the Giants A's game for the 1989 earthquake game, and we were sitting behind home plate, and luckily it was 5:05, and it was still daylight. Otherwise, there'd be chaos at the end. And it was my wife started freaking out. We have all that on tape. There was a big show that my son had recorded. He's with NBC Sports. He had recorded it, and all the players went on the field. And she says, "I ain't going back on the concrete. So I want to go on the field." So they said, "Ma'am, we'll arrest you." But there was a cop who was very nice. He took us down the stairs, and in the Giants game, you have to walk through the field to get to the players' gate. And Huss was coming up the stairs. He moved over a little bit. We got there. And they said they didn't take us out of the gate. So I went to Brett Butler. I said, "Brett, this is not a good time to ask you for your autograph." And he says, "Why are you asking?" But it was World Series. And I'll never forget those memories. The Bash Brothers. My team is the Giants, but we lost that game. And before the game even started, I walked down the aisle and Willie Mays and I forget the other baseball player, we're going to throw out the first pitch. And I walked back up and it started shaking. And believe me, some scary times. But memories I'll never forget. And the fact, I think after that occasion, they started putting restrictions on how people get out of the stadium. Because there was the best place to be is on the field. Because, So I don't have a ticket today, but I just found a A's hat from my memorabilia. I'm going to take Bart and go there and see if I can get in. I'm 74 years old yesterday. And
Happy birthday.
I love sports. I've called you guys before.
Well, thank you.
Happy birthday, Malcolm. Happy birthday. We all love sports.
Happy birthday to Steiny, too.
Yeah, Steiny's what, 65 now?
60. It's a big
60.
milestone. No, for real. It's a legit.
He hasn't aged well. No,
dude, he looks great. If I look as good as, I'm being real, if I look as good as Steiny at that age.
If I look as good as Steiny at that age.
Legit, bro.
I'm in trouble.
No, show some love.
Choking.
Yay! All right, Joe, get the numbers ready. My final thought is this. If we were going collection of uniforms over time, the Oakland A's have a top 3 uniform in all of baseball history. That's just my personal opinion, okay? I think that their all yellows are so sick. That's number 5, if I was going to rank them all time. All right. Number 4, all time.
Number 4.
I think it's got to be the yellow top pullover ones. Love those ones. Number 3.
Number 3.
The all-white pullover with the giant A. Okay, I'm talking mid-70s giant A. Number 2.
Number 2.
The gray Oakland Old English cut sleeve. No doubt about it. And the number 1 uniform of all time for the Oakland A's, in my estimation, their gray Oakland across the front, just a simple with the elephant on the left. It's all time. I didn't even have the green jerseys on here. I'll tell you, they've got the dark green, they got the Kelly green. I think their uniforms, there's not a miss in the bunch. The only one that I would say, the black. Like I'm not
so
trying to
funny
be a
you say
hater.
that because it's iconic for me. The black with the dark hunter green.
But listen to the ones
yeah.
that I'm nailing.
Yeah.
The green long sleeve with the yellow cut sleeve. You know, the green. It's green under with the all time.
Yeah.
Yellow on yellow.
Yeah,
they don't have a bad uniform.
No,
they don't. My final thought is, my thoughts are with A's fans as they are waiting in the parking lot right now before the gates open for one last baseball game of the regular season. I had no plans to watch. I had no plans to watch baseball today. Got baby Chaz. We're going to go to the playground, but you know what? I'm going to have to go back home and watch and just, sit there and just watch baseball history die in front of our eyes. History of Oakland, man. The rich history in Oakland when it comes to baseball and all those great players, all those great managers, all those great fans. It all comes to an end. So my final thoughts are with the A's fans. I feel for you. I really do. And that's Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. We will get to football tomorrow, I promise you. That'll happen on a football Friday. But in the meantime, A's fans, hang tough, hang tight, keep your chin up, man, and let those tears flow. We feel for you.
Did you know when you purchase lumber and building materials from Golden State?
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, no.
Happy birthday, Steiny. Happy birthday. Yeah, baby. I know it's a somber day with the A's, and we'll get into it, but it's your birthday. How you feeling?
This one hurts. No,
This one hurts.
No, this one doesn't hurt.
Right on, Spadoni.
This one hits.
Oh,
this
there
one
you
hits.
go. Look at my man, a head full of hair. Yeah, you killing the game.
I ain't gonna fool anybody. this one's 6-0, baby.
Morning, and you said it out
6-0.
loud.
Oh my God.
So your numbers flipped from your boy Goo. Yeah.
All right. Well, we got a. I don't know what kind of show we got today. It's going to certainly be a little bit different.
How about the people show?
Well, yes, that's what it should be.
The people of just everywhere.
That's what it should be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's funny. Obviously, this is the last game the A's are going to play in Oakland, and sometimes you just say it, and it's hard to believe. I can definitely say that it's starting to hit me. Like it didn't hit me 5 years ago when this whole thing started and they were talking stadiums. Didn't hit me at the beginning of the year. Didn't hit me, but now it's happening. And, I live in Oakland, and I hate to see it happen, and it sucks.
It does.
It really does.
And I need your help, Steiny, because I don't want to make this about myself. Born in Oakland, California, Oak Knoll Hospital. First baseball game was at the Oakland Coliseum watching Ricky Henderson, where you could buy the Polaroids of him on the base path or batting, and it would come right out, and Norm got it for me. But what I'm mad at is, and you need to help me here, is the city of Oakland. And Bontan Shasky and the people did a great show today, just letting it out. But I don't know what to do with the pain, because I'm from the Bay, Steiny, and I have love for every team here. And the fact that we were blessed, I was growing up to have National League Baseball at my disposal, American League Baseball, AFC football with the Raiders, NFC with the Niners. I've been in denial because so much has been going on in every city across the United States. But when you talk about your sports teams that kept me out the streets, Steiny, you always pointed to that proudness that you had and the pride of the team that represented your city and your local market, and that was the A's for Oakland. And now the A's, not to thumb the bruise, because I don't think there's another city that's lost their basketball team, their baseball team, and their football team. So today is Steiny, it ain't Ice Cube, it's a bad day, but what do I do with the pain that I have for everybody that works there, the ushers, the fans, the A's fans that don't live or reside in Oakland? What do I do with that pain?
I don't know. I would try to make this as much of a celebration as we can, and we'll deal with the emotions later. Or you can do whatever you want. That's the bottom line. I guess the first question I have for people is like, what do the A's mean?
Wow.
What do they mean to you? And what does this mean? Because, look, you guys, well, you now know I'm 60, so I was born in 1964.
My man, that's the best part of the day.
Back east. And how does a kid from Reading, Pennsylvania know Gene Tennis, Joe Rudy, Reggie Jackson, Billy North, Bert Campaneris, Dick Green, Sal Bando, Catfish Hunter, Blue Moon Odom. I mean, Raleigh Fingers. Like, I can go through their lineup.
Yeah.
And I live 3,000 miles away. And there was something about the A's uniforms that were so cool.
The white on white, Steiny, with the white cleats?
Exactly. And Reggie, did I even say Reggie? But,
so do you remember a center fielder, Dwayne Murphy?
Sure.
Tony Armas.
Dwayne Murphy.
Dave Reverend.
Armas had a cannon.
Shooty Babbitt.
Yes.
Come on now.
Dave Reverend, I believe, a left-handed hitting first baseman.
That's his position.
I mean, this is where Stratomatic comes in handy. Let me tell you.
Steiny, again.
Paul Lindblad.
And we want to hear from A's fans, what are we celebrating? Because the A's aren't dying. They're just dying in the city of Oakland. And that's why I'm mad at the politicians, the mayors, everybody involved. I never thought this day was coming. And I got to say this, and you're going to throw something at me on your birthday.
Not.
Why am I you know I'm a lover. I'm a sports romantic.
Yes.
I'm reading some stuff about the professional dugouts or tunnels at the Sacramento. Could there somehow be a default to where this may not be the last season? I'll leave that for the dreamers. But Steiny, your boy's mad. It's just right. Oakland's got a lot going on off the field, but every city does. But the fact that you're losing your team when I feel like it could have been avoided, it hurts, man.
It does. It does. And, I obviously, when I was a kid, the A's were hot in the early 70s when they won 3 straight titles.
I'm cutting you off on your birthday. Yeah. What if I tell you I think that three-peat is one of the most quiet, disrespected three-peats in sports?
Well,
it was come on, man. In the town, I don't think it gets enough run.
What I found is that all those old titles tend to vanish a little bit. Hell, I'll go back 12 years. 2012, 13, and 14 with the A's was unbelievable with those teams.
Josh Hamilton dropped ball.
I'll never forget it. Man. I'll never forget it. In fact, I just wrote down a couple things. That year in 2012, the A's were 37-42.
Yikes.
At one point during the season, they finished the season 57-26, and they swept the Rangers in that last series to go to the postseason, and it was absolutely, positively electric. It was electric in the Bay because the Giants were there also, and the A's made it late. Super chat, Jim Mole,
our guy,
loyal P1. He says happy Friday, fellas. All right. Man, I could use an after work. Meet me for a round later. You know the spot. All right, thanks, Jim. Appreciate the call. But everybody
we'll be there.
Yeah, everybody knows our producer Evan Giddings. Well, he's out at the stadium as we speak. We're going to check in with him after the break at about 10:20 in about 10 minutes. But this day's for the Oakland A's, and more importantly, this day's for the fans because it is. I'll just share one thing I saw. A buddy of mine who's an usher, both at the Coliseum and the Old Oracle.
This Aaron Davis?
Aaron Davis.
Our guy.
He's an usher, and he put out a video where he tells that it's his last day game working the A's, and he tells you about how he used to sit behind Reggie Jackson growing up as a kid.
Wow.
And talks about how they used to have photo day where they just let the fans come onto the field and take photos with the players who were just milling around. And that's when it starts to hit you that there's more going on than just a sports team leaving. That's the least of it. It's affecting a lot of lives. It stinks. This is a fan base that does not deserve this to happen to them because they're as loyal as they come. And it's just too bad.
I got to go here real quick if I can. A couple of days ago, the owner had the audacity, Fisher, to write that cockamamie letter.
Yeah.
And if that is not the epitome of fool, read the room. How dare you? How those words were so hollow and fake. You must have nobody that loves you to let you release this or even concoct it. So, Steiny, that hurt too, and it doesn't make it better. But you know one thing about me. I love and respect history. And the best part of history, Steiny, is the one you just learned that you didn't know. But if you know me, you know this. I love storied franchises, the old school. Steiny, I'm sorry. The A's are as storied as they come, man. Those pretty Kelly green uniforms, all the uniforms they used to have, you can't. That's what makes this so come on. And we had that here in the Bay Area growing up. I don't know if I ever took it for granted. But, Steiny, I didn't know coming in from the Union today, looking at the parking lot at 7:30, they're ready to go.
Yeah.
And it's this is what it used to be like when the A's had the Bash brothers, Walt Weiss and Steinbach, and the place would be sold out. Don't tell me A's fans don't come out, but they just been beat over the head.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to check in with Evan Giddings, who's at He's at the Coliseum right now. He's a big A's fan, and we'll take some calls. We'll try to make this as positive as possible. What's coming up on the game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
from the championship by the Oakland A's. Fingers deals a comebacker. Fingers has it and throws to first. It is a madhouse here at the Oakland Coliseum. High up in the heavens, the rockets are going off. Down on the field, thousands of youngsters pouring out of the stands. The ball players battling for their lives to get back into the dressing room. And the A's have done it. They have beaten a young and inexperienced Los Angeles club 4-1.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, that is Vin Scully from 1974.
A young Vin Scully.
That was the third of 3 in a row by the Oakland A's. And it's their last game in Oakland today. Tough to believe. We'll be checking in with our main man, Evan Giddings, shortly. He's out there. He's going to give us a little report. But
thank God it's your birthday, man. That makes this day better, man, because it's a sad day.
All right, let's go. Let's take a couple calls. Let's go to
who we got.
Let's go to Mary. Mary's in Reading, Pennsylvania. What's going on, Mary? How you doing?
Hey, when did you start calling me Mary?
Hey, Mom, how you doing?
Hey, happy birthday.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mom. Appreciate it.
Oh, my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
Yes, you probably are.
He's in a good mood today, Mom. He's in a good mood.
Yeah. You know, Mom.
Is he in a good mood, Guru?
Yeah, he's in a great mood.
Keep him upbeat.
Yeah, as soon as I walked in, I could tell. Yeah.
You know, Goo, my mom is a monster baseball fan. I don't know if you knew that, but my life's come full circle, Mom. I've just thought about this because, and I told you this the last couple of times I've seen you, but the day I was born, 60 years ago, was smack dab in the middle of the biggest collapse in baseball history. The Philadelphia Phillies lost 10 games in a row.
Oh, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
That's symbolic.
They were the Phillies were 6.5 games ahead in the division with 12 games to go, and they blew it. They lost 10 games in a row, and I was born on September 26th. It was the 6th loss in a row, and the Phillies lost in the 9th inning on a Rico Carty triple. Rico Carty triple to the Milwaukee Braves. They lost 6-4.
That is
and they
tragic.
were going to lose 4 more. But and then today, now 60 years later.
But you got your mama on the phone.
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mom. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. You're not going to let me talk, are you? Because you're afraid of what I'm going to say.
Well, what are you going to say?
I'm just going to say that I love you, and Guru put me up to this.
Yeah,
I didn't do this on my own volition.
And I'm glad I did, Mom, and you always come through. And he's blushing right now, but you're the best. And you sound like you're 18. God, you guys he looks great for his age.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, he's behaving these days, I think.
There you go.
He's behaving. So, all of that reflects on his lifestyle and the way he looks. So,
all right.
I love you, Mary.
All right. Well, I love you, Mom. Well, thanks for calling in.
I love you too. I'm coming out there soon, so get ready.
All right. I missed your last visit. We're gonna hook up this one.
Yeah, you got 2 guys in this room that love you, Mom. Me and Goo.
Oh, thank you. I love you too. Thank you, Goo.
No problem.
Yeah. Take care, Mom. Love you. All right.
I thought you'd want to hear from Ma Dukes. She called too. She sounds vibrant.
What's that? Oh, now we got okay. Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's go out to the Collie and bring in our main man, Evan Giddings.
River Island's guest line.
You know what? Let me make it official. Hold on. Evan Giddings coming to you courtesy of the River Island's guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. What's up, Evan? How are you, my man?
Well, first of all, I don't love Mary either. I mean, falling ready for PAs. Come on, man. I love Mary too.
I'm a little overwhelmed right now, buddy. Hang in there with me.
No, it's a little overwhelming out here. I'm in A6, front side of the Coliseum, 8,000 Coliseum Way. I mean, it is a little overwhelming. It's definitely an emotional day. But first and foremost, Sonny, happy birthday, brother. I love you, man.
Thanks, Evan. Let me ask you this. So the gates, I take it, have not opened but the Guru said he drove by the Coliseum earlier and it was already packed. There were lines, and so just is it festive? Is it somber? Is it bittersweet? Is there any way you can characterize it?
Well, I heard people were lining up at like 5 a.m. to get in the gates, and one of my boys who's out here just grilling up some breakfast burritos was one of them. So, look, I'm not going to lie, it's a little emotional, but at the same time, it is also it's pretty festive. Like, people are throwing the ball around. I see Nerf balls. Raiders fans, A's fans, Warriors fans. There's jerseys and memorabilia everywhere. I don't know, at least for right now, it's a party. It's one of those, I guess, funerals that you could say is a celebration, and then eventually the tears are going to start flowing.
And Evan, that's what I wanted to ask you a quick question. So, because you're so good with your words, and I don't want to make this about myself, but, I woke up and I didn't know I was going to feel this way. I'm angry. My first game, was at the Coliseum. What are you feeling, though, Evan? Because you're doing a good job, and you're around all that, but what are you feeling deep in your gut just about this whole thing and this whole situation?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I haven't really come to grips with it yet. It hasn't quite hit me. I've been fortunate enough to be in the building the last 2 nights. Saw what probably is going to be the final walk-off at the Coliseum a couple of nights ago. Copped the Bash Brothers poster and a few bobbleheads over the BART Bridge, the modern-day Macy's, in my opinion. One of the best places you can buy your local gear. But all that stuff is going away. I was sitting up there last night with my brother in the 300s and just honestly taking a look at people driving out of the Coliseum, just taking it in, watching people with their kids, taking potentially their final photos. And I'm not going to lie, there were a lot of smiles, but it was almost like smiling through the pain. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing here today. So, it hasn't quite hit me yet. So I'm glad that I'm talking to you guys before I get too deep into my feelings, because I don't want to break down on air. But, I think a lot of people are wrestling with happiness, with sadness, and I don't know, just the last time that they can enjoy the big family that is the Oakland A's fan base.
Well, let me ask you this, Evan, because I know an usher out at the Coliseum. His name's Aaron Davis. He told a story about how when he's been an usher there for 24 years, but he grew up in Oakland. He sat in right field behind Reggie Jackson in the early 70s. I know you're a lot younger than Aaron, but what do you remember about becoming an A's fan? When, and why?
It's kind of indescribable. I'm honestly not really sure. I mean, I'm blessed that my parents took me here when I was young enough to sort of fall in love with the game. They never forced anything upon me as far as athletics or academics. They let me kind of be my own person, and for whatever reason, I was just drawn to this place. And it's yeah, man, I remember being 6 years old and watching Jim Messier blow a save against Alex Rodriguez and the Texas Rangers. I remember being at Game 5 of the 2002 Moneyball season where they lost, and watching Doug Minkiewicz, just get piled on top of the mound, and the A's and their miracle season coming to an end. I remember watching Milton Bradley throw a ball into the stands with 2 outs. I remember a lot about this place. Marco Scutaro hitting a walk-off home run off the greatest closer of all time, Mariano Rivera. I remember watching some of these great Oakland A's playoff games in the mid-2010s with a guy that I'm currently right here with, my college teammate, Gordy Clary. There's just so many things that come into mind, and I apologize for the stream of consciousness, but we love it. Bringing up the usher just has me thinking about all the people that have worked at this place, all the people that I know here. Again, I'm here with my former teammate, my little brother's right next to me. I went to church with a couple of security guards that work here at the Coliseum that aren't going to be here anymore. One of my boys is working in the A's PR department. There's just so many connections. The first time I came here was with my church group when I was 7 years old. Damn. I was fortunate enough to bring my parents to their final game last month, and they got to see Shea Langelier's walk-off. I don't know, man. It's really the people here are what makes the Coliseum as special as it is, because, and I thought my brother put it perfectly yesterday, it's as if you have a family member, say your mother or your father, that makes a meal, and it's a little ordinary. Maybe it's mac and cheese, maybe it's rice or something that's seemingly mundane to the average eye. But to you, it's incredibly special. And then imagine that meal is no longer there anymore. It's no longer accessible to you, and they will never make it again. I feel like that's kind of what everyone's trying to grapple with right now, of not having that favorite meal, that comforting meal, that loving meal. And the word love has just been streaming throughout this entire parking lot right now. And I'm just glad that, at least for right now, there haven't been too many tears. It's just more smiles and, drinks and family. But there's just so much about this place that I really, it's hard for me to put into words.
Yeah, Evan Giddings is, of course, our producer, but he's also a huge A's fan. Spends a lot of his time at the Coliseum. He's there now. Last game ever in Oakland for the A's today.
Evan, this is how you know we're family, because I always refer to you as my brother. I just had the pleasure of meeting your family and your beautiful mom, and I had the visual. We just had Steiny's mom on, but I just had the visual of the picture you posted about a month ago. You were a young kid. I thought, Evan was chubby. It was a day game, but you were with your mom, and I feel like I was in the photo, but you talk about the generational aspect of this. How's mom and your dad, how are they taking this? Because you mentioned your brother, but also your mom who took you to those day games. How are they holding up to this news?
I mean, I think a lot of people have kind of seen it coming for quite some time. And, who knows what's going to happen with the A's. The only thing we do know for sure is they're not going to be playing at the Oakland Coliseum next year. And, that day when I got to introduce them to you guys was special, because it was obviously great to introduce them to the 95-7 family, but also that was the last game that we all went to as a family. So, my parents, like a lot of A's fans, are transplants. My mom's from San Diego, my dad's from back east, but they fell in love with baseball and they fell in love with the A's the same way that my friend's father here is from Atlanta, came over in the 60s, was here during the founding season in 1968. The A's have always been a family that's had wide open arms to anybody that loves the game of baseball. And that's really where I think it hurts the most for me is, I fell in love with this game at this place. And, to just kind of think about not being able to watch the dudes that play the game that I love at the highest level anymore in front of fans that have given nothing but support to them for however long individually. That's just kind of hard for me to think about, boys.
Yeah, I hear you, buddy.
Giving you a bro hug through the phone.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, we're going to let you go, but we'd love to check in with you throughout the next couple hours and have you tell us what's going on out there. But try to make the best of it. Keep a smile on your face and try to enjoy the day, my man.
I'll try to do it. Thanks, boys. You guys have helped me through a lot, and I'm just eternally grateful for you two. So thank you for giving me a voice here today.
All right, buddy. Anytime. Man. Evan Giddings, our producer, is out at the Coliseum.
Did you hear that, Steiny?
He's a big A's fan. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
You could hear it, man. Yep. And I don't know where you were at this morning, but the guys, again, Bonte and Shasky did a wonderful job. The fans, they had one caller that almost shed a thug tear, Steiny. I believe his name was Jose. And he called in to say, you know what, the 3 hours of going to the A's game was kind of an escape because he didn't have the best home life. And that's so real, and it applies to so many different people. But to think of the new Jose's and the people that don't have that as an outlet, and that's why, you heard me and Shasky in the green room talk about, Steiny, I guess I'm looking for blame. Yeah. But what is that actually going to get me, right? I'm looking for blame. How did this happen? And it's not going to change anything, but just hearing Evan and all the multiple and thousands and millions of fans all across the world, A's fans that have, an allegiance to this team, this is a sad day.
Yeah. Let's talk to Jim. Jim is in Martinez. Hey, Jim, how you doing, man? What's going on? How you feeling?
Oh, man, this is brutal. I'm not in Martinez. Hey, Goo, that was great getting Mary on. Birthday,
Thanks,
man. That was a really good by Evan just now. But I'm actually walking into dinner in Athens. I don't mean Athens, Georgia.
Greece.
I was just on a bus the whole time. I can't believe you guys got my call. And we went to bat day as paper boys. And we circled through and we'd get 3 or 4 bats. And my brother got mugged and had his 4 bats stolen when he was 11 years old. I went to the 71 championship against Baltimore. all three of the world championships, and then the loss to Boston in '75. We were at the '81 game, the playoff game where the wave started. That is still indelible in my mind. I was at the Hamilton game. The end of the '88 World Series, it was really ugly at the Coliseum. I was smashed in by a bottle. It bled for 3 days straight, and then we won in '89, and then we lost in '90.
You know what, Jim? Great sentiments. Yeah. He's halfway around the world.
I was just about to say.
Man, he's in Athens, Greece.
But the A's on his mind.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. And my buddy Tone just reminded me, I don't know if you weren't here, Steiny. This was earlier. You may have been. They used to have a thing called the Castle.
Okay.
So it had arcades, go-karts, miniature golf, and it was right next to the Coliseum. Oh. So you could go to the A's game and then go do all that or do that before and go to the A's game. So I guess that was gone when you got here.
Yeah, I got here in '90, so it sounds like it might have been gone.
But just another staple of a outing going to the Oakland A's game.
Hey, not today. Not today.
Good God. And getting off Bart, Chesky mentioned it. Getting off Bart and making that walk.
The walk across the bridge.
Come on, man. Yeah. Now that's for nothing. Yeah. For nothing.
Kevin's in Oakland. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
I'm fine. I'm from Fremont. But
all right.
That's fine. I wanted to share. I started becoming a fan. I missed all the great years of the '70s, but I started following them in '77. And so as a kid, I grew up and I was going through all their bad years. I grew up through the '80s with the great teams of the late '80s and so on and so forth. And then the 2000 teams were pretty good. But here's the thing. They were a team. They were kept together for long periods of time. Even the 2000 teams, they were able to develop and grow throughout the 8 years because they would be allowed to stay together at least until they became free agents. And then, of course, and of course, Chavez was kept beyond that. But the thing is, the team thing stopped the moment a few years ago when they dumped without unceremoniously, without any thought or reason, dumped Olsen way before free agency, dumped Chapman way before free agency, just to cut costs, just because they didn't want to keep a team. This owner is disgraceful. Yeah. He shouldn't have been allowed to stay. He shouldn't have been able to stay with baseball. But what I'm saying is, they said this is an end of a thing. For me, it's the end of pain. It's the end of the fact that you weren't going to build teams here anymore. Wow. You weren't going to allow the teams to stay together. You weren't going to. I can't see, so I listen to everything on the radio or streaming it on the computer. But I stopped going. I grew up. One other aspect to this, they were a lifesaver for me in the early '90s. I was going through a horrible marriage, and it was ending. It was going to end eventually, very shortly. It was only 2.5 years. But here's the thing: I left home one day, and my ex-wife at the time says to me, my wife at the time, ex-wife now. Says, I bet you're not going to go because I was supposed to meet a friend. She had to cancel out right at the last minute. Our friend that was going to go. I said, no, I'm going to go. And that was the start of a time. I happened to meet the A's team. They called themselves the A's team that would help you get to your seat and whatnot. If you couldn't see, they'd lead you to see. Anyway, that was the beginning of about 15, 20-year time period of just going to games. I was a season ticket holder at one point. I was whatever. And I truly, this team is and has been my passion. But they killed it for me from a team standpoint when they started trading away players and cutting people. It's been a horrendous experience. It's almost been like a slow death and bleeding to death.
No, Kevin, thank you so much for the call. And I mean, that's what baseball can do.
Yeah.
Baseball
Steiny, he said this represents no more pain. Shout out Tupac. Yeah. Pain. Think about that. That's what. And again, how long have A's fans have had to endure this last decade of, there's a nice prospect. He's balling. He's ready to go. Olsen, he's in Atlanta. But you knew the A's and the management weren't going to retain him. So it has been a slow death, Steiny.
Yeah.
Like, that stinks. You should be able to, when you know a man or a woman is running an entity in the ground and you know they don't care, you should be able to come in and take it from them because you don't love them. But the people do.
The people definitely do. Malibu Grand Prix. Was that it? The amusement park out of the...
we used to call it the castle, but yeah.
Thank you, 510.
The streets called it the castles.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, we'll take a little. You know what? The one thing
Fisher's the worst.
The last caller just reminded me. That's what sports is about. You got life, and sometimes you got ups and downs, and get out to the ballpark, and for 3 hours,
it was always there, right?
It reminds me of not to interject myself, but
what's your birthday?
When I was back in college during finals week, I was never prepared. And so if I had an exam like at 2:00 and I was like, you got nothing, bro. It's too late. It's too late. I would always, before the exam, just go to the gym.
Look at my man.
Get shots up for about 45 minutes.
How'd you do on the final?
Not terrible, but at least for those 45 minutes before the test, I wasn't as stressed as I should have been.
Boy.
I was working on that little mid-range, but that's what sports can do. All right, we'll take more of your calls. This is going to be a different kind of day. We hope you're going to hang in there with us. And, hey, at 7 p.m., are we doing this tonight, too? No, that's an old one. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. All right, I'm just going to take a break right now and get organized on 95.7. Well, hold on one sec. Just say something good.
I love you to death, dude. You are the greatest thing.
Oh, man. All right, I'm just buying time
Happy
right here.
Happy birthday, buddy. It's your birthday.
Stinking from the head.
Not today,
Priest, you're the man. All right, 888-957-9570. We'll talk more on the other side.
but the Giants have certainly not made life easy for them tonight. It's a ground ball to the right side, speared by Phillips, flips to Eckersley. Yes, he's there in time, and the A's are the world champions. For the first time in 15 seasons, the world championship goes to Oakland. The A's, the world champs, and the deserved world champs.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 1989, A's sweep the San Francisco Giants Bay Bridge Series. Another historic moment at the Coliseum.
But this is why I love you and the boss.
All right.
We're talking about that moment, and then we talked about the earthquake game.
Yep.
And Al Michaels was on the call, and only like you two can do, you say, Goo, who was on the call in the booth with Al Michaels? I was supposed to Google it, forgot because I got sidetracked. And we said, let's take a guess. I said Jim Palmer.
Yeah.
No.
Tim McCarver.
Yeah.
I knew that. I wasn't even alive then. It's minus 4 years old.
Would you hit guess McCarver? Because we were trying to figure it out, Spadoni, and I said, Jim, please, Goo.
Well,
it was Tim.
They had the 30 for 30 of it, obviously. The earthquake in 1989.
Dude,
and Tim McCarver and him were on TV, and everything started shaking.
I was watching it.
Chris Berman was there. He was on assignment, too, for ESPN.
Back.
I had, that was, I remember I was watching it on TV in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania.
Oh, so you were still back there.
East, but little did I know. At that time, I didn't know it. I'd be in the Bay Area full-time in 6 months.
Look at you.
I don't know why, but I ended up moving out here. Let's go to John. John's in Dublin. Hey, John, what's going on, man?
Hey, John. Sorry about that, Steiny. Yeah. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
That's the first-time caller, and I just want to give you my 2 cents about this whole situation. Here's Steiny. I can identify with your East Coast trip. I'm from upstate New York, Syracuse area. I'm your same age, 60. I just had my birthday in June. And my brothers had the baseball digest on the floor.
Yep.
They used to collect them. And they would have them all on the floor, and they'd have all the pictures of all the guys out there. Willie Mays, Willie McCovey. I'm 5 years old. I'm looking at these baseball covers, and I'm seeing them all. And I'm saying, who's my baseball team? Because my brothers had the Cardinals and they had the Giants, and I was getting ready to jump into the Pirates with Clemente. And then I see Reggie Jackson and you guys getting ready to get beat by the Baltimore Orioles, and I said, let me who these guys are. And then I'm playing Pony League, and I'm taking on the identity of Reggie Jackson because now I'm seeing his bringing up. And I said, I'm going to stay with the A's. 6 years old, and I'm saying to myself, I'm going to go out and live in California. I don't know where this place is at, but I want to go there. I want to be something special, be a part of something special out there. 72, 73, 74, they win the World Series, flying high. Now I'm starting to see ownership come into play. Charlotte Finley comes in. Reggie Jackson does not get the signage. And I'm starting to see what's going on with the ownership. Why is ownership becoming a part of this thing? Kurt Flood was the beginning of all of this. Why you get our players the way we are now. But I'm actually seeing the ownership saying, hey, I don't want to be a part of these guys. Don't want to start building franchises. I want to gut the team. This is the beginning of ownership for me, where I'm actually got my finger on the pulse, because I come out here in 1984, right out of high school, 6 months out, because I want to know what's going on at this Coliseum. I'm reading from afar, Circus Magazine, about all these concerts out here, Journey, Triumph, April Wine, all these great bands playing out here. What's going on out here? I want to be a part of this. I get out here, and my first game, Mother's Day, 1984, and I get to see Henderson, Davis, and Dwayne Murphy out there. And that ownership, I'm starting to realize, is about how Walter Haas comes in. He takes the team from the shambles and starts building it up, bringing it to a team to where the 89, I got to watch it. I was out there in the bleachers, dollar seats, right in at the attendance with Sarge, betting $1 on what the attendance was and betting $1 with Sarge, who was a security officer out there. And we would bet every game basically on the dot race and the attendance. And they were in the stands in the wood, in the bleachers. And I would sit out there with all that, and I would see the ownership bring that team up. The Walt Weisses, the Jose Canseco's, the Mark McGuires. They're bringing in Dave Parker. They're bringing in Joaquin Andujar. They're bringing everybody in. Everything's flying. It's flying.
I think maybe you should stop there.
Yeah.
And we'll end it on a high note, John. But
84 Mother's Day, Steiny.
Impressive.
No doubt. We got a special guest on the line. Punch it, Spadoni.
Oh.
Hey.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Somebody like to wish you happy birthday, Steiny.
Hello. Happy birthday.
Oh, hey, what's up, Gracer? How you doing? Oh, my gosh.
Grace!
All right. How are you?
You not recognize me.
No,
I'm good.
Took me by surprise a little bit. This is my daughter.
All the way from London to wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks, sweetie. I love
daughter.
You.
Great stuff, Grace.
This is my middle daughter, Grace, who works in London, and she's kicking butt over there. And, oh, boy. Your Pop's going to start crying, Grace.
Oh, whoa. Steiny tears, Grace.
Well, that was the goal. So, that was the goal.
As long as I have you on, I don't even know if you know this, but, today's the last Oakland A's game in Oakland. And
I heard heartbreaking stuff.
Yeah, and what I now realize is you started loving going to A's games before you went to college, and you would go there with Francis and just love to be at the Coliseum.
Yep. Highlight. Now I'm Team Oakland Ballers. So
okay,
there you go.
All right,
Grace.
All right,
good
Grace.
Good daughter, Grace.
Well, listen. Let's see. It's in it. So you're done with work over there. How's work going, by the way?
Pretty good, thanks.
All right. Listen, I love you.
Take it easy, young lady.
I love you.
All right, love you, Dad.
Hey,
happy birthday.
Hey, real quick, by the way, did I almost blow it on the Zoom call this morning?
No, you did great.
No, I mean because aren't you surprising somebody when you come?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'll keep it.
Yeah.
I'll keep it under my hat. Hopefully, Josie's not listening.
All right, hopefully not. Crossing fingers. All right, love you, Dad.
All right, kid. I love you too.
Awesome.
Bye.
Man, big party today. We got a funeral / party.
Yeah, it's
a New Orleans funeral.
That's the way to do it.
Celebration of life.
That's the way to do it. Yeah, that's the way. Oh, they do it.
It's a party. Yeah, New Orleans. Yeah, when they have a funeral down, it's a party.
Yeah, it is, because you hear the preacher say that here. Like, let's party. Yeah.
However you want to handle it's the way you can handle it. John in Hayward. How you doing, buddy?
Johnny.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Tiny, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Guru, shout out James Logan.
Yeah, the Colts, baby.
Yeah, so here's what's frustrating about the situation with the A's. I personally didn't care that they played in an old ballpark at the Coliseum. What mattered to me was putting together a competitive on-field product. Now, no one was expecting the A's ownership to spend like the Dodgers or the Yankees. We get that. But A's fans wanted ownership to somewhat spend to retain fan favorites. And therein lies the problem. While the Yankees retained Derek Jeter, while the Giants retained Buster Posey, the A's let go of their players. Josh Donaldson, Josh Reddick, Coco Crisp. And then 2022, that wasn't only the last straw, but that was the ultimate middle finger to the fans. In one off season, not only did they part ways with Olsen, Chapman, Semien, Bob Melvin, they actually increased ticket prices. Now imagine John Fisher owning another Bay Area sports franchise. Imagine if he told Bob Myers or Lynch or Sabian, hey, I don't want to spend money. Get rid of Steph, get rid of Draymond, get rid of Posey, get rid of Lincecum. Don't resign Trent or Ayuk or Purdy. Imagine him doing that and still have the nerve to increase prices. So for John Fisher to say, I did everything I could, just makes you want to shake your head.
No doubt.
It's one thing not to get a new ballpark, but he definitely did not do everything he could to spend money on players. And I have the numbers to prove it, so bear with me.
Yeah.
So since 2016,
hey, you know
A's
what?
ranked 24th.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Quick,
if you don't mind. Sorry, I just want to get this off my chest.
All right, go ahead.
Please, thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah, since 2016, they were 24th or worse in payroll. Fact. We all know how Shohei Ohtani got paid $700 million. Do you guys know the largest contract ever offered by John Fisher or Lou Wolf?
66 to Chavez.
Isn't that incorrect? Technically, didn't the previous ownership offer that?
Oh,
the previous ownership offer that?
Well, who you got?
Go ahead and check with me. But I thought the largest contract offer was $30 million to Billy Butler. So just put perspective on that. Imagine the next cheapest contract offered by any major league team was the White Sox. They offered $75 million to Andrew Benintendi. That's still more than double anything John Fisher has shelled out. Imagine all throughout Major League Baseball, all the contracts higher than $30 million. Mike Trout, Bryce Harper, Max Scherzer. But I did some digging to show how sad the situation is. How long ago was Jason Schmidt a thing in the majors?
Man,
Jason Schmidt signed with the Dodgers.
Yeah, Ben McDonald. Didn't they sign him once? Or Ben Sheets. Ben Sheets.
The old
I remember Ben Sheets.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
He's also one of the many players who got $47 million in 2006, and that's still higher that the A's have offered in the past 15 years.
All right, John. Thanks. Thanks for trying to cheer us up.
Yeah.
They did offer Chris Davis, by the way, and then he did accept the 2-year, $33 million extension. Remember that? And then he
Helen Keller. Because he got blind at the end. Helen Keller. He couldn't see anything.
No, well, he hurt his hip in that series against Pittsburgh, and he was never the same again. Chris Davis, who went on that tear, obviously. Or was it 247?
Can't hate on that. You can't hate on that.
KD.
2 years, no doubt. He was special.
You know what's weird? The team that I really remember, obviously, because it was Seth Smith. Who was the guy? Hatterberg. But who was the guy who hit a ton of homers and he kind of came out of nowhere and then he went to the Pirates, I believe. It wasn't Matt Stairs. It was
hit a ton of homers and then went to the Pirates.
Not Josh Reddick, but he was on those teams.
John Jaso?
No, he was an outfielder, DH, I think.
Heavy set?
Bigger guy. Let me look at a roster. I'll figure it out. Let's go to Dave in Castro Valley. Hey, Dave.
Hi, how you doing? This is a kind of a sad moment, man. I just wanted to give you some of the memories that I've had from A's games. I was born in '62, so in the early '70s, I was playing Little League when the A's were kicking butt, man. My 5th wedding anniversary, being there and getting a message on the Jumbotron.
Oh, nice. Man, there you go.
There. Yeah, all the $2 games. My kids got me a gift a number of years back. It's a Springer jersey. It's the A's, has my last name, and it's the A's jersey. My friend John Saunders having his 50th birthday, and that's what I did for him. Got an A's jersey, put the number 50 on it. One of the big memories for me is Carpenters Union had instead of doing their union picnic, they let us get A's tickets for $8. My wife was all pissed off because I bought 20 of them, and I gave them out so fast I had to go down and get 15 more.
Nice.
But to have 35 of my friends and family all in one little section for a firework night, it's memories like that.
No doubt. No doubt.
It's sad that I won't be able to put that together again.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Dave. Listen, we got a lot of people here. I'm going to be as gentlemanly and polite as I can, but we do want to get everybody in. Brandon Moss. Brandon Moss was the guy. He had 30 homers a year or two, didn't he?
Yeah. He came from Pittsburgh to the...
no, he came from Pittsburgh.
He came from the Pirates.
He went to the Cardinals after that, I believe.
Okay. That's the guy I remember. Seth Smith. Remember Seth Smith?
Yeah.
Lefty.
And Josh Reddick had the Spider-Man thing going on. Remember, that's when they were...
And a pack of smokes in his pocket.
Of course.
Josh Reddick.
And the rally-thon, too, I think. But that was Aubrey Huff, but he also, I think Reddick also did it, too. We'll talk about that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Rich in Fremont.
Richard.
What's up, Rich?
He's got some memories.
Oh, man, do I. You think about the Oakland A's, and you think about everything that really just the mystique of who they were. I remember when Dave Kingman, in one game, hit 3 bombs. They called him King Kong after that, okay? I remember when I was 8 years old, my dad took me to the first ever A's game I ever had, and they gave out Reggie Jackson autographed bats. And I had one. And it's just when you look at everything that franchise represents, you know, the crosstown cousins fight with the Giants. You know, it's just amazing. Everything in the history that came out of that. And Guru, you remember, I used to have my own sports talk radio show. You was on it.
I came on it.
Yeah. And we talked about and the crazy thing is that I remember catching an Uber. This was before COVID. Catching an Uber with the driver, and we talked about the A's. And the guy told me, he said the A's aren't going to stay in Oakland. And I was like, what? He said they're not staying in Oakland. They're going to leave. I said, where are they supposed to go? He told me they're going to Vegas. And I thought, oh my God, you got to be kidding me! How can you come up with this cockamamie idea that the A's are going to Vegas? But hey, here we are.
I still don't think they're going, Rich, if that means anything.
Well,
I still don't think
really
they're going.
appreciate the call, Rich. Thank you so much, as always.
Yeah. And I'll say this about the A's and their rich history, Steiny, and the three-peat, but the best baseball team I think I've ever laid my eyes on, I'm talking about talent-wise, that didn't get it done was the 88 team that lost to the Dodgers. Steiny, their record was 104-58, but they were dominant, man. Ricky was a walking triple. And you had that team was so damn good. And I know they won it, beating the Giants in the earthquake year, and they were still bad. But that was just, now that's going away.
What do you remember about the Bay Bridge World Series? You were out here, right?
You don't want to. Do you really want to know?
Yeah, because of course.
Thinking my dad died when that happened, because he worked and he came across that bridge, the Cypress, every day. And we had no cell phones in. And I told you this. He didn't come home till about 1 a.m. We had the garage open, neighbors at the house. And I really thought, I was in high school, Pops was, he got caught up in it.
Right.
So everything after that is a fog. But I remember sitting by myself waiting for Pops to come home to watch that game. And then Al Michaels and the TV did all that. But after that, Steiny, I don't recall anything.
So you worked in the city and was coming back to Union City?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my God.
Man. Just think about that. How many seconds is too long? And, man, he drove a Datsun 210.
A B210? I had a Datsun B210.
So did MC Red.
Yeah. I think they had that two version. What was called like a honeybee.
Yeah.
It was like a little.
But think about that. It was paused.
Oh
Rightfully so. The World Series was paused. It resumed.
Yeah.
But it's just a fog after that for me, man.
I could see that. Billy's in Oakland. What's up, Billy? How you doing, man?
Billy.
Good. Happy birthday, Steiny.
Thank you, Billy. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you know, it's a sad day. It brings back lots of memories. I was a season ticket holder for over 35 years.
Wow.
I had one of the cutouts that was there during the COVID year where you'd send in your picture.
Oh, that's right.
And I can't tell you how angry I am at Fisher. Yeah. And I'm just hoping that maybe the Major League Baseball Players Association are going to say, we don't want to play in Sacramento for 4 years, and maybe we'll get him back. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
that's a great.
I think about some of the great memories. You know, the 2006 ALDS game against Minnesota, the Marco Scudero game, where he hit a base clearing double, won the game. The whole stadium was shouting, "Marco Scudero!" It was amazing. You know, the Nolan Ryan no hitter. I was there for that. Ricky breaking the record. I was there for that. Josh Hamilton dropping that ball in center field. And to give the last game so that we could win by a half a game. We were not in first place until the very last game of the year.
Yep.
And I started bringing my dad brought me to Yankee Stadium when I was growing up, and so I moved out here out of high school, and I used to bring my son. I started bringing him when he was 4 years old to the A's games. And my wife would always say, "He's got school. He got a little older. He's got school tomorrow. You got to come home." And I said, "We'll be home by 9:30 unless there's a no-hitter. We're not leaving the no-hitter." And it took until he was in his 20s for us to finally see that no-hitter. We saw two of them, the Mania no-hitter and the Fires no-hitter.
Wow.
Sweet.
But a couple more personal things. I remember being out in left center bleachers, and when Hendu was playing, and two young women near the front stood up in between innings when Hendu was looking at us, and they lifted their shirts and flashed Dave Henderson. And a few minutes later, the Brown security, Brown uniformed security guys came to throw them out. And the whole section started chanting, "Let them stay! Let them stay!" And they did.
Yeah.
So they, thanks, Billy. They let all 4 of them stay.
Yeah.
Get it?
I get it.
All
They
right.
call that the booby trap. Man, that's a great story.
Oh, man. Dave Henderson was one cool dude.
And
man.
he was the real original. Get this, Michael Strahan. He had the gap first. Yeah.
I mean, was it Henderson? Remember when the Angels lost to the Red Sox, but Henderson was on the
Donnie Moore.
It was Baylor and Henderson, and they went back to back, but I can't remember who hit the first. Boston was down. Boston was down 1 run, and they had back-to-back homers to win it in the 9th. Baylor and Henderson, but I can't remember who hit the tying and who hit the game winning. That was off Donnie Moore.
Yeah,
who
I just
later commit suicide because of that.
That's sad.
Let's go to Paul's in San Jose. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Paulie.
Doing pretty, guys. I'm doing pretty good, guys. What about y'all?
Hanging in.
Difficult, man.
Hey, so I'm a Dodgers fan, so I just wanted to call up and offer a neutral perspective. So I'll give you guys one good memory, and I got one question for y'all.
All right.
So one good memory was, you remember the Yankees wild card game 5 years ago, 2019? This was in the thick of the stadium battles, and the ownership was alluding to that there wasn't fan support in Oakland. You know what Oakland A's did when they finally got a semblance of a good team? They packed that stadium out and set a record for the most fans at a wild card game with 54,000. So that, even as a Dodgers fan, that showed me you put a good team out on the field and the fans will show up.
Yeah.
And the question I got for you guys is, the A's are leaving, yeah, but, so did the Raiders and so did the Warriors. What is it about the East Bay that just, have we ever seen this in American sports where all 3 teams leave in 5 years?
I just asked Steiny that.
Thanks, Paul.
And this is what I'm going to go CNN, Steiny. I don't care if you believe it or not. It's how I feel. It's the lack of civic pride. It's the mayors. It's everything. How can you allow this to happen? 3 entities. Some markets, the cities start and they live through their sport teams. The pride, Steiny, the jobs. And to lose all 3? There's no way you've been around. Yeah, we know how old you are. No team has lost all 3.
I don't think so. I can't think of any off the top of my head. And if they did, they replaced them with something. Let me tell you something. I heard Bonte said this, and I agree wholeheartedly. Steiny, the A's ain't getting a new team anytime soon. You wouldn't think so. You wouldn't think so.
Whose fault is it?
I mean, I can just tell you. John Sally.
Well, that's a 4. But
John Fisher.
Yeah.
Fisher.
How can we not take it from him? I do believe, I'm a dreamer, and I know we're up against it, to that last caller's point. Why am I in a world of, what if something can happen or somebody could step in to block it? I know I'm dreaming.
Because he owns the team. So he can do this. The question, but
they could take it from him.
Well, I was laying in bed last night thinking of one of my all-time favorite quotes. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it. And it seems like that's what's happening. And I just, the part that I can't wrap my head around is how one guy can affect hundreds of thousands of people, an entire region.
Man.
And, okay, you can do it. How do you live with yourself? Seriously.
No, that's, wow.
How do you live with yourself? How do you go through life?
That's deep. Do you have a best friend?
With your head held high.
Right. That's deep.
Yeah, I
How do you even pull up to the parking lot of the Collie knowing you're stabbing everybody in the back?
I don't know. All right. Hey, the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas. It starts 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Can you haul away a mattress?
to center field. Hamilton started back, now comes on. Ball way up there, and Hamilton drops the ball. In to score is Chris. In to score is Drew. Cespedes puts the brakes on at second, and the A's take a 7-5 lead on a dropped fly ball by Josh Hamilton.
Well, during a day game, there's a lot of sun up there. Hard to say how the sun affected Josh on that play. It looked like he had it under control.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Fox Sports.
Wow, man.
Last game of the year.
I was in the house. He shook. Steiny is shook, man. And that wasn't a quake.
I'll never. A's finished that season winning 8 of their last 9. Great run. Great run.
Epic choke job from the Rangers.
Yeah, that was like your Phillies,
special.
Steiny. Your Phillies.
It was special.
What year was your Phillies? Lost 10 in a row. That's a choke. 60, what was that, 65?
1964.
Oh, 4.
It's considered one of the biggest collapses in sports history. Hey, Saturday, the Freedman's Fall Clearance Sales Event. It's the best time to save on new appliances for your home at Freedman's Appliance, 2304 Monument Boulevard, Pleasant Hill. Friday, September 28th from 10 a.m. to 7, and then Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 5. You can take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. You can save on all new appliance from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. We will be there, 95.7 The Game, on Saturday, September 28th. Joe Spadoni, Sam Loveman. They're going to be broadcasting live from 12 to 3. Jim Kozimor is going to be a part of the festivities. And I will also be there from 12 to 2. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to jump in with Spadoni and Loveman for a segment probably. And I am going to do what I love doing at Freedman's and Fremont. We got 2 good ones. But Freedman's to see the live working vignettes.
Trust me. Shut up.
Trust me, it's a great store.
You just shut your yapper. That's one of the all-time ones here.
Oh, Coz?
Yeah, you just shut your yapper.
Yeah, we're the Oakland A's playing their last game.
I'm sorry, sir. I've been through more than you have ever hoped to be through. So you just shut your yapper.
I believe that's Nashville's Jim Kozimor.
Yeah, I was about to say it.
Why does he sound 75 there? Shut your yapper.
Jim Kozimor.
Probably says Jiminy Christmas.
He's also got a special relationship with Freedman's. He's known about that place forever.
I got a question for you.
Give it to me.
What do you think the great, rest in peace, Bill King's thinking right now on this day, watching his A's go out on the field and, everything that's going on? How sad is he? And my friend June, you met him at Norris Party, the officer?
Yeah.
I guess somehow he got in the booth, so he got a picture with Eckersley and Ricky.
Nice.
Man, they both look good, man, but it's just all that history.
Yep. And that's what it is. It's history.
And you know what hurts more? I had, nobody cares, but I have a lot of friends, but I had 2 friends, Steiny, that almost came to blows. They were both, one was A's, I won't even say their name, A's fan, the other was a Giant fan.
49 Frankie?
No, we were Jack London. No, none of them. And the Giant fan said to the A's fan that Oakland was just the A's were a microcosm to the Giants. And where we were at, you could look and see the ballpark, the new ballpark that the Giants built. And the A's never got their opportunity. We got sold to Bill of Goods, right? It was going to be on the waterfront in the marina in Oakland, Steiny, Jack London. But just think, what if that could have been? How that would have just the infusion into the city, the pride. But just think about going to a game, Jack London Square, and you can look across the water to see another team in the Bay in the National League. That never happened. So that's pain there, too.
Yeah, I don't think Bill King would have been – Bill King probably would have gotten fired if he would, he were the play-by-play. At least everything I know about Bill King, and I overlapped with him just for a very, very small period of time, but he never held his tongue. So it's hard to even imagine Bill King being a broadcaster in this recent era because I don't know if he could have
beat his tongue,
yes,
or played the game.
Exactly right, Goo. Paul's in Oakland. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Happy birthday, Steiny.
Thank
and
you,
I'll bet this is one that will stay with you for a long time.
I think you're
with
right.
all these events.
I think you're right.
Yeah. So, quickly, longtime fan. I was 15 years old when the A's moved here in 68. Flipped from Mays, McCovey, and Marichal to Bando, Jackson, Rudy, Hunter, Vida, and all that. This is very painful. The whole experience has been painful. My mom, God love her, God rest her soul, threw the opening pitch out on her 100th birthday against the Giants. And then David Renetti helped bring her back again to do it on her 103rd birthday.
Oh, my God. Wow.
I am just...
heat? Did she bring some heat at 103? Did she throw 103 at 103?
She actually saw Vida Blue before the game on her 103rd birthday, and she asked him to give her a bit of advice, and his advice was, kick that leg up high.
Wow.
My takeaway from this, and I know you got a ton of calls, is this. I don't think John Fisher gets it. I don't think John Fisher understands what his ultimate responsibility is as a sports franchise owner. And that is, this is a public trust and a public entity, even though he owns the team. And he is ripping the heart and soul from people like my mom who bled green and gold. And we are all kids because we're fans. The players are all kids. And you see that come out in them when they rush out onto the field after a walk-off win and they get doused with water in the Gatorade bucket. Or if you look at NFL games on Sunday and you go into the locker rooms and you see them behaving just like high school kids do. And I don't think this guy gets it. And my last shot would be, who would ever think that Charlie Finley would look like an ace owner compared to John Fisher?
Wow, man. Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you sharing that. So we have something in common with Paul's mom.
Both threw out a first pitch.
We all threw out a first pitch.
Now, when did you do your
She threw two. We only got one.
And we haven't lived to 103. I take that.
Oof.
Maybe Dallas will win a Super Bowl by then.
He said she threw out a first pitch at 103. Maybe she lived another.
That's incredible. 103.
Who'd you throw your first pitch to?
Andretti. The old school. Aldretti. Yeah, and Melvin, who was the manager then, the skipper, I got the audio. He said one of his digits was hurt because I threw it a little fast. I got the video.
I have never used steroids, period.
I got to show Nahegan because he always thinks I don't know where he gets it from, that I put 2 on the 10 about my sport career. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I was going to tell you about my first pitch to.
It's about the people
was it
today.
Danny O'Terry? The pitcher was
Dan Otero.
Otero. He's about 6'8".
Yeah, he refused to sign one of my balls. That guy's dead.
Well, you know what? I almost overthrew him. I threw high.
Were you on the bump though? I
went
did the whole wind up.
I was on the slab.
Oh, look at
I was absolutely on the slab. All right. It's a call that's in blue, which means let's see who it is. Nahegan's got a look on his face. Whoever you are, welcome to the show.
Well, I don't know if blue is blue. I don't know if I'm at the level of a blue assignment. I don't know what. I mean, blue.
Man. Hey, Bob.
Blue is pretty, maybe like orange or brown. But happy birthday, buddy!
Thanks, man.
Look at Bobby.
Bob, 60.
Yeah,
60.
Steinmetz. Listen, 60, and you know what? They tell me you're still in good shape. You're golfing. Your hip's good.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
All right. Hey, thanks for calling. Hey, Bob, get a job, would you?
Wait, listen, Steinmetz, before we go down that road, I called Guru last night. You would have thrown up. We were talking about
we did. I didn't want to tell him.
Steinmetz, you would have been so disgusted at the conversation.
Hey, it was real,
Bob. Guru and I had a fantastic time talking about our pickup game. You would have. I just was picturing you listening, being so abhorred
Hey,
Oh, man.
I got done with the call. The wife came in the room and just had to be some Ben K. I go, what's this for? She said that phone call. I go, whoa.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Guru, I didn't say it on the call. You took some liberty. I mean, your opinion of your game is it's pretty high. I mean, it's pretty high. He used Dwight Howard. Who else he threw out? He threw out Dwight Howard. He threw out. Who else did he throw out?
I might have mentioned LeBron.
He did. He said something. He kind of lost me on some of it.
You're the man.
If you don't know who's on the line, this is former president of basketball operations for the Warriors, Bob Myers. 4 rings. Hey, what's going on? Go ahead.
Steiny,
yeah.
Listen, what words did you think we described your pickup game as? What did we describe your pickup game? What
came on Steiny.
I mean, I refer to myself as I was like John Stockton, only I could score.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah. Well, I called you TJ McConnell, like scrappy, edgy.
Man, he called you TJ.
Is that a compliment? Was that okay, or is that not good enough?
That's really not accurate because he plays defense. he can get after it at that end.
Yeah. Bob called you fiery, Steiny. He said fiery.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when were you playing? When did we play in those pickup games out at Club One back in the day?
Yeah, that was Mully.
Yeah, that's right.
That was Mully.
That's right.
Mully.
That's good stuff, man.
The good old days.
Hey, Bob, before you go, you got any A's memories? We know you're from around here. Any A's memories?
I mean, for me, it was like a lot of callers. I think was the Bash brothers, probably that McGuire and Canseco. I mean, that was and La Russa days tour. I mean, I grew up. The Giants. It's crazy how sports goes, but the A's were high society, right? They were the blue bloods of the area, and the Giants. That was Candlestick, freezing, and for an East Bay kid, we went to quite a few A's games, and they captured the attention of the nation. So it wasn't just local fans, but it's sad. It's too bad. You see teams. I mean, it's just the whole city of Oakland, which I spent a lot of time in. It's a really unique city. It's probably one of the most authentic, proud cities I've ever been to or worked in, and the culture and the community and the diversity and the pride. And it's just too bad that team has lost. That city, has lost three teams. That city used to have 3 professional sports teams in it, and it's just amazing and sad that it doesn't have any right now. And it's just too bad, So memories.
All right,
hey,
well,
thanks a lot, Bob. Stay in touch, man.
Hey, Bob, how's you keeping Mike Dunleavy upbeat these days?
All the time. Dunleavy and I, we talk all the time. Mike, he's going to be great. He's really good at what he does. I don't just say that because he's my friend, but he's one of the best in the business. And we talk a lot. I mean, it's lonely. People don't get it, but being a GM, you don't have a lot of people to get it.
Right.
It's not. People think they get it. You play fantasy football and you think you're a GM, and that's fine. That's one way to look at it. But the actual job, that's why, you talk to John Lynch, you talk to GMs in other sports. I was talking to a guy the other day, and I know you're a golfer, Steiny. I said, how come GMs don't golf? Coaches golf, players golf, GMs don't golf. And he said, how could you leave your phone? He said, a lot of the nice clubs, and I don't know what it is, I don't really golf, Steiny, but you don't bring your phone out there, right? You don't, right?
Some courses don't allow you to have phones on the course.
Oh.
The really, really elite clubs, which is probably the only place you would be ever golfing.
No. But I don't listen. You tell me, you guys how come coaches? Why is it okay for a coach to golf? But if you see a GM on the golf course and you go, should this guy be working? Shouldn't he be making the team better?
Wow.
So we had a good.
Well, you know what?
About that.
Speaking of a player, I know a guy in this Bay Area who can golf during the day and score about 38 at night.
That guy's got a pass from any criticism in life.
No doubt.
That guy gets to do anything he wants, and we allow, we accept it because of who he is and how good he is. But I was joking with this guy. But yeah, it's maybe one day maybe you and I could, when our pickup game totally derails.
Yeah, it's about to happen, Bob. Yeah. Hey, and tell Stephen A. hello. Tell Stephen A. hello for us.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I will definitely do that. I'll definitely do that. I'll see it at some point. So,
all right, Bob.
Happy birthday, Steiny.
All right, thanks,
Take
man.
it
I
easy.
appreciate it.
All right, see you, man.
Yes, sir. Bob Myers,
people.
former president of basketball operations, general manager for the Warriors, and now working at ESPN.
Got to make you
Is
feel
he off
good.
the phone? Probably 1 year longer than he wanted.
Got to make you feel good, though.
He's got to get back in it.
Oh, he will.
I think he will, too.
Yeah.
I think
we
he
had
will,
some
too.
serious discussion about the pickup game. That was more of the call than you.
So let me get this straight.
He asked, "Can
you
I get you
used
back?"
my birthday to get in touch with Bob Myers. Your
No,
friend,
it didn't
buddy.
go down that way. He called. We chopped it up.
I mean,
he's ready to play. He's feeling frisky, Steiny.
I'll tell you what. I've told this a few times before, but way back in the day, in the mid '90s. Oh my God, I'm so old. When I was covering the Warriors, Bob Myers was an agent, like a big boy agent, and I worked for the Contra Costa Times.
Oh, so he wasn't even working for the team.
Oh no, he was an agent for a lot of good players, and there's some big boy agents. Dan Fagan was a big agent. Arn Tellem. And I worked for the Contra Costa Times, which not a lot of people had heard of, and so he was the only agent who ever returned my phone calls. I swear to God.
I love stuff like
Hello? Hey, Matt Steinmetz, this is Bob Myers.
Who?
I knew who it was. Yeah. I knew who it was. And the one thing he said to me one time was, well, if you're going to use my name, just make sure you spell my last name right. It's Myers, not Meyers. And I said, I'll do you that solid. All right, let's, how about we hit, see who's been waiting the longest. Johnny's in Livermore. What's up, Johnny? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, man?
Hey.
First time caller.
Welcome.
First time caller. Quick story.
All right.
Back in 88, 89, my brother used to detail Dave Henderson's car.
Yes.
He had a Cadillac four-door, white on white.
So
while they were playing the game, we were detailing the car.
Hey, thanks for the call. I mean, Hendu's a great guy.
No doubt.
Was a great guy.
The bad boy.
Yeah. He's clutch. Dave Henderson was clutch. That's what he was. He was clutch.
No doubt about it. And, we hadn't even mentioned the team Moneyball era that had a 120 in a row. They got a movie made about him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Should we get, I see another name here. Shouldn't this be about the A's? Sal, what's going on? Let's go to Sal in the city.
Sal, baby.
What's up, Sal?
No, I'm at the Coliseum, Steiny. I'm covering the A's.
Oh, what's up, Sal?
I'm just about to do.
This is Sal.
I'm about to do.
Let me set you up. Sal Castaneda, KTVU, a legend in the Bay. He's out at the Coliseum covering the A's last game. What's up, buddy?
What's up, man? I just had to say happy birthday, Steiny. You and I have been hanging out since Dan Dibley introduced us. God, that's a minute ago. I mean, it's been maybe 20 years ago.
Yeah, probably. 15, 20.
I used to live in the city when Dibley said, "Hey, I got this friend. And then he brought
Dibley here.
Squirt. So it's been nice. I'm with my photographer Tony Hodrick right now. We're walking up to the Coliseum. We're gonna do a live shot. We've been collecting sound from people here at the in the parking lot, all the fans. And let me tell you, they're happy, but they're sad. So it's kind of like you're having one last party. So people are, drinking shots of tequila and stuff. But it's also, there's kind of a little bit of sadness because this is the last time.
Yeah,
man.
I appreciate you calling in. And it's going to be a strange day out there for sure. Boy. Do you have any, does this one hit home at all for you?
Yeah, I mean, everyone I think in the Bay Area knows, although a lot of these people didn't know apparently, that I grew up a Giants fan. But, I always took it for granted that we were going to have National League Baseball and American League Baseball here in the Coliseum, here in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And, you could see all the National League teams come in. You could see all the American leagues come in. Of course, this is going back to the time when the leagues didn't play each other. And the only chance to see, the Yankees or the Red Sox or any team you wanted to see from the AL was here in Oakland. So I did come out. KTVU's in Oakland, and we had a lot of, functions here, like private functions coming out to the park and stuff. there's a lot of media here too. We're just walking up to this like media village that they've set up outside. So I've been too busy working to get really sad, but I'm sure it'll hit me at some point, Steiny.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff.
All right, Sal. Well, listen, thanks, my good friend, and do your job out there today, like I know you will.
One last thing, Steiny. You're not getting away with not properly celebrating with your friends, and I'm not talking about your radio friends. You know who I'm talking about. We got to celebrate this thing.
Will do, buddy. No doubt about it. Can't wait.
All right, man.
Thanks, Sal. Appreciate it.
Sal, Starty.
Sal Castaneda, KTVU. He's on assignment at the Coliseum.
He said his photographer. Yeah, that's got to be cool.
Yeah, cameraman.
Yeah.
He
said photographer.
Yeah. That's what. He's right. That's what they call him in the business. So
I got you.
All right, boy. What
people taking time out their day to wish you a happy birthday, man.
Well, thanks for calling them all.
It's only once a year.
See, this is why you are a good friend.
Unless you need bread, I ain't the guy.
Were you on the phone last night calling people? To say, hey,
it was a few of us.
You're the man.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate that.
And your best friend too.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is? Mahegan. That's your guy. It's okay.
Oh man, let's go to how about Justin? Justin's in Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
One of my favorite cities. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny and Guru. What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Just wanted to chime in with a quick story. I'm a lifelong A's fan. Grew up going to games in the Coliseum. But funny enough, my fanhood for the A's, and especially the bond that I share with the team share with my dad around the team, kind of hinges on a crazy twist of fate, which is that we moved out to the Bay Area, I think when I was about 3, and my dad grew up with the game, intended to pass it down to me, but we started going to Giants games. I think went to 2 or 3, and then one night, my dad worked at a restaurant as the executive chef called Moose's, and the head of ticket sales for the Oakland A is a man named Jim Bloom, walked in one night and was so enamored with the food that he struck up a bargain with my dad that if he could come in and have free meals, he would supply my dad and myself with free tickets to Oakland A's games.
Nice.
So for about 2 years, I think starting at age like 3 or 4, we would head out to the Coliseum and head into the office of ticket sales. I probably wasn't even tall enough for my feet to hit the ground, and we'd get tickets behind home plate. And it just spawned a lifelong love for the team. And yeah, man, it's an emotional day, and I'm feeling it with the rest of the fan base. And I just appreciate you guys giving so much space for these A's faithful calling today.
Absolutely. So Moose's was the famous place that Herb Cain always went to on
Herb Cain
Washington Square. Is that where it was?
That's right, Washington Square.
Yeah, was that in the what'd they call it? The Wash Bag, the Washington Bar and Grill, Washington Street Bar and Grill.
That's right.
Nearby.
That's right. Big classic Moose sign on the front facade.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for sharing, Justin. Appreciate it, man. All right.
That's what makes the world go round, Stoney. Memories.
People remember Herb Cain, the legend. Spinoni, you ever heard of Herb Cain? Longtime San Francisco Chronicle columnist who wrote a column about just the goings-on around San Francisco.
Not Herman Cain, Tombstone Pizza.
No, not the guy who went to the rally and passed during COVID. No, this is Herb Cain, C-A-E-N.
A legend.
What the hell was the name of his column? It was so famous. Used to be mandatory reading. He was known for the ellipses, which is 3 dots. You know 3 dots when they say, like, thoughts, they string them together? Anyway, Herb Cain, legend here in the Bay Area back in the day. So
he was the man.
There you go. You remember him?
Yep.
See, now here's where on another day I'd probably ask you something about him. But I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it. He's just a legend. That's all you need to know.
Was a San Francisco humorist journalist whose daily column of local goings-on and insider gossip, social and political happenings, and offbeat puns and anecdotes, a continuous love letter to San Francisco.
Yes. It was incredible. You'd wake up in the morning on a Wednesday, you'd read Herb Cain, and they'd be like, Bob Melvin and Buster Posey were having dinner last night at Moose's, and apparently they put on were very cordial to the fan. Then the next, he'd be like, some actor, Tom Hanks was walking around I don't know, Union Square and signing on. I don't know. All right, so
Speaking of Tom Hanks, he's actually a huge A's fan. I think he had some thoughts on the A's leaving real quick, Steiny, if I can mention them to you real quick as I'm doing this on the spot here. Tell you what, I'll get this quote back to you. Actually, I have it right now. Quote, how in the world does Major League Baseball turn inside out one of the most storied franchises in the history of the game? Again, this is Academy Award winner Tom Hanks. Quote, the Oakland A's, not the East Bay Athletics or the California Golden A's, the Oakland A's could have / should have been the Northern California version of the Cubs in Wrigley, the Bo Sox in Fenway, Pittsburgh's Buccos on the Allegheny, Cleveland Guardians on the shores of Erie, beloved ball teams with eternal hope every opening day until the millennium comes. I don't blame that loss on the city managers of Oakland nor the taxpayers of Alameda County. The owners and baseball blew the lead. That's Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks. Skyline High, I believe.
Same alma mater as me, college, Chabot College.
All right. Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's the last day the A's are playing in Oakland, and we're talking about it on 95.7 The Game. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
This is a special alert to anyone owing the IRS $10,000 or more.
19-game winning streak on the line here for the A's. The front runners in the American League West right now 3 up on the Angels. Swung on, fly ball, deep right field. They've done it again.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Scott Hatterberg's home run to
20.
Give the A's a 20-game win streak. ESPN, Dan Schulman on the call, 2002.
That's in 20, man. And a movie. I believe the movie. Come on, man.
You ever see the movie?
Yeah. I didn't understand why it was made, though. You got to have a chip to get a movie
Brad
made
Pitt
about
said he would do it.
There you go.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Hey, all right, so it's my birthday today. And
6-0.
I wake up and Susan's playing like a happy birthday mix.
Oh, boy.
You know, like 50
Cent.
Today is your birthday.
It's your birthday.
So I get out of the shower and I'm listening to this song.
Yay!
And it's something like all I want for my birthday is a big
2 Chainz, a big
booty song.
2 Chainz, Daddy.
Okay.
All I want for my birthday.
Yeah.
I better be careful here. Yeah.
All right. You know me. Took me a little by surprise, Fitz.
Bobby.
Some of the lyrics today, these young kids. He's too old.
Well, he was honest.
Oh, yeah. Man. All right. A's playing their last game in Oakland, and there's just no way to avoid it. Man. It's honestly, I was home last night thinking about today's show, and obviously the 49ers are playing the Patriots this weekend, and we've got a lot of great stuff that now we're going to push back till tomorrow.
Yeah,
but we've got a Patriots guest. We've got something we're going to have a lot of fun.
This is it, Scotty. Well, you wanted to hear it. This is a big all I want for my birthday. Hey.
All right.
Look at you.
All right. So, what was I saying?
Don't talk about that. We're pushing all the New England stuff till tomorrow. We got a lot to get to.
Oh, yeah. And I was just, I don't know. It hit me last night. I was like, wait a minute. There's only one thing we can talk about tomorrow, and that's this.
And
57 years in Oakland.
Wow, man, 5-7.
Vital part of the Bay Area, and this is it.
And can I just say something about the pictures that are floating around? Do you remember going to the Coliseum where there was no Mount Davis, and you could see the beautiful Oakland hills? Those pictures are just majestic. I just sit back and we took that for granted. But remember those days, you could just, you could see the town, man.
One of the best venues.
And they had it was a home to a three-peat.
Great weather.
Did that hit you at all when I said I feel like that's of all the three-peats, that's the one that's kind of, and you talked about it, you kind of got me. Guru, the old stuff is kind of forgotten, but man, dude, that happened right here in the Bay.
Yeah, they were.
Reggie Jackson.
I mean, again, I'm 3,000 miles away, and I can still tell you about that. By the way, somebody brought up Dave Kingman.
Oh, we can't forget about him.
Dave Kingman.
Mariner. Yeah.
Cub.
Yeah.
A. Hit a lot of big boy homers. You know what else he did? Here's a little piece of trivia.
Let me go. Kingman. Go ahead.
Back in the day, Dave Kingman, he was known for kind of being a jerk.
But King Kong, Rich was right in Fremont.
So Dave Kingman once sent a rat to one of the reporters covering the team, a woman named Susan Fornoff.
Oh, no.
And I guess she had written some things that Dave Kingman didn't like.
Oh, Dave.
And he ended up sending her a dead rat.
Where'd you get it
mail.
From?
Yeah,
Atco? Yeah, but good God.
I don't know.
That's too much for me.
Yeah, but if you Google that, there's probably something
That's mob stuff.
Yeah, it was.
You can't do that nowadays, Nani.
Well, you wouldn't think so. Yeah. You wouldn't think you could do it back then either. But all right, let's go to Damon is in San Leandro. Hey, Damon, how you doing, man?
Well, it's a good day, Steiny. It's a good day and sort of a bad day.
Yeah.
And I have to say happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
There you go.
And Guru, how are you today,
I'm
man?
all right.
I know you're from Oakland, and I'm from Oakland, but I'm a Giant fan because they were here first. I'm 73, so I was a Giant fan long before the A's moved here. nevertheless, I was at the very first A's game back in '68, and I have fond memories of that game. The Giants, the A's lost 4-1, but we were just happy to see a team. My mom, my cousins, we all sat there together, and we was hoping for the best that they would win on the inaugural night, I guess. And Ronald Reagan spoke that night. He was there, and he actually got booed by all the fans. It seems like,
wow.
And we started laughing, and he came back with a joke. At least you paid your taxes. That's what he said, and that was his comeback to that boo. But nevertheless, I just want to also say that, Steiny, a little history.
Yep.
The A's were actually the first team, as you probably already know, to bring a World Championship to the Bay. And that's the sad part about it. They're leaving.
Wow.
They're leaving. Allegedly, they're leaving. But I feel like you, Guru. I think something is going to implode, and they will remain here.
I am hoping.
I really do believe that. Because it's a rich history here. And Steiny, let me go back to you right quick, because I'm a historian. Steiny, did you know was released on your birthday in '69?
I'm sorry. One more time. We missed you. Go ahead. One more time.
Did you know Abbey Road by the Beatles was released on your birthday in 1969?
Wow.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Wow.
And
you did not know that.
You also share a birthday with Serena Williams. It's her birthday today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And also
one of my favorites.
Olivia Newton-John's birthday is today.
Oh, man.
This is my guy. Let's get physical.
Thanks, Dave. Oh, man.
She was just incredible in Greece.
Oh, gosh.
They should have won
I once watched that twice
an
in a
Oscar.
row.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was great.
John Travolta.
I love that movie.
Yeah.
Love that movie.
But I being negative? And I'm not, because I've heard people call it a roast, and I heard the guys our guys talk about it. It's more sad that the state of affairs in Oakland are not going to allow the residents and the people of the Greater Bay Area, Steiny, to be able to love another team. If you get where I'm going, Oakland's got a lot going on, and this hurts, man. But they're not in position. I don't believe, Steiny. Oh, we'll get another team like some cities who have lost their pro team, got a second chance. So that's why this hurts more to me too.
I mean, I don't want to play this up, but I'm kind of with Damon in a weird way. This is
the ballers.
No, this is one of those where, you know what? I'll believe it.
Oh no,
I'll believe it when there's a stadium built for them somewhere that's.
And I turned you and Evan on from where I was yesterday, Steiny, and. Didn't Evan mention that and Spadona, you could speak to this if Steiny doesn't remember, right now in SAC, there's no bullpen there's no, the AAA field is missing something that the pros don't have right now.
There's not an attached clubhouse, apparently.
It's a minor league ballpark.
See,
that's what it is. It's not, and then they're trying to do turf
Think
there.
about that.
It's going to be 100+ degrees every game of the summer.
Yeah.
And I mean, the visiting players, so... Steiny, I'm that guy. I'm the real Jim Carrey, so you're saying there's a chance. I hope this thing just implodes and somehow they stay in the town.
Yeah, I think we all are, but I wouldn't hold the breath. JR's in Martinez. Hey, JR, what's going on now?
Hey, guys. Hey, Steiny, happy birthday, first of all.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, and this is my second time ever calling in. Last time I called in I spoke with you, Goo. It was right after the reverse boycott game last year. I took my son to that.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know what? After that game, I vowed that I was done. I wasn't going to give John Fisher any more of my money. And you know, as you like to say, I'm feeling some kind of way today. I didn't get tickets to the game, and I've been listening to you guys all morning, and. It's hitting me. It's starting to hit me. Been a lifelong A's fan. My parents and I actually are immigrants from Poland, and I started watching the A's myself when I was a youngster, and I taught my dad about the game, and he became a lifelong A's fan, and he's been gone now for 4 years, and you know, him and I went to a ton of games together. Now I've been taking my son to games, and you know, I was at the Jeremy Giambi didn't slide at home plate game. You know, the playoff game. I was at the Josh Hamilton dropping the fly ball in center field game. You lifelong A's fan, but I've been so angry the last, couple years at the owner at Major League Baseball that they would let all this happen. And today is just, with you guys, I just want to thank you guys for your coverage, and it's really kind of hitting close to home for me today. So I had to call in and just kind of share that with you guys. And I got a good friend, Amy, who has been doing the infield camera work there at the stadium for a long time. And she's actually a bigger A's fan than I am. And,
Oh, what happened?
Did we lose him?
I guess we lost him.
We got a special guest on the line, Steiny. Okay. All right.
Boy, this is turning into This Is Your Life, and that's a reference
that was real, though.
Nobody's going to...
that was real.
Right, let me get the legal in.
All right. Time for the legal.
I'm getting nervous.
You're 60.
That's
you
why
better be careful.
That's why I'm nervous. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Special guest, Donnie. You can say, let's go to the special guest.
All right. Apparently, this is a special guest, and he's coming courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands? In Lathrop, I will say this. I see a 717. I know that's Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Who's on the line? Hello.
Hey, Matt.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
It's Coach. How are you?
Oh, wow.
Coach, how you doing? Let me introduce you to the Bay Area. This is one of the greatest coaches of all time, the all-time winningest coach in Division III basketball history, longtime coach at Franklin and Marshall College. I played for him from 1982 to 1986, and man, hey, wow, how you doing, Coach? Great to hear from you.
I'm doing great. I heard that you were having your 40th birthday, so I figured I'd call and wish you a happy birthday. And
oh man,
I know it can't possibly be any older than that because you played for me. So.
Exactly. Well, hey, Coach, I got to tell you, I reference you a lot. And tell people that I was young and immature when I came to Franklin and Marshall, and I was you really helped me grow up with some tough love, and you're somebody I respect a great deal as a basketball coach and as a person.
Well, and hopefully as a good friend after all these years. I'll tell you, I remember so many things that happened. When Matt called me and told me about your birthday and if I would be able to call in, and I said I would love to, and so that made me think back, and I remember that huge steal you had at Princeton when we were about to upset them.
Wow. The charge in the backcourt.
Yeah, the most one of the worst calls in the history of college basketball. But at any rate, we were just ready to upset Princeton at Princeton, which would have been really special.
Yeah.
And then when you hit that big one up at Muhlenberg in the playoffs and basically sealed the win for us. And you probably don't remember this one, but we were out in Ohio and we were playing Ohio Dominican, and we were making this furious comeback. And it ended up we cut it to 1.
I remember this. The intentional foul.
Yes. And the only thing you could do, you saw it so quickly because time was just going to run out. The kid was standing there with the ball and his arms folded, and you at least gave us a shot at it.
Yeah, but I remember that. Oh,
yeah,
man.
I didn't know if I should have figured that you would remember it too. But anyway, just memory after memory of so many good times, and what I take away, besides just the pleasure of coaching somebody that really knew and felt basketball, was how much you wanted to win, how important it was to you. And I just, obviously any coach would love to have a whole team full of guys like that.
Well, sometimes I think I made it a little too important, but I think you know what I mean, and I'm just thankful for your coaching me, really am.
Well, I'll tell you, it was a pleasure. I've been so fortunate, as you know.
Yep.
You just can't come to Franklin and Marshall unless you have a head on your shoulders. And we've just been so lucky to have just so many kids that are making huge successes of their life. And a lot of them are like you, kind of living the dream, doing what they want to do.
Right.
And I just think that is the way to go through life.
Coach, this is his radio partner of almost 7 years, and we critique the pros and we talk about athletes all day long, and this guy can give you a term paper on everybody, but when I ask him about himself, he speaks highly of you. He's always done that, Coach, but the fans want to know, and they want me to ask you, could you give us a breakdown of a young Matt Steinbach's game?
Well, very, very heady. He was point guard, and I'll tell you, I went to see him play in high school. He played at Reading Holy Name, and went up to see him in high school. And it's crazy the things that stick with you after all these years. But what impressed me, besides the way he could handle the ball and the way he saw the floor and the way he brought other people into the game, was when a foul was called, he always threw the ball to the non-calling referee instead of the one that called it. You know how these kids always throw it to the wrong guy, and he bats it away. He doesn't want it because he's making the signal to the table. And Matt would always throw it to the other referee, and I thought, now there's a guy that knows the game.
Well, the son of a ref too, Coach.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, thank you so much, Coach, for calling. I'll still call you Coach if you don't mind, and I hope you and your family are doing well.
Pleasure, believe me, I love it. At least half the people. I'm obviously totally retired now, and I spend a lot of time on my boat down on the Chesapeake Bay. And the people on the dock call me Coach.
Good for you. Well,
I don't even know how they found out. I don't tell them anything about it. But
well, let me tell you something. And it was a few years back, a while back. But I know you've been nominated for the Naismith Hall of Fame, and I don't understand why you're not in there. If Herb McGee's in there and Dean Smith are in there, but you should be in the Naismith Hall of Fame, Coach. There's no doubt about it.
Well, maybe someday. Obviously, a lot of people ask me why I quit with the number of victories I had. Why didn't you go on for 1,000? And I didn't coach for that reason. I wasn't coaching to win 1,000 games.
Right.
It was just, it happened. I was there so many years and so fortunate that they kept adding up. But, that was never the reason for coaching.
Right.
And so, now it certainly isn't the reason to remember my career is to get into a Hall of Fame. I've been very fortunate. I've already been nominated and placed in a bunch of them.
Right.
And a new one, you probably don't know about this, but November 1st, I'm going down to Florida for the Small College Basketball Hall of Fame.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
Well, yeah, that's
awesome.
That's a big news release. I don't think a lot of people knew that, but anyway.
Well, congratulations.
It's an honor. It's the whole deal is you can't do any of it without great players. You just can't. I don't care who you are or what X's and O's you come up with. We all know you see these pro teams, and the ones that somehow come down and get unselfish and don't care who gets the credit and play hard together, they're the ones that win, and I don't care what level it is. So.
Yeah, you're right about that. So what, 967? Was that the final number?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Wow.
All right. Well, don't be afraid to come out of retirement if you want to get it to 1,000, Coach. I'll be supporting you from 3,000 miles away.
Hey, thanks, and happy birthday, and congratulations on all the things that you've done in basketball. It's just so neat. You probably know about Chris Finch, and
of course,
we just have guys all over the place. And from a little school like Franklin and Marshall, it's so neat to have people in all walks and coaching in Division I and coaching in the pros and doing media work with the pros and just promoting the game and all the stuff. It just that makes my whole life, frankly.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Coach.
Okay.
Give the best to your family, and you made my day.
And you made mine. Hey,
all right.
Celebrate, and have a good time.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it.
Man, Stoney.
That's Glenn Robinson.
Yeah.
He won 967 games at Franklin and Marshall.
That was in the Hegan special.
Then he walked away.
Yeah. But he'll be honored. What Hall of Fame is this one?
Small College Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Down in Florida.
You all right?
Yeah.
That's the guy, man.
I'm glad he didn't tell all the stories. Glad he didn't talk. We had a get a little tumultuous. I wasn't the easiest guy.
I love it. But you threw the ball to the other ref, huh?
Well, it's because my dad was a ref, and I just knew that. Growing up. All right.
It bothers me.
Anyway, talk, Goo. I gotta get my bearings.
No, that was great, man. He can hook that up. Man.
Yeah, I know you're big time.
Look at him.
No, he
brought up Finchy. I love that.
He coached Chris Finch.
Yeah.
Chris Finch, a much, much, much better player than I ever was.
You think he stays in touch with him, Finchy?
Oh, he does.
Okay.
Yeah, because last time Finch was in town, we got together and we sent him a picture of the two of us.
Okay.
Because he'd coached us both. So.
Yeah. People want to know that was Steiny's collegiate coach at Franklin and Marshall calling to say happy birthday on Steiny's big 60th B-Day.
Boy.
God, you got to feel good. 2 Chainz in the morning? Yeah. And now you got your college coach.
Man, what am I going to do? We got 2 minutes to get out. I'm going to have to hold it together.
Unlimited possibilities.
Appreciate it. Bob Myers, Glenn Robinson. Jeez.
Mama.
My
Your daughter.
Yeah, my daughter. All right.
Thank you, Swadoni.
He goes to Bob Myers before his family. Holy Steiny.
Mary.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Boy. Let's, what do we got? We got squeeze a call in here. Matt in Sacramento. Hey, Matt, what's going on, buddy? Oh, boy.
What's going on, man? Happy birthday.
Thank you, man.
So, it's weird. I became an A's fan and a baseball fan in general in a weird way. The A's would sometimes come on right after WWF SmackDown on then UPN. I think now it's the CW network when I was like 6 years old. So just a weird way to become a fan and a lifelong fan. I've been to the Coliseum. It's been a while. Last time I think it was Sean Manaea when he sort of wet his jockstrap in that wild card game against the Rays. But that same season, we went to a game where Matt Olson, I think, jacked one out to left center, walked it off against the Astros. So that was great. I know, it's tough. We have probably the worst owner in all pro sports, but being a Sacramento local who wasn't a Raiders fan, I don't really have that super special connection with the Coliseum. I'm sure like some Bay Area locals do. So it's weird for me, but them coming to Sacramento, kind of cool. And I hate to say that because it's such a sad day for all my fellow fans out there. But go A's, and I'm sorry for all you guys out in the Bay Area losing your team.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Nice sentiment. Thank you very much.
And if you're like me, Steiny, the old Jim Carrey, you're saying there's a chance. It ain't happened yet. And I know. I'm not trying to. But, Steiny, it really, some things could fall apart.
Hopefully. Hopefully. All right, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Last game for the A's in Oakland. That's all there is to say.
This is a special alert to anyone owing the IRS $10,000.
a perfect game. Holy cow, he did it. Wow. Unbelievable.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ray Fosse, Glenn Kuiper, Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, Dallas Braden, perfect game, Mother's Day, 2010, grandmother in attendance.
That's wow.
Oh God, this is why I love Spadoni.
Not a no-hitter, Steiny, a perfect game.
Yes, perfect game. And Spadoni will know this kind of stuff. And I love to test my memory because I'm about 50-50.
Wasn't
that the start after he pitched against the Yankees and got into it with A-Rod because he ran across the mound, and A-Rod was like, I don't even know who this guy is, right. And then he throws a perfect, something like that?
Yeah, I think it's the same season, if anything, but yeah, that's a great callback, Steiny. Look at you.
I remember that, yeah. I remember that.
Great names on that team.
Matt Shasky.
Can you guys name who the final out was there? The batter for the Tampa Bay Rays? Former manager here in the Bay Area.
Kotze. Oh, no, he's a manager now. Oh, Bob Guerin.
Gabe Kapler.
That is
incredible.
Out for the Tampa Bay Rays there.
Right.
Yep, and he was also one of the outs, by the way, when Mark Burley threw his perfect game. I don't think it was against the Rays at the time, but Kapler's on another team. But he was the one where Alexi made the incredible play, or Dwayne Wise made an incredible play. Gabe Kapler was the out there too. So
infinite
Gabe Kapler.
outcomes.
Yeah. Wow. Good stuff. All right.
Well, we got to talk about the picture I just showed you during the break. People don't know what it's floating around on Twitter.
Explain that to everybody.
Two brothers and one sister who have a picture probably from about 25 years ago of all three of them in the same position, Spadoni, at an A's game, and they're holding it up, and they're in the same position now, and it's got to be a good 30 years later. Yeah. That's the stuff that makes the water come down, man.
Yeah.
And they're wearing the beautiful Kelly green uniforms today, man.
Wow. Let's go to Vince. Vince is in Pinole. Hey, Vince, thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Steiny.
What
up,
man?
Guru?
What's up, baby?
Oh, I just got been an A's fan 53 years. And even though it's a sad day, I want to point out some good memories.
Sure.
We were at a game before it started, and we were up by the first base side, my nephew and my goddaughter, and he noticed Barry out in center field. He waved to him to throw the ball. Well, he threw the ball, and he nailed my goddaughter.
Oh, cool. Hopefully she was okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she was fine. She cried. And one...
You didn't have to lead a game, huh? We would have had to lead probably.
Well, anyway, one of the other pitchers, I can't remember his name, brought her a baseball, and she was still crying. But what I wanted to point out, that when Barry saw what happened, he kind of turned his back and nonchalantly walked away.
He didn't want any piece of it, huh?
Wow.
No, gotcha, Barry. It came out.
Hey, Vince, thank you so much for sharing that. Really appreciate it. 53 years as an A's fan.
Wow.
They've been here 57.
Man.
57. Just keep rolling here for a minute. David is in Denver. I bet we got a lot of people who are once Bay Area people and now they've moved on. What's going on, David? How you doing?
Great, man. Happy birthday, Steiny.
Thank you, man.
I am one of them.
I
am one of them. And just a couple memories. I want to pay homage, man. I wish I could be there today. We're trying to get out there, but my cousin's over there right now. He's kind of representing for us. And I had to say, man, I guess every team in sports could really, or every fan could really say this, but there's nothing like being an Oakland A's fan, man. Through the thick and thin, there's just something so unique about it, about being at the place that everybody hated, the team that everybody used to always forget about. We took so much pride in that, me and all the guys and people I grew up with. And just a couple memories, man. Like one was, I remember one of my favorite childhood memories, I still remember clear, was walking out of that stadium. It was the season after Ricky broke the season record, not the all-time record, but they handed out posters, and that's still one of my prized possessions. It's a Ricky Henderson poster that says 119 and counting.
Nice.
And I still got that framed up, and those are the type of things, I don't know how old I was, but type of things I remember, man, looking out there and enjoying when they still had the flowers out there in the outfield before Mount Davis, and going and getting autographs behind that at the gates, getting Mark McGuire's autograph, all those guys, man. So many memories. It's a bittersweet day, but like you said, Goo, I'm holding out the chance that something still might happen and change this around.
No doubt.
Thank you, David. And I really appreciate you sharing that all the way from Denver. Appreciate it.
And I don't know if you know this, Steiny. I don't believe you've done this, but I used to tell you, my buddy Ron T and I, as youngsters, 12, 13, would go to Warriors and A's games. Okay. And we'd go around back after the game waiting on autographs, and you could see where the players parked. And you would see if you get one, you get one. If you don't, you don't. But Ricky used to come out, all the greats, man. And I'm just thinking about my youth, man. Like, that's how it used to be. The world was different. And dudes would break you off an autograph and it'd make your day, make your week, man.
I mean, one of the cool things about the Coliseum and, and the arena was the players parked in that oval lot that it wasn't accessible, but they'd have to come out through the regular crowd. And, I just think of, like, right now, Chase Center, let's say, in San Francisco, and those guys park underground. It's like
Batman's house.
They go right in, and nobody ever sees them. But
this one.
But I remember Warrior games, too, and A's, of course, is the players would drive out, and they would stop, and usually there'd be a crowd of kids there waiting for autographs, and the players would be in their cars just signing them, and then they'd pull out, and
we'd be saying, "What? That's the kind of car I'm gonna get when I get older." And they were pointing at you knew you were at the pro ball players where they parked, because they were nice rides, man.
Yeah. Let's see. Roberto. Roberto's in Pinole. What's going on, Roberto? How are you, man?
Hey, man. Happy birthday, Steiny. First of all,
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for taking my call. Been an A's fan since I moved to this country back in '94. It's like, I'll keep it short and simple, but sad day for all of us. I feel for all the A's fans out there. We were at the A's game last night, and my wife and I and my kids got to say our final goodbye to the Coliseum. Hug the Coliseum. I gave it a big hug just to remember, the good times, bad times. But I remember the 2012 season. My wife and I, we actually made it to all the home games.
Oh my God!
Every single home game of that 2012 season, that magical season that we had. When unfortunately we lost to the came across Detroit Tigers. Yeah. We had to face Verlander. Man, that was a tough one. But I'll keep it short. Like I said, the saddest part and what breaks my heart is that my oldest is 10, my second is 8, and my third is 6. It's like the next generation of A's fans. They're taking ownership is taking that away from us, and it's like we can't keep that legacy of the Coliseum of the A's fans going, because they won't be, here with us. I hope it changes, but that's what breaks my heart mostly, man.
Yeah. Well said, Roberto. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
And if I'm correct, Steiny, not to, be Debbie Downer, the elephant, the Oakland A, that won't be on their new uniform, right? That's not going with
I
them.
Heard something about
I
that.
don't think he's going with
Stomper's not making the trek.
Man. Hopefully there is no trek. I know, but that's who I am at heart, Steiny, this thing has been botched and ghetto fab from the beginning. So let's see, man. There's somehow, some way, and this is nothing against Sack. Sack's been good to me, but how can you have, if you could just forget the A's for a millisecond, you're telling me Aaron Judge and the Yankees or the Mets or the Astros are going to come play in a venue that's not up to, like, baseball needs to intervene and say, hey, this can't happen. We can't allow the product. Like, is that really about to happen? We'll see.
It looks like that. I mean, at least as of now.
I just saw Ricky and Ricky Henderson
Dave Stewart too.
Throw out the first pitch. It looks like Zito.
Barry Zito.
He's not going to sing the national. Or maybe he's going to speak.
Yeah, no, I think he's thrown out.
No, he got the mic.
Singing the national anthem?
There's no way. He's
singing it.
Oh, my
gosh. Is he singing it? You
Oh,
can't do a Carl Lewis.
Let's get
That's right.
Oh, my. That's
He's
gutsy.
doing it. Whoa.
I mean, he's a musician, obviously. He plays guitar. I know that. But wow.
But this going out there, Stoney.
Yeah. Austin in San Jose asking.
Oh, he's so harsh. What'd he say?
Well, he says, happy birthday.
Oh, okay.
He says, did I ever play against his Penn Quakers at the Palestra? Was Pete? Yeah, Pete, when I played against Princeton, yes, Pete Carrill was the coach. We played against him 2 years when I was in college.
Oh, you saw him on the sideline?
Well, he's from he coached in Reading. So I used to go to Pete Carrill's basketball camps.
So did he have kids? Pete.
That's a good question.
No,
I know he was married.
Okay.
I know he was married, but he coached at Reading High School in my area and before he went to Princeton. And so I went to his camps in Reading as a kid, and then when I went to college, you know how Division I schools would always schedule like a Division III school to open up against?
The homecoming game.
Yeah, exactly. So we had 2 years where we opened against Princeton. I'll be a son of a gun if we had him beat one time.
And what happened?
You heard my coach? He said it was the worst call in college basketball history. I got called for a charge in the back court in a tie game, and then John Smith hits a 35-footer. We lose 45-43.
So I'm going to go Stoney on Stoney.
Okay.
Is there any way it was a charge, or it was blatant? It was just an awful
It's a terrible call. It was a terrible
that
call.
stinks.
It was right by the Princeton bench.
And he brought it up.
Yeah, he remembered it. I remember it, too.
Damn.
I think I might have been our leading scorer that night. I had 8. You know, Princeton used to always. All right. Let's see. What do we got here?
We got to bring up Ricky Henderson. The day you talked about it during break, he broke the record. Tied the record. Remember today?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm the greatest.
May 1st, 1991.
Man.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Nolan Ryan also pitched a no-hitter on that day in another game.
You're on fire.
Might have been his 7th at that time or 6th. Anyway, let's go out to Jeremiah in Fremont. Jeremiah, how are you?
What's up? I'm good. Happy birthday, Mr. Steiny.
Thank you very much, sir.
Shout out to Guru. And shout out to Guru. I'm over here on the mean streets of Union City right now doing some dog walks.
Be careful, baby.
But I just wanted to call in, and for everybody that couldn't make it to the A's game but still got those vibes in the spirit, I just want to give a big let's go Oakland on the airwaves, man.
Give it to us.
Let's go Oakland.
Nice job, man.
That's it.
Thanks, Jeremiah.
That's like Raider. Were we supposed to jump in? I felt like I let him down.
Oh, yeah.
He was doing it.
I thought you guys were going to.
Damn, Kay. Yeah, I was thinking about the charge. I was like, picturing Stoney mad. Did you get mad after the call?
Yeah, I mean, well, I didn't get a technical. I only got one technical foul in my entire life. Yeah, here's a funny one. If I ever say, I only got one, Susan does it. Like, I only got one technical foul ever in my career. She goes, don't call it a career. Oh, you didn't have a career.
Damn, that sounds like me.
You got paid 0.00 to play basketball.
Dude, I'm going through some of these names. Remember Steve McCaddy?
Yes. Who was the guy? I always get this mixed up. Who won 27 games for the A's one year? Was it Storm Davis?
I want to say Welch.
It was Bob Welch.
Yeah, looking good.
Well, how about the Bob Welch was a Dodger when he had that confrontation with Reggie.
Right, gotcha.
He struck, Reggie Jackson the day he hit 3 homers in the World Series in '77
with the Yankees.
Yeah. Bob Welch, I want to say, was a rookie, and he struck him out to end the game 1, I think, and then I think so. And then Reggie hit 3 homers later in the series. This was with the Yankees after he'd won 3 with the A's.
So what do you think becomes of the Coliseum, though? Just to keep.
Well, the
that's
Oakland
what's
roots,
bothering me. The arena I still having. I know concerts still happen there. Have you been in there since the Toronto?
No, I haven't. Yeah. I know the Oakland Roots are going to be playing there, but I don't know what's going to happen eventually to those 2 buildings. Yeah. That's actually one thing I was thinking about. And
those 2 buildings. I hate even hearing you say that.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to get morbid, but I remember you. Let's say 10 years ago, 2014, you'd drive up 880 past the arena and the Coliseum, and the Warriors were just starting their run, and you would just look at I would just look at Oracle and be like, they're That's where the world champion Golden State Warriors play. And you just be like, man, it's incredible. Now it's a little sad when you drive by.
Yeah, just to clarify, when you were asking Guru about what they're going to do, according to the San Francisco Chronicle, the African American Sports and Entertainment Group are paying $230 million for the property. So they have plans to redevelop it into an entertainment and sports complex with a convention center, restaurants, housing.
Wow. All right. Man, that's awesome. See. Yeah, no doubt. But, man, Steiny.
Antonio in Oakland, one of our favorites. Hey, Antonio, how you doing, buddy?
Steph Curry lookalike.
Pretty good. Happy birthday, Steiny.
Thanks, Antonio.
And, I've been an A's fan since 1994, just like the Warriors and Niners. And, a lot of tough times, man, like, losing the playoffs. 2001, we should have beat the Yankees. We had 2 MVPs, Giambi and Tejada. And, man, I was there when we won 20 games in a row. That 20th game in a row, we had 11-0 lead. Then the Royals tied it 11-11. I was getting so nervous. Then we ended up winning. That's great. We got the worst owner in sports, because the Warriors owner wants to buy the A's, but he can't buy them because this guy don't want to sell them, and that's so horrible, man. He should be forced to sell the team, a la that Clippers owner. But anyway, man, I love being an Oakland A's fan, for the good and the bad. I love going to games, tailgates off the chain, and we got the worst owner in sports. So, but anyway, love you guys and go A's.
Antonio, before you leave, the last thing for me this whole year with the A's, I'm being serious because the Warriors retired theirs a couple years back, is that gray Oakland jersey was the last jersey to say Oakland on it. You know what I mean? And that'll be gone here after today or after this weekend.
Thanks, hey. Appreciate the call. Oh, yeah, all right. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
But it will, Steiny. The last jersey to say Oakland on it.
Is it really?
Yeah. Their gray one.
Hey, by the way,
Yeah.
I gotta give props.
Okay.
Bonte's shirt today was pretty nice.
And he had the
I'm starting to get into uniforms.
The Negro League Baron.
I think it was Birmingham Barons.
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
No doubt about it.
Pretty cool.
And you remember he brought it up yesterday, what Reggie said when he was in Birmingham.
Yeah.
About his time.
Keith's in Fremont. Hey, Keith, how you doing, buddy?
Great. How you guys?
Doing well, thank
appreciate
you.
Having me on.
Sure.
Hey, I want to talk about my memories with the A's was when I was a kid. My parents moved us down here from Chicago and to Oakland, and I became an A's fan, and I had some buddies. We used to play sandlot ball, and A's used to give out bats, helmets, I think it was sweatbands, and we used to take the helmets, sand them down and paint them and put Baltimore Orioles emblems on them and other teams' emblems. And another thing we used to do was, I remember I was in elementary school or 7th grade. We used to cut school, go up to the second deck, climb the fence, hop in the box seats, hide behind the seats till the game started at 1:05, and watch a game for free.
Wow.
Nice.
I hope I passed the statute of limitations.
Yeah, I think you're okay. Yeah, you're okay.
Thanks, Keith. I think you're going to be. Okay on that one. And even if they catch you, don't give the money to Fisher. Right.
And the worst part of all this, I won't. It's all bad. Steiny, quietly, the A's are putting something together. You got Rooker and what's my guy's name? Butler. Thank you.
Langoliers.
Yeah, dude, they got a little something.
Langoliers.
Yeah. What's Evans' guy in the bullpen?
Miller.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just, dude. This season could have. It was supposed to be major league, right? Lose on purpose. They were supposed to be the White Sox. You watch the A's play. Look at it. It looks like old school. We got it on in here, but Steiny, that's what it's supposed to look like, man.
Yeah. Alamo Brown from the Richmond says he's hanging out at the suites right now, in the suites at the Coliseum.
Okay.
Alamo Brown from Richmond. What's going on, my man?
Hey, what's going on, family? How y'all feeling?
All right, man. How is it there?
Oh, man, listen. I'm in Richmond right now, man, but I was at the game on Tuesday night.
Actually, you know what? I got to go with my guy, Lucas Alamo. You're breaking up. Hate to
call us back.
It. Yeah, but obviously can call us back.
Oh, man.
Oh, by the way, Barry Zito, sorry.
Yeah.
Barry Zito got pipes. I was listening.
So it was good? It wasn't Roseanne?
Wasn't terrible.
Can we come back with it?
I'll try to pull it, and we can maybe play a little bit of it in the next one.
Say can you? I don't even know it all.
By the way, I kind of want to share something that I read today in the SF Standard by Tim Kawakami. He said just something that really stuck with me.
Not the athletic.
No, he's gotten a new job at the SF Standard, but a longtime Bay Area columnist and writer.
All right.
He was talking about what's going to happen out there at the Coliseum today, and there's some worry about what's going to happen maybe after the game. But he just said something that just stuck out to me, and he said, that stadium is not John Fisher Stadium.
Well, those are facts.
If you're out there and you're feeling a certain kind of way, he said it's not John Fisher Stadium. He doesn't care about it, and whatever you do to it, if you choose to go that route, which you should not, he's not going to care. He doesn't care. That stadium belongs to Reggie Jackson, Ricky Henderson,
the people of Oakland,
Catfish Hunter, Giambi, Canseco, McGuire. That's who that stadium belongs to.
Now, you live in the town, Johnny. I'm being honest.
Treat accordingly.
Have you been hearing things like that? Now, I know the other day
there's some anger out there. You never know what's going to happen. But
no doubt about it.
But hopefully,
no doubt about that.
Everybody
funnel it the right way.
Yeah, everybody. Hopefully, everybody stays safe out there and they do it the right way, however they see fit. But let's
good call.
Let's just make sure that everybody gets home and is safe. Let's go back to Alamo Brown in Richmond. Hopefully his connection's a little better, but I'll get him right back on. What's up, Alamo? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
A lot better.
Wonderful, wonderful. Hey, listen, happy birthday, Steiny.
Thank you.
Hope you're enjoying it.
Yep.
Kind of ironic that your birthday falls on the last day of the Oakland A's final home game, but hey, that's just how the gods make it, right?
Yeah, good call.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man, I wanted to give some old school adage here, man. I was one of those guys like Keith who snuck in the games at the Coliseum and, one of those little broke kids that didn't have no money for a soda water, let alone the price of admission to get in the game. But something wonderful happened the other day, Tuesday. I went to the game with Mike Norris. He invited me to come on out.
Nice.
We were we hung out in the suites, and Eck was in there. Henderson was in there. Ricky Henderson was in there. But just looking at these guys' body language, and you can tell the despondence that they had, the dawning of an era, and the looks that they had on their face. And I didn't want to, indulge too deeply, but just listening to them all converse, and they hadn't seen each other in a while. You know how these guys are now. They're so busy and got their lives and retirement and whatnot. But to see all three of those guys there and to hear those stories about playing baseball at the Oakland Coliseum was like a kid in the ice cream store being treated to some very nice treats. That was music to my ears, so to speak, right?
Yep.
And then just to engulf it, to take it all in, to even just watch the game from that viewpoint and hearing baseball stories being told was one of the most climactic things that I've ever experienced in my entire being, man.
There's nothing like hearing baseball stories from the guys who played it. Yep. There's just nothing like it, Alamo. You're right.
Yeah, so I'm truly, man, honored and blessed to be in that number to be around those greats like that, man. That was just a dream come true, especially being a little snotty-nosed kid sneaking into games.
Appreciate it, Alamo. Great story. Thanks for sharing that. Tough day in Oakland. It is their last game, the Oakland A's in Oakland at the Oakland Coliseum. I'm looking at the game now. That's a full house in
And think about
A-League.
Ricky. He's got a part of the stadium dedicated to him. Does that go away? Sounds like it, man. Stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean,
do the record books still follow or no? Is that gone, Steiny? I know I'm putting a lot on the plate. Yeah,
I'm humming.
I'm waiting to hear this audio when we come back if Kay can get it of the say.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the A's and unfortunately a historic game at the Coliseum. If you're there and you want to check in, this is the day to talk about it.
Man.
The Oakland A's playing their last game at the Coliseum. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs
from the championship by the Oakland A. Fingers deals a comebacker. Fingers has it and throws to first. It is a madhouse here at the Oakland Coliseum. High up in the heavens, the rockets are going off. Down on the field, thousands of youngsters pouring out of the stands. The ball players battling for their lives to get back into the dressing room. And the A's have done it. They have beaten a young and inexperienced Los Angeles club 4-1.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Vin Scully on the call, 1974.
And would go on to be a legend, Steiny. A's in 5 right there, huh? 4-1.
Absolutely. That was the third of their 3 straight. 72, 73, 74.
That's a three-peat.
Trying to think.
Well, I wasn't even here. Yeah.
When's the last three-peat by anybody? Now, the one dynasty
by anybody in sports.
Well, yeah, in the last,
Lakers.
Okay, okay. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Let me tell you that
I think I'm correct. Lakers.
No,
right?
You're right. They won 3 times in a row. I'm pretty sure. The one, and maybe Ken will know a little about this. But I'll tell you one dynasty that gets forgotten is the Islanders.
4 in a row.
4 in a row.
Back in the
New York
80s.
Islanders.
And you know what? They're still a little brother to the Rangers. It's amazing.
Still.
Always.
Even with that?
No matter what.
Wow.
And they only got 1, the Rangers.
I don't know. We need to revisit that, Kay. Hey, now I asked you for some sound. I don't know if you were able to get it. To be able to go out and put yourself out there like Zito did, not the guitar, but to sing the national anthem. I would like to hear it if you got it, Kay. So Steiny and I could go American Idol and be.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam? Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
Wow.
And the rocket's red glare.
That's not bad.
Isn't that all?
Wow. Good stuff.
He
Thank you, Ken.
He met the moment. Guts of a cat burglar.
That was former Cy Young Award winner Barry Zito singing the national anthem at today's A's game.
I got him Steiny.
That was solid.
And that's the guy that doesn't take him and showed up to our friend Michael Urban. Remember his funeral? Barry Zito showed up. But to go out there and Steiny, he was confident. I thought it was going to be Carl Lewis like.
I couldn't do it. Of course, I can't sing. I mean, he's
both of us.
He's a legitimate musician.
Yeah.
So good for him.
But playing them was in the vault. He met the moment for me.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty darn good.
Some people saying that was amazing.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Very good. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Guru, of course.
On your birthday.
And bigger than that, though, it's the last game in Oakland for the Oakland Athletics. 57 years in the Bay. Unbelievable history. Unbelievable connection between the franchise and the fan base, despite what anybody might have you believe. But look, when the Golden State Warriors were playing at the arena in Oakland, there was just something magical about the connection that team had with the fan base in Oakland, and the Oakland A's had exactly the same thing with their fan base. You can't, like I always said, during some of those Warrior years before they got good at the arena. Like, you couldn't talk about the Warriors and separate them from that arena and their fan base and how diehard it was, even when they weren't winning. And the A's had every bit of that with their fans, and you just hate to see it.
No doubt about it.
You really do. Let's go to T-Dog. He's from the Stack.
Okay,
that would be Hayward.
Yeah,
what's going on, T-Dog? How you doing, man?
Hey, P-Dog, P as in Parker. How you doing, fellas?
What's up, baby?
I just want to keep it kind of short and sweet. I'm 28. I grew up around the East Bay my whole life. I played in the Oakland Parade with Bret Hart Middle School and Hayward High. I've been around forever. I got to work at the Coliseum for a couple of years. My grandma and her family, she's a 13 or 14. We have hundreds of A's fans in our family. I wasn't able to get out there today, but I got to go out the last couple of days, and I was just happy I got to go out to that last game with my grandma.
Nice.
She's 76. I have pictures of her holding me in a baby carrier in the bleachers.
Wow.
So, getting to go out to that last game with her and, get to spend that our last Oakland team, true Oakland team, as somebody who was born and raised in Oakland, it was a very special moment to get out there with her. So, good luck to you guys. Happy you guys are still on the radio for us, and Oakland A forever.
Thanks, P-Dog. Appreciate it, man. 76 years old, he went out there.
That's awesome. And let's put a rat on the table, Stoddy, if you call this a rat. This station used to be the flagship for the Oakland A's. Think about that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
By the way, somebody had a great line about Dave Kingman literally put the rat on the table. He put it in a shoebox, from what I understand.
Where did he get it from? The dead rat.
He probably killed it.
Okay, but where did you get it to kill it?
He might have gotten it out of his basement. I don't know.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
Somebody on IG goes, Guru, and I didn't think it wasn't a bad thing, but they were honest. What's that pest control you guys? So that let me know
pest
they
control.
must have had some critters. I was like, I'll put Atco.
I may try to Google that because that was an infamous story about Dave
I don't
Kingman
like that.
And sports writer Susan Fornoff, but I do remember it. How about we go to Chris in Oakland? Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, you guys?
Chris.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hey, happy birthday, Steiny. Happy big 60th, man. That's great, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
What's up, Goo?
What's up, baby?
All right. Hey, I just want to thank you guys for making this an Oakland A's day, man. I know we've been getting, the Giants and the Niners get a lot of press on this station. I listen to you guys pretty much every day, and I appreciate everything you guys do. But anyway, I grew up in Oakland. I grew up on 38th Ave, right above Foothill.
Wow.
My dad taught at Laney College in Oakland for 40 years. I was at the 72, 73, 74 World Series. Just growing up in Oakland, I was there last night. The parking lot was full. It was great seeing all the fans there in attendance and all the energy. And I must say that, there were a lot of smiling faces there last night. But today I woke up and I was listening to Shasky and Bonte and getting ready for work. And it actually really just hit me this morning, man. I watched this guy called in this morning. I think you mentioned it earlier, Goo. This guy, Jose, from San Jose. And you know what, man? It really hurts, man. I've been to hundreds of A's games sitting at the left center bleachers right by the old Milwaukee stand. We could park over across the street or across the way over at the BART station parking lot, walk on the overpass, and walk down and get a bleacher ticket for $2. And we knew all the security. We knew the security guards there. They used to dress in green. They had the green outfits. You could actually, even back in the day when I was in grammar school at St. Jarlath on Fruitvale, that you could actually bring your own beer in. So we used to bring our own beer and pass beer around. It was just, it was an amazing experience growing up in Oakland and being an Oakland fan.
Wow, man.
And I must say that I'm going to miss it, man. I'm really going to miss going to the games because, I just have a lot of many, many, many fond memories being in attendance there for many games. Yesterday was my first game that I've been to probably in a few years, reluctantly not wanting to give my money to the owner, John Fisher. I mean, I'm always going to be an A's fan, but I've always been reluctant to support him and the ownership and what they've done with the team. They've always been a major league farm club for the rest of the major league, and just, they develop these players and then they get good and they don't want to pay them anymore. And players just move elsewhere, and just people have gotten sort of disassociated and disinterested in the team because of that, I think, so I think a lot of people have lost interest in it. But myself, I feel it's a sad day, man. I'm working today until 3:30. I may even hightail it over there afterwards to see if I can meet up with some of my friends over in the parking lot or something.
You know what? You got me real quick before you go. A lot of good stuff. You got me thinking, and I told Stoddy this during the break, and I mean it. When I'm on BART, and I'm on BART a lot, that Coliseum stop will not mean the same because what it used to symbolize, the Raider game, the Warriors, and the A's, and you're telling me now, yes, the Coliseum stop, but none of those are in town. That's going to hurt, Steiny.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, Chris. Appreciate it.
Think about that, man. That was the athletic stop.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey, by the way, a couple things. We were talking about Dave Kingman, and I did a little more research on the story. So there's a lot of details that I'll include because it's actually a part of A's history that's not really A's related, it's player related, but it's very interesting. I'll pass it along right after I say you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So in the mid-'60s, there was a sports writer, Susan Fornoff. I didn't realize it at the time, or I didn't realize it until recently, that was the first woman to be a beat writer in Major League Baseball, and she was covering the A's.
Didn't know that.
And the A's had Dave Kingman. And Kingman did not think women should be covering sports and did not think that women belonged in the clubhouse. And so they were in Kansas City, and he purchased, and here's where I was wrong, he purchased a live rat from a store in Kansas City. He put it in a box, and he put a name tag around it that said, "My name is Sue." And he had a security guard take it up to the press box and hand it to her.
Oh, come on.
And she started to open it and realized there was something alive in it before she opened it. And then she gave it back to the security guard because she was scared, obviously. And, I'm
getting scared. I don't like rats.
Security guard opened it up, and it was a rat inside. And Dave Kingman, here was his quote. What a horse is behind. You know me, I'm a practical jokester. This is a man's clubhouse. If someone can't take a simple joke, they shouldn't be in the game. If you can't take it, move out. Dave Kingman, ladies and gentlemen.
And I'm not defending him at all. You can't. It's disgusting. But at the end of the day, Steiny, I think you can look me in the face on your birthday and say, "Goo, I'm going Prince." Those were a sign of the times we were in then. You couldn't do that today. That might even be a charge. Can you? The rat was alive.
It was. All right. This is.
Man,
I don't know who's on the line.
Who we got?
But I guess I'll be finding out. Hello, caller. How you doing?
Well, this is a call from New York City. I want to wish Matt Steinmetz a happy birthday.
That's Molly, baby.
Well, welcome to 60, Matt.
Oh my God.
He was acting brand new, Molly.
Okay, all right.
That's Molly.
This is Hall of Famer Chris Mullen from New York City. What's up, Molly? How you doing, man?
Hey, Guru, you taking care of my boy, man?
I'm taking care of him.
Hey, 60 hits different. He's struggling a little bit. You got to pick him up, man.
I got him. Especially after we get off, Molly. I'm going to really take care of him.
Man.
Good.
What's up, Molly? How you doing, man? Thanks for checking in. No, it's funny because, and I'll just share it. I texted Molly a couple days ago, and I was like, "Dude, I'm 60. It hits different." And Molly shared he's 61, which I knew because I just knew we were around the same age. And he said, "Yeah, it does hit different." So thank you, my man. I appreciate it.
My pleasure, Matt. And I agree with you. 40. I was recently retired. 50. My rationalization was that was halftime. 60 is just 60, man. It's just old. That's the way it is. You just got to do with grace and humility. Daily habits are everything. But you keep yourself in good shape. You love golf. You got to enjoy it, man. Enjoy the family. And Guru's much younger than us, so we can kind of live. Fictitiously through him.
Look at him.
Hey, Molly, you know what? I remember talking to a guy 20, 30 years ago when he was up near my age now, maybe a little older. He's a father. And I said, he had made all his money. He didn't have any money worries. I said, what do you worry about? You got it all. And he said, 2 things, health and family. That's what it all comes down to when you hit our age. And that's what's most important.
No question, and the friendships, the memories, and Guru, Matt, back in the day, before he was a big radio star, covered us. He was a, reporter. But Matt, I got to say this. The way we bonded and became friends was back in the day, there was respect and appreciation for discretion, right?
Yeah. Wow.
And Matt, Rick Bucher, those guys that covered us on a daily basis, we developed a good relationship. And I think we both knew, when and what to say and what not to say. These days, discretion is kind of going out the window and everything's out there, in the public. But I thought, Matt, I don't know if you agree, but that's kind of where we bonded. We had, obviously sometimes difference of opinion. Obviously, we had different jobs, but there was a trust level there. And I've always appreciated that. And I just wanted to reach out. Wish you a happy birthday. We got to get on the golf course soon.
Absolutely.
Man,
appreciate it, man. You're the best. And yeah, let's go out and hit a few when you get out here.
Hey, Mully, I got a quick question for you if I can.
Ask him about my game. He's seen me.
Now, we just had his college coach on from Franklin and Marshall, so he co-signed saying Snotty could play. But look, Snotty mentioned it. You're in the Hall of Fame. You earned that. And you did that in front of Oakland fans, a lot of basketball fans, but a lot of those fans were A's fans, and you know what's happening today. It's their last game. But, Mully, can you just share with us what you feel when you hear a team that, they want to support the team, but the owner's taking it out of town? What goes through your mind?
Yeah, I think first is frustration, anger. I was fortunate, Guru and Matt, and Matt knows this, but anybody, my entire career in Oakland.
Wow.
To me, there was a big-time similarity to Oakland and the place I grew up in Brooklyn. Very similar geographical dynamics, great diversity in both cities. So I felt very comfortable there. The good thing, Guru and Matt, is this: when things get really bad, there's always something on the horizon, and I think there's some good things that are going to happen on that property.
Wow.
My good friend Bill Duffy is working hard about doing some good things on that exact site where those arenas are. So as grim as it may look now, there's a lot of hope moving forward.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, that's great to know.
Yeah,
of course, Bill Duffy, one of the best agents in the game, quite frankly, and has been around for a while and is an East Bay guy himself. Hey, Mully, man, thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
It's been like one of those, this is your life. And you and I are probably the only ones that get that reference, but I'm going to use it anyway.
My Matt and Guru, have a great show, man. I'll see you guys soon.
All right, man. Thanks, Mully. Appreciate it. Hall of Famer Chris Mully.
They all called him for you today,
one of the greatest Warriors of all time, but one of the greatest players of all time.
No doubt.
Chris Mully. Yeah, he's a year older than me, so.
You guys look good, man.
He went to St. John's, obviously, and
coached my nephew when he coached.
Oh, really?
Brandon Lawrence from Moreau Catholic went to play for Mully.
Nice.
He knows that. We talked about.
I mean, he was, he was a guy who I don't want to say I patterned my game after, but
he was a bad dude.
He was. I was in college. He was in college. I was playing Division III. He was obviously playing Division I. I didn't know him. But I was like, look at this guy. This guy is unbelievable.
And don't think not being from Brooklyn didn't help him. You know what I'm saying? He played in the era style.
Yeah.
You had to be, what no pacifiers. It was he played with some bad SOBs. That's all.
In fact, I actually texted him the other day and I said, man, it feels like yesterday when I was watching you playing in the Final Four. 3 Big East teams were in the Final Four.
I might dial some of those up.
I believe
tonight.
it was 86. It was Georgetown, Villanova, and St. John's. I can't remember who the 4th team was. Might have been like a Memphis or something. But anyway, and that was the year that Georgetown, they beat St. John's in the semifinals, and then Georgetown, Villanova. And I know it's a long time ago, but it was one of the biggest upsets in NCAA tournament history.
I know we just had him on the phone, and he called for your birthday, your guy. But him and Bonte got a good thing going.
Yeah, they do.
And I got to say this, and this is the question for you. So Baldinger, right now, I think he's in a league of his own in regard. He played the game, but Steiny, he can explain the game. And I know for a fact that everybody that's played the game, there's a gift to explaining the game as well. Mully has that gift. And I mentioned him coaching. And I wanted to ask him, and I know you can't answer for him, but I wonder, guys like that, do you think he misses coaching?
Mullen?
He's so great at breaking the game down, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Just knowing him a little bit, because, he coached at St. John's, obviously, for a few years, and I think I think he liked it. It was a different challenge for him, but, he puts that in his back pocket, having done that experience.
Because he's explaining it with the best of them now. Man.
Yeah, I remember talking to B.J. Armstrong at the end of his career. And, three-time champion Chicago Bull guard. And, I said, what are you going to do after you're done playing? And he goes, you know what? I want to experience basketball from every other angle. And I was like, what do you mean? He said, I want to see it from the agent side. I want to see it from the media side.
Damn.
And I would and eventually I'd like to work for a team. And he's ended up doing all those things, which is pretty cool.
And who do you represent for the Warriors? BJ, I want to.
Oh gosh,
it was
man.
We are not Bonte Shasky.
He may have had Draymond Green early in his career.
I think that's who it was early.
He may have had Draymond, but he had a few guys who were kind of big boys, and that.
Yeah, Mully's awesome.
Hey, quick fact check. You were a little off in 1985 Final Four.
Okay, that was my.
The other team was Memphis State, the Tigers.
Look at K.
Keith Lee and Andre Turner.
Wasn't alive. I wasn't alive then. But top scorer, Chris Mullen, 110 points.
Damn. So that was Carnesecca. That was his.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
That's when the Big Monday. Diaper Dandy, baby.
I've told you the story about the one time me and Mullen did. You know how he said, we had a little difference.
I wanted to tell him because you told me when we weren't here, so it was beautiful. But I said, Goo, you might be snitching. But that one, he respect you for it.
No,
that was an awesome story, man.
Sometimes good relationships are formed from, a little disagreement, and you get respect on both.
But you handled it real, too. That's why real recognized real stuff.
Because I was scared. Yeah,
that's beautiful.
Chris Mullen called me out once, and
I love it.
Back in the day, and your boy, who was
the guy egging him on to the team?
Bimbo Coles.
Right, Bimbo Coles.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great story, man.
Yeah, that was one of those times when, and I think everybody's had this where something happens totally unexpected, and your heart just starts beating so fast, and you're like, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I'll tell it again. I don't know. But we got the Oakland A's in Oakland playing their last game. That's obviously the big story today. And
we talked about real quick here the three-peat, Snotty early on in the 70s. They almost had one under La Russa, but they lost two. They were the best team in baseball I think I've ever seen, and they lost to the Reds. Maybe Eric Davis got hurt, and then they lost to the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Imagine, that would have been a trifecta.
All right, the end of summer sales event is on at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. So stop by or visit frontierford.com for incredible savings and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 27th through September 29th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coco Crisp 2012 ALDS. Coco Crisp. He was on all three of those A's teams in 12, 13, and 14.
I thought he was their heart and soul.
That was game 4. Game 4.
Mm-hmm.
Game 4.
My buddy Hawk, just like your buddy Harry. Oh, you got to read the Harry email.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, don't let me forget that
This
one.
is classic.
So, my buddy Hawk, Steiny, 2 boys, they were ballers at James Logan. Went to USC to ball, UCLA. And he just sent me a picture of his bat. Get this, his own bat that he got on Father's Day with his 2 boys at the Coliseum 5 years ago. That's what it's about.
That's awesome,
right?
man. That's awesome.
Memories, man.
All right. Guru brought it up, so
you brought it up to me.
Well, this is why
boy Harry.
This is why Guru and I love each other. So I've mentioned this. His name's not Harry, but in order to say, there's a guy that I keep in touch with. He's a huge sports guy. His name's Harry, and if you've heard the show, I bring him up once in a while to tell once in a while I'll say I disagree with Guru. Anyway, my guy Harry, he emails me and he tells me his thoughts on the Niners and the Warriors, etc. And I think he's very insightful, and apparently he is. He says, "Happy birthday, Matt. You're as young as you want to be. Getting older is not for sissies, but if you have a good perspective, you can enjoy the later years." He says, "Unfortunately, though, for you, you will have several years deducted from your lifespan because you work with Guru. The stress of dealing with him will remove years."
Now, what did he mean by
he loves you?
Okay, yeah.
He loves you.
Yeah.
Nah, you're putting years on.
Yeah, please. I would hope,
man. Hey, some 49er news. Let me pass this along.
Is it good news? Because they need it.
Well, relatively speaking, Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams are both on the field early at 49er practice today. And Brock Purdy practiced yesterday. He was a full go.
Well, that's
so he had some back issues, but it looks like he's going to be fine, and that's going to work.
So I took Deebo, and you correct me if I'm wrong, and I've been often. I thought he was out 2 games.
That's what I thought too. So maybe he still might. I wouldn't.
Would you err on the side? Remember you talked about dude. The things I remember from you that I don't agree with initially. Then I'm like, maybe he did have a point. Load manage. What happens, Donnie?
We have a special guest. Oh, boy. People have been surprising me all day. We've had Chris Mullen, Bob Myers, my college coach. Hello. Who's there?
It's the guy that is not a true point guard. How you doing, Matt Steinmetz? Happy birthday.
The chef.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, the chef.
You got to be kidding me. Somebody's an impersonator here.
That's the chef.
Is this really Steph?
There's only a few ways to get me to get on the radio at a beautiful day before training camp, but your 60th birthday.
Wow.
So happy birthday, man.
Dude, thank you so much, man. And hey, let me congratulate you on an unbelievable performance in the Olympics. Absolutely
we both
incredible.
Do on that. Yeah.
I keep saying this guy's gonna get older, and it doesn't seem like you are.
I'm trying to stay young, man, on the court. It was a beautiful summer, for sure. Great experience. I'm sure I'll talk about it a lot more down the road. But, yeah, ready to get back. We start on Monday. I know y'all know it, so I'm excited to get back to work.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, too. I mean, I just got to tell people, Steph, because people might not know.
Yeah.
I was covering the team. And we talk about this once in a while when I see you, but the first day of training camp, your rookie year, what you walked into at Golden State, and from that point where you helped elevate this franchise, it's virtually unfathomable, man. You walked into a brutal situation, and you completely turned a franchise around, man. You've got so much to be proud of.
No, I appreciate it. You mentioned some of the names that been on the journey with me. Obviously, Chris Mullen, who was a great mentor and a presence when I came in, spoke some great words. Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Draymond, Clay, Andre, KD. So, the whole journey's been great. And I know, for somebody like you that's been around from the beginning of my career and seen the journey and the evolution, definitely the appreciation of what this means. We still got some more to do, but we can get flowers. I'll take them. I appreciate it.
Wow. Chef, I know you're busy. I got to ask you this question, man, because we're looking forward to this season. But a lot of Warrior fans are A's fans. And as you know, they're in the middle of a game now. It's their last game in Oakland. Can you just speak to what that means to you and how much they supported you on your journey as a Golden State Warrior?
It's tough. I know a lot of, born and bred Oaktown, residents, fans of all the sports teams that have played on that side of the bridge. And it was tough when we left Oracle. It still is. That's why I still try to, maintain as much presence as possible. Me and Aisha's foundation, Eat, Learn, Play, all the work that we're doing in the town. And obviously, like you said, the A's, it's rough. But hopefully, I think Oakland knows how much they mean to me, how much the fans have meant to my journey. When you talk to anybody and when you ask them where they're from and they say Oakland, California, it kind of still gives me goosebumps because it's such a pride of being from there. So I was glad to represent the town for 10 years. Still do in my heart, but yeah, tough to see them go.
Wow. Hey, my boss just told me that your dad Dell just turned 60 also. So I hope you don't look at him as an old guy.
Nah, we still battle on the golf course. I know you play, so he's still young at heart for sure. He still can hit it a mile. So I know you got a lot of great years left.
All right, I appreciate it. Hey,
Steph, go ahead. I'm going to leave you with this one. Denzel better watch out because you were on fire on Underrated. Just real quick as you can. I mean, how is the acting thing going? Because we watching it in the Johnson household.
Oh, you talking about Mr. Throwback? I loved it, man. Get my acting chops going. Hopefully there's a season 2 next summer. But yeah, I don't know about Denzel. You sound real homerish right now. I appreciate it.
Steiny goes, is he really acting if he's playing himself? I said he acting, baby. You're doing a good job.
Hey,
I appreciate it.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave you go on this one. I don't know if you're aware of this, but we have these things called drops in radio. And I have one. I don't know if you've ever heard it, but I'll say it live for you. Steph Curry's the best thing that ever happened to my career.
There it is there. There it is there.
I appreciate it. I love it.
All right, man. Hey, thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you play this year, talking to you, and you're the best, man. Thanks. You. Monday.
I appreciate it. They got a little special gift coming your way. Hopefully it gets there before the show's over, but a little token of my appreciation, so hope you enjoy it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh. You're gonna Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Steph.
Wow, man. Curry called you on your birthday, man. Mullen, your daughter, your wife, Myers, your coach. Man, whew. Boy, you okay? We got to throw one back after the show. Yeah, we got to have one after the show, man. Got to have one. It don't get any better than that. The chef. Damn. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
look at you.
I want to go to a break right now.
Look at you. But you can't. Oh, that's pretty damn good, man. Woo! He said you got a gift coming. Wow.
It's... jeez.
Yeah. That's pretty cool, man.
I don't.
No, that's
what do you want to do right now? I can't.
No, we got it, man.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Steph Curry, he came courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop.
Yeah.
Steph Curry, Warriors. Let's go, Warriors.
Yeah, look at him.
They're not done.
He said
they are not done.
He did say that.
And how can I not root for him now?
Man. They came through. They came out and showed out for you on your birthday, baby. That's pretty dope.
All right. Well,
and I said underrated for his TV. It's Mr. Throwback, but he got.
Oh, you said Mr. Underrated?
No, I said underrated. That was his. Thing about him. But the TV show is Mr. Throwback.
Right.
I threw you under the bus. Saying, is it acting if you're playing yourself? That was a good line.
You want to talk about a good sport?
That's the man.
I mean, I'm just. Let me tell you what I did say about Curry, because everybody gives me grief about this. I never said he stunk. I said two things. I said, he's not a true point guard. This is early in his career. And I'll tell you what, I'll go to the grave saying I wasn't wrong because Curry nothing. Because he changed the position in a lot of ways. He kind of wasn't a true point guard. He didn't pay, but he turned it into a position that he called his own and combined passing and scoring as well as anybody's ever done it who's played the game.
If you ever tweener had a negative connotation to it in sports,
Yeah.
if you were he mastered it.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
That's pretty dope.
And then look, way early in his career, this was probably 8 games in. I'm telling you, when Curry came into the league, you were defined by your position, and he was considered a tweener. And I remember thinking, well, he can play a little bit of one, and he can play a little bit of two. And so, yes.
But you didn't see this happening.
One time I said, I'll tell you what, he can play some one, he can play some two. I'll tell you what, he might be a great third guard off the bench.
But those words didn't come out your mouth.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, boy.
But you know what?
Oh, no.
How about this?
Old takes exposed for real.
He would have been a great third guard coming off the bench. Oh, boy.
Man.
Steph Curry.
That's great.
Warriors.
That is incredible. I didn't know the boss put that together.
I don't know how that one came.
Yeah, no, that was in the Hegan special.
Can I just point it out real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Do whatever you
He
want.
called on the hotline and he goes, "Hey, this is Stephen." I'm like, "Stephen Curry?" I was like, "Okay."
It's like, he said, "This is Stephen." That's a bad boy, man. Dude, this is your best birthday on air for real, man.
Thanks to everybody out there. I appreciate it, man. And by the way, I'm getting a lot of
I want to
happy
see your
birthdays,
gift.
Everybody on the YouTube chat, everybody on the Xfinity Mobile text line, thank you very much. It's turned into a special
and you didn't ask for all this because you and Bonte don't like stuff for your birthday. I do.
What did you guys, let me ask you, did you know any of this yesterday?
Well, I do it was your birthday, and I did it last year, if you remember. But anyway.
Not with Steph.
I texted Nahegan because I was off yesterday, and after that got handled, I said, hey, we got to, and he was already on it. So Myers called me, we chopped it up. He was talking about hoops. We was talking about basketball, and he said he'd get on, and then Nahegan had to rest, man.
So yesterday, you weren't here. Yeah. Evan was in, so we went out after work, and at the end, he was going to the game, the A's game last night, and I said to him, hey, tell me the truth. And he goes, what? I go, nobody's doing anything tomorrow.
Tell me Evan said no.
I said, nobody's doing anything. Come on. And he just kind of smiled a little bit, and he goes, yeah, I don't know.
Like only Evan can.
I don't know. And I'm like, dude, yeah, I just don't.
And you got the chef to call the game.
Yeah,
the boss did. Yeah, that was dope.
I'm going to read this one from the 408. Guru, your friendship and partnership is unmatched. The way you look out for your people and the way you make sure Steiny's had a great birthday, that does not go unnoticed. Never change, Goo.
Who wrote
you are
that?
awesome. That's from Steven in the 408.
Okay. I'll take that, Steven. That's my man, but the chef is really your man.
Well, hey, real quick. He just called back. He goes, hey, just make sure you shout out Raymond Ritter. He's the one who, he helped out with his son.
Of course, Raymond Ritter.
I was sending him a text message now.
Raymond Ritter, the greatest.
Look at my phone.
President.
I'm not on it during the show.
Just media relations.
The man.
Raymond Ritter's just a.
There could be a 30 for 30 on Raymond. He wouldn't want it. He don't like the lights.
He doesn't. I've asked him about it. I told him a million times you should write a book, and he's like, nah, I think no.
It could be a doc.
Yeah, Raymond Ritter was a PR guy for the Lakers during Showtime.
Okay. And
then he came to the Warriors,
and they win 4.
Well, but that's the beauty of it, and that's honestly one thing that I love. I'm glad that I saw the Warriors stink for 12 years now. Okay.
So you appreciate it?
Hell yeah.
All right.
I mean, I would rather.
He said they're not. We got work to do. They ain't finished.
I would rather now, like, what more do you want as a fan and as a media guy? You've seen the worst franchise in the NBA, and then it turned into the best franchise in the NBA. Like, I'd rather that happen than you just cover a team that's always good, believe it or not.
But you want Steph to get 5 to be up there with.
I want him to get 6.
You
not
ain't
5,
that gift.
not 6.
Hey, up there with Duncan and Kobe.
Now
7.
Yeah,
because that's where he'll go.
Better than them.
He put on
Hey,
that.
Stan, you want some more good news?
Okay.
From Anthony Slater just now. He says the Warriors are at full health entering next week's training camp. Per Mike Dunleavy, everyone is cleared.
You better watch out. You better watch out. This
Now,
team's coming for you.
Warriors. I'm Mr. Optimistic, but that news is standard to me. You ain't got tackled or you hadn't played it. Everybody should be healthy.
Well, keep in mind they're a veteran team, so they're going into training camp healthy, and that's
what a day for my man.
You ain't kidding, boy. You ain't kidding.
You don't get the chef to call in that often, man.
No.
Sports, man.
No.
For real, Goo.
From the 415, I'm concerned that Steph call will make Steiny a homer. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. You are, yeah. Objectivity. See you later. See you later. Did I tell you I've created a new list of my top 5 all-time players. Curry's just cracked the top 5.
Look out of here.
Yeah,
all right, congrats.
He's just kind of, what do we got here? Right in between. 5 minutes.
Well, all right. And then we got the guys coming in.
Yeah, I can't wait till they come in. Can't wait
top
till they
that. How does Chef call?
I can't.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right, D-Lou22. Willard can't bring me down today.
Yeah, look at you.
So let me just take a. You know what? Let's go to Filmo Mike. I'm sorry, Filmo's been hanging out,
and he got a party this weekend too. Filmo
Torch.
Let's see if
Torch. What's up, Filmo?
No, it's not. It's not at Torch. It's in Frisco. It's at this club called Eve, San Francisco. I had to call in, Sonny, because in a weird way, bro. We appreciate you here in the Bay Area. You were with the Warriors when they stunk, and you just being here, being professional, because a lot of times people see people in the limelight, and they don't realize how hard it is, at least for me, to keep a professional attitude and, still do you, but you got to keep the job. You know what I'm saying? You turned in all the summaries. My point is, in a weird way, with your radio career, we rock with you, Steiny. You know what I'm saying? Like you're part of the community, even though you are from wherever you are.
Reading, Mike. Reading. Yeah, Reading.
Reading, Pennsylvania. You know what I'm saying? The real Reading is in California. Everybody know that. Yeah. But nah, man. You really is like a staple, not only of this station, but of the Bay, bro. Like I feel like I know you, especially with the radio too. I feel like I know you, Steiny. And so I just wanted to say that. Now with the Oakland, man. Oakland is a peculiar place. It has Oakland has a swag. It has a attitude. You know what I'm saying? You get that amongst the players, amongst the fans, amongst the people that go there. It's undeniable. And it's like owners are not cool. Like how you got a team and you don't want your team to succeed.
Oh, man.
Like, there needs to be a commissioner or somebody that says, like, do you really want, like, we go, like, take lie detector tests. Are you really doing everything you can to help your team win? That's unacceptable, man, because Oakland is a great city. And then Oakland and the Warriors, like, the Warriors used to do this, too. They were like a minor league system for the NBA.
Yeah.
You get a player, get good, and Oakland did that, and that's just bad for business, man.
And Mike, that's what the A's have been too with baseball here in the last decade.
That's my point. That's my point. It's almost like they use the same areas. Like, okay, we're gonna do this, y'all do this too. We got the Chief or whoever, Tim Hardaway. Yeah, we developed him, and he's a fan favorite. Yeah, we gonna trade Giambi to the Yankees or just let him walk. That ain't cool, man. Like, how does Seattle don't have no team? How does Oakland, California not have one team playing in Oakland?
Man.
Playing in Oakland.
After having 3, Mike. After having 3.
Yeah, they had 3.
Yeah.
That ain't cool, man. Right. So, with that being said, man, hey, happy birthday, Simon. Guru, keep doing. Hey, Guru, your new thing is hella funny when you do. You do that a little bit too much, but it's good. It's good.
The sniff? The sniff,
Are
Mike?
you sniffing, Mike?
No, not the sniff. He do,
what?
He does like when somebody got hurt, you do.
All right, Mike.
You've been doing that a lot, bro.
Mike, you so street. I got to ask you this. Don't hang up because I mean what I'm about to say, and I want Steiny and the listeners to tell me. So I'm from Little Union City, California, and I just born in Oakland, California, at Oakland A Hospital. But what if I told you as an adolescent, the town was my New Orleans. Would you understand that when I talk about culture, you talk about all types of different people in one event, which were the Raiders, the Warriors, and A's? Would that fly with Filmo, Mike, if I said that to you?
Yeah, I mean, heck yeah. Oakland is like this. Oh, this is Oakland. Oakland is like your cousin that you go to, right? Houseman, cook. Everything, you may have roaches or something like that. It's maybe things going down, but you always have a great time. You damn near don't even want to leave. That's what Oakland is. It's all this extra stuff, but then when you really kicking it with your people, you don't want to leave. You're like, man, I take it here, man. What was I thinking?
Right. I love you, Mike.
Hey,
Thanks.
Filmo, love you, man. Love you, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Incredible. It's incredible. Isn't that Draymond's? No, what's Draymond say? It's absolutely. Wait.
Are we a Draymond phone call away from completing the day?
Shocked you talking to me.
Why can't I think of Draymond's one who's like, oh, absolutely incredible.
Oh, you got to. Yeah, it's my New Orleans. What if I told you that? Because I've never been to New Orleans. That's a whole nother commentary. But Oakland was my Jeffrey's inner circle coming from the U. They didn't know me. I was Derek Jeter. I had a little run, Steiny. I was new. You know what I mean? If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
What a birthday. I feel like it's mine.
You ain't kidding. You're more than welcome to share it with me.
Well, you can give me that gift. The chef said you got a gift coming.
I wouldn't. I couldn't be happier to be celebrating it with you today, man.
I appreciate that.
I don't.
I've already the beverage on me after work.
I've already gotten plenty of gifts today.
Your daughter called, your mother.
How about this?
And your college coach.
How about this? This is how crazy it is. And you may have never heard of this guy, but I got one other happy birthday from U.S. Congressman named Jamie Raskin.
Oh.
He's from Maryland.
How do you know him?
Because my daughter works for him. So he's like this pretty famous politician, and she works in his PR department, and she sent me this text, and it's a video of Jamie Raskin, he's a big boy, saying, hey, happy 60th, you know. I'm 61, so I beat you there, so... All right, come on, Goop, pick me up, buddy.
Steph already did. He picked this up, man. That was dope. And the chef said we still got work to do.
Yeah, that was cool.
Oh boy,
that was cool.
Yeah.
All right,
watch out.
Coming up next is the crossover.
They won't bring you down.
I can get out right now, even though it's a little early, right? Okay. Crossover next. Willard and Dibbs having fun. Thank everybody out there. You guys are unbelievable, and it's all brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. I owe Curry nothing.
Get seafood savings at Whole Foods Market.
that dead skin off, and then you shine him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let me take care of one piece of business before I introduce Dibbs and Willard. Big thank you to the River Islands guest line. It was a stellar day for the River Islands guest line.
Yeah, it was.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, Steph Curry, Chris Mullen, Bob Myers, Glenn Robinson, the all-time winningest Division III coach in history, my mom, and my daughter, Grace.
Yes, and there's one more.
Oh.
2 more. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Steiner. Happy birthday to you.
Now, hold on. Happy birthday to you. Now, there we go.
Mark Willard is presenting me with a cake that says, hit the pipe.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. How dope is that?
Steiny.
How dope is that?
Steiny.
He's overwhelmed.
Come on.
And before you put it all together, Steiny, we got one more gift from you. This is from the chef.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the chef to Steinmetz. Happy 60th from the best, not a PG, Steph Curry.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Can you hold that up to the camera?
Yeah, let me do that.
So you have an autographed.
There you go.
An autographed Steph Curry jersey that is personalized to your own Steph Curry hate from 15 years ago.
Yes. That's pretty
I guess so.
Dude, does it get any better than that?
What did you say? He's having a day.
Have a day, kid.
Wow.
I mean, Shohei Ohtani had a day. The other day, he had 3 homers and 10 driven in.
One was off a position player.
Whatever. Hold my beer, Shohei. Hold my beer.
Oh, and from me and Dibbs, you know what we got you?
It doesn't matter.
If you want to leave before 2:11, you can. You leave whatever the hell you want.
You know what? I think I'm going to shove off at 2.
I need a minute. That's pretty damn good.
Happy birthday,
Steiny.
Happy birthday.
Heard from his daughter, his mom, Myers, Mully.
Very cool.
Basketball college coach.
And the chef. It's all so good.
Incredible.
And it just.
Thanks to everybody who was a part of it.
It's so great.
Appreciate it.
And I was reflecting on the drive-in on your 45th. Your 45th at the Spiesenkammer, and his lovely partner, Susan.
Wow.
She bought shirts that had a basketball logo, Steinmetz 45, and on the back it said, I don't like that birthday at all.
Wow.
Which was his, at the time, that was his go-to line.
Right.
And here we are 15 years later, and you're getting autographed jerseys and cakes and Mully and all the rest of it. So happy birthday, my brother.
Thank you,
I'm
man.
proud to have known you for a good long stretch. And, you know, what's cool is this A story, which is gigantic, even that couldn't overshadow your special day.
This was the good words. This was the positive today, Willard.
Yeah, you guys have made it great for me. Thank you.
It's a lot of energy, isn't it?
Too much for him. He doesn't like it.
Yeah, he don't like it at
No, it's a
all.
lot. It's a lot. That's a lot.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I do like. I am feeling some kind of way. And Dibbs, I think you'll appreciate this. Is oh boy, Pops died earlier this year.
Yep.
You know.
Wow,
And,
man. Rest in peace.
And you know he was proud of me, but he would have gotten a kick out of today. He would have gotten a big kick out of today. So
big time.
Oh boy,
big time. No, you can let it flow.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. No, that's. I mean,
You texted me earlier because I texted you about 8:30 as my was have it milky. Hold on, Mila. I'm texting Uncle Steiny on his birthday, and you simply said 60 hits different.
It does.
Wow.
And that's what Mully said, and you know, none of us know it. I'm going to be next up in the room.
His numbers changed, yeah.
I can say this, though. To anybody out there who's like 30, I know you think 60's really old, but I got a little piece of good news. When you get there, it's not as old as you think it's going to be.
Still feel 59?
Well,
that's good.
I still have infantile behavior in me, and I'm still a kid, so.
I would say, and I don't have knowledge of turning 60, but at any age.
Me either.
At any age, if this is what happens on your birthday, then you did a lot of good things.
Wow. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. And you know what? I also wanted to say a big shout out to Shasky, because he came and said happy birthday, and, you know, he lost his dad, and his dad wasn't a whole heck of a lot older than I am now. So
R.I.P.
you just never know, man.
Yeah.
You just never know.
And my brother, I told you guys, not making it about me, 50, I went and got my first pair of tweezers because I had a couple grays. And my brother snatched them out my hand. He snatched them out my hand and said, own that. Yep. People don't get to, you've earned those. Yep. And it hit different when he said it. And you're 6'0", and man. And you're golfing, you got a new hip.
It is what it is, right?
And he's got a full head of hair, too. I mean, quit crying on this guy, too. Thank you.
My dad used to have friends all the time that were just like, dude, put a little color in that hair. And he'd be like, but then that's not me. This is me.
And people can tell when you do it.
Grecian formula.
You know?
Remember Grecian formula?
No doubt,
Yeah, that day come, I ain't going to be shamed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good.
Hey, Debo's out of practice today.
Yeah, don't even try to pivot.
Wow.
Don't you try to pivot. It's going to still be about you for a little bit longer because, 60. And just what Molly was saying about, and you actually put it perfectly. He's a year older than you. And when you were in college and you saw him play, you're like, dude, this guy, I want to play like he plays, even though you were 18 and he was 19. And, he was hitting that little 15-footer, the 18-footer, and dribble, you couldn't stop him, and he had that T-shirt under the tank top, and you actually you were mentioning the '85 Final Four with Raleigh Massimino and Harold Jensen, who did not miss a shot. He might have missed one when they stunned Georgetown. 3 Big East in the Final Four, and you just had me feeling some kind of way about being old enough to remember that in '85 when I was 17, and you were you had to be already 30 by then. I know. You were probably
I was in college.
You were 21, exactly.
I was in college at the same time. All right.
Anyway, what are your plans for the birthday? You got another, you got 10 more hours of this.
You're going to go home and cry.
Well, first of all, I should be like a lot of people out there and making my birthday week and month and but I can't do that. So Susan got me a ride to work, like a black big Suburban.
Okay.
And so
like an Uber X.
Correct. And so it picks me up at 7:30, and we hit traffic on the Bay Bridge, and I'm like, what are we doing? This thing doesn't even have a carpool sticker. I'm sitting in traffic for an hour.
I could have done this myself.
Exactly. But I'll probably go have one real quick, and then there's going to be a car to pick me up.
I was going to say, did the car tell you when you started making fun of it? You can find your own way home.
No. I'm gonna get a ride home. Yeah. I'm gonna.
Susan asked me, "Goo, what are you doing?" All the times I go to the ship, I was like, "I can make tomorrow, which is today." So I'll see you in a few, baby.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And shout out your partner who she texted me, and I'm sure she texted you,
Guru.
No, I'm sorry.
I'll put it together
it's
too.
Normally about Guru, and he shoulders as much of the load of you as she does, but in this case, she actually texted me and was looking for some phone numbers and looking for a little bit of a nudge in the right direction. Yeah, Susan. And Susan and I go back almost as far as you and I. And actually, it's funny, I mentioned the 45th birthday when she was texting me at that time saying, who are the people that we need to contact for your birthday? Dude, you got lucky. You hit the lottery, not only on health and hair,
so far,
but on your partner as well.
No doubt.
So,
no doubt.
Yeah, there you go. That's all.
I'm taking, ladies.
Yeah.
No. So no more gifts sent to the station, please.
Exactly.
Please.
Boy. Yeah. What do you guys got on the docket?
Just get back to Debo. Man, Debo at practice. Hey.
Actually, what's going on in Oakland, Willard?
No, we were thinking we would talk about you for 4 more hours.
Yep.
That's what we're going to do. That's what we were thinking about it. Call in with your favorite Matt Steinbach story.
Don't do that.
No matter what side of the bay you're on. No, obviously.
Which one do you want me to tell?
I just took for granted
I got some stories now.
Game, but I woke up angry and I'm looking for. I want to blame somebody, and I don't know if that's healthy nor good or where will that get me. But I want to blame somebody, and Dibs is trying to fight me on. It's not the city council. It's not the mayors. It's on somebody that runs Oakland.
Well, it's a lot of people
to lose 3 teams.
Yeah,
that's never happened.
Can I cut all the tension with a funny story about this?
Dang.
Yeah.
So about and stupid. This is the way I operate sometimes. Where way too late to the party, but with the Giants being off today, we decided to send a text over to the Giants and see if Bomel or Matt Chapman would want to weigh in on their memories about all of this.
That's a great thought.
So I did voice to text because I'm trying to be a responsible driver. And so I texted the Giants and I said, would Matt Chapman or Bob Melvin be available later this afternoon to talk about the A's situation?
Give me a yes.
The A's situation.
Yeah.
So Siri thinks that if you say the A's, she's going to put 2 A's. Wow. So what I said to the Giants is, would Bob Melvin or Matt Chapman be available to talk about the AA situation?
Wow. That's awkward.
I've never received a text back from the Giants as quickly as I did.
Yeah.
And they
Siri.
responded, what is the AA situation? I believe that they thought maybe Bob Melvin had a drinking problem.
Wow. And Matt Chapman.
But
dual issues.
Would either one of them like to talk about this AA situation? So not until I got out of the car and looked at my phone did I realize that I had asked them to talk about the Alcoholics Anonymous situation. Sure. And so we have corrected the situation, and they are working on it. I wouldn't call it optimistic, but working on it.
That would be incredible to hear from both of those dudes.
Hi, my name's Bob Melvin, and we have a strikeout problem. Hi, Bob. How long's it been since you guys struck out 17 times?
Hi, Bob.
Totally.
When was the playoff game against Detroit and Verlander? That's what his answer would be.
That was the thing. And they're showing the 2012 highlight of Game 162, and that still reigns as my number one all time. I was there with my son on Get Out of School Day Free, which I gave my kids. I told the story yesterday. Each of my kids would get one a year of, you pick your day.
That's dope.
And you get to be out of school. Because my kids were good students, and so I gave them a freebie. And my 9-year-old Keon, who's now 21 at Santa Barbara, he said, Dad, let's go to that game. And I said, all right, I'm going to actually buy tickets. And they went, oh, you're going to buy tickets? And I said, yeah, kids, you know I don't do that normally, but I'm going to buy tickets. And of course, they were dynamic priced through the roof, but whatever. Yeah. I got a couple of good ones, and my 9-year-old went to that game, and they're down 5-0, and it's like, oh, Schmidt, Casey, this is not looking good. And then they hit a fly ball to Josh Hamilton, and he,
unbelievable.
And he couldn't handle it.
The place shook.
The place shook. And that, for me, is still my number one Coliseum memory.
Wow. To answer your actual question too, Goo, like I would just say this to everybody out there: like you're allowed to be mad at everyone. You're allowed to be. In fact, I'm fully aware of this today. Like I'm a Peninsula kid who grew up a Giants fan, so I'm not going to be able to speak to this as well as I know some of our callers will today.
A's games
of course, I went to many A's games. And believe me, in 1988, I wanted to buy gear. You're playing the Dodgers in the World Series? I'm in. Let's go. I'm an A's fan. And I went to one of those games, too, in those playoffs. But I just, there's more to blame than we're even saying. I don't understand how baseball lets this kind of a thing happen. I get Fisher. That's enemy number one. If you want to get mad at the Oakland government, I think that there's a conversation to be had there. I don't understand why professional sports doesn't work a little bit more like any other business that has franchises. If you want to buy a Subway and you get to run and operate a Subway, like the sandwich shop, you don't get to just like change the lettering around and have dirt all over the floor and have rats running around in the pepperoncinis.
Shout out Dan Kingman.
And then
shout out possums in the press box.
And
go ahead.
And then have whoever owns Subway be like, well, hey, that guy owns that Subway, so he gets to run it how he wants. Blows me away. And in this particular situation, might be the worst of all relocations ever because they don't even have somewhere to go. I don't understand how.
I don't think it's going to happen.
It's easy to understand because in your Subway analogy, he's going to move the Subway and they're all going to get a gigantic piece of the pie when he moves the Subway. So they don't give a crap about where the Subway was. All they care about, Manfred on down, is, wait, we're getting how much money out of this?
Cool. When the judges and Otanis of the world start barking and beefing before the season starts about being in that facility, and Sac has been good to me. I got a house there. I raised 2 kids. That baseball venue that they're going to is not up to standard. And I think that's going to get louder and louder. So They may not be in the Coliseum, but something is not right. And I feel like, Dibs, you say, oh, euphoria, we got to. No, something's going to happen, man. I believe.
Well, what would have to happen is the Dodgers saying, we're not going to play there. So either we forfeit or we're not showing up. That's is going to be what it takes. Because think about what happened at MetLife Stadium in the NFL when Bosa tore his ACL, and was it Jimmy G 2 plays later? Or they had back-to-back ACL tears, and the NFL said, yeah, it's rough. But, half our stadiums are on turf, and honestly, we don't really care.
Jimmy hurt his ankle that day. It was the other tight
That's
end.
That's a good call, but it's different, though.
Something. He used to play for Washington.
Tight end.
Yes.
The tight end for the Niners.
Thank you, Jordan Reed.
Yeah.
Tore his ACL.
Gratitude.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen.
Wait. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to shovel. I need to gather my. I'm meeting a couple buddies. I need to gather my thoughts. Can you
do me one favor before you leave?
You have to leave us some cake though. Before you hit
cut the cake.
Okay.
You got to cut the cake.
Okay. So thanks to everybody out there who's made this very, very special. Everybody who's called in, listeners, I love you, no doubt about it. And I am going to ask one thing though from my good friend Dan Dibley. If you could give me one gift right now, I'd appreciate it.
Anything for you, my brother.
Can you do the legal?
Yeah, can you hand it to me? Because I don't. Time for the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1. It's an Odyssey station.
San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station, which, as you know, is always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube.
Okay.
And powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And Steiny, don't ever say I didn't do anything for
this
you.
one's worth a lot.
They gave you a gift. Oh, wow.
No, it's beautiful.
First time I'll say it in my 60s. All right, gents.
Yeah.
Have a great one on 95.7.
No doubt, man.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
Hey, no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, what a day. LFG, let's do this.
Let's go.
What a day. I mean, there's only one word that just keeps running through my mind everywhere I go today and everything I listen to on our station. And
it's week 4 and it's year 61.
Well,
depending on how you look at it.
There's just a lot.
They both start today.
There's just a lot of emotion.
Yeah.
This has been an emotional day. And, we shout out Steiny. Happy birthday to 60-year-old Matt Steinmetz, our good friend here. That was amazing. That was a lot of energy.
Steph Curry called in on his birthday.
And then sent a personalized gift.
Dude, not only a personalized gift, a personalized signed jersey, which the good news is that's incredible. The bad news is there's no resale value.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
You know what I mean? Even if it was like, an autographed Steph jersey. All right, Steph, I'm down on you. Right. I'm going to put it on eBay.
Somebody buys it for their kid for Christmas. Exactly. Little Bobby opens it up and says, why does mine say not a good point guard? I mean.
Who is Steinmetz?
What a day. What a day. But I do want to start off right away by shouting out, man, the stories that I've got to listen to today from so many of you, the stories. Someone called in Bonte and Joe. I want to say his name was Corey. I hope I'm getting that right. I think, remember how we were talking about our guy Daryl who was on the phone for 5 minutes? I think Corey was on for 10.
Wow.
And I didn't want it to stop. And neither did Bonte and Joe. Everybody taking all of us on the journey through your childhoods, through your family memories, through what sports has meant to you, through the ways that you broke the rules and got into A's games for free through the years, and all the way up to now to either who you blame or what this means to you, or even just if you are an East Bay for life person and you've watched what's unfolded over the last decade with shock and awe to get to this point. I just want to say, like, thank you for sharing your stories. That like, it's really been touching and interesting. And I know 1,000 people have said it today, but I feel for you. Yeah, I feel for you if you grew up with this, and if this is right in the middle of your heart and your DNA, this should not be this way. And I feel for you. Yeah, I agreed, and I appreciate the sentiment because I became an East Bay guy. I became an A's fan more so over time when in 2001, I'll never forget, it was 9/11, happened on a Tuesday, and that shook me to my core, and I was living in San Francisco with my 3-month-old and my ex-wife, and I told her the next day or the day after, I said, we need to buy a house. This has to happen now. Life feels to me like it's, tentative or fleeting, whatever. I was 33, but that shook me to my core. So we went shopping for a house, and we found one in Oakland, and we moved our 4-month-old to Oakland, and we lived there together for 24 years, and she still is there. And so my kids grew up as Oakland residents. They were K-12 kids, elementary, middle, high school. So we became an Oakland family. Even though I grew up in Marin, and my ex-wife did as well, my kids are born and raised in Oakland. So when you grow up in Oakland as a kid, it's A's and Raiders and Warriors. And the Warriors at the time were, of course, in Oakland. So our template was A's games. So from the time they were 6 or 7 years old until the time where, John Fisher made it untenable to be an A's fan, we were A's fans. And we went to between 5 and 10, 15 games a year. And you'd go there with your good friends and the Crawfords and the Whitakers and the Burrows and the Quintellas. And I'll mention them a lot today because they were the people. It was a tribe. There were 16 or 20 of us, and you'd go on a Thursday or a Friday or a Tuesday and, hey, what are you guys doing? Let's go to the A's game. And you'd go, and it would be 14,000 of your closest friends, and it was great, and the Collie was close, and the tailgate was awesome, and it was a real thing. So for me, today, Mark, is not about anger. I'm done with anger. Okay. For me, the anger is, and you can feel whatever you want to feel at 888-957-9570. I'm not telling you how to feel. My anger is over because it's a done deal. This is going to happen. Today's the last A's game at the Coliseum. And so for me, it's a mix of sadness and nostalgia because I have great memories in that building. It's not really a building. It's an arena. It's an outdoor venue. But my memories that I have there are coming flooding back. And so today for me is not about the anger part. And yes, there's anger. There's plenty of anger for everyone. But for me, it's about watching this game and feeling the feelings about this being the last one there. What is the emotion? Sadness for me. It's sadness. And it's not only for the A's, but it's sadness for Oakland in general. Because we all talked about this 10 years ago. And whatever, the Raiders left and they came back and they left again. And even when they came back, the way they came back was kind of dirty. They changed the Coliseum forever with Mount Davis. The Coliseum used to be an open, beautiful, wonderful outfield experience that was forever changed when Al Davis came back. And even today, Mount Davis is tarped because they don't want to sell those seats. They don't want to have additional employees up there and all the rest of it. So for me, the feelings today, the emotions are, it's sadness and it's nostalgia. I'm sure that you speak for many with that. I gotta tighten the screws on the word anger because I don't want it to be disingenuous. It's a different kind of anger. I don't come at it from the A's fan type of an anger. Right. I think yours is authentic about, and you said it yesterday about franchise movement in general is all. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. I don't know why there isn't more of a commitment when something like this happens. I firmly believe there are reasons. Maybe there are reasons. If you're literally in a spot where you are unable to get people to come to your building, or you are unable to get people to care about your team. But I really, Dibs, I don't know if I've ever seen that in sports. I don't know. I understand owners know exactly how to make it look like that. But you just did a wonderful job of detailing that. I watched the Chargers do it too. You cannot tell me that we've ever in this country, at least not in my memory, in my lifetime, have we seen a team that actually just has nobody care about it. We get those reputations, but they're built by the hands of the greedy owners. They know exactly how to do it. You don't update your stadium. You don't make things easy for your fans. You get rid of all your good players whenever they get good. There's a blueprint that you follow. And then the most offensive thing of all is these cockamamie renderings that you come up with. Stir up everybody's excitement and emotion, and then you pitch it through city channels in such a way where it is literally built to fail. And you know that. You actually build those projects in such a way that you ensure that they fail. And I want everyone to know that today. Howard Terminal, they sold you a goose. That was literally a situation where people sat down and wrote things in such a way to ensure that it would never happen. Because what they're actually doing is they are covering their butts in court, because when you buy a team, it is known that in legal documents, you can't move without what's called a, quote, good faith effort.
Exactly.
So there's our good faith effort. We tried. It got voted down. Oh, darn. Infrastructure, government, nah. We gone.
That thing was a toxic dump, and they were trying to sell people on a gondola that would go over the Amtrak train tracks, which run, as you know, from Jack London. The Amtrak runs right down Jack London Square and around. It's the main train route that goes from the South Bay all the way out to Sacramento and beyond. And so that train route cannot be changed. And so John Fisher tried to sell you on a gondola that would carry you from the BART station on Broadway. From 12th and Broadway, you get on a gondola and you go up and above, Old Town, and it drops you right down into a stadium where, they would have needed hundreds of millions of dollars in just toxic waste reclamation.
Yeah, which you're not going to get in the state of California. That's the funny thing, is you can build a project right now that's a ballpark anywhere in California. You don't need renderings. You don't need all of these fancy little poison pills they stick in there. All you need to do is ask for $1 public dollar. And the answer will be no, because it should be. The answer should be no. I don't know, and this is me being in like a utopian state of mind, but when you buy a franchise, it's such a license to print money. I don't understand why, as part of that deal, why is there not A, the promise you ain't going anywhere, and B, the commitment that, say, every, I don't know, name a number, 30 years? 30 years, at minimum, there's a mass renovation of your home. Because that's the other thing that they hide behind. Oh, the decrepit building, and oh, the facilities. All right, you need updating? Then you need to do that. That's part of the deal, because when you bought this thing, in theory, 30 years ago, it was worth $500,000, and now it's worth $4 billion. How about if you take out a loan against that unbelievable wealth that you just built and do something for your product? That is how businesses are run. That's how franchises, I hate that we use that word for these, because they're not. They're not. A franchise owes something to its parent company. And Major League Baseball and all of these leagues, they sit there and let one of their franchisees drag their name through the mud. And I know, as you said, well, but all the other people get a bunch of money out of it. Great. You're losing branding in a major market. And because we love sports so much, it is okay to them. There is no penalty.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. They're about the dollar, and that's why what John Fisher has done, and you look at the attendance over the last 4 years post-pandemic, they haven't even gotten to 1 million fans. And you watch today when you've got an absolutely sold-out Coliseum, and if you had a product that was as good as it was back in the 20-teens, and I think about the years where they actually were on our station. We were the flagship station of the Oakland A's, and just a little bit of a history lesson for everybody. It was, I believe, April 15th, 2011.
Okay.
I was driving through the city, and I was just flipping the stations as I do, and I was working for another radio station at the time, and as I'm flipping, I hear 95.7, The Wolf, the country station, and they're doing what stations do when they flip format, and they're playing the same recording over and over.
Over and over again.
And I'm like, what is this? And a guy walked in front of me in a crosswalk who I knew, who used to work at the radio station I worked at, and he had become an employee of The Wolf. And I rolled down my window, and I said, hey, Josh, what the heck is going on? And he said, call me later. And I called him later, and he told me what was happening. 95.7, which at the time was an Entercom property, they were rushing to market to beat CBS Radio to not only launch a sports station to compete with that other station that will remain nameless, but they also were going to grab the A's. And I said, wow, this is actually perfect for me because I'm looking for a change in my career. Skip ahead 6 weeks. I get hired. 2 months later, the Rise Guys launch. 95.7 The Game becomes a station. We have the A's, and the rest is ongoing history. But what happened those next 3 years is the A's were incredible. They drew 1.7, 1.8, and 2 million fans. They were a playoff team 3 years running, and things were good in this market. Things were good with that product, and then you get further down the road, and then John Fisher takes control, and that's kind of where we are. I guess the upshot of this for me, Mark, is that it's not that long ago where they were not only viable, but they were like you're seeing today, popular,
look at
full houses.
Look at the stadium.
It was like a legitimate product, and one man, as we like to say, was largely responsible with driving this thing into the ground. It devastates me.
Yeah, and I, look, as I said earlier, he's enemy number one. And you're not wrong by saying one man drove this whole thing into the ground.
Yeah.
Boy's got a lot of accomplices.
Well, and the number one accomplice is, and again, my emotions today will be conflicted because Dave Cavell was singularly responsible for my come up in the TV world because he heard me call one game of the San Jose Earthquakes, and he liked it so much that he gave me the job. And so that was Dave Cavell who did that for me. And then I see what he's done as the front man, the shill, the schlock.
Well, he gets a lot of words thrown at him. He's just a sellout. He's somebody who decided to hand over his character in exchange for money. I know a lot of people who've done that. That's not to excuse it.
No.
But he took a job and he's doing it. He's doing it, right? Like he is the press secretary.
He's the bag man.
Yeah.
He's the bag man.
All right. So here's how this is going to go here for, quite frankly, as long as y'all want it to. 888-957-9570. And I don't want to put out a question or a rule or anything. Just, it's your floor to share.
How you feeling?
It's your floor to share. And obviously we're going to be on the air as the game ends. So if anybody is listening in and around the stadium, we really, really want to hear from people as they're heading home. Larry Beal, who uncorked an unbelievable piece of content on TV the other night about John Fisher, is going to join us in 10 minutes. We'll get his thoughts. Mike Holmgren is going to come on the show today as well. Obviously, there'll be a little football there, but Mike's going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and he's awesome, and we'll talk to him about all things. I also want to share this, get your reaction to this. I don't know if you saw this. They've announced the attendance at today's game, the A's game. 46,889 fans are inside that building right now, and it is the largest crowd in MLB history in a city that is hosting its final home game. So the A's and you fans who have been told for years and years that you don't care, you just set the record for the largest final day of attendance in the history of Major League Baseball. And oh, by the way, it's not even close. The previous record was just over 31,000 in Montreal. Today, Today you got almost 47,000 people to go to that baseball game at the Oakland Coliseum.
It's incredible, and it's emotional for me because I've been to so many games at the Coliseum back to my youth, and even as an adult when I raised my kids in Oakland, where that was the thing. And I talked earlier about the Josh Hamilton game where he drops the fly ball in 2012, and that game was absolutely shoulder to shoulder. And as Guru said earlier, the Coliseum was rocking, and it's there. That's the thing that is so maddening and so frustrating is you're not going to draw 46,000 every game, but this is there. They could draw 30,000. And I go back to my youth in the 80s when they were drawing 2.7 and 2.8 million, and the Giants were drawing 800,000.
Of course.
At Candlestick. Yep. So this is there, and the fact that this is no longer going to be there is maybe the ultimate frustration.
Of course it's there. Of course it's there.
It's been there.
Don't let anyone ever tell you different. That's absurd.
I know, but we've kind of been conditioned to...
because that's the game they play.
Exactly.
And they know how to create that if they need to. Dean Spanos did it in San Diego. John Fisher has done it in Oakland. We've watched other teams do it as well. I think that there was a little bit of this in St. Louis before the Rams left. Oh, it's a baseball town. It's a baseball town. It's a baseball town. It's like, stop. And that's already a team that had already relocated. And so you can't say that relocations never should have happened. I mean, we sit here and the Giants and the Dodgers and the Warriors and everybody. These are all relocated teams, but it's a different time. It's 150 years later in some cases.
Back then it was manifest destiny.
Yeah.
Now it's a cash grab.
Well, you're trying to figure it out back then. You're trying to expand.
Wait, California's a state?
Yeah, now, right?
Let's go.
Let's get in the buggy and bring a baseball team. Totally. Yeah, like now you're just a jerk. That's it. What's the difference? And I know this bothers me, and I've learned to appreciate it because we live in California, and so there are millionaires everywhere. And I've learned that even millionaires still care about like the price of groceries. But to me, there's a responsibility not on your individual income. If you're richer than your friend, you don't have to pay for dinner every time. You don't. But if you own a sports franchise, okay, a product that is emotionally tied to the customer, you're not Home Depot. I need a lug nut. That's different. I'm not emotionally tied to how you're doing at the end of the day, Home Depot. But I am if you're a sporting franchise, and there has to be, or I guess should be, some responsibility that goes along with that for whoever owns them. But I also know we're screaming into the wind.
Yeah, because they, and by they I mean the commissioners and owners, they don't see it that way. They're sitting right now in a boardroom with their cigar, just they don't care. And you'd be hard-pressed to find an owner that does care. And I do think that Joe Lacob and the Warriors is a guy who kind of cares, but when push comes to shove, post Steph Curry, we'll see how much he cares. And it took the Giants being sold to keep them from going to St. Pete.
Right.
So let's not pretend that this is a new phenomenon.
No, not at all. Not at all. But it's one that in this day and age, the finances attached to sports should stop. This day and age. The end of summer sales event is on at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. So stop by or visit frontierford.com for incredible savings. You can drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com. So here's the deal. A lot of you want to weigh in today, and we're going to get to every single one of you. That's the promise. Larry Beal's going to join next. Then we're going to get to a lot of you. Then Mike Holmgren's going to join, and then it's going to be nothing but you, especially as the game comes to an end. So if you're patient, you're getting on. Stay right where you are. 888-957-9570. What do you want to say? The floor is yours on Willard and Dibs.
Xfinity here.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's that kind of day. I don't even know how to describe today other than emotional.
Totally. And it just is reminding me of the last Raider game that they played at the Coliseum. Part deux.
Yep.
The second time that they left. And I was there with my kids, and we made it a point to go and shout out Derek Petrak and Don and all the rest of the great people in the Bart lot. Because I used to go to a Bart lot tailgate. Matt Steinmetz introduced me to this guy, Derek. And he had a group of people, about 100 people in the Bart lot. And we would tailgate before Raider games. Sometimes I wouldn't even go to the game. I'd go down the street from where I lived, tailgate, and go back home and watch it. But on this day, I watched the Raider game, and the Raiders were battling, and I believe it went to overtime, and they were beaten by a guy named Gardner Minshew, ironically enough.
Oh.
The Shoe drove, I guess it would have been Jacksonville at the time, down the field.
Yeah.
I think the Shoe was quarterback of the Jaguars.
That sounds right, yeah.
Jaguars beat the Raiders in the final game at the Coliseum, and right in front of the black hole, too. And it was already a sad day because it was the last Raider game, but that made it even a little bit sadder. So I'm hoping today goes better for A's fans.
Yeah, like we're really looking forward to talking to some people who were there, and I mean that both as dignitaries within the organization, attached to the organization, and also those who just have butts in seats right now. The floor is yours, and we're trying to connect with Larry Beal, and we're confident that we will here shortly. But in the meantime, that gives us an opportunity to go direct to you. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you want to say? Let it out. Share it with us. The floor is yours. Theo in the East Bay. Hi, Theo. Thank you for calling.
Willard Dibs, thanks for having me on.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah, man, just wanted to chime in. I know it's a sad day for A's fans. Just some memories I had of going to the Coliseum. Growing up in the East Bay in high school in the late 2000s, early 2010s, the thing to do as a high school kid would just be get on BART after school, playing hooky from school, and getting on the BART train, going to the Coliseum, and seeing A-Rod and Jeter play against the A's. Some games that you wouldn't get to see as a Giants fan. So yeah, one of my memories is seeing them at the Coliseum. And that was the thing to do growing up in the East Bay, was just go catch some Warrior games or some A's games in Oakland. So definitely feel bad for kids nowadays not being able to do that. And, we'll talk later down the line of what Sacramento could be or whatever the future was. But definitely a sad day, sad for all the fans for the A's. And, just wanted to see what they got next up.
Theo, thanks. Yeah. I'm sorry, Theo. Did you have another thought? Go ahead.
No, that was it, man.
Okay.
Cheers,
yeah.
man.
Appreciate you.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Theo.
you sharing. Listen, I think Theo's hitting on what the real big issue is. And I think, Dibs, you were sort of earlier kind of trying to head this direction. Like your angry days are over, or at least they've been pushed to the back of this story. For me, it's what Theo just said. So many of you, and we want this, I want you to share, like, so many of you are going to call and you're going to talk about what this did for you as a kid. And that's part A for me. That's amazing. And that's what the emotional part is. Because anytime we think about our memories, I'm sure it's why Steiny's face looked like it did today. He's turning 60, and you start going through the chapters of your life and thinking back. And there's no way for that to not be emotional. But this is probably part of what was really joyous for people when they look back. But even bigger than that part A is the part B, and it's the kids of the East Bay now. That's what my actual concern is. And look, there are people who grow up in all different parts of the country, and some have sports and some don't. So it doesn't mean that they're stunted or they're not going to make it. But it really, really stinks. I mean, when I think back, not only in my time as a kid or the time that I spend now with my kids and the percentage of that is spent connecting on sports, especially now with the phones being the way they are, it is very, very difficult for a parent to connect with their kids. It is increasingly difficult. And this is one of the ways to do it. This is one of the ways it's easy to do it. And it's being taken away from the kids of the East Bay, and I find that to be a complete and total tragedy.
That's a great way to put it because, you think about yourself growing up in Foster City, and you were 20 minutes away from Candlestick, and I grew up in Marin, so I was probably 35 minutes from the Coliseum and 35 minutes from Candlestick, and we'd go to both, and you had both as an option. And further on down the road, now in the last 20 years, when the Giants had their shiny new ballpark and prices got, accelerated and raised, and you could still go to A's games for a lot more of an affordable price. And so now that option is no longer going to be there. So for all fans, not only East Bay fans, but all fans with kids and families, you think the Giants are going to look at this and think, you know what, we need to have some low price games for the East Bay.
Get out of here.
Prices are going to be even more expensive. So for all fans with, families with kids, and you've got 3, and I really have 1 child. I have 3 kids, but 2 of them are adults, and you're on your own, pay for your own money. And I think my son Quest actually went last night, according to his IG feed.
Oh, nice.
He was rocking an A's hat.
Good.
And he, having a little bit of an emotional farewell to the A's leaving. But you mentioned it, like kids in Oakland and Hayward and Fremont and Union City, shout out the Goo, let alone, out where I am in Orinda, Moraga, and Lafayette, and Antioch, and Pittsburgh, and Brentwood, and those people who, you're 40 minutes from Oakland, you're an hour and 20 in a bridge away, and so it's no longer going to be an option.
It becomes increasingly difficult at a minimum, yes, and by the way, if your heart's not in it, you're definitely not going to do it.
Yeah, good point.
You're 55 years old or something. You're not going to just be like, all right, now I love the Giants. All right, kids, let me teach you how to be a Giants fan. All right, Dad, who's your favorite player? Well, I don't even know who's on the team.
Matt Chapman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's tough. And, I'm just a stupid man. So if I'm sitting here going, all right, I got to plan something for the kids, it's the first place my mind goes, right? Just a couple weeks ago, like the backflips that I did in order to try to find a way to get the whole group into the Niner Jet game was significant. But there's a reason for that. That was a night we're never going to forget.
Exactly. Those things matter.
Yeah.
There's always museums and zoos and aquariums that I also love.
Yeah, zoos and aquariums are great.
Wonderful.
I do think museums are overrated. Because the majority of us go in there because we feel like we're supposed to like what's happening in there, but we don't even really know.
You need to do a little bit more homework pre-museum.
I went to France. I'm looking at the Louvre. I'm like, yeah, beautiful.
We've had this conversation.
Let's go to Jimmy in Fremont. Hi, Jimmy. What's good?
Fellas, what's going on?
Thanks for calling.
Hey. First of all, my emotions are all over the place. Sorry if I get a little away from stuff.
All good. All good. Floor is yours.
I was thinking this morning, like the last time I really cried. And that was probably when the birth of my children. And not that I was bawling, crying today, but I got a little teary-eyed, no doubt about thinking about today. And I really tried to think, why am I getting tearied up? Why? And it came back to me so easily. I can remember like it was yesterday. I was in 7th grade. We were playing baseball. I met my best friend, my best man. And I remember his dad worked at Security Pacific in Oakland, downtown Oakland. And this guy would get killer seats. And let me just back it up a little bit. A kid from Fremont. My dad and mom were hard workers. My dad worked at Caterpillar for years. Just blue-collar people. They weren't exactly all into sports, right? I was the one that came into sports. So my buddy's dad takes us to the A's game. And this might have been one of my first A's games, man. And we get seats behind home plate. Can you imagine a kid? I don't even know if I've ever sat at those seats before legally at the A's game. I've sat there plenty of times illegally, but those kind of memories, they will never ever be able to sell or move. Right? Those things are with me. That the times when I'd go to the A's games, jump on Bart from Fremont, right? After the game, listen to me. After the game, we would walk from the Coliseum to the Hyatt or something like that on Hagenberger to try to run down players, right? I can remember this. We'd hit an elevator. The elevator door opens. It's Kent Herbeck. We're like, Mr. Herbeck, can we have an autograph? He said, you guys ain't supposed to be here. Get out of here, right? And we're like, oh, God. So we take another elevator. The elevator opens. It's Kirby freaking Puckett.
Yeah, it is. Rest in peace.
Totally different. Signs us all autographs. I mean, it's just those kind of days, I remember Mike Davis had he was really into religion, gave us a tape, a religious tape with his autograph on it. Just the weird little things like that, Love man. It. Yeah. And it's a sad time. It's a good time. If you know an A's fan, give him a hug. Please give him a hug today.
And
Thanks, guys, for this.
Thank you.
Jimmy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jimmy had me thinking about one of the things we would do at that time, which would be go to Malibu Grand Prix before the game, because Malibu Grand Prix was where the dirt lot is now. And so you get there early, go to Malibu Grand Prix, play a little mini golf, bang out some video games, and then go to the A's game after that. It was a combo trip because you wanted to go to Malibu, and I wasn't old enough to drive the cars. And truth be told, I was too small to drive the.
Didn't they have the 2 level? They had the little Roadrunner ones, the smaller ones.
Yeah, but
you could drive those.
There's a height limit, and I was on a budget. But get me on a pinball machine. I can spend about 15 minutes now. But Malibu Grand Prix out there in the dirt lot. So Jimmy had me feeling all the feels about, you go down to the Hyatt there on Hagenberger, and you never knew who you'd bump into.
I mean, that's just where my mind keeps going, is that, for so many of you, the arc of your leisure life is getting interrupted. That's kind of how I see it, if you're into sports, it's something that gets introduced to you by your parents or an aunt or an uncle or a grandparent or something like that. And you fall in love with it, and it becomes part of your process and what you do when you have free time and you want to relax. And then it becomes something you go do with your buddies or your friends, right? High school and college. And then, right, you move into the other side of life, and to be able to introduce that to the other people in your life and have that leisure experience. I know some of you are like, well, then we're going to Sacramento, and that's great. That's a different experience. You know what I mean? That's going to be I don't know how many of you have driven to Sacramento. It depends on what time you leave. That's become a very difficult drive to execute. And so that's just where my mind is. You're right. We've had months, if not years, to hate John Fisher, and that doesn't go away. But I just feel for all the people. It's so hard in 2024 to relax. It's so hard to relax. And this is one of the offerings that the world still has for us. And now that goes away, at least in some form, following 2 other sports teams also going away. And so
that's the hard one for me, because the Warriors didn't really go away. Yeah. They just crossed the bay. And, I don't begrudge Joe Lacob and Peter Guber for wanting a state-of-the-art facility in the city. And I'll say this to Joe, and I've said it to his face before, that I thought that his initial plan on the Embarcadero was kind of a joke, and I mocked it at the time, and turned out that wasn't the site. They were going to do it on where you park, your media parking, on that big pier. That's where they wanted to have the original Warriors facility.
Or what's the little coffee, the little red...
Java House.
Yes, the
Red's Java House.
Yep.
They were going to do it right there, but where they put it is so much better.
Yep.
And I don't begrudge him for that, because the arena is beautiful and it's still accessible to people in the Bay Area. The Raiders, whatever. You left once, you left again, and it hurt the second time maybe more than the first time, because the first time it did feel like, just a trial separation. The second one feels a little bit more permanent with their new building, but this one hurts even more because there's 81 of these, and it was the last real bastion of affordable entertainment, Mark, because you mentioned it. Like, go ahead and take your family of 4 to a Warrior game. That's going to be $1,000.
Yep.
And take them to the Niner game, and I don't even know what that cost you, but probably north of $1,000 for the 4 of you to go to a Niner game. The A's, you could get in there. There was $1 Wednesday and free parking Tuesday and, $1 dogs, and you could like pick and pop and make it work for a family on a tight budget.
You could do it like we used to do it in high school. You could get out of school and not even think of it until 4 o'clock.
Right.
And end up in the stands at 6. Like that's the beauty of baseball. And I love your analogy too. You're right. I mean, the Warriors left, but they're still in the area. The Raiders weren't even someone for a lot of you. You were barely dating them. Like, you know what I mean? You're barely dating them.
Well, like you were probably 9 years old when they left the first time?
Yeah.
84,
well,
I think?
that's the back forth nature of it. Like it's almost, it doesn't have the feeling of a true relationship. And the Warriors are a relationship, but all they did was ask you to adjust the relationship. And I'm not saying that that's a small thing, but that's less of a thing than this. This is a flat up marriage that's getting divorced. And so bigger deal than the other two. Sam in Lafayette, thank you for calling, Sam. Hi.
Hey, Willard, Dibs, thanks for taking my call. For me, I'm 38. One of my best memories is going up and meeting Bill King in his booth with my dad in the late 90s with Giambi. And, for me, it's a pride thing. I've stuck true to the A's. Dibs, you talk about rocking your A's out with your son. I did the same thing today, and it's probably the last day I'm going to do it. It's just hard for me to know that my daughter, who's not even 3 yet, is not going to go to an A's game, and now I have to, based in the East Bay, I have to go to the Giants to have a baseball experience, and it just hurts. It really sucks. Today it kind of hit me harder than, before. I didn't really realize, what it would feel like until today. But, I'm sad, and I just am pissed at the ownership for not really caring when I've carried my whole life. I was a catcher growing up playing baseball, and the A's are my team. And now it's like I'm not going to support them in Sacramento or Vegas. For me, it's kind of an end of an era, and I hate to see it go. But I really appreciate you guys, talking every day. I listen to you, Dibs. I was a morning guy when you're on in the morning, and Willard, it's nice to have you come on board because you're really the main station I listen to in the afternoon. And I just want to call in and say that it's more for me a pride thing because I've stayed true to them when I know the ownership wasn't in it like I was, and now I'm not going to have those memories like I did with my dad growing up, and it just really, really hits today that it's kind of over.
Sam, thanks. Yeah. I mean, the other thing I think about, and you've said this a number of times, and again, I know I sound like milk and cookie when I say this, but professional sports is so beloved that it's one of the few businesses where the owners don't really have to think of their customers, and I hate that. I hate how much they've got us because our emotions are tied to their product. It's just like I said about any other, you know what I mean? If your favorite item is discontinued at the grocery store, you get over it. If your favorite restaurant closed in COVID, that stinks, but you're probably not going to lose sleep.
You're still going to eat.
You're going to go somewhere else and find a different burger. But this is different, and our hearts are so attached to it that it makes us vulnerable to be abused. And then that's exactly what many of the owners do. And you think about it, like there's so much power in that. And the customer's thought, the only times that the customer's thought really, really matters is if somehow you can build class action behavior to where you're just like, we're not going. We're not going. And in this particular case, that actually helped. That helped the owner do exactly what he was trying to do. But if he were trying to stay and you're like, we're not going, that's the only way you can affect change. You watched it with the Dodgers with Frank McCourt. They're just like, we're not supporting this joker. And he sold the team, or if you get a Donald Sterling that does something racist and it's caught.
Daniel Snyder, same thing.
Exactly. Then but outside of that, it's just too vulnerable of a position. Because we care so much that they can just unilaterally charge whatever they want go wherever they want, and there's just no damn penalty.
And the penalty is that he still makes money. In the MLB system, and I don't want to make this about Fisher hate because I'm already so over that, but you look at the attendance figures that they've had the last 4 years, and they've barely crested 10,000 fans a game. And at the same time, the payroll that they've paid is basically Blake Snell plus Matt Chapman. About $50 million is their total payroll over the last 3 years. So John Fisher's had no interest in making money through the turnstile because he's not spending money on the product. And meanwhile, this asset, if he were to sell it, and my dream involves Joe Lacob and a purchase, and everybody's dream is the same, and then they stay, that team probably goes for $2 billion, even though you need a new stadium, and the franchise is mostly not very competitive. So John Fisher has no motivation to do anything other than, like you said, it was a shell game of Howard Terminal, we're locking in, and I'm going to point the finger at, Mayor Tao. And before that, I don't know if you remember Gene Kwan and Quanticeum City, where she wanted to have him build at the Coliseum site and all the rest of it. It's just been more than a decade of him trying to do exactly what he's doing. But today it just hits home how sad the whole thing is.
We're expecting a lot of these. This is our first. We got a call from inside the building.
Inside?
Yeah. Ruben is at the second deck of the Collie right now and is on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Ruben. What's going on?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How's it going?
It's going good, Ruben.
It's going so well that we've changed our names to Willard and Dibbs.
Ruben, I'm mad that they're leaving.
Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, Guru, I've been listening to you since you first started with Zachariah back in the day. I'm a first-time caller.
You sure
I'm from San Jose. I'm in the second deck. I'm in the game. I'm at the game. Second deck. It's the bottom of the eighth, man. I'm just calling to tell you guys, it hurts right now. It really hurts right now. Just watching art and Robbie and getting childhood ripped out of me right now, and I'm just calling to tell you guys, it's different. It's different over here. It's different in the stadium. Coming in here and seeing everyone show up and just get it. I'm just trying to get my thoughts.
We got you, Ruben. We got you.
Man.
Ruben, how would you describe all of the other fans in that building today?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. Ruben, thanks. I don't know if he can hear us.
Hang in there, Ruben.
I don't know if he can hear us. I feel like I aged during that phone call just a little bit.
I feel like I got more popular. I feel like I got more liked.
Well,
more beloved.
Ruben was actually perfect. He was today. He was a full range of emotions.
Yeah. First time caller, first time listener.
Might be last time caller too. I don't know.
It is funny.
I don't know. Or maybe he's had a few, which I would bet. I did hear that beer is, like, as of an hour ago, beer's running out. So I don't think anybody went out there to have water today.
Right.
Maybe a few.
I doubt it. You're talking about 46,000 fans, and I got some early reports from the parking lot and the tailgate, which was very, very excited, full tailgate, and it's good. And I had conflicting emotions about going out versus not going out because I don't want to give him another penny, and I haven't been in 5 years, but the vibes at that park today are on about 1 million.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Mike Holmgren's going into the San Jose Sports Hall of Fame, and he's going to jump in here next, a local guy, of course, and we're going to keep coming to you. Again, we're coming to you today. If you get on hold, you're going to get on, and this is your time. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Low testosterone forcing you to ride the bench? Get back in the game, in the gym, or in the bedroom with Balance Medical Solutions.
Get in there.
Get into pole position. Go deep in the end zone. Touchdown. Knock one out of the park.
our brethren before us have said it as well. Today's about you. We want to make sure that our platform is there for you to share whatever you're feeling as Oakland A's baseball in the city of Oakland appears to be coming to a close potentially here within the next 5 to 10 minutes, quite frankly. And so we're going to be all over that, and we're going to take every single one of your calls. But we also want to take this call on the River Islands guest line. This is something we've been excited about for a while because he, too, is a local guy. And a month and a half from now, he is going to be inducted into the San Jose Sports Hall of Fame at SAP Center in San Jose. And that's none other than the coach, Mike Holmgren, who joins us now. Coach, congratulations on the honor.
Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate it very much. Nice to be with you.
It's so good to hear your voice. And as I think you just heard us say, like, before we get to football or anything else with your career, would love to, as a local sports guy, get a thought on another team leaving town.
Yeah, no, it's. I think any time that happens, it happened in Seattle with the Sonics. It's happened to a number of cities, but it hurts for the people that have been loyal fans to the Oakland A's for a long, long time. And then all of a sudden they're gone. It's just that loyalty gets challenged, and it's hard. And I hate to see it, quite frankly. I think the cities that make an attempt to rebuild a stadium or whatever they can do, I applaud them for that. It's just tough. It's tough for the fans. Those are the people I think about.
Yeah, and they're definitely going through their emotions right now in Oakland. Coach, can you just speak to the general sense of what you've had as a coach and all your different stops about the connection with fans? Because it seems like the more sports changes, the more that stays the same.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. I've had the privilege of working for the 49ers in the NFL for the 49ers and the Packers and the Seahawks, and then in Cleveland for a brief time. And the fan base in all those cities, they asked who was the best fan base. They're all great. They're all really special. And you can see it on television. You can read about it. And people love their football teams. I remember in Seattle, as an example, when we built the new stadium, the first year and the team, we were getting better, but we weren't there yet. And there were a lot of tickets sold to the other side, the other colored jerseys for fans that would come to the games. Then all of a sudden we started getting better. They nicknamed the people that would come the 12s. You guys know that.
Yeah.
And then it became the place to be on Sunday or Monday night or whenever. And it's just established a type of fan base that will never change, I don't think. And it really helps the team win. And so, but I saw that type of feeling in a lot of cities. And then when I traveled, and I remember in Oakland, that stadium, I coached in there many times. I hope I don't talk too long here, but I walked in. I was walking into the stadium. We're playing the Raiders, and the Raiders outfits. The guys had the bullets and the guns and the horns in the head, and
the spiked shoulder pads. Yeah,
yeah. And I'm walking in, and you're really close to everybody right there in that little narrow entryway, and some guy just yelling, just screaming at me. Well, I don't know what prompted me to do this. I said, I turned and faced him. I got it right in his face. I go, "What's the matter? What's your problem?" And he whispers, "Coach, I'm a banker from Concord." He goes, I really think you're a great coach. Really. Best of luck this whole season. Just then a CBS sideline reporter came by with a camera. And he goes, "Okay, I got to go back." And he starts yelling again,
That's a phenomenal story. It's a phenomenal story. And by the way, Coach, as you told that story, and I don't want to, at the risk of sounding over dramatic, sports in that building has come to a close. The A's have won the game over the Rangers by a final of 3-2, and the A's have played their final game in Oakland, California. It is a victory. We'll be taking your calls. We'll be getting some people out at that game here shortly, but right now, the honor of hanging out with Coach Mike Holmgren here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, certainly what we just sort of informed everyone about in November, you getting inducted into the San Jose Sports Hall of Fame. What does that mean to you?
You know what? It's very, very special. I've said this all along, however, that when I got into this business as a high school coach in San Francisco and then in San Jose, I never thought I was going to be coaching the NFL. I really didn't. I loved high school sports. I loved helping the kids in a lot of ways, I thought. And then things happen and you move up and things just happen. But, and so I never, going into a Hall of Fame of any kind, it's a very special thing, but that's not why you work. That's not why you got into it in the first place. You got in because you love coaching, you love teaching and all that kind of stuff. But it is special. My kids are going to come down for it. They're proud of their dad. I need that every once in a while. And so, no, it's a very, very special honor, and I thank the people down there very much.
Yeah, some big-time names going in with you as well. And I want to go back to the days at Oak Grove High School, 1975. I was around for that now, Coach. I was just a wee little lad. But at the time, were you thinking about maybe taking a bigger bite at the Big Apple and someday being in the NFL, or was that a dream beyond your purview at that time?
No, I'm telling you, I couldn't think of that at all. I think you guys probably know this, or it's common knowledge. My first 22 games as a high school coach, we lost. We were 0-22 at Sacred Heart in San Francisco.
That's awkward.
And so I told Steve Ellison, who was my friend and the head coach, I said, Steve, I don't think I can do this anymore. It's just is too hard. And he talked to me. He goes, stay one more year. We'll just do one more year together and see what happens. And then that third game, that third season, we won. And I tell people, it wasn't Super Bowls. It wasn't Super Bowls I won. The best game of my life, it was that game. And that game kind of kept me going. And but no, I loved high school coaching, and no, it was crazy how things kind of fell into place and allowed me to eventually get to talk to Bill Walsh. And he told me, I've got someone in mind. It's not me. It's not you, Mike, but it was a good interview. And then he phoned me 2 weeks later, and he didn't tell me who the other person was, but he goes, no, it didn't work out. So listen, I want you. And that changed things.
Quite a bit, I'd say. Yeah, Mike Holmgren is joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Coach, speaking of those 49ers, they're not supposed to be 1-2 right now, but they are. What do you see?
It's all injuries, guys. You know the 49ers better than anybody, and I watch them and admire them, and has had a chance to talk to Kyle on occasion. They're hurt. I mean, their key guys, really good players, have been injured. And so they've lost a couple tough ones. Once they get their team together, they're who they are, and they'll be in the playoffs, and then you need a little luck and all that kind of stuff to get all the way to the Super Bowl. But right now, that's what's happened, and I don't care who you are. When you get key people hurt, it changes things. And if you're playing a good opponent that week, they can beat you.
This is a leading question, and I'm going to admit it up front, but you worked with Joe Montana and Steve Young. What do you see from Brock Purdy?
You know what? He puts a smile on my face, honestly. I think of his journey and how he got to where he got, and I just say, bless his heart. He was drafted where he was drafted, and there were reasons for that. When you're evaluating quarterbacks, arm strength, there's a list of things you look at. But he was drafted. He played a lot in college. And the thing that strikes me, I think he's very bright. He's kind of a humble young man. And he happened to come into an organization that will allow any quarterback, I think, to reach his potential. And with Kyle Shanahan and the guys around him, the players around him. And so, but then he's gotten better. I mean, he just gets better and better. He's a good decision maker, good, accurate passer. I like him a lot. And I think he's going to be there for a long time.
Drafted late, but one round ahead of you, Mike. We should probably point that out. You were an 8th rounder back when they had 8 rounds.
That's right. And then I would say that his career is a little bit better than my playing career. Yes.
Well,
the jury's still out.
I don't know if he's ever going to get inducted into a Hall of Fame. We'll see. We'll see, Coach. Hey, well, just as I said, always great to hear your voice and your perspective on a bunch of different things. So thank you so much. Congratulations again, and we'll tell everybody exactly how they can come see the event in person.
Hey, guys, I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Okay, Mike Holmgren, who will be part of the group, along with the likes of Kerry Walsh-Jennings, as you said.
Yep.
There's a great group. Robert Guerrero.
The Ghost.
Are going to be enshrined. San Jose Sports Authority is putting this together on Wednesday, November 13th. All of the inductees are going to have a plaque permanently installed on the concourse at SAP Center in San Jose. For more information and to purchase event tickets, visit the San Jose Sports Authority website, which is sjsa.org/HOF. sjsa.org/HOF.
I love a Hall of Fame ceremony.
There it is.
I'm a sucker for those ceremonies. You get to see a collection of people who are not normally ever together, and the speeches and whatnot. It's pretty cool.
I would imagine you're also a sucker for what we're looking at right now. Watching the A's players head out to the field, grab a little bit of dirt, grab whatever they can to remember whatever it was, their particular experience at the Oakland Coliseum with the curtain falling on A's baseball in that building with a 3-2 victory today over the Texas Rangers. Let this be not the first and not the last time, but if anybody, we see that most people have not even left their seats yet,
right?
But I'm sure some of you are heading to your car. If you were in this building today, look, if you weren't in this building, you're invited. If you were in this building, we really would love to hear from you. Your experience, the experience of others around you, the emotions in the building. This platform belongs to you today. 888-957-9570. We would love to hear from you.
If you think that we're Steiny and Guru, 888-957-9570.
Front of the line if you think we're Steiny and Goo. Yeah. So it doesn't matter what you want to say.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to say about it, let's do it. Tom was not at the game. Tom is in Wisconsin. Hi, Tom. Thank you for calling.
Hey guys, yeah, thanks for having me. Hopefully the cell service is good here, but just wanted to take the opportunity to appreciate Ken Korak. A lot of my memories of A's baseball are tied to Ken Korak, and the lights have taken full effect, and really for that matter, Ray Fosse. Just two quality guys to listen to growing up, listening to baseball. I'll never forget Ray Fosse and his advertisement for Mike and Ike's, just classic stuff. I mean, some memories of Matt Stairs hitting a grand slam in the first inning of a game in which I think the A's scored 13 runs in the first inning. I think it was either late 90s, early 2000s. I had the opportunity to attend 3 games late in the 20-game win streak as a high schooler. Game 18, I think the Tejada game with my dad and my brother. I remember we were going to try to beat traffic towards the BART exit, and we went up and saw Billy Koch blow the lead in the 300 level and stayed to see Tejada hit that home run off everyday Eddie Guardado. Even the next day for Labor Day, I went to the game with my brother and saw Tejada. I think it was game 19, hit a ball up the middle on a crowded infield. I think they brought in a fifth infielder, and he still found a way to get it up through the middle. And then I remember, I think it was the following Tuesday was a night game. Hatteberg saved the day after I think the A's blew at least an 8-run inning. A lot of great memories, and I think just I'd be remiss if we didn't honor Ken Korak. I mean, that guy, talk about Hall of Fame. I know you guys were talking about it. That guy deserves all the accolades, in my opinion. So appreciate you guys taking the time to let me reflect on it. I've kind of ended the relationship with the A's for the last couple of years, but couldn't resist the opportunity to listen Ken Korak and Vince today for a couple of innings in between meetings.
Great
so thanks,
call.
guys.
Yeah, Tom, thanks you so
Tom.
much. Yeah, whatever. I mean, Ken is a gem of a dude.
An absolute prince of a guy.
Yeah, just a
no
gem
doubt.
of a guy. And whatever your entry point is to this, it's all fair game. It's absolutely all fair game. So yeah, if it's Ken, if it's Bill King, you know what I mean? Whatever your entry point is, whatever the sounds are that are resonating in between your ears today, that's all part of this,
It's
man.
Bill King. Bill King for me was it. He was everything, and it was A's and Warriors and Raiders, and I was raised in the era of transistor radio, and you had 6 channels if you were lucky, and you had to click, click, click on your own TV. And for those of you whippersnappers who don't know what I'm talking about, you can play whatever drop you feel like you need to play, but it was the radio. And for me, it was Bill King and Holy Toledo, and then we were lucky enough as A's fans to get Ken Korak and his dulcet tones. And you're right, an absolute prince of a guy. And so I feel for him, especially today, because I'm not even positive if he's going to Sacramento or not. I would imagine he is, but
imagine so.
He's an Oakland guy, and Vince Cotroneo and the rest of the crew, Johnny Doskow, and it's just
Johnny Doskow.
You see Dallas Braden up there on TV. He's kind of become the face of the media part of the franchise. So yeah, you think about a lot of different people, and also I do want to give one quick shout out to Clay Wood, the groundskeeper, who throughout all the talk of the Coliseum being a quote-unquote dump, and there are possums in the press box, and we actually joked around before the show about the trough and the bathrooms and the concession stands and the dilapidated stadium. That field was always, day in and day out, the nicest field in all of professional sports, and that goes to Clay Wood, the groundskeeper, and his great crew.
Yeah, I'm glad you called them out. And by the way, speaking of calling people out, 2 other things that I'd like to get in there along with all of your phone calls. This is a little bit less of the positive variety. Just want to make sure that Aramark gets a nice bleep you from me for the news coming out yesterday that the Coliseum employees will not have any carryover of their health insurance and will not be getting any severance whatsoever as this all comes to an end. And they found that out just this week. So bleep you too.
That's cool.
Along with John Fisher. Then bleep you John Fisher again for something that I did hear a rumor about this morning, and we're getting texts. So thank you, 510. I see you on the Xfinity Mobile text line about how the A's handled their giveaway today, which was that they would not let people have it on their way in. You had to leave by the 7th inning in order to get it, and were not allowed re-entry. And you know exactly why. Because I don't even know what the giveaway was, but I think it was something tangible that they thought was going to get thrown on the field.
Might have been a smoke bomb. We saw plenty of those.
It should have been. It should have been rotten eggs. So thank you for those of you out there who've helped make us aware of how that looked, how it felt, how it went. Oh, my
God.
Yeah, it's just, it's complete not funny comedy.
Yeah, it just
That's
is.
the only way I can say
It's
it.
just one final F you to your fans where, go ahead and leave early. Please leave early. That way we don't have to deal with you, lingering and celebrating the last days of being A's fans?
No, I look at it this way. On your way out the door, like we've slapped you around for I don't know how many years. And on the way out the door, we just want to say one other thing. If you're John Fisher, this is what he said to his fans. Not only do we not respect you, we don't trust you either. That was basically his message today.
And we want you gone as soon as possible.
Yeah. Thanks for the money.
The giveaway today was a replica of the stadium, by the way.
There you go.
And looking at some of the images, not the greatest.
Not a great replica.
With Mount Davis, I hope, right?
With Mount Davis, correct.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to not devolve into the negative because it's just there's so much anger. You know,
it is important to say that stuff though.
It is, and fans, you're allowed to feel however you want to feel, and I'm kind of trying to fight that part of it because when I go there, you know me, Mark, I can be very, very edgy and angry, and I'm trying to keep that out of my thoughts today and my memories, you know?
Yep, and that's fair. That's completely fair. We're going to keep going with the calls. Larry
I'm an angry little guy.
Well, mid-size.
You cut that.
Yeah, mid-size guy. Yeah, anyway, Larry Beal,
smaller.
Larry Beal is going to call in about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, and we got time for more calls right now. We'll do that. Want everybody to hear this, though. This is just a little piece of what Larry did on ABC 7 the other night.
You heard Fisher's statement. Let me tell you what reality is, okay? John, you tried 5 different, extremely flawed stadium proposals. You never got even close to a shovel in the ground. Yes, Oakland politics is often a mess. I will give you that. But John, you surround yourself with incompetent yes men, and because you were born into a billionaire family, apparently never learned you have to spend money to make money. See Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors, your buddy, who still wants to buy the team. John, you're a serial penny pincher. You've destroyed your family's great name and legacy because of your cheapness. As for the statement about loyal A's fans, quote, I wish I could speak to each and every one of you individually, end quote. Seriously? John, we've been trying to interview you for years, but you always choose to remain invisible unless you're begging politicians for public funding. And then you're out in front in Las Vegas.
Well done, Larry, for sure. And I was listening to the roast this morning, and Bonte made a comment at one point about how John can't even show his face in this town and can't even walk down the street in this town. And it was funny what my thought was. I'm like, actually, yes, he can, because most people have no clue what he looks like.
He could be in our office right now.
Yep.
And you would have no idea.
So that's how much of a coward he is. He's not just bad. He's so bad, he's the Wizard of Oz. You have no clue what he even looks like.
And that's why he trotted out Dave Cavill as his marionette, as, you know, he was the puppet master and he had his finger in Cavill's back, and Cavill's out there still, blah, 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 talking about this and that and trying to sell John's plan and do John's bidding. And, you know, part of me would feel bad about David Cavill, but I know him and he's a smart guy and he's done all of the things he's done willingly, and he's on the payroll and he's done it knowingly.
He's doing his job.
It's not like he's unwittingly going about doing this man's bidding.
No, he didn't get hypnotized, for goodness sakes. Let's go to Buddy in Walnut Creek. Hi, Buddy. Thank you for calling.
Willard, Dibbs, how are you today?
Well, good, man.
Good.
Guys, first and foremost, what I don't want to make this call about, or even the discussion, is about Mr. Fisher. You know, going back to a previous call and talking about Ken Korvac, he made a comment in a quote calling the only concrete cavern that could provide a warm embrace. That's what the Coliseum was. And, you know, I liken this, you know, and I'm gonna raise my hand and say I've been a Giants fan, have not been an A's fan, but I've certainly had some amazing, amazing moments there. And, you know, I liken this to, you remember your first girlfriend when you're in elementary school? She was your best friend. You climbed trees together. You scraped your knees together. Then you went to junior high school and you went to the dance together. You were already making plans. You went to high school. She was your girlfriend. You went to prom, and then all of a sudden it came time to maybe go to college. And you were from the other side of the tracks. You weren't going to Stanford. You weren't going to go to Cal. You're going to maybe go to DVC. You're not going there. But her dad says, you know what? Not only is she not going to Cal, Stanford, I'm sending her out of state. She's going to Duke. And all of a sudden, this girl you've loved your whole life, this girl you've spent time with, scraped your knees with, climbed trees with, enjoyed the amazing things in your life together, and she's going to leave. And not because she wants to leave. She doesn't want to leave. You don't want to leave. Her dad wants her to leave. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden she's gone. And now what do you have left? You got nothing. You got memories. And memories are awesome. But you don't have a legacy that you're going to go bring on to your next future, to your kids, that you're going to show your grandkids, that maybe your dad and your grandfather got to show you. And that's where I think sports. I was in Safeway today. It was amazing. And there's a lady in line, and she said, "Hey, buddy,
can you guys put him back on hold, buddy? I'm so sorry. We have to pause, but I do not want to interrupt your story. So hang right there, and we're going to get back to you in a little bit. Larry Beal is going to come on the show. All of your calls, they're all going to get on, and you're going to get everything out. Okay? So that's what's coming up here around the bend on Willard and Dibbs.
Metallica
in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from
Here's the 1-2. Jankowski to Schumann. And the ground ball will end things. A 3-2 win for the Oakland Athletics. One more win for the Oakland fans.
A W on a day that everybody in the Bay needed one.
That's Jenny Kabnar, NBC Sports California, with what I would imagine will be a call that is played again a time or two. The Oakland A's have completed their time in Oakland, California. They beat the Rangers today 3-2. I hope that gave some people a smile on their face, but obviously that is a tiny token of appreciation on the way out the door in what is largely a very, very sad and frustrating story.
Grandy's got me thinking about welling up in tears with the celebration, Kool and the Gang rejoin, and apologies to the YouTube audience. You know the song, and you know that it's become synonymous with Oakland A's baseball victories. And so, man, if there's one thing that was going to trigger the tears, Grandy, you might have just done it.
I wonder if this will do it, or maybe it'll trigger something else, because he certainly did the other night on ABC7. Our good buddy Larry Beal let it loose, and it was phenomenal content, and it struck a chord, and all of those things. So welcome in, Larry, and it's great to have you on a busy day.
Yeah, it's a wild day. It's a sad day. It's a frustrating day. What's been funny in the past few days as the video has circulated around, people are like, well, you got to do another one. Okay, the next time a team leaves after 57 years, I'll work something up for you. But it's not like, I can get that upset about, who's playing two guard next to Steph. It's just, the rant just doesn't have the same intensity at that point.
Well, right here on the River Islands guest line, it's Larry Beal. So are you saying you don't have another one ready for us today?
Oh, I'll have some pointed remarks towards the owner because, we've been covering this thing for years and years and years, and John Fisher's inability, his consistent bumbling and bungling every possible stadium deal leaves me with just a glimmer of hope that he can screw up this one also, either in Sacramento or in Vegas. I mean, they had been working with Goldman Sachs for well over a year, and if Goldman Sachs can't work it out for you, like how are we going to get this thing built? I think you have a problem. I'm not a financial analyst, but it seems to me that should be a little bit worrisome, especially when your proposal is to continue to remain on revenue sharing in a new ballpark. Who would invest in that? That means you're not making any money. I don't get it.
Yeah, and also the Nevada legislature and the voters seem all too willing to give him $600 million to help prop this thing up. But Larry, just hearing your rant and having you on the phone here makes me think about your catchphrase, aloha means goodbye. Oh, and today it really does mean goodbye. So beyond the evisceration of John Fisher, what are the emotions for you as a guy who's been in this market for a long time and what you're feeling from fans today?
I feel for them so much. And my first interview that I did in the Bay Area when I came from Hawaii was 1989, and I sat down in the seats at the Coliseum and did a one-on-one interview with Sandy Alderson, who was then the general manager, and had, followed the team through all the great years and the Bash Brother years. And I mean, when I saw last night at the end of the game that the grounds crew was sweeping up dirt and pouring the dirt into water bottles for fans because they wanted to have a lifelong memory of the Coliseum, I started tearing up because I was like, my goodness, this is so emotional. And I can't even imagine. Today, at least they won the game. And I, somebody described it last night as like part playoff game, part funeral. And I think those are the emotions that we're all wrestling with at this point, because something that is beloved is being torn away from a community that desperately needs it because of one man's greed. That's it.
Yep, man, that's very well said. Larry Beal with us here on Willard and Dibs. Larry, I'm also trying to think back because I in general, I hate relocation, especially modern relocation. It's born from greed. I think it's disingenuous. They put up these renderings and plans that they know are going to fail so that they can legally get their way out. But you know what's different about this one? I was thinking about this today. I don't know if I can think of another relocation where they didn't even have anywhere to go, and they were still left. That's what's craziest about this for me.
That is actually a great point that I hadn't thought of. I mean, I've got a bunch of friends that live in Seattle, and they still, 20-plus years later are talking about, or maybe it's not 20, but the Supersonics being moved to Oklahoma City. And, you could go back to Art Modell and the Colts going from Baltimore to Indianapolis. This is not a new thing. Chargers, San Diego to L.A., Rams from L.A. to St. Louis, 20 years there, then back to L.A. But you're right. It's almost like, maybe we'll play on a floating stadium that just travels around the Bay Area. It's so dumb. And just to kind of have Sacramento as your landing spot temporarily in a minor league park with artificial turf being installed. It's 110 in the summer in Sacramento. On artificial turf, it'll be 130 or 140. You have guys with their cleats melting. And you imagine, the Dodgers come in for a series and Shohei Ohtani is looking around and it's like 110 degrees. And he's like, no. I don't understand why the Players Association has not made a bigger fuss about this. They've been pretty quiet. I'm wondering what they're waiting on, because so many players would just say, no way. And what kind of a team are they going to put out? I mean, the A's have some decent young players right now. Would any free agent sign with them? Who? Why?
Oh, right.
You'd run the opposite way.
And in the interim, it's going to be playing at a AAA stadium, which I'm told is very nice, but I'm also being told that the facilities, the locker rooms are, well, wait for it, minor league caliber. So do you still think that, and you mentioned this earlier, like you're kind of holding out a tiny sliver of hope that this thing blows up? Is there any possible way that this goes so badly that John Fisher is forced to sell and that they could possibly relocate back to Oakland?
or relocate.
Thank you. Yeah. Shout out Al Davis with the re.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. I think, there is some hope, just because given the history, you have an owner who's screwed up every potential move. And, I covered all of these, so I know each potential proposal in detail. Like, how about this? They tried to do a deal with Peralta College. They announced that they were buying the land.
So good.
Except they never told Peralta College that they were going to try to buy them. It's like me rolling up to your house, Dibs, and going, yeah, this is mine now. And you go, well, who the hell are you? And no, I'm not leaving my house.
Yeah.
So get out of here.
You remember Warm Springs, too, down there in Fremont on the edge of San Jose?
Oh, yeah.
After the Giants blocked them from San Jose, then okay, we're going to go to Warm Springs. Okay.
All of them have been so ridiculous. Even going back to the first one, Lou Wolf, when he first took over the team, this is a guy who's been, a very successful real estate developer. He announced out of the blue that they were going to buy up all of the warehouses and all the land around the Coliseum to make it a Coliseum city, if you remember that phrase.
That's right.
Okay, well, when they built Disneyland, they were smart enough. Walt was smart enough to form a bunch of LLCs and bought up all the land. And then when he had all the land, he announced it. When Wolf did it, he announced it first, and all of the people that owned the land were like, yeah, well, now it's 10X. So none of this has made any sense from the jump. But, yeah, I mean, maybe there's a 3 to 5% chance if there's enough bungling that goes along the way in the next, few years. Look, Vivek Ranadive is a billionaire. He owns the Sacramento Kings. He owns the River Cat Stadium, Sutter Hill Field. He's banking on failure in Vegas. That's why he's charging the A's zero rent, because he's betting that Major League Baseball will say, you know what? They've been in Sacramento for a year or two. We'll just leave them there. And Vivek, can you build a stadium for us?
Well,
now, at that point,
go ahead, Larry. Sorry.
No, at that point, maybe it's up for grabs, and maybe people like Joe Lacob and the AASEG group and others in Oakland will, come to the forefront, and you could have sort of we want it, and this is a bigger market. Why would you leave one of the top 10 markets in the country to go to either Sacramento? And nothing against the fine people of Sacramento, it's just not as many people there, or Vegas. They're going to be like the fifth or sixth most relevant team in Vegas if they ever get there. So,
Larry, that's the question for me when you talk about even the tiny % chance of everything falling apart and them coming back. Do you think Oakland A's fans would welcome them back if Fisher were still the owner?
No. Can you take out that last line?
Well, right? Yeah, I mean, these are two pieces of the puzzle, right? Like, he's got to be convinced to sell, which has not happened yet. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, that would be an interesting scenario. Because if he was going to run it the same way that he runs it now, then what would be the point? You know, if he had this epiphany, and maybe he sat down with his buddy Joe Lacob, in a billionaires club lunch, and Joe said, my philosophy is spend money to make money. You might want to try that instead of, continually shrinking the budget. How about this? 2004, Eric Chavez signed a deal for $66 million, 6 for 66. 2005, Fisher and Wolf buy the team. The Chavez contract is still the largest contract this team has ever given out. And it's 20 years later, and you have, Shohei's making $700 million a year. You got guys signing for $200-300 million, left and right all over the place. And the Chavez contract from 20 years ago is still the high watermark for this franchise.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Larry, thank you for your work the other night. Thank you for coming on today.
Anytime. Love you guys.
All right, Larry, thank you.
Appreciate you, brother. There it is. That's Larry Beal joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Look, Buddy from Walnut Creek was just about to share a story, I think, where it started with he was in the aisles at Safeway.
Yeah.
And we're like, we'll see you there.
Totally.
But then we had to cut him off because we had to go to break, and Buddy was kind enough to hold. So, Buddy, back to you.
What's up, fellas?
Bring it home, Buddy, if you would. We have many people on hold.
I know you do, and I'll try to make it quick here because there's a lot of people who've been waiting just as I have. But I was in Safeway today, and a woman said, "I'm fine if all professional sports goes away."
Huh.
And I wasn't. I mean, she was an older woman. She's standing in line, and I wasn't sure if I should punch her in the face or kneel down and say, "I believe you." And I stepped back and I looked at her and I said, are you serious? And she says, "Yes, I'm just tired of all this ridiculousness and money and owners and all." And I said, "Do you understand how important sports are in our world?" And I said, Do you like watching? Do you have grandkids? She says, "Yes, I do." I said, "Do they play sports?" "Yes." What do they play? "Oh, they play soccer and they play baseball." I said, "Do you go to their games?" "Yes, I do. I love watching their games." I said, "What do you think they might want to be when they grow up?" She said, "I don't know. Doctors, lawyers, professional soccer players, baseball." I said, "Exactly." And I said, so the difference sports makes in people's lives? It is absolutely unbelievable. I said, "You remember COVID when they had people's just paper mache fans?"
There it is.
I said, that is life without sports. That's what's like. I said, sports, and again, I know I said I was going to rip on Fisher, but this is what pisses me off about ownership in sports. It's not about cash. It is not about cash. It's about cash for the athletes, and I get that. What it is, it's other C's. It's community. It's charity.
Talk to them.
It's character, and it's championships. That's what sports is about, okay? It's community, character, charity, and championships. And you know what that does? That builds wealth. That builds your franchise. The reason why franchises are successful isn't because they save money. It's because they spend money. And they spend money, why? Because they want their team to be a champion. They want their community to be a champion. They want to represent charity and character. And what the Oakland A's have done as a community, all of those things. But what their ownership has done is none of them. And that's what pisses me off.
Buddy, it's you finished it well.
Thanks, buddy.
It's a really good call.
He brought it home.
Well, and he brought home his own call with exactly where my mind was when he's talking about the woman he ran into that was like, "I just wish sports would go away." It made me think of the pandemic. It made me think of a good friend of mine who kept telling me she was upset that sports didn't come back sooner. Cardboard cutouts, whatever.
Yeah.
But all the whole, and I get it. The athletes needed to be protected too. You don't want everybody to start sharing all their germs or whatever.
Right.
But at the same time, her point was the whole world right now, certainly our country, the way we operate, but the whole world is just completely down in the doldrums. And her point was, it is the responsibility of the sports franchise to get back out there as quickly as possible because we need you. We need this distraction. And I get it. There's all kinds of different topics that come up there about how they would have executed it. But whether that point is a good one or not, for me, it's more about what sports does for us. Remember The Last Dance. We're in the pandemic. We went to a 30-year-old story and watched it at some of the highest rating levels that we've ever seen because we were dying for these stories, these players, these pictures, all of that.
Think about Tiger King. I mean, Tiger King was a gigantic phenomenon for the same reason.
Yep.
Now, it wasn't truly like sports, but it was you picking sides. It was Carol Baskin.
Yeah, you were picking sides and rooting.
And it was the Tiger against all his handlers. And so
I was rooting for the Tiger.
It was scrolling for the Tiger and that the one guy who lost his arm. But sports gives us something that life usually doesn't. Like in your life at the end of a day with your 3 kids and your 5 jobs, you don't always have that definitive win or loss kind of a paradigm. And that's why we love football, because after a Sunday, your team either won or they lost. And it's very clear and it's concrete. And that's what sports gives you. And it gives you that clear win-loss kind of a result that life doesn't usually do.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Courier on 880, possibly not on 880 anymore. Hey, Courier, thanks for calling. Thanks for holding.
No problem. Yeah, I'm actually on 101 in Nevada now. Been on hold for a bit.
Yes, you have.
Growing up, my dad was all Niners and NASCAR. I had no interest in NASCAR. I loved the Niners. It was probably second, third grade, summer 87, 88. We had this readathon, bookathon thing at school. Read so many books, win some prizes. And I won 2 A's tickets. My dad had zero interest in baseball, but he took me anyways that summer. Cleveland Indians, smokes on the mound, puts one in the back of Andy Allison, a Cleveland Indians catcher, invited him to the mound, bench clearing brawl. I'm a lifetime A's fan.
I love it.
Yeah, it's a good story.
I love it. Courier, thank you very much. I mean,
Smoke was the guy too. Where
of course he was.
I mean, with the hat slung low and those steely eyes, and you knew what was coming for the most part. And good luck trying to get out there and hit it. And I was telling the story earlier in the green room about the opening night, 1988, the same night that Danny Manning beat Oklahoma. And Dave Stewart always started the home opener. And my friends and I, we would always go to the home opener. There'd be fireworks. It'd be a sold-out crowd. And that night, I was listening to the Kansas-Oklahoma National Championship game on my Walkman, 1988, as a 20-year-old, waiting for Dave Stewart to throw. And as the hoop game ended, the fireworks were going, and Dave Stewart took the mound. And that's one of those core sports memories.
One thing I'll say about the A's franchise, and not every franchise has this too, you look back through the years, there are personalities who stand out, and even just their performances stand out. In other words, their way. You know what I mean? Like, not every franchise has that. Maybe this is a bad example. This is just the one that popped into my mind. But, like, look at the 2 franchises in Florida, okay? Marlins and Rays. And they've kind of been compared to the A's some in recent years with the way they go about their business. But when you think of those franchises, what's the picture that stands out in your head of the greatness that's come through those stadiums or worn that uniform? The Marlins have a championship. Maybe you think of Livan Hernandez or something, but go all the way back, and I'm sure even obviously well before my time, but I can think of, the A's of the 70s were so fantastic, and Catfish, and then there's Ricky Henderson. And then you get to the Bash Brothers age, and even players like Carney Lansford in that crazy batting stance where it looked like he was trying to pull the bat down through the floor. Dave Stewart, Eck, and it just keeps going on and on to the Giambis of the world and everything that's ended up happening with Moneyball. That's the stuff. Like these are larger than life characters that stick with people, even if they're not like diehard fans of that team. And again, I keep going back to the same thing, which is this like the young sports fans of the East Bay now. They don't get that.
Yeah.
You don't get to have that.
Well, the Ace teams you're describing, they had personality and they had identity, much like the Raiders teams of the 70s and the 80s. And you go back to Matuzak and Stabler and all the rest of it and John Madden. They had a personality and they had an image. And the Ace teams were the same. The 70s A's, they were so talented. And you had Billy Martin and you hated the owner. And then you go all through with Reggie Jackson and, you know, skip forward, like you're saying, the Bash Brothers and all the rest of it. There was an identity, and it was really much simpatico with the East Bay, because the East Bay's always been a little bit more diverse and a little bit more underdog, a little bit more of a grinder part of the Bay Area. You know, the East Bay people look at the peninsula and the North Bay as the white wine sippers and a little bit more bougie. And so I do think that from a sports landscape standpoint, that's part of the identity that's leaving today, and that's what sucks.
Be patient. We're coming. This is your platform today to say whatever it is you want about the situation at hand, and we are wide open the rest of the way. So the next 2 hours are really for you. And again, I want to put out another plea to anybody who was in that building today. My gosh, we would really love to hear from you, and we would be honored to be the place where you share your emotions after an event like today. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We are straight to your calls, and we are nothing but your calls the rest of the way on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for saying.
19-game winning streak on the line here for the A's. The front runners in the American League West right now 3 up on the Angels. Swung on, fly ball, deep right field. They've done it again.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say the day started with Steiny's 60th birthday celebration. Our day did. This A's situation, this final game, these emotions, this has been part of today, the plan the whole time. But it's been quite a day. And to just kind of reboot it and get it back to you at 888-957-9570, one sort of thought that I came in with today, and admittedly, I am one of them dumb wine-sipping peninsula cul-de-sac jerks who roots for the San Francisco Giants. I'm not going to fake the funk. I'm not going to try to be somebody else today.
I get it. Yeah, and I appreciate that.
No, but I'm first of all, I'm going to show compassion to A's fans. I'm also like, there is a selfish thought for Giants. Like, the Giants lose something here too, I think. I don't think, like a team without its rival or what, I mean, they're not the main rival, but you get what I'm saying? Like the Bay Bridge series, that's a loss. That's a loss. That's not a good thing for Giants baseball, for Bay Area baseball, for kids who want or are interested in baseball. You want to have as much around as possible. So this is bad for everyone, but I just don't really get why Major League Baseball and all of these sports entities, I don't understand why it's structured this way. It's odd to me. You're like, we're Major League Baseball, and this is how we operate. And you can own that team. We'll have franchises. You can own that team, and you can own that team. You can spend $300 million on your payroll every year. You over here, I said spend 50. Okay.
At 55.7 this year.
And if you want to move, or if you want to desecrate your own home, and you want to purposefully tick everybody off and drag our brand through the mud in a major market, be my guest. That's odd to me. I understand the checks that they get.
Yeah.
But to me, that's very much like the BCS was in college football. It's like, you're making money. You could be making even more. Like in the next breath, they'll be like, boy, African Americans aren't playing baseball as much anymore. Well, yeah.
Well, then what's their solution?
Dragging your brand.
Their solution is to increase the international budgets for teams to go out there and find players who actually are playing baseball, as opposed to, I don't know, helping people in this country have access to sport. That's too difficult. So we don't want to go out of our way to go into cities that have a lot of African Americans and build fields and cultivate young people and make the sport more accessible. That takes too much money and takes too much effort. So instead, let's increase the international pool and let's go to other countries where they're already playing baseball. And that way we don't have to exert any effort. And it's the same thing with this sort of thing. And owners, billionaire owners, don't ever want to be told what to do.
Of course.
And so a billionaire owner is not going to tell another billionaire owner whether or not he or she can move their team or leave the market. Because if you're an owner in Tampa or in Miami or fill in the blank city, you don't want to be told that you can't move your team.
But you're an owner of a franchise. You don't own the sport.
No, but you don't own the team.
But you don't own the company.
But it's not the same as your Subway analogy. It's not the same.
But it should be.
But it's not.
I understand that.
And I know that you know that.
I completely understand that.
Now, in the NFL, it's a little bit different because the Shield and the league and the rest of it, and the NBA, I think, similarly.
And by the way, which league is the healthiest? I'll wait.
Well, it's not only because of the ownership and league structure, it's because of the product.
But it's also...
Far and away, it's the product.
It's also the cap. And that's how Green Bay, Wisconsin can compete with San Francisco, California.
That's a fair point.
And all of these things, the answers are sitting right there for you. And then, by the way, A's fans, not that you need to hear this, of all the awful relocations in sports, this is the stupidest one in the history of the world. This is the worst relocation of all relocations. Because at least the other relocations, wait for it, were actually relocating. This team doesn't even know where the hell it's going.
Yeah, they're going to Sacramento.
Yeah,
We're going to Sacramento. We're going to Vegas.
Not to stay. Not to stay, they're not. They're going to Sacramento because they're just like Jeremy Lin sitting on his friend's couch while he tries to figure out his life and career.
Well, they might be going there to stay. They think they're going to Vegas, but as of right now, I don't even know if the Tropicana, I think they've demolished it, but they haven't put a shovel in the ground, that's for sure.
Of course not.
So it is just, it's always tragic when a team leaves the market, at least when you look at some of them. Art Modell uproots the Browns in the middle of the night and goes to Baltimore, and the NFL says, you know what, Cleveland, you deserve a team. We're going to get you a team. We're going to expand. And the Oilers go to Tennessee, and the same thing. You know what, Houston, you're a big market.
Yep.
You get a team.
We got you.
So maybe when baseball eventually expands, maybe Oakland gets another crack at it. I don't think that they'd be at the front of the line. I think that Nashville and Portland would be ahead of them as far as getting baseball chances ahead of Oakland. And that's on the commissioner, and it's on the other owners as well.
Let's go to Dylan in Santa Clara. Dylan, thank you for your patience. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hello, gentlemen. I just want to preface this by saying, in the words of the great Dan Disley, I'm a Giants fan. Always have and always will be. Because I was born into the Barry Bonds era, so it was hard not to pick them, even though I'm from Fremont. But I've probably been to at least 60 more A's games than Giants games, and I just can't believe this era of Major League Baseball in Oakland is coming to a close. Even though it's been coming for some time, it didn't really hit me until I turned on the morning roast this morning, and I just heard all the emotions from Bonte, Shasky, all the A's fans calling in, and I started to feel a little emotional myself, given all the childhood memories going there, especially for the epic best in the MLB 4th of July fireworks shows every year. And then my most vivid memory is probably the last time my grandpa ever was capable of taking my brother and I to go do something he before he got sick and passed away was an A's game. And I just like to take this time to shout out all the Oakland sports fans for all the epic chants and cheers that originated in Oakland, like the MC Hammer song "Too Legit to Quit." I mean, maybe this started somewhere else, but it seems like "Let's Go Oakland" is the original "Let's Go" chant. The Raiders, the Warriors, and last but not least, the Wave, man. So when I go to a Giants game, all those Giants fans who try to shut it down, because that's what they do at Dodger Stadium, just remember, as a Bay Area native, this is the place where it originated, and we should absolutely keep it going at Oracle Park. Thank you.
Well, Dylan, you had me until the end, and I'm not going to deny the roots of the Wave. It's credited with Crazy George, actually, who we just saw on TV.
Crazy George.
Crazy George is there. He's 80. He's 80.
He looks the same as he did 40 years ago is the thing.
Still out there with his tambourine.
Still crazy.
Just still going. It's unbelievable.
But he looks the same.
He looks the same.
He looked 80 40 years ago.
Well, we wouldn't have known it was Crazy George unless he looked the same, because we're like, that's Crazy George.
That's right.
I know where it came from. No, it's not welcome at Giants games. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's a thing. It's not about the Bay Area for me. It's about Giants games. But yeah, it does have some roots here, and that's fine. And Crazy George, I'd love to know what his beauty secrets are.
Yeah,
because he's doing something right.
And when the Wave started, you couldn't do the Wave at Candlestick because there was 4,100 people there. So
the wind would also knock you over if you tried to stand up.
Try to stand up, you're getting bowled over.
888-957-9570. Let's do one more real quick. Frank in Mountain View. Hey, Frank, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how are you? Good afternoon.
You too.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Listen, my son and I were able to go to 5 out of the last 6 games, and I got to tell you, we've had a lot of – he's 11. His name's Liam. We had a lot of good times over the last 2 seasons, especially when we found out things might be going south. And he's been a ball hunter, autograph hunter, and all of that. It was really sad because last night when we were coming back, he started getting teary-eyed, and it hit him that all of these wonderful experiences that he had that was going to be it. And I realized that for all of the good times that we've had, that last experience for him, because I was there today, but he wasn't there. That last experience for him is probably going to be remembered as much as any of the good ones. And that's a little bittersweet to know that he's going to carry that with him as well. But the other thing I wanted to just say was I really wanted to make sure that we do kind of remember the staff and the ushers and all the people, because they've known for a year now, better part of a whole season, what was going to go down. And I can tell you, we've been to about 20 games this season, and they kept it going. They kept it fun. They kept it lighthearted for the kids. And even though my son was trying to get balls from players, we saved our very last ball that we were ever going to use at Oakland. And I went around today, and we were getting the signatures of all those guys to let them know that you mattered as much to us, as the players on the field. And we appreciate what you do. I said, I don't know if you're appreciated in other places, but we're going to keep this ball here. It's going to be part of our tradition, and we're going to look at that and remember you guys. So thanks for giving us a forum to really kind of talk about it. It's going to be sad, and I know my son's going to be sad for a while, but we're going to try to remember the good times, and and wherever they are, we'll try to remember that, we had good times with the A's, and that the staff there, they played a big part of that.
Frank, awesome stuff, and I'm glad you were able to sneak a lot of this in with your 11-year-old son before they got out of town. I would love for him to be able to go watch baseball at age 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, keep on going. But yeah, at least they've got that. So that's good.
Yeah, at least they were able to get some of it in there before the A's leave.
All right. Willard and Dibs, and there's plenty more of you to come. 888-957-9570. Again, special invitation to those of you who are in the building today. Maybe you're out in the parking lot. Maybe you're in your car. If you can share what the emotions were like, the feeling inside the building, we would love it. But the invitation is there for all of you to say whatever it is that you want to say on the day that baseball stopped in Oakland, California. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And Dan Dibley here to put aside the heaviness of the topic and talk about the lightness within me, which is my weight loss. I'm down 25 pounds as of this morning, and I've dropped a couple of inches off my waistline with Abundant Life weight loss. Many people through this program can lose between 20 and 30 pounds in the first month or two, and you can too. If you're thinking about going on a weight loss journey, this honestly is the one for you, because you don't have to worry about injections. There's no drugs or hormones. There's no surgery, nothing invasive about it, no counting points or calories, and no prepackaged meals. It's a good, solid program that is recommended by doctors and actually supported by doctors as well. All you have to do is give us a call for a free consultation. The number is 925-854-5140. Again, 925-854-5140. Get started on your weight loss journey today. Call 925-854-5140 or go online to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Life comes at you fast, and Thursday comes at you fast.
Yeah, it does.
Get to that Monday Night Football game. You take a breath on Tuesday. You might lick a fantasy football wound or two. And then, you're like, all right, head down. Let's get into the week. Oh, wait, there's a football game tonight. And yes, we're here for each and every one of you, A's fans, Giants fans, whatever fans. Anything that you want to share today. Would also like to share with you what Mark Kotze, A's manager, said when he grabbed the microphone on the field and addressed the assembled crowd after the A's victory today. So we're going to do all of that. But no matter what your emotions are, no matter how sad, mad, or anywhere in between you are, it's always a good day, Dan Dibley.
For what?
To make money. It's time for Fade the Dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it. You make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick's stink.
Dibs. What's the lock of the day?
All right. Yeah, they do. No matter if they win or lose, your picks stink. They do. I know you think you're hot.
I'm hot.
You think you're hot. Let's actually find out, because you need to hit 3 in a row for a streak, and you're not 3 in a row yet. So you're not hot. Let's find out. Heat check time.
Yep.
It's the New York Giants hosting the hated ones, the Dallas Cowboys, and the number is 5 in favor of the Stars.
Yeah, I'm 6-4. I was 2-0 on Monday night, and teams that are 5-point dogs or greater are 13-2 this year, which tells you everything you need to know about this pick coming up tonight. You take the Cowboys and you lay the 5.
Wait a minute. That's the opposite of the trend.
The trend is a small sample size, Steve. The Cowboys have a better offense, a better defense, and they are more desperate than the Giants. And when it comes down to Dak or Dimes, I'm taking Dak over Dimes. I don't want that home dog. I'm taking the Cowboys and laying the 5.
We need more dogs. We need more dogs.
I'm laying the 5. Give me Dallas and lay the 5.
Grandy, Lucas, your thoughts? Anyone? What do you think?
I don't know if I can bring myself to bet on the Giants.
They were hoping I would go the other way.
Were they?
Yes, because they all wanted to take Dallas, but they can't take Dallas now that I've taken Dallas. They want to fade me. They thought I'd go with the Giants,
fade the Dibbers.
But I didn't.
Everybody wants to fade the Dibbers. You fade the Dibbers, Lucas?
He won't.
I think I'm retired right now, but also I don't understand. We just mentioned a trend of 5.5 or more, but the line's 5, so it has nothing to do with this?
I thought you said 5. Did you say 5.5?
I thought it was 5.5 or more, the trend, but
it is.
Yeah, but this isn't that.
Well, you say the spread's 5. I saw it at 5.5. It doesn't matter. The Cowboys are going to motorboat
matters.
the Giants.
Giving you a half a point now?
It literally matters. You can't just change the spread on the fly and then give it to the people.
I'd say 5.5. I'm taking 5.
Yeah,
I'm not changing the spread.
The number is 5.
Okay, and I'm taking Dallas. And if it was 5.5, I would take Dallas.
Okay, but the trend doesn't play because it's only 5.
Well,
it's not 5.5.
Depends where you shop, where I go, and
I'm seeing 5.5.
Exactly, and I thought that's where we were.
I'm looking at an updated line that is on the move at all times, and in this moment, the number is 5.
And again, we've discussed this, and I don't want to bog down an otherwise emotional day with this, but I'm seeing it on ESPN Bet at 5.5. So
hell, I'm seeing it at 4.5 on some sites.
Okay,
so I don't know where the hell y'all shopping.
I'll take 4.5.
You're not getting it.
I'll lay 5.
You're getting 5.
I'm in at 5.
Okay.
We'll give you 5.
Thank you. Lucas, you fading? What are you doing?
He won't.
I'm fading.
Yeah. I think I'm fading too.
I think we're due.
Yeah, we're fading the Dibbers.
We're due. You're overdue.
Let's go to Nick in Ohio. Hi, Nick. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Not much. Just have some sushi.
Oh.
And
it's an aggressive play.
Yeah. I was following the A's up till about 2014, the last time, and I moved back to the Midwest, and I just got tired of the same iteration of a new generation of players. Young guys come up promising, when they get good, they're gone. And it was really too bad. I think was it the 2014 season when they just needed one more little piece, and they could have really maybe gone to the World Series. And then they get rid of Simeon, and they get rid of the Fireman of the Year, reliever, and all that. So I just got tired of that. But on the positive, I'd like to say a couple of memories back when Moneyball was being filmed. We were there with a big crowd, and we stayed in the Coliseum till about 2 or 3 in the morning. It was pretty cool. And then another memory is Dallas Braden getting a no-hitter on Mother's Day. That was really quite something.
That was actually a perfect game. That was a perfecto. Yeah,
Nick,
don't sell them short, Nick.
First of all, we thank you for your thoughts, your memories, and your call. We also wonder, are you eating sushi on the freeway? Like, where are you right now?
Well, I had to step outside because I was in a market here. We have a sushi bar in our local market.
Got it.
And I stepped out into the
Oh, okay.
And I had questions about sushi in Ohio, but I'll save it for a less busy day.
All right. I was going to ask him what he ordered.
Well,
you can't call in this show and talk about food and then not tell us what you ordered.
Yeah, I mean, that unagi's got to travel pretty far to get to Ohio and still be fresh. That's my question.
Nick, what'd you order?
I got the crunchy California roll and what they call Red Dragon. It's tuna on top with crab salad and guacamole and other tasty bits. It's a very excellent place. I guess they get it as fresh as possible here in Ohio, but it's really great chef, great food.
Awesome, Nick.
And I'm in Springfield, Ohio, by the way.
Oh, gosh. All right. So, there
you go.
There's too many jokes. I don't even want to say them right now, Nick, because you're eating sushi.
They got any pet sushi?
Yeah, what do you like? Nick, is everybody okay out there? Is everybody's pets? They're all good?
Oh, that's why I just wanted to say that just so foul. That is so evil.
Yeah.
Those lies about the community. It's not anything. I just want to say to the people out there.
Yeah,
it's most of it is lies and misleading, and it's really disgusting.
Yep.
But some really nice people here that have come here to migrate in the last few years. So, anyway.
Yep. Well, I really feel for what's happened to your community too now, as San Francisco has at times being used as a prop for the gain of a political party. It's really, really too bad. But I love that phrase he used. I wonder if it's actually written on the front of the restaurant. Sushi as fresh as possible.
Exactly. And I've always had a thing about cuisine. When you get to a certain amount of miles away from where that cuisine originates, I start to balk. And when you get into middle America, I start to steer away from seafood.
It's so
when you're in a landlocked state, I'm not having sushi or anything that's remotely fresh in terms of an ocean. If you're more than 1,000 miles from an ocean, I'm out.
I think our marketing brains are just all spinning right now.
Totally.
Springfield sushi, as fresh as possible.
I like it.
The Fresh Maker.
That's honest.
With some thumbs up.
That's at least honesty. Springfield sushi, we're doing our best. You know, nobody like us.
We're trying. Oh my gosh.
It's fish? Question mark?
Springfield sushi, it's on the way.
Order ahead. Give us 2 days. Anyway.
Okay.
We can do the whole show on Springfield sushi.
That's incredible.
Oh,
gosh,
God.
poor Springfield. Okay, Jack. Jack was at the Coliseum. Hey, Jack, thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I really appreciate the time. This has just been the A's are more to me than any of the other sports, and it's been really hard to watch all 3 major sports leagues leave Oakland. I'm an East Bay guy, and like the first memory that I have is of the A's winning the World Series. I just celebrated my birthday. It's always been like fun times at the park. They had an amazing vibe down there. We had a couple people running the field, but nothing got too rowdy. Nothing like the last Raiders game that they had in the Coliseum. But yeah, no, it's just like getting to see Crazy George one more time. All the people that really like kept the stadium running. It's hard to forget that this is like not just the sports team, but a community. Like when I lived in Oakland, they had redone both the ballparks just for the neighborhoods when I lived there. And I think that we're losing a lot more than just some players and games to go to. It's really been a challenge to accept that they're not going to be playing here anymore. But I thank you guys for giving me a minute to just share what the A's have meant to me, and love the show.
Jack, thank you very much. I think that's an important point because we can sit here and talk a lot about, being able to go to the games. We could talk about the stars that are a part of the games, even if it's the people coming. Aaron Judge is coming to town. Shohei Ohtani is coming to town. We can talk about all that stuff. I think Jack is hitting on an even larger point, which is just morale. That's what I hear all day today, and not just today. I hear it all month, all year, 4 years now, especially in the East Bay. Like, it feels like you're just constantly getting kicked. That's what it feels like. It just feels like you're constantly getting the short end of the stick. And I don't even know what to say about that other than it's just not fair and it's just not right. And you watch when a collective morale starts to go down, man, that's where the seeds of all the bad stuff are planted. And so that's my concern. And that's something that would never even cross John Fisher's mind. And I really wish it would. And I hope someone
I don't think he cares about it.
Maybe he doesn't care.
Right?
But like, dude, that's on your hands. Like, that's what I mean by the responsibility of owning a sports franchise.
I don't think that he has the responsibility of the morale of a city and the morale of an area.
Not by himself, but it's a contributing factor. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But we don't apply the same energy if a restaurant closes or the opera closes or a museum closes.
Two different things, though. Again, this is they should not be run the same because they are absolutely a different kind of business because our heartstrings are attached to them. And by the way, there's got to be some sort of responsibility that comes with the fact that if you are lucky enough to get into sports ownership, it has to be the lowest risk business proposition you could possibly have. There's literally no way to lose money right now.
It's pretty tough to.
There's no way to not quadruple your investment in a decade. You can sit there and do nothing, and your investment doubles every 5 to 7 years, so it feels.
Or you could move it to a new market and you could have your profit go up 10 times. I push back on the idea of the morale of the city being tied to the fact that the A's, Raiders, and Warriors have left, having lived there for 25 years. No, I disagree because there are many people in Oakland, and you could see by the attendance, and of all the people who are there today, what percentage of those people live in the city of Oakland? Well, if you say a quarter of it,
probably very small.
Right. So
but there's a larger community that surrounds the big city. I don't live in San Francisco.
Of the city, I don't think that is like of all the things you want to assign to John Fisher. I don't think that that's a fair thing to assign to him because having lived in Oakland for 25 years, the morale of the city stems from about 10 other things.
Agreed.
Before it gets to professional sports.
All I said was he shares in it. If you like,
I disagree with that.
I don't live there, but if you if you don't think that the morale of the East Bay is down, I disagree with you.
I would
think
say
you
the
can
morale
hear
of the East Bay is down for about 15 other reasons.
Absolutely,
before you get to the A's, the Raiders, and the Warriors.
And that's fair, but I'm going to give them one. They're one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons to have professional sports, to have that outlet. I absolutely to have that pride that comes with a sports team that does well. Like, I mean, do you ever stop and ask yourself why we care about these teams so much? Like, it causes a community vibe that you can't even put a word on, and it lifts people up, and people you don't know, you're talking to them all of a sudden in the grocery store line because the Super Bowl is coming next week and your team's in it or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I do,
I'm not putting all of the morale at his feet, but that's a piece of this puzzle for sure.
I think
in my mind,
it's a very small piece for me. I think that in general, if you talk about the population of the East Bay, which is 1.5 million people, what percentage of those people have their morale affected by the rising and the falling of the A's? It might be 5 to 10%.
I think more than even they would realize would be my answer to that. Our buddy Sam Lubman from the Morning Roast was out at the game and picked up a phone. Hey, Sammy, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing today?
Well, it's a day. It's an interesting one. It
is a day. That's true.
It's a day of the week. What'd you see? What'd you experience out there?
It was a very festive and spirited atmosphere at the Coliseum. I'll be honest, I didn't watch a whole lot of the game. I spent a lot of time just walking around the concourse and taking it all in. And I mean, there was a lot of spirit. There was a lot of comments about John Fisher that aren't radio appropriate. But it was a very festive atmosphere. It got a little bit dicey at the end, especially in the ninth inning when a couple of knuckleheads ran onto the field. There was a couple of smoke bombs thrown on the field, so that was a first. Never seen that one before. And then afterwards, there was the hottest commodity at the Coliseum today. It was nothing at the merchandise stands. It was no food. It wasn't even a little replica Coliseum that they were giving out. The hottest commodity today has been Coliseum dirt. After the game, like everyone in the media was collecting dirt. I was collecting some dirt. Then all of a sudden I hear someone yell, "Hey, you with the hair," which obviously that's me. So I turn around and like they hold a little baggie. Like, "Can you get me some dirt?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. I'm a nice person. I'll do that." And the next thing I know, I got like a small army of A's fans passing me baggies, cups, water bottles. Someone passed through their hat to fill up with dirt. And I'm just like standing on the third base line, filling dirt up for everybody until a security guard told me to leave because apparently someone came up to someone else and said, "I want your dirt," and then used their fist in a forceful way to take that dirt. And that had to go. But a very fun Oakland day for the last day at the Coliseum.
Interesting, Sam. So, if you were to kind of summarize, because you used the word festive a couple of times, which I don't know if that's, the way that I would have pictured it or imagined it.
Maybe not festive, but it was spirited. It was animated. I mean, it wasn't like angry, but like it was, some people would call it a funeral. I would call it more of a celebration of a time that the A's were there. So that's where I would say the festiveness came from. But yeah, there was a simmering frustration underneath, but that didn't stop A's fans from having fun. No, it was right before the seventh inning. They do the A's legend race, and they're doing that while Grant Balfour's entry song is playing. So you got all the A's fans are doing the Balfour rage. You got a wave going on, and then meanwhile Ricky Henderson is winning the race down on the field. And you would never know that this was going to be the last game in Oakland. It was. The people were making the best of it, which you had to really love seeing that from A's fans.
Well, that's good. That's good. Sam, you know what? Thanks for doing that for us. Thanks for calling in and giving us a little bit of the vibe.
Definitely. Glad to help out.
All right, man. There it is. Sam Lubman was out there, and apparently so was Trevor in Hayward. Hey, Trevor. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Just a few thoughts. I've been a A's fan since I was a kid. My dad was a A's, Raiders, Warriors fan, and put this in three categories. So first, the memories, right? I just remember going to the game as a kid, and we would always sit in the cheap seats, right? So Terrence Long was the outfielder at the time, and one time he threw a ball right at our section, and I got so locked up I couldn't even move. So that was one. Another, my dad, he's God love him, but he just, he's the guy in the section that you're like, oh God. And every time our batter gets up, it's like when he wants to do his little, riffing on the batter, he says, Matt Chapman, he's yelling Matt Chapman's name when he's trying to swing the ball. So that's some of the memories. Another thought, kind of echoing what Sam said. You know, I've lived in a lot of places. I lived in New York. I lived in Arizona. I've been to some other ballparks. I did spring trainings, all that. The environment at the Oakland Coliseum and, you know, at Oracle, those are unlike any other environment in sports. I've been fortunate. I was at the final Warriors game. You know, 2000, you know, when they left, we lost in the finals. I was at the finals game. And so I've been extremely blessed to be there and to be there today with my daughter at the final A's game. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get to pull off the trifecta, right, with the Raiders, even though all three were pretty sad memories for me. And then lastly, just I want to thank you guys for your coverage today. I'll be honest, you know, when the teams were leaving and you guys, you know, 95.7 was also kind of, you know, jumping off the A's and off the Raiders, understandably, obviously, but it kind of took down my content consumption for 95.7 the game, except for when the Warriors were playing. And the way that you guys have handled things today, Bonte this morning, you know, Willard and Dibbs, the way you guys are handling it this afternoon, it's beautiful to see, and I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart.
Well, Trevor, that means
Thanks,
the world.
Trevor.
Yeah, that means the world. Thank you very much for sharing all of that and doing it in the way that you did. And you know, he says, I wish I had pulled off the trifecta. And two thoughts go through my head. One of them is, well, that would have been cool. And the other one is, I can't believe that this has happened 3 times.
Yeah.
In very recent memory.
3 different times, 3 different ways, but it happened 3 different times. And this was all talked about so many years ago about, you know, what would it be like if Oakland lost all 3 teams, and, you know, the Warriors was the one you didn't really think about. And then when Joe Lacob bought it, you definitely thought about it because he had his eyes on the prize, and at least they stayed in the Bay Area. The Raiders, you kind of somehow expected it to happen at some point just because that's what Al Davis had done, and now his son Mark Davis did it as well. The Raiders left and came back, and even when they came back, they desecrated the Coliseum to the point where you kind of knew that they were going to leave. The A's one is the one that hits the hardest for me because of the way they did it. 4 or 5 years of an absolute abomination of what they did to the fan base, to the team, to the Coliseum that they let become decrepit. Think about it, Mark. There was a possum living in the press box, and we all laughed about it. But you have rodents openly feasting on your professional stadium, and just so many things about it are just appalling.
Yeah, absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. These stories are going to keep on coming in. We are going all the way till 6 o'clock doing nothing but hearing from you. Whatever you want to say about this. Today's your day. This is your platform, and the floor is yours. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with absolutely no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
sellout crowd announced early. No tickets available. Standing room only. And that's sold out. Fly ball. Center field. Coco. Ball game. Western Division. The Oakland A's have shocked the Rangers and the baseball world, and they are the AL Western Division Championship. Unbelievable!
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Game 162, winning the West.
I was there.
Yeah, 12 years ago. They got their 69th win today, 3-2 over the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, 69 and 93. Feels like that's not going to be good enough to make the playoffs.
They
69 and 89. Yeah, they're not yet done. Sorry.
Yeah, well, now the Astros did lose today, or their most recent game. So the A's have crawled to within 17 games of first place. But obviously that's got nothing to do with today. The A's win, and the curtain drops on baseball in Oakland, California. And, we've said a lot about this, and we've sort of reached the point, and again, in our final hour, we're just going to come to you, make sure that everybody who calls gets in. I just feel for everybody. I feel for those of you who have grown up doing this, and I feel for those of you who are now going to grow up without getting to do this. That is as quickly as I can say what my main emotion is, because as somebody who grew up loving sports and now has kids that also love sports, I don't know what I would do without it. I know you only know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know. Like if you grow up in Nebraska, you don't know what it's like to go to the ocean, and you don't know what you're missing out on. So maybe I wouldn't know any other way, but I cannot imagine not having a team, within a half hour to go check out.
Yeah.
So that stinks.
It stinks, and it is, I guess the way I could spin it to the positive is that it's just different now, because when you and I were kids, you had the A's and Giants, you had the Raiders and Niners, and you had the Warriors. Those are your 5 teams. There was no Sharks, there was no Earthquakes, and there was none of the rest of it. And now the A's are gone, the Raiders are gone. You still have the Warriors and the Giants and the Niners, and you also have the Oakland Roots, and you have the Earthquakes, and you've got Bay FC, and the Golden State Valkyries are coming, and you've got the Town FC, and playoff eligible, by the way. They've made the playoffs, and they're the Earthquakes minor league, quote-unquote, team. So there are more professional sports options than there used to be. Not your traditional big 3, and now big 4 with hockey, and now you got more soccer than ever before, and you've got, an ultimate Frisbee team if you're interested in that, as I am. I don't go out there a lot, but there are more options, so it's different. It's a bummer that you lose baseball, East Bay baseball in particular, but in terms of raising your kids now, like for me having a daughter, I'm actually pretty happy with the fact that there are women's professional teams now that she can go out there and support.
No question. Absolutely. I mean, the Valkyries.
I'm not trying to lessen the blow of the A's.
No, we're excited in our house for the Valkyries to get here and get started. I can't wait to go check that out as soon as it's here. Before we go back to the phones, we want to let everybody, especially those of you who didn't get to go to the game today, hear what it sounded like when the manager of the A's, Mark Kotze, took the microphone on the field after the final out.
To share with all you how privileged and honor I feel today to stand on this field. It hit me last night. I know it's been hitting us, all of us, at different times. For me, it was after the game last night. I walked into this stadium. My amazing wife dragged me down onto this field, and we took it all in. I'm going to keep this short, because I don't really know if I'm going to be able to make it through this. To the staff who've dedicated their lives to the Oakland A's, especially those who aren't coming with us, I am forever grateful and will never forget you. And to all of you, On behalf of my staff, myself, this team, all the past players and coaches, everyone who's worn the green and gold. There are no better fans than you guys. Thank you all for loving the game of baseball. Thank you for your lifelong support of the Oakland A's. And last, I want to thank you guys for coming out today to share this moment with the club that I'm so proud of. We've played our asses off this year. We still got 3 left, gentlemen. I think we all should pay homage to this amazing stadium that we've had the privilege and pleasure of enjoying for 57 years. And I ask you for one more time to start the greatest cheer in baseball. Let's go, Oakland!
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Especially from a guy who's experienced a lot of different places in Major League Baseball. Boy, he sounded like a guy who's never left the city of Oakland.
Yeah, and that, I think, was a perfect tone that he struck.
Yep.
Because for him and for today, it was about the fans, and it was about a farewell for the fans and to the fans. And I love the fact that the A's have kept fighting, and they've been better in the second half than they were at the start of the year, where they didn't really have a lot going. And that's maybe what makes it even tougher, is if you were an A's fan who was still following this team, although you didn't want to go out and support John Fisher, it's tough because you look at the team now and they've got 4 or 5 or 6 good young players that you'd be excited to go out there and support, and yet this team is leaving town.
Yeah, although, and I don't mean to take it in this direction, if they were staying, the way things have gone for the last handful of years, as soon as it got time to keep those guys and reward them for their efforts, they would have been sent to a different city. So
It's been the way it's gone,
That's the way it's gone. Bob in Danville, thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. Hi, Bob. What's up?
Hey guys, how are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Just wanted to say, grew up in the East Bay in San Lorenzo, a few miles from the Coliseum. 61 years old. I think the first time I went to the Coliseum to see an A's game was in 71. 7, 8 years old. Going with my family, my dad, my mom, my brother, sitting in section 212 right on the first baseline. Monday night was half price night, one of Finley's gimmicks that he would do back in the day. My dad with a young family, we went to every Monday night game, half price night. So my introduction to the A's was 3 World Series teams as a kid with all those great players of the 70s. During the same time, you had the Raiders playing 5 straight AFC championship games, some iconic games at the Coliseum, the Heidi game, the Sea of Hands. I had the opportunity to, when I was a senior high school, get season tickets before they left to LA the first time when they won the Super Bowl. So got to see Stabler come back to the Coliseum wearing a Houston Oiler jersey to play that first playoff game against the Raiders. And then, of course, the Warriors won their first championship. Dibs, I think you talked a few minutes ago about the identity of the East Bay, that working class, blue-collar image, with the A's, the mustache gang, the long hair, the Raiders, the silver and black, bad boy image. It was a great time. If you were a kid into sports, there was no better place to be than the East Bay in the 70s, with all those iconic teams and those memories. And then later on with the A's and Billy Ball with Billy Martin, and the late 80s, early 90s with the Bash Brothers, and then the big 3, the late 90s, the 2000s, the 20-game win streak. Just a lot of great memories. I know there's a lot of callers. Just want to say, it's a sad day for someone that's been in the East Bay his entire life. To lose all 3 teams now 4 times, it's just sad. But I have 50-plus years of great memories with my family as a kid and friends as a kid, and then with my wife and kids of going to the Coliseum. The only thing I'm going to miss is I was really looking forward to taking my 2-year-old grandson to an Oakland A's game, which I won't be able to do. So again, guys, I appreciate you guys taking the call and giving us this time to just kind of talk about what's happening and the end of an era
in Oakland.
Yeah.
Bob, thanks for calling.
Well done,
Appreciate
Bob.
it.
Well said.
You know what I haven't heard one person say all day? I haven't heard one person. I'm not saying that they're not thinking it or that they won't do it, but I've not heard one say it. No one has said, boy, this is sad, but I'll be in Sacramento next year.
Right. And I don't even know if today's the day to make that pivot. You get into December and January and February and you realize, man, I miss baseball and I love this team, and Mason Miller throwing 102. Then maybe you think about Sacramento. I know what you're saying, but I don't expect people to be able to make that pivot on a day like today because, you know, what he said about the Raiders, and they left in 82, and even when they came back, it's like, oh, yeah, you came back, and what they did to the Coliseum when they came back, and when they came back, it still was Al Davis, and you kind of knew that he was looking to leave again by hook or by crook. But the A's, when they came here, they became the identity. And something about baseball, Mark, and this is why I like doing the show with you in the summer especially, because it's an everyday thing. And you love your team, the Giants, and every day it's like, who's pitching? It's baseball. Let's go out there and get this one today. And if they don't, well, tomorrow, who's pitching? Who they facing? Let's go out there and get it. And so for the East Bay crowd especially, and he mentioned the affordability of it, and that's something that I latched onto as a parent in Oakland. Like you were saying, it's a Thursday night in June, and I'm sick of these kids and my friends, you know, Amy and Rich and Matt and Kathy and Hutch and Pam. It's like the text thread starts. It's like, you know what? We're all equally sick of our kids. Let's go. Who are the A's playing? Don't care. Meet you in the parking lot at 5:45.
No, my daughter's doing this tomorrow.
Exactly.
She came to me just yesterday. She said, "Hey, me and some friends are gonna go to the Giants game on Friday night."
You said they're playing?
Great.
They're still playing?
Yeah, I said I had no idea that they were playing. What time does it start? And oh, by the way, how do you think you're getting there?
There's that.
But anyway, we'll get to that on tomorrow's show. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. You're all getting on, okay? You're all getting on. Steve, who was at the game today. Hey, Steve, how was it?
Hey, guys. It was, interestingly, I went by myself. Tuesday night at 2 in the morning, I was literally thinking about the A's, and I bought a ticket online. I go there. I'm sitting next to another guy who went there by himself, a guy named Umar. The reason I became an A's fan, I'm 59, like your previous caller said. He had all those great points. I'm not even going to get into those, but he hit on every point there. So my parents came from another country. They were into soccer, right? I wasn't into soccer. I was into baseball, football, and basketball. And of course, in 72, it was the A's. I wore glasses. It wasn't a good thing to wear glasses in the 70s, especially in the early 70s. You were four eyes, you were a dork, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. But I had Reggie Jackson, and Reggie Jackson wore glasses, and he was a masher. And so I'm sitting next to a Gen Zer, Umar, and he's from Pakistan. And so we're talking about how he got into it. He's a Raider fan and an A's fan. He came from Sacramento to come to the game. And it was such a great conversation. I'm saying, we're sitting behind the plate, a little far back, but behind the plate. And I'm like, did you ever come to the stadium before Mount Davis was there? No, I was never there. This was one of the most beautiful stadiums in all of baseball. You had the hills in the background. You see Bart coming by. It was just beautiful. And that was one of the worst things that ever happened was the Raiders' return, right? Because he ruined that stadium. You guys hit on so many things. I've been on hold for a while, and just everything that everybody's been saying is amazing. And Dibs, you talked about about the peninsula and the wine sippers. When I was there in the 70s, those were blue collar people, just like in the East Bay. They were contractors and plumbers and electricians, but they were all Niner fans and Niner fans and Giant fans. And I always wanted to be with a winner. And in the 70s, the winners were in Oakland. That was Titletown. And what was interesting is back when I was a kid, there wasn't ESPN. So it was literally the center of the sports world in Oakland. Okay. So when it was on NBC Nightly News and they did their sports thing, the center of New York went to Oakland, California. When I traveled around the country, people know Oakland. And why have they known Oakland for all these years? Because of the Raiders and the A's and these great teams that they've had, and the Warriors. And when I was a kid, Al Attles brought the team to San Bruno to play in the center we had there at the basketball court. So Oakland to me, it represents not just my childhood. I was a little melancholy today, but I really wasn't sad. It was like the end of a life well lived, if that makes sense, if it does at all. And people there they were a bit sad, a bit melancholy, but really what I felt was people were just talking to each other, sharing stories. That's all it was all day, is people just in line or sitting next to someone. Everybody was sharing stories, and that was really cool. And it was so great that they won, and the way they won. And there were great highlights of it. But for me to be sitting next to a Gen Zer, and by the way, there was another gal next to me named Rebecca who went to Skyline High in Oakland, and I'd never met these people, but before the end of the game, I hugged them. We shook hands. I exchanged numbers with Umar, and I'm going to go to a Sacramento game. I'm not going to go to a lot. I'm going to go to one to go see one with him, and that's it, right? And just Oakland is always will have a soft place in my heart just because of the sports teams, really. And I do think that is a major impact on the vibe of a town to a degree. And Dibbs, I know you live there and I haven't, so you have a better feel about what that town is than I do in that regard. But I've gone there many times for many reasons. It's unfortunate that they're not going to be a major league town anymore because that's what they're represented by, really, to a lot of people around the country and the world. And what I hope one day is, and I'm going to end it here, I hope they knock the place down and they build like a Sky Dome where there's a great field and there's a mall inside there and there's shops and there's a hotel inside, just like in Europe where you can look down at the field from your hotel room. If they do that, wow, that would start turning that city around. I really appreciate the Vine. Thank you guys both very much for this. Have a great day.
Steve, thanks.
Yeah, and rack that guy.
Yeah, go ahead and rack that guy. And that's kind of what I was getting at, not to belabor the point, but about the morale of the city. I just think there's a different recognizability when you're a major league city. And I think the people within it feel that, even if they don't necessarily know that. I think you feel that. I think that's part of today. He also made me think of something else, and I haven't brought this up yet today. And this is actually a good thing. May not feel like a good thing all the time. I know there's been a lot of tears today. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of anger. But not all relocations are the same. And this one was very, very, in fact, painfully.
It's dirty.
But it was painfully telegraphed. And therefore, I'm not saying this is perfect or great, but you did get today, and not every fan base gets that, because sometimes the owner up and does it in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I get that.
I watched the San Diego Chargers end up in a soccer stadium, and they essentially gave their fans no warning. And so you did not have an opportunity, because as a lot of people are reporting to us today that it was not an angry vibe inside the stadium.
Right.
And I think it's because of what, like you said off the top of the show, which is that you're already past that. We've had so much time for the anger that today you're able to kind of circle back and just celebrate with your other people.
And for the most part, and I love the story he told about, everybody telling stories to each other and you exchanging numbers with somebody half your age who you just met. And I think a lot of it, for me, having lived in Oakland, is, the experience of Al Davis building Mount Davis, which happened before I lived in Oakland. But when I moved there and you started to get the sense of, John Fisher and Lou Wolf wanted public funds to go toward a new stadium. And I was among many people who were saying, no, not again, because Al Davis bilked the people. He sold them a bill of goods. He desecrated the Coliseum with that abomination. And so Oakland residents didn't want to spend even a dime to help support a billionaire to get a new stadium. And so what he said about doing was what I call victim shaming, where he was pointing the finger, well, the Oakland people don't want to support me. And so that's why when you talk about the morale of the city, I kind of push back against it, because for me, living there, the morale of the city and the identity of the city goes far above anything that Al Davis, Mark Davis, John Fisher, or Lou Wolf could have ever possibly done. Oakland's got a pride that goes above and beyond its pro sports teams. Now, I know from the outside looking in, maybe nationally, you look at Oakland and you say, oh, poor Oakland, you're a second-rate city. You lost 3 teams. But inside the city limits of Oakland, I think most Oaklanders don't think that way. They think that their pride points are much greater than just pro sports.
I hope so, but it can only help, is what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I'm going based on what I hear, and if there's a feeling of loss today, that's a part of it. That's a part of it. I'm not saying that anybody is like, I don't know, feeling bad about themselves or has this self-loathing for their city or anything like that. But sports is where we go when we need an escape. It's where we go when we need something that like tickles our imagination. It's where we go when, as he even just pointed out, you want a community. You're high-fiving the people next to you don't even know. Next thing you know, you're getting phone numbers and setting dates in Sacramento next year. All of that, to me, that's attached to morale. So I can't really speak to it, to even what you're saying right now. I just think that sports teams, that's part of what their function is. Agreed, but I also think, and I want to get back to the phones, you and I have plenty of time to talk throughout week after week after week, but what you've seen from the Oakland Roots, and they are selling out Laney College, and they're going to go to the Coliseum, and they're going to draw 10,000 or more there. The Oakland Ballers baseball team with a redone Raimondi Field. Oakland still is very proud of its sports, professional sports, maybe not major league sports, but for me, the identity of Oakland is more wrapped around those grassroots teams than it is around the Oakland Athletics. Tristan in Berkeley is next up. Hey, Tristan, thank you for calling.
Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. It's a tough day. I'm 56, so I was born when they came out here. I grew up watching the team. I got to see Ricky Henderson steal bases, Stuart B. Clemens, the Bash brothers, the Big Three. Got to see Terrence Long not swing the bat, take a called third strike. That was fun. You played that drop from 2012. That was one of the most amazing seasons I've ever seen. I got a chance to work in the clubhouse, so I got to actually meet Ricky Henderson and Dwayne Murphy and Bill Cottle and lots of players. As an adult, cleaning up after pro athletes doesn't sound like fun, but as a 14-year-old, and that was the top. So lots of really wonderful memories there. And I'd like to thank the game because you guys gave the A's a chance to be on a real radio station. And that, getting a little verklempt here, and that should have been one of the things that helped save the team. And they blew that too. And it's like an old relative that's been hanging on that finally passes away. It's just really tough. I haven't really been into them for the past couple of years because they've been run so poorly, but seeing people steal dirt or take the dirt, somebody getting beat up for dirt, that's very Oakland. It's just hard today because it's just a big loss. And there's no games to go to. And then I'm not going to go to Giants games. I'm not going to go to any baseball games. The team is dead. The league is dead to me. We're done. And there's a lot of people like me who were, I know 56 isn't the demographic they want, but I know a lot of people that are my friends aren't watching the Giants or any baseball anymore. I believe it. It's a big loss. No doubt. Tristan, thank you very much. And that is fundamental to the point that I'm making about not understanding why professional sports leagues operate the way they do in letting owners of the individual franchises all behave in different manners. Listen to what Tristan just said. This isn't about like, oh, I lost the A's. He said the game's dead. And a lot of people he knows say the game is dead. That's what I don't understand. That's why, sure, John Fisher, your enemy number one. Want to get into a conversation about Oakland politics? I think we've been there. I get all the different aspects of this. But one thing that frustrates me in these stories is when the commissioners of the sport themselves sort of sit there repeatedly in front of microphones, shrugging their shoulders. Like, I don't know, what do you want me to do about it? Well, what do you want? What do you mean, what do you want to do about it? This is your league. And you are letting a major market get totally dragged, and it denigrates not just the team but the sport. And so to me, there's got to be more. There's got to be more hands on that in an aware sort of a way. Awareness, not just finances, but overall
branding and awareness.
I do think that there is awareness. I think these are smart people, but they look at it this way. If this constant uprooting of teams and the changing of teams and the diminishing fan base and the decline in the interest of the sport, if all those things are happening, how long will it take until it actually affects their bottom line? And if the answer is 20 to 30 years, then all these owners who are in their 50s and 60s, they don't really have that same love or the stewardship of the sport. I would say, and maybe this is my own cynical view of it, but I don't see a lot of pro sports owners looking at the long-term viability of a sport or a league at the expense of their short-term bottom line.
Yeah, but
and that's what this is.
But at the expense of them, their own kids. I mean, John Fisher, how did he get money? You're born into it.
Does he even have kids?
Yeah, that's whoever you want to gift this to. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know many professional sports owners that look at this in a way where it's like, well, it's just going to last my lifetime and then I'm out. Like, this is supposed to be, we've watched the New York Giants are about to play football, the Mara family. This just gets handed down.
Yeah, sure, the York family and all the rest of it. I get it.
Right. So, like, I don't know. Wouldn't you think about that? Wouldn't you think a little bit about the future of your business?
Not at the expense of your short-term bottom line. I think we're giving John Fisher too much credit because he's a silver spooner who really never did anything on his own in his life. So he was born into it. Like Bane. He just was born into it, being a billionaire.
Born on third, thinks he hit a triple, sure.
Exactly. And so I don't think that he necessarily has the wherewithal. Joe Lacob is the antithesis of that. A guy who was born into virtually nothing and fought and scratched and clawed and built this along with a number of other people. So he's going to look at it differently than a John Fisher.
Let's go to Bob in the city next up. Hey, Bob, thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
It's been a great show today. I mean, all across every show, because, it was about, okay, I understand that sports aren't necessarily the number one thing in Oakland, but it is a sense of civic pride, and especially if they have winners, then people will congregate, right? People will have that civic pride. Oh, it's Oakland, right? But I'm over in the city side, and, I just want to sympathize with all the A's fans out there because even though the stadium's not going down, it kind of feels that way. I look at Candlestick, and, I went out there and saw the bulldozers taking it down. And that was real emotional for me because that was like my childhood, and all those great Super Bowls, obviously. So, it kind of touches me like that. And it was kind of an emotional day today. It was cool. I'll think of all the venues at the Coliseum, though. I mean, everybody, all the, Bruce Springsteen, Peter Frampton, David Bowie, the Stones. I mean, think of the venue. And you're right. And those two callers were correct. They should never let Al Davis come back and do what he did to that stadium because it just took away the whole beauty of it. I even remember the Oakland Invaders, USFL.
Oh, so good.
Oakland Invaders, yep.
Yeah, after the Raiders left, we used to go check them out. That's where Gary Plummer started, So anyway, just a shout out to all the Oakland A's. Keep the head up, and hopefully we'll get another team back in there.
Bob, thanks very much. I do wish that there felt a little bit more like a vibe of that. I know that it's way too early to talk about. These things take time. How long have we been talking about Seattle getting an NBA franchise?
Yep.
Feels like forever, and now at least people talk about it, but I still don't know exactly when it's going to happen. But, boy, I do wish there was more of a vibe, and that's one thing, and maybe morale's not the right word here. This is probably more about viability. That's where I think the fact that it's not one team, it's three teams that are no longer in the city, that makes it harder to imagine a pro sports expansion team picking Oakland in the future, in my opinion, unfortunately.
It would just depend on a number of things. One, you would have to have the right owner, and we know who that is, and he would love to buy it.
He's one of them, yeah.
And the second thing would be to have a site and or a stadium that is more viable than what the Coliseum is. Sure. And I know that the Coliseum land has been purchased by a local group, and they have great plans for it, and I'm excited to see what eventually comes of it, a multi-use property that's going to help to develop the East Oakland portion, because the standalone stadium and the standalone arena on that site is not enough to help the surrounding area in East Oakland. So Yeah, it would take a lot of things. Primarily, it would take a new owner, obviously.
For sure. Starts there. Brian in San Ramon is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Brian. Thank you for calling.
Hey, gentlemen. I'm just soaking in all this nostalgia and just had to share my story of how my dad used to take me to those A's games. I'm 48. And how, cheap family entertainment. You remember how cheap those bleacher tickets were? You can just pick up a ticket and just take your friend. He would say, hey, you want to grab a buddy? No, let's go. My favorite story, though, from going to the Oakland Coliseum when I was a little kid, sitting in those bleachers, was when Ricky Henderson played for the Yankees. And everybody's just hounding him. Hey, Ricky, you're a traitor. Hey, Ricky, you're this, you're that. He just slyly puts up a bird right behind his back, doesn't even turn around. The whole bleachers section just goes wild. Ricky, we love you, man. We love you, Ricky. And it's just that kind of stuff, it just gets ingrained in you as a youngster and makes you a fan for life. And that was the last cheap entertainment for, the major sport franchises. Forget trying to take my kids' family of four to a San Francisco 49er game with Santa Clara.
Yeah.
Spend $1,000 there. Trying to take good luck trying to go to the city, see a Warriors game after work and trying to park, 10 miles away trying to get to that stadium. So it's just all the things that are lost with it. It's just sad to see it go. And, my dad always says they're going to kill that goose one day that's laying that golden egg, but I think that goose is just getting fatter and fatter. So I don't see I don't see it changing anytime soon. Thanks, gentlemen. Thanks for letting me share my story.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, thank you for
Great
listening.
stories, Brian.
And thank you for calling.
The Coliseum bleachers was a thing.
Sure.
And get out there for a cheap ticket, and you used to be able to walk all along the outfield concourse. And just remember being a young person, 19, 20, and just seeing all of the beautiful ladies who would be out there. And it was kind of like the arcade out here at 3rd and King, where doesn't matter what the baseball game is like. You can get out there on the outfield wall and just walk from foul pole to foul pole, and people watch and see the people and grab a crab sandwich. And they had that same vibe out there at the Coliseum in the 80s and 90s.
So good. Keep sharing the memories. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs. How about Formo in Vallejo next up? Hey, Formo, thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it. I just want to chime in on the commiseration sensation
that's
happening right now. Chime in with, thank you. I appreciate that. I needed to hear that today. I went to the game Friday night solo. Went last night with my wife, and it was just like all the rest of the callers are saying. It was basically a walk down memory lane with a bunch of people that were strangers yet not strangers, because they're all in the same boat. And ultimately, I wanted to, God Almighty, the perfect game I was there for. I got to see Ricky steal the base and break the record. I got to see a lot of great concerts. Stay on the Green, my God. And just anyway, I really want to just call in and say thank you to the game for putting all this on all day. I've been listening. I am a service guy, so I'm driving in the car a lot. So I listened to all 3 shows, and it's been emotional to say the least. And just to kind of, chime in on what Tristan had said about being out on MLB, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. They had an opportunity, just like everybody else did, to kind of curtail the angle that the A's went with John Fisher just being one of the worst owners ever. But anyway, I just really wanted to call in and say thanks. And my God, I'm 54, so it's been almost my entire life in green and gold. So yeah, it's a tough one to swallow right now.
Formo, thank you. Appreciate it so much. I mean, that's one of the things I'm getting at. I know this is a way bigger story than today, and it's a way bigger story than just the A's. But in particular, this sport, if I'm baseball and I'm an owner, or anyone, if I'm a commissioner, if I'm involved with the game, I am not going to be flippant right now about bottom lines are, business is booming, the books are balanced, everything's cool. I would be very concerned right now about, I guess the long term. I mean, I don't think that the sport's not going anywhere. I don't think in this moment it is in a relative state of unhealth. I don't think any of those things. But I'm curious. I am curious, at least from a generational standpoint, if what kind of the staying power is based on the speed of it and based on where our society's going and the way teenagers watch content and all that stuff. I wonder, which is another reason why I find this move confusing. My main thing on it being you don't even know where you're going. It's one thing to leave, but this does. It feels a little bit like when the teenager threatens to run away from home. All right, where the hell are you going?
They think they know where they're going, and you had me thinking about the movie National Lampoon's Vacation. When they're going to Wally World, and Chevy and Beverly D'Angelo and Anthony Michael Hall and the gang, they're in the car, and when you get there, there's no there. It's closed. And so, spoiler alert if you haven't seen the movie, it's been out for 40-something years, but this is kind of like that, where we're going to Vegas. We're going to Vegas. We're going to Vegas. Are you really going to Vegas?
I don't know. Is Christy Brinkley in a convertible between here and Sacramento? I mean, maybe it's worth it just for that if you're Chevy Chase.
Shout out Vacaville.
But anyway.
She might be in Dixon. She could be in Davis. Might be in Fairfield.
I'm going to be in Davis this weekend.
Possibly in Sassoon City. You just never know.
You just don't know.
Nope.
How about Gene in Oakland? Hi, Gene. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How are you? I'm at the dog park.
Did you just call the Oakland Coliseum the dog park? I can't believe you said that.
I got to do my Gene in Oakland every time.
I know.
It's one of my only good impersonations.
I know.
Hey, guys. Hey, by the way, Christy Brinkley's still pretty hot for her age, you know? But anyway.
I have not checked in the last 25 years, Gene, but anyway.
Well, you should. But anyways, all right, back. Listen, I want to thank you, Dibs, for speaking up for Oakland. You know, I think people need to step back and realize, as much as guys like us love sports, and I know that's your business, there are things that are more important. City of Oakland will survive. You know, it's survived a lot of other worse things in the past. It's unfortunate. I'm sad. I've been here 51 years. I came in the middle of the 8th dynasty, and I had the good luck.
All right, we're gonna have to, Gene, call us back because that got gargly and unpleasant. But would love to hear what you had to say. 888-957-9570. Greg in Cupertino is next up. Hi, Greg. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Thanks for the show.
Yeah.
Got to share some memories and then, a little bit of frustration. Man, I'm 63. My grandfather took me to my first games, and I was at the game against the Tigers in the playoffs, the early 70s, when Bert Campaneris got beamed and he helicoptered the bat at the pitcher, and the place went nuts. And as a 9-10-year-old, I thought, what in the world is this? But it was just, I'm with my grandpa, and it was just so cool to be there. And then, many of the callers have talked about the bleachers. Lived in Hayward, grown up in the East Bay, born in Oakland. We'd ride our bikes down to the B Street BART station, jump on BART for about $1, make it down to the Coliseum exit, buy a bleacher ticket for, I think it was $4 or $5, and just enjoy the sunshine. They would open the ballpark early for both teams' batting practice back then, and you could just get home run balls and batting practice. And then something I wish they still did. It was so much fun when that was in the lower deck and watching the ball players play pepper. Do you guys remember that?
Of course.
They just played pepper together, and they were laughing and playing, and it felt like the players were kids playing a kids game, just like we would at the park versus a business. And that whole thing just captured me as a young person. No, this is fun. And so, I grew up, started bringing my own kids to the ballpark during the Bash Brothers years. And then just this last summer with 4 grandkids now, was able to take the whole family just to share one more game. So it's really more than baseball. It's about family and memories and being together and sharing things. And my frustration is that I haven't heard anybody say this, and I know Oakland's not the greatest, political system with sports and things, and I know the management's not been great, but the ball team could have stayed in the Bay Area if the Giants didn't block them. This territorial rights thing was just such nonsense when Walter Haas, with a handshake back in the early 90s, late 80s, wanted to keep 2 teams in the Bay. And now the Giants shut them down. We could have had the A's still in the Bay. Not Oakland. but still here. I'm just really frustrated. I'll never be a Giants fan, ever, because of that. And so that's what I got. Thanks for letting me talk. Appreciate you guys.
I like that.
Greg,
that's a
thank
good
you.
circle back right there.
I mean, there's a lot of people who feel that way. I know.
And it was totally, it was a bunch of bull crap, because without that handshake, then the Giants would have left. And then when the A's were in need of a little bit of a break, the Giants were like, well, we got territorial rights. That's going to be a no from us, dog. And it was all a handshake, wink, wink, nod, nod by a previous ownership. And I always thought that the A's could have fought it, and you could have gone to court and dragged that baby out for 8 to 10 years. But as we've learned, looking back, the A's weren't that sold on San Jose.
Well, that's I think is important.
And that's why I wanted to add that in.
Not only is it important that said, it was important that you said it.
No, you're right.
I know how it
because
must
at
feel.
the time I was infuriated.
Listen,
like, fight this. There's no such thing as territorial rights. That's a made up thing.
And I know that this is pre-Fisher, and so this is a very difficult conversation to have, because it was way back when. I will just say the idea that if the Giants hadn't blocked him, then it was done deal. Now the A's are in San Jose is inaccurate. Like, there's 1,000 hoops that you have to go through to make these things happen. And more so now than then. I understand that.
Right.
But these are not easy things to get done. I don't, I have no issue if there are frustrations pointed toward the history of the Giants organization because of that move. I get it. But if that is your single and sole focus on how this situation has come to be, I think that's a little bit, I think it's a little bit misguided.
Agreed. And there have been many other chances for the A's to stay, but that was one, and that's going back probably 15 years or maybe even more. It's going back pretty far.
Yeah.
I know I was doing radio then, and I was saying, there's no such thing as territorial rights when you think about it, but wasn't my fight to fight. And turns out it is actually easy to get things done, because the Earthquakes, Lou Wolf, the owner of the San Jose Earthquakes, they got their stadium built in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, it's a little bit different for a baseball stadium. It's a little bit different certainly now. And again, it's
but if you've got a shovel, and like this Giants ballpark down here got built in about 3 days.
Yeah, because you had someone that was willing to pay for it.
And you had a city that was willing to let you do it.
Were you going to go to San Jose and be like, so, put it on the ballot, we'd like some public money? Well, then you're done.
Yeah.
What were they going to do? I don't know. So, a lot of hoops to go through, but I get the frustration.
Yep.
That's beyond fair. Rick in Fremont next up. Hi, Rick. Thanks for calling.
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling.
Been a big fan for a long time. Dibs, I actually met you at the Coliseum when it was empty, walking through the concourse area. My friend and I felt like I saw Mickey Mouse, man. I ran up to you. You took a picture of me, shook my hand. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate
that was a great day for both of us.
It sure was. Oh, man, it was awesome. I'm not going to lie to you. Talked about it for weeks, my friend. But circling back to Greg, I drove out to Fremont where they were going to build the stadium, saw the sign, was ecstatic, told my girlfriend, wife now, this is where we're going to raise our kids, right here, right outside the stadium. Never happened. But, yeah, it's a sad day today for everybody, man. I think it is long time coming. But the reason I called was something that my family and I noticed was the influx of fans that came out the last couple of weeks. It was great. It was awesome. But where were they the last 5 years? You know what I mean? It's hard to say that, but we feel like if they would have showed up, maybe they would have changed their mind and maybe they would have stuck around a little bit more,
I mean,
that's just my opinion.
Yeah. No, Rick, I would love to ask you a question, which is this. Far be it from me on a day like today to sort of question how anyone's feeling. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But don't you think that the fans who stayed away in recent years were given pretty good reason to do so? Don't you believe the organization was almost coaching them to do so?
Yeah. Yes, almost like we watched the movie Major League, and we joke about the fact that that's what the A's organization was doing to the fans. And you're right. It's just, I guess, bitterness, upset, but it was awesome to see everybody out there. And you're absolutely right. It's unfortunate because I've seen a lot of great plays there. My father moved here just real quick to to let you know how I became an A's fan. My father moved here in 72 from Mexico. And obviously what happened 72, 73, 74, he was baited and reeled in, man. He became an A's fan for life. So when I was born in 81, guess what I was? I was an A's fan. He'd come home from work. He'd have tickets to the A's game. There we all go. Family of 5 sitting underneath the plaza level with a thermos full of burritos that my mom made for us. There we were, just held up, on a cold Friday night, man, just enjoying the warm food and a great play, man. Ricky Henderson fan from the beginning. Yankees, A's, whatever, Ricky Anderson fan. At this point, I'm just rambling on, hoping I don't have to say goodbye to the stadium, but I did against the Yankees. Very emotional for me, but I want to say thank you guys for taking our phone calls today, letting us vent to you guys and everybody else in the Bay Area listening to us. But like I said, Dibs, it was awesome meeting you, bro. I'm not going to lie. I hope I get to meet you again, dude.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for calling. That's awesome to hear. You definitely you made my day today. That's awesome. I needed a little pick me up.
Now I know in the future, if you ever need to pick me up, I'll call you Mickey Mouse.
Apparently, I resemble is it the ears?
It was like meeting Mickey Mouse. That one shocked me. I didn't know what to do with that. I was like, that's not what I thought he was going to say.
I do have some big ears for a guy with a rather small head. I get that. So
by the way, he gets to feel how he wants to feel. I want to say publicly, I don't hold it against any A's fan if you didn't go the last 5 years, 10 years, whatever. If you didn't go because you're like, this Fisher guy is a bunch of bull, then please, I don't want that out there that anyone's like, hey, fans, where were you? We'd still, know what I mean?
Evan Giddings and I got into a little back and forth on the air over it because he was all about the reverse boycott, and I loved it, and fans thought that was a good way to send a message to MLB and John Fisher, but I could not bring myself to spend even a penny to support him and that product.
Fair. And that's fair.
Even like these last 3 games where I was starting to feel like I'd like to go out there one more time, I just couldn't bring myself to give him my money.
Totally fair. Let's go to Doug, who was at the game today. Hey, Doug, what's up?
How's it going, guys? Yeah, I was at the game today. Real quick on that last caller. I mean, the stadium was dilapidated. I love that place, but it's just a piece of crap. Like we all have that neighbor whose house is run down. That was the Coliseum. Like, I love that place, but it is not inviting. It is not like a place you want to take your family. But anyway, today, like, beautiful day. Just proud of A's fans for not burning the place down. And Mark Cotte's speech at the end was like perfect. I'm not an emotional guy, but I was teary-eyed during that. I had this kid who by the bullpen, dug up some dirt, gave me a piece of grass with some roots in it. I'm going to go put it in my garden. It's a good way to say goodbye, just kind of put us out of our misery. But, yeah, it was a great day. It's tough, man. This is a tough day. I'm not going to lie.
Doug, thanks. Yeah, no doubt about it. I get that. And I hope everybody got what I would call peaceful souvenirs.
Yeah.
I just, you know what I mean? I hope nobody got it. I haven't heard of any stories of anybody getting arrested or stopped by security or anything like that.
I saw a report early that there were 6 security officers chasing somebody who had a seat.
Well, somebody tried to do that, I guess either it was last night or the night before, and it's all over social media. They had a bank of seats that they pulled out. There were 2 or 3 of them. And those got stopped, and those seats got reinstalled, and someone I would think sat in them today.
It's very difficult to steal a seat, let alone 3 seats.
You can't shove them in your pocket.
And it's not easy to get out of the Coliseum with 3 seats. You got ramps, you've got escalators, and then you've got a pretty big parking lot. Unless you have somebody in a getaway car or a getaway truck waiting, that's going to be a no from security, dog.
I also hope, did anybody get home with their seat and their spouse is like, excuse me, where do you think we're putting that?
Right in the living room.
Right here, hon. This would be like a perfect little coffee table, don't you think?
It was cool when the stick got demolished. They were selling those seats, so you had a chance to buy a seat.
Well, that was kind of the thing. I think people think that place is getting demolished. It's not getting demolished.
No, it's getting used by the Oakland Roots.
Right.
I don't know how soon, but pretty soon.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I know we've been saying all day, if you call, you're going to get in. And I can tell by the flow of calls, we're going to get to the finish line at some point, and a bunch of you are well, not a bunch of you. Some of you maybe aren't going to get there because we're going to run out of time. But that said, certainly if you're on hold right now, let's see if we can boogie through everybody as quick as possible, and we will ask you to do exactly what you've done all day today, which is think of your other A's fans. And so how about if we rock into the next block and everybody try to keep it to about a minute or less, and let's get to as many A's fans as possible with regard to how you're feeling today, okay? All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Today, the guest is you, and there's more of you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
I can't wait to hear more stories, but in the meantime, I want to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank, and it's also got that family-owned feel. And I've given you a homework assignment to go into one of the 21 branches, and I hope you've taken me up on that, because when you go into a Fremont Bank branch, you can see exactly what I'm talking about, where it's customer service, and the customer service is about you, the client, you, the customer. They've been doing this for 60 years as a bank, and when they set out to build this bank, they wanted to build a local ecosystem that's built on these relationships. And so when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, you know that money stays local, and they reinvest it into businesses and home ownership, philanthropy, and other causes that make our Bay Area so great and so special. And you know that they're one of the top corporate philanthropists here in the Bay Area. They're not a big box bank. They're a local bank. And one secret about Fremont Bank, and maybe I shouldn't tell you, but if you are a Fremont Bank customer and you use another ATM, Fremont Bank reimburses you the fee that those big banks try to charge you. It's why we say Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. Fall is always an exciting...
95.7 The Game.
I just feel like letting it play.
You have to.
I've told you this is my first concert I ever went to as a kid.
At the Circle Star, right?
The Circle Star Theater.
Oh, my God.
Off Whipple, right there in Redwood City. Cool in the Gang, Circle Star Theater.
I don't think I've told you this, but the message on my first wedding invitation was from this song.
The message?
Like, you know, instead of you are cordially invited, it would be an honor with a U.
What'd you write?
There's a party going on right here, a celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too, because we're going to celebrate and party with you. That was the inscription on the invitation.
Really good.
It was an invitation sensation.
I mean, if you found a lady to agree to that, that's marriage material.
Yeah. It's a good 24-year run. I'm out. Sorry. I'm trying to make
a couple of boys out of it.
Yeah, it was a great run. It's wonderful. It was more like 22 years, but whatever. Round it up.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was a good idea at the time.
Yeah. I think it's still a good idea. Did it not play well over the long haul?
It played great.
Okay, great.
And it was a win.
Did you celebrate and party with you?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It was a good time.
Everything's fine.
I didn't have to foot the bill either, which was pretty cool. Anyhow.
Yeah. Now, and then after my poem, check here for chicken or fish.
Totally.
Yeah. There you go. All right. We promised we'd get through these, as many of you as possible. So let's do it. Okay. Anthony and Hayward, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Just leaving the game, headed home. It's actually kind of not real. It doesn't feel like the last game. I know it's going to hit me in a couple days, and it's really going to, hit one. But I want to share one memory. My parents used to take me to countless, and I mean countless, hundreds and hundreds of games for the $4 bleacher tickets at the old stadium, and nothing but good times. I remember my dad built this net that extended out. So we would get at the gates 10 a.m. or whatever you can, try to be the first one in line because the old bleacher tickets is first come, first seat. We'd like to get in the front row next to the stairs. There was no better feeling as a little kid getting to run down those stairs when that home run ball went over the wall and try to get that home run ball. But I remember when the balls hit batting cage on top under the center field bleachers, my dad built this net, and he would scoop up all those home run balls. We had over hundreds of those. So that's one of my favorite memories.
You were like the McCovey Cove Dave of Oakland. That's incredible. You sat there with a net and got the balls. It's awesome. Anthony, thank you very much. How about we go to Will in the East Bay? Hi, Will. Thanks for calling.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm shocked. You moved me up. Listen.
How do you know?
I'll be totally Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be totally transparent. I've been a Raider fan who grew up in Southern Cal since the mid-'60s. That's because of my uncle who lived in Crockett. Long story, though, okay? When we lost the Raiders, it was like losing your best friend, your family, whatever. And my girlfriend and I, all of a sudden, we take a short, drive to the Bart Coliseum, over the bridge, into the stadium, okay? And we sat out there in the bleachers and in the right field. When I had my Raiders season tickets, it was 102 down about 23 rows. That was, a great time. But we'd sit out there, we'd buy overpriced hot dogs and beer, talk about whatever in the brilliant sunshine and watch good baseball. And we did this for the last, 3 or 4 years. And the one thing about all that experience, I remember, people would go, how can you go to that place when I was going to the football games? And I said, listen, it might be a dump, but you know what? It's our dump. You know what? And I'll tell you something. It was so convenient from where I live, okay, to get there, to get back. Don't tell me the 49ers have that kind of convenience or, God, any other stadiums or arenas, around the country that, that have baseball and have football. Okay. And by the way, I just want to say one last thought. I hope I'm in a minute here. Okay. The best damn team I ever saw beat a team that I was rooting for in 1974, and I never thought for a second that we were going to win that series, and we did not. There was a comeuppance in '88, but you know what? That A's team ranks with the 27 Yankees, the 75, 76 Reds. There's probably a few more. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. You always take my call. And anyway, tomorrow's another day.
Indeed it is. Will, thank you. That was
Will,
actually
the Dodger fan.
Yeah. That was also 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Will, the Dodger fan.
I just want to let people know, like, when you're doing radio, like, you think it's easy to keep track of time. He's like, I hope this is inside of a minute. I'm like, you're already over 2.
You should have run him after comeuppance, because the A's got their comeuppance in '88. There's Kirk Gibson on the bum leg. No, Will.
Don't bring that up today.
He did. I didn't.
I know. Bud in Oakland is next. Hi, Bud.
What's good, fellas? Hey, O'Doyle Rules. Hey, Dibs, I watched Flubber last night, but I think I seen you getting some buckets in there, man.
I scored the only 3 points in the first half, but they didn't actually film it. But go ahead, Bud. I rode the bench.
Riding the pine.
Yeah.
Listen, man, for me, this is more so about taking away the history of Oakland, man. What Oakland stood for with the Black Panthers and everything, the whole beginning chapter took place in Oakland. Then you have the other chapters around the United States, Philly, Chicago, and whatnot. Just the back, everything that Oakland stood for with the power. You know what I mean? You take away the history when you take away the teams, and you take away the teams, you take away the people. You have the teams in the cities, everybody can commune about something. Everybody's like a church thing or something like that. Everybody can commune. You take that away, you got nothing but a bunch of crime overshadowing the city, which they paint about Oakland every day. So for me, this is more so about taking away the history of where I come from. They already changed the name of the Oakland airport. And if you ask me, they're going to try to change the name of Oakland just to get rid of that history of everything that it stood for, that me personally, not to make it a race thing, but what black people have done coming out of the city of Oakland. I mean, all races as well, but it all reverts back to one thing, man, and it's all about taking away the history of what people did. I know I took up too much time. Thanks for taking the call.
No, you did great, bud. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go to, are we good? Yeah, let's go to Marcellus in Oakland. Hey, Marcellus, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, I'll make this quick. I just wanted to say some of the best field trips growing up were just hounding a bunch of third graders into the BART with those red BART tickets and taking us out to an A's game, or back when they had the A's opening day or fan day, so you can come and meet any of the new signings and actually get to walk around the park and sit in the seats that you probably wouldn't be able to sit in normally. I'm going to miss the hell out of the stadium, miss all of the tailgates. Go Oakland, go A's.
Love it.
Thanks,
Marcellus, thank you very much. And we can, we got time for Big Smooth, too. Hey, Big Smooth.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Listen, I just want to lament for a minute about losing the team that I grew up with. And you know what? It hits a little harder because this is the final of 3 teams that are gone in the city, and it leaves a big cavity here. But I would not put it all on Fisher. I'll be honest with you. I think there's enough to spread around. There's enough fault to spread around, because I do believe Governor Jerry Brown, if he were, I think he did a great service to Oakland, and people like that, we would still have teams, in my opinion. But Fisher is a greedy dude, but I wouldn't put it all on Fisher. I think the politicians in Oakland, I'm very familiar with them. I think you got to put a little blame on them as well. For waiting to the last minute to get stuff done, for waffling. But again, it's just a perfect storm with Fisher and the Oakland politics. I think we were doomed from the start. And I won't put it on the fans. I haven't been to a game in a minute. But again, we're used to Oakland putting up some really bad products. And then when they mature and start to get, to become great players, we lost the free agency, the whole Miguel Tejada, Giambi, and the list goes on and on. We raise up these great players. We've suffered through them, but now when they get good, they go up to the highest bidder. We get it, but we've also had some great times. We had 3 in a row. We've had another in the 80s. We could have had another 3, but hey, it's bittersweet. But today is certainly a sad day in the city of Oakland.
Big Smooth, thank you very much. And thank you very much for being our last caller on the show today. Yeah, I guess something less than 100% of the blame goes to John Fisher, because I don't really believe that anybody does anything all completely by themselves. But my goodness, he certainly gets most of it, at least for me.
Yeah, and the Jerry Brown piece is pretty telling for me, because he was a guy who was a big Oakland advocate, and I do think that he would have been able to make something happen. But at the end of it, owners get to do what they want with teams, and today just goes down as an incredibly sad day. And I will forever remember this day, and I'll remember what else happened on this day. It was Matt Steinmetz's 60th birthday.
60th birthday.
And at the same time, it's the final game for Oakland, and it's not lost on me it's not irony, but it's coincidence that he happens to be a long-term Oakland resident.
Yep.
And this happened on his day.
And then someone who used to play basketball in Oakland called the station and sent a gift to Steiny as well, who goes by the name of Steph Curry. Pretty amazing day. Thank you for all of your vulnerability, okay? Thank you for sharing your stories. Grandy, what do you got? What's coming up here?
Well, that interview you're just talking about, Steph Curry surprising Steiny, we're going to lead off best of the game with that. Just such an awesome moment. And then from there on, we'll re-rack some of the best moments remembering the A's in Oakland.
I think that's well played. If you missed Steph call into the station earlier today, you're going to want to hear that. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60